This boy was always the target of bullies at school, which made him miserable. When he got home, his own mother would look at him with hatred, taking out her anger on him for being abandoned by his father. He thought his life couldn't possibly get any worse. But no. That day, the doctor informed him he had an incurable terminal illness. His condition deteriorated daily, making it difficult to even stand up, and even using the bathroom by himself was an agonizing struggle. That day, he couldn't manage it on his own anymore. Urine pooled on the floor. He looked up trembling at his mother, whose eyes were cold and devoid of any sympathy. He cried and begged, "I'm sorry, I'll clean it up myself, so please. Please don't abandon me." His mother just kept staring at him with that cold gaze, and after that, he never saw her again. His illness worsened, and he passed away, in a cold, lonely room. Before he died, he made a silent wish. "If there's a next life, I want to be loved by everyone." And a god heard his plea. Taking pity on the poor child, she reincarnated him into a new world. In this life, he was born into a prestigious family as the youngest son who was dearly loved. He thought his life would be filled with joy and happiness from then on, but that shattered in an instant. When he turned 8 years old, his body suddenly became rigid and unable to move, leaving him bedridden. It was another incurable disease with an unknown cause. He underwent treatment for 5 long years, but it was completely useless. Just then, memories of his past life flooded back, and he realized the one who helped him was the creator of Horizon, the goddess Phelin. Suddenly, he felt his body become much lighter, as if the incurable disease had completely vanished. A maid saw the young master moving and was utterly shocked. Then tears unconsciously welled up in her eyes, overjoyed beyond words. He decided to live a life without regrets, under the name of the youngest son of the great Fivia family. But something felt a bit off. He had only been cured for a day or two, and his uncle was already dragging him out to be a punching bag for sword practice. Thanks to that, however, his body recovered even faster, and his swordsmanship skills became sharper. His uncle is Yidia, a doctor who returned from the capital to care for him after hearing he was cured. Just then, an elder and his 2 sons walked over and jeered. "A sickling and a runaway are practicing swordsmanship here, and they still have the nerve to call themselves members of the Fivia family. What a pathetic pair." The elder sneered. "Yidia, I can't believe you're holding a sword again." He brought up the past when his grandfather beat Uncle Yidia, just because his swordsmanship wasn't as strong as his brother's, branding him a disgrace to the family and forcing him to flee to the capital. Hearing his Uncle Yidia being humiliated, he wondered why he had to listen to such insults in this life too. "I've had enough in my past life." He immediately landed a punch straight to the elder's grandson's face. Everyone was stunned. While he was still giving that guy a facial massage with his fist, he yelled, "Uncle Yidia isn't the family's disgrace. You guys are." Suddenly, a flash of light shot towards him, but it was blocked by Uncle Yidia. It turned out the elder was furious because his grandson got punched. The old man's eyes looked demonic as he roared, "Do you think you can get away with hitting my grandson?" But he wasn't scared one bit, yelling back even louder, "He insulted us first. Are you deaf, old man?" He had it coming for running his mouth. He brought this on himself. The old man was seething but couldn't do anything. Before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten, "Your older brother, the vice head of the family, will have to take responsibility for this." Hearing his older brother mentioned, he broke out in a cold sweat because his brother was an incredibly terrifying person. His older brother, Hindo, is the family heir and holds all the power. Despite his fearsome appearance, he dotes on his younger brother. The result of that threat was Hindo telling the old man to shut his damn mouth. Anyone who dared to touch his precious little brother would have to face the entire Fivia family. Now that's the kind of big brother everyone wants. Makes you jealous. Meanwhile, my brother just totaled the family car. Anyway, for the crime of assaulting a family member, our boy was still sentenced to 1 month of confinement and couldn't go outside. Eugin felt it was unfair. He only accidentally punched his cousin a light few dozen times, so why was the punishment so severe? Hearing this, his maid, Tia, was speechless with her young master. This kid just beat the daylights out of the head elder's grandson, and he was lucky to only get confinement. His big brother already backed him up that much. What more could he possibly want? Well, since he had free time anyway, Eugin decided to teach himself about magic. But the library had way too many miscellaneous books of all kinds, and he had no idea where to start. At this rate, trying to become a self-taught master was going to take. He was completely screwed. He wanted to ask his older brother to find him a teacher but didn't dare since he was still under house arrest. Right at that moment, his uncle brought over a professor from the Magic Academy. Her name was Eston. He was honest with them, explaining that he had used his time under house arrest to study magic. However, he had only learned the basic spells from a textbook. Hearing this, Eston's face went pale. This kid was self-taught and had already managed to create a magic string that was practically on par with a cheat code. It was like a newborn baby knowing how to read and write. Absolutely unreal. Eston realized Eugin was a genius who possessed absolute senses, which went beyond the normal five senses. An extremely rare talent only seen in the greatest mages in history. Eston immediately tried to persuade the boy to enroll in the magic academy where she worked. Eugin just had to say yes, and she would handle everything from A to Z. Afterwards, Eugin went to ask his older brother for permission to let him attend the academy. His brother agreed, but attached a condition. Within 1 month, Eugin had to prove he had the capability to become an official mage. If he failed, Eugin would have to obey the family's arrangements from that day forward. In ancient times, when this land was nothing but chaos, the first mage, Lord Phelin, descended upon the world. Lord Phelin saved this sullied world and used magic to drive the monsters far away from the land. As a result, those monsters disappeared, leaving behind a desolate and empty land. She shed tears as she looked upon the empty land, and Lord Phelin was suddenly struck by a wave of solitude. So, she took the stars from the sky to create 12 disciples, and together they filled that land with life. And that's why the world today is peaceful and prosperous. Professor Eston claimed it was all thanks to Lord Phelin and her 12 disciples. As she finished her story, she noticed Eugin nodding off and grew suspicious. Disciples, and together they filled that land with life. And that's why the world today is peaceful and prosperous. Professor Eston, disciples, and together they filled that land with life. And that's why the world today is peaceful and prosperous. Professor Eston, that caught him off guard. Eugin, what did you think after hearing Lord Phelin's story? Looking pensive, he remarked that she seemed a bit overly sentimental. It's like she was a bit of a crybaby. Eston was very pleased, as his thoughts aligned perfectly with hers. Exactly. That's one of Lord Phelin's most appealing traits. It makes her feel like a very emotional and relatable creator, don't you think? Saying that, she offered him an interesting perspective. But why don't you try thinking about it like a mage for a moment? Why do you think we call the supreme being who created life on Horizon a mage instead of a god? Faced with this question, Eugin was genuinely baffled. Thinking about it, why was that? At that moment, Eston cupped her hands, and a shimmering light appeared between them. The miracles of beings like God, the miracle of creation and life itself, and magic are all made from innumerable strings. These magical strings are just like the strings of an instrument. Depending on how you pluck them, they can create various phenomena, just as instrument strings can produce different sounds. Depending on the vibration, they can become water and fire, wind and light, life, and even the world itself. The light in her hands slowly transformed into a crystal sphere. Eston stated that the basic magic of a novice mage and the creation magic of Lord Phelin both operate on the same principle within the realm of these strings. Therefore, the strings can truly be considered the alpha and omega of magic. What he just heard and saw was enough to leave him speechless, as Eston continued to manipulate the magic in her hands for demonstration. That's why a mage's ability is completely dependent on strings, how many strings they can control, and how well they can utilize them. Those are the two factors that define a mage's power. Eugin, your talent was confirmed that day. You are like a virtuoso. The ability to delicately manipulate the strings is already innate to you. The only question left is how many strings you can wield. Eugin also tried to stretch, his hands apart, looking a little sad. I only have one string. Eston quickly reassured him. Of course you do. Everyone starts with just one string. At that moment, in her hand, the magic had transformed into a crystal. Starting with one string is just the beginning. The goal is to reach the minimum number required to truly affect the vibrations. Out there, 4 seconds is the gateway to true magic. But right now, no one can reach 4 seconds. Everyone's number of seconds is fixed at birth. He was very sad to hear that, at a loss for what to say. Then, a very strange device appeared in her hand. That's right. So today we will be using this measurement device to assess Eugin's potential. He immediately cheered up. Yes. Suddenly, he looked up with his innocent face and asked, But miss, how many seconds should a person have? What if I have too few seconds? Eston reassured him. After all, we're talking about the Fivia bloodline. So don't worry too much. While the number of seconds is important, it's not everything, Eugin confirmed, half doubting. Really? Eston then made a comparison. There are many cases, like that where having many seconds is just pie in the sky. Eugin obediently replied. I understand. Eston continued. Nowadays, young mages are too obsessed with the number of seconds. He looked bewildered. Huh? She then expressed her opinion. In her eyes, it was foolish and pathetic that people who can't even Properly cast intermediate-level magic look down on the efforts of those with fewer seconds, acting like they're some privileged elite just because they were born with more seconds. Eugin affirmed that he understood what she was saying. She then patted his shoulder, saying she got a little heated. Anyway, it doesn't matter what number shows up. What's important is how you use it. Even if it's innate, you need to work hard to develop it, so don't worry too much about the number of seconds. He then used the measurement device to check his number of seconds, not forgetting to reply. Yes. Easton sat beside him and instructed. Now, close your eyes. Eugin obediently did as he was told. Yes. Next to his ear, her voice still echoed as he focused on that magical picture. When you feel it and create your threads, Eugin focused and listened, and followed her instructions. With his eyes shut tight, he perceived his own concept of magic. Just then, images of the past flashed through his mind. He was crying like a child. The power that helped me escape the past and the pains of my current life, from a pain that was like a curse. At that moment, a curse echoed in Eugin's ears. If that's the case, then you should do the same. You should disappear just like your father did. Please. When he held his small hand in front of him, he only saw all zeros. An image of himself in a new body. He still didn't understand what had happened. In that moment, Eugin felt as if he saw the god Phelin take his hand and fly up into the air. Back in the present, the device in his hand began to glow. Eugin realized that to him, magic was salvation. Istin looked at her student with eyes, full of anticipation, but the next second, the truth before her made her break out in a cold sweat. A look of horror also appeared on Eugin's face as the device displayed only 1 second. He was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes and screamed. Only 1 second! Istin saw her student's dejection and didn't know how to comfort him. Even though I said the number of seconds isn't everything, 1 second is simply not enough to become a mage. Eugin couldn't accept the truth. How could this be happening? Veins bulged on his face. Teacher, for even God to be this cruel, to give a golden talent like this only 1 second is beyond imagination. Looking at Eugin's devastated face, Istin told him she was sorry. Eugin, 1 second basically means you can't become a mage. The sky suddenly began to pour rain, and she said regretfully, I never wanted this to happen. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have given you this false hope. The tears on Eugin's face fell as he held out his hand to catch the raindrops. He was so grief-stricken that he sobbed and lamented. What? What kind of mage like the god Phelin can I be with just 1 second? He wiped the tears from his face and mumbled, I'm sorry, Lord Phelin. Even though you chose me, I have nothing but. Just then, a red umbrella suddenly appeared over his head, startling him slightly. Looking up, the man didn't seem to be paying much attention to him, just gazing into the distance and remarking on the sudden downpour. Quite unexpected, isn't it? Eugin called out softly. Uncle. Yidia Fivia smiled brightly and said, It's still good that we met like this. You just came back. From your magic class, right? Was today's lesson fun? It was then that he noticed the tears on the boy's face and exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Eugin, like a child who had just been bullied by his friends, threw himself into his uncle's arms and sobbed, back inside the house. Now, he was holding a steaming hot cup. Eugin sat in silence. On the bed, wrapped tightly in a blanket, Yidia's voice echoed steadily in his ears. It's not nothing. You can't hide anything with that look on your face. At all. At this point, he had also changed into a different set of clothes. He said there was no need to pretend to be a grown-up in front of him, and to feel free to share his worries. Faced with his uncle's gentleness, Yin no longer tried to act strong, as tears streamed down his face. What should I do, uncle? I can't become a mage. Yidia frowned, momentarily unsure how to respond. Soon after, his expression brightened. I'm not sure why you're saying that, but isn't it too soon to judge? You still have 1 month, he said emotionally through his tears. But it's only 1 month, and just 1 month isn't enough to become a mage with only a single thread, Yidia said gently. It would take a miracle. Of course, but haven't you already experienced a miracle? Maybe I don't know much about magic or understand how difficult it is, but as a doctor, I know that many miracles can happen. Yidia then recalled the time Yin got back on his feet, remembering the day Yin was learning to walk on crutches, waving and calling out to him confidently that half the reason he became a doctor was to see him as healthy as he is now. The boy was no longer crying. He took a sip of water from his cup and seemed to have calmed down a lot. Suddenly, Yin demanded, Don't embarrass me and make me emotional. Of course you'd hope for a second miracle, but that's just wishful thinking, Yin immediately retorted. That's impossible, especially in just 1 month. But unexpectedly, his uncle held up one finger in front of him and confirmed, It's only 1 month, right? It might be too short to achieve anything. Seeing Yin's expectant gaze, Yidia remarked, But it's the perfect amount of time for you to give it your all, isn't it? Why not put your despair on hold until after the month is over? Yidia's lips tightened with determination. You're right. At that, the boy's small face lit up. Thank you, uncle. Thanks to you, I know what I have to do now. Yidia smiled gently and replied, You're welcome. He took another sip of water, thinking to himself, even without my advice, you would have cried for a bit and then gotten back up to try again. That's just the kind of person you are. The sky had now turned dark. From inside a house, a startled voice rang out. Huh? The professor adjusted her glasses on her face, questioning, There is a way for a person with one thread to become a mage. Yin looked very excited. Of course, it's not impossible. Is it really? She shared honestly. But that's only in theory. As a teacher, it's very difficult to tell my student that it's possible. Yin showed his determination. It's okay. No matter how hard it is, please teach me. His small hand clenched into a fist as he continued. After all, I have 1 month, and even though I was discouraged by having only one thread, I still want to try without any regrets. At this moment, she bowed her head and gave a wry smile. Oh dear, I've really failed as a teacher. Even my student hasn't given up yet, but I surrendered way too soon. All right, let's give it a try. Why not? If there's no precedent, we'll just create one. He happily nodded. Yes. Then she held up 4 fingers in front of him and reiterated, I mentioned to you before that you need 4 seconds to use magic. Yin's eyes suddenly sparkled. But that doesn't mean you can't use magic with a lower thread count, he echoed. That's right. She then held up 1 finger and explained, the way to use magic with only 1 thread and nothing more. Yin looked at her, full of anticipation. Yes. She then held up a hand with 4 fingers and said in a very vague way, you need to use that single thread as if it were 4 seconds. You'll have to figure out the method on your own. Eugin started to blur as her illusion created 3 more copies of herself. Yes. In the following days, he practiced his one-thread magic diligently. At times, he felt as if he was on the verge of creating 3 seconds of magic. But then he would once again gloomily grit his teeth and tell himself, failed again. Why is it so chaotic? The thread unravels so quickly. If I do it in a hurry, it doesn't feel like it will work. Suddenly, very confusing images appeared in Yin's mind, bewildering even him. Could it even be understood as using 1 as 4? Isn't that just a figure of speech like trying to fit an elephant into a refrigerator? Why are these strange thoughts popping up? At the same time, Professor Eisen's enthusiastic expression appeared in his mind, and he reminded himself, stop thinking about this nonsense and just focus. It's hard, but I have to succeed, because the professor said this is the only way. But suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out. Hey, what do you think you're doing? What the hell? Yin looked annoyed. Not this again? The twin brothers, Rob and Rock, were suddenly behind him, taunting. Can't you just keep it down? How can someone with only 1 second make so much noise? How do you even practice magic with just 1 second? Yin propped his chin on his hand and coolly requested. Rob, Rock, leave me alone. He then stood up, grabbed Rob by the collar, and seriously asked, Do you want to get beaten up like last time? The other boy grimaced and shot back. What? Rob was so furious he gritted his teeth. You lowly bastard, what are you talking about? If that had been a proper duel, you would have been dead that day. Yin then challenged him with a provocative look. Oh, really? If you're that salty about it, why don't we have a proper duel? Rob was ready for this and accepted immediately. That's actually what I'm here for, Rob said, thinking, You crippled freak. Yin suddenly feigned fear, asking, What? Really? No, I just meant a small, real fight. Rob replied nonchalantly, Of course I'm not proposing some barbaric brawl. His words were the exact opposite of his thoughts, as his mind was filled with images of vicious monsters. He added, Instead, let's compete honorably, as befits members of the Fivia family, the guardians of the Western Horizon. As his brother spoke these words, Rock listened intently, a villainous smirk playing on his thin lips, thinking about bravely facing the abyss on the front lines. Rob clenched his fist provocatively. How? By hunting dark monsters, the minions of the abyss. Hearing this, Yin's eyes widened and his face paled in shock. What? Are you insane? Hunting dark monsters? What are you thinking? He tried to reason with them. Forget about it. I'm going to tell our older brother. But Rob continued to provoke him, saying things like, What? Are you getting scared? Yin tried to explain. This isn't about being scared. You know, we're not supposed to do that. But the other boy just gave him an obvious look and replied, Isn't that what we'll be doing when we're adults? Why can't we do it now? Crossing his arms, Rock chimed in. Let's just leave this coward behind. Forget about it. I'm going to tell our older brother. But Rob continued to provoke him, saying things like, What? Are you getting scared? It's not a game for kids. You can't go. But Rob suddenly declared, No, you've got it wrong. It's not a game. It's a real request for help from another village. At this, Yin calmed down somewhat and asked, Is that so? Who made the request? Just then, a shabbily dressed kid appeared from somewhere. The kid was peeking out from behind a tree. Rock called out, "Hey kid, come out here and explain." Jane quickly replied, "Yes." Yin's pupils dilated as he couldn't believe his eyes. It was a child. Jane immediately stepped forward and explained through tears, "All the adults were taken by monsters, and I don't know what to do on my own." Yin got so angry he shouted, "Rob, if this was a serious matter involving victims, you should have said so." He then knelt beside Jane to ask about her. "Are you okay? Where's your village? Don't pay any attention to these idiots and just tell me everything. Think of me as a big brother." Rob and Rock just looked at each other in utter disbelief. "What's our problem?" Meanwhile, they could still hear Yin's calm voice reassuring the little boy. "Don't worry, I'll talk to the adults and have them send soldiers." Suddenly, the child in front of him mumbled while fidgeting with their fingers, "I'm not a boy." In that instant, Yin completely froze. "Sorry, I mistook you for a boy." Rob seized the chance to mock him. "Idiot." Then Rob made a demand. "Hey, I don't care about the other stuff, but just don't talk to the adults, okay? If you do, the bet and everything else is off." Yin was furious, growling through his teeth. "Rob, you know people have been taken and you're still." He shot to his feet and yelled, worried about some stupid monster hunt. But before he could finish, Rob cut in to explain, "This kid is from the Slash and Burn village." "Sorry, I mistook you for a boy." Rob seized the chance to mock him. "Idiot." Then Rob made a demand. "Hey, I don't care about the other stuff. You probably know this already, but if we report a Slash and Burn village to the adults, you know what the outcome will be. The village will be destroyed and its people will be exiled, or sentenced to forced labor." As Rob said this, Jane clearly didn't understand, as a series of question marks popped up in her mind. Finally, she heard Rob deliver his final line. "I'm not sure that's what this child would want." Then, Rob put on a wicked expression and added, "Of course, I'm personally indifferent to either outcome. I have nothing to lose. Although it would be a shame if I can't hunt those dark monsters. Capturing a group from the forest-burning village isn't a bad achievement either." The scene shifts to a primitive village with leaf-walled huts and pillars of giant flowerless trees. Suddenly, a monster growled, its massive, open maw looking incredibly terrifying. Yin was so scared he screamed loudly, causing even Rock to turn and look at the dark monster. But immediately after, the two of them found their confidence from somewhere. Gripping their two swords tightly, their determined eyes fixed on the monster. The next second, he charged at the monster, taunting it. "Hey, if you're going to attack, then come on." But the beast seemed to ignore Yin's words and turned to flee, making him roar. "Get back here, you monster!" The dark monster sped off, dashing straight into the deep forest. Yin chased after it, completely unaware that he was being stared at by countless dark eyes. He kept chasing the monster in front of him, thinking he wanted to finish it quickly and head home, after who knows how long. The dark monster was still running with great vigor, letting out terrifying growls. Yin chased desperately from behind, continuously yelling, "Stop right there!" Suddenly, gripping their two swords tightly, their determined eyes fixed on the monster. The next second, he charged at the monster, taunting it. The dark monster was struck by the spell and let out a horrifying shriek. Yin's face darkened like a warlock's as he raised his sword high and slashed down on the beast in an instant. The dark monster was still running with great vigor, letting out terrifying growls. Yin chased desperately from behind, continuously yelling, "Stop right there!" Suddenly, leaving it to question its own existence, not even knowing how it died. A single slash from Yin's sword severed the monster's head from its neck in an instant. The twins Rob and Rock appeared and started mocking him. "Magic, huh? That was just noise pollution. All that ruckus just to catch that thing? And how far did you have to go to catch just one? How long did it take you?" Rock commented with his arms crossed. "Magic and all that stuff is just making a big deal out of nothing. At least I caught one. That's what matters." "How many have you guys caught that gives you the right to talk so big?" Rob replied scornfully. "I guess we'll just have to see when we get back." Returning to the village, everything had grown quiet. The sight that greeted him left Yin completely stunned. "What the heck?" Rob pointed at a huge pile of dark monsters. "Well, what do you think? It looks like we've won the bet, even at a glance, right?" Yin's face darkened. Damn it. He had to admit, it was irritating, but they were genuinely impressive. Recalling the effort it took him to take down just one dark monster, he silently judged that the number they caught wasn't the main point, unlike him who just relied on brute force. Looking at the dead dark monsters, he concluded that they had precisely targeted their weak spots. Yin's father had concluded that this was a testament to Fivia's supreme skill, renowned for precise attacks that always struck vital points. Just then, the brothers Rock and Rob started taunting him again. "Still, you did better than I expected. I honestly thought you wouldn't catch a single one." Dark lines appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "How annoying." But he never expected them to be this strong. Just then, Jin looked up at Yin with an admiring gaze, praising him. Catching even one is incredible. Not even the adults can handle a pack of wolves like you all did. Yin scratched his head, embarrassed. Thanks. Then, the little girl wrung her hands together. But you all helped me so much, I don't know how I can ever repay you. Rob scoffed. Repay us? What for? You're from that forest-burning village. You don't even have anything worth more than a pair of my socks, do you? Rock chimed in. Don't bother giving us anything, we just throw it out. The little girl said sadly in a small voice. I'm sorry. Yin couldn't stand their condescending attitude and snapped at them. Hey, watch your mouths. It's the thought that counts. Rob cut in. Enough. Words like that should be coming from the village chief. Do you know where the villagers were taken? Jin fidgeted with her fingers and answered, When I woke up, everyone was gone. I really don't know. Rob pressed on. Gone? You mean they were taken by the monsters? The little girl looked down, speculating. People don't just vanish like that, so everyone assumed it was the work of the monsters. Rock got so angry a vein bulged on his forehead. What? You really are a clueless kid. Then Rock became pensive and concluded, that means you don't even know if those monsters were even responsible. Fortunately, the only ones left are an old man and a kid. Useless. There's obviously nothing certain here. Rob let out a sigh, figuring we have no other choice but to see what we can find before returning. Yin stood aside and observed, silently noting, after all, these twins are pretty responsible. Suddenly, someone called out to him, Hey, weakling! Yin was annoyed but answered anyway. What? He thought to himself, they may be rude and obnoxious, but I guess they're not all that bad. Rock started pointing and giving orders. We'll search the area and look for the others. You handle the corpses and take care of this kid. Yin was immediately unhappy and protested. Huh? Why? Let me help too, Rock replied with a superior air. Roles are assigned based on ability. Do you have any objections to that? Yin held back his anger, gritting his teeth. How rude. Shortly after, the pile of dark monster corpses was engulfed in flames. Inside a rundown shack, a little girl's frantic voice called out, Grandpa, can you hear me? Eugin was also there, trying to explain, trespassing on Horizon is already a problem, but the monsters could have been agitated by the harm done to the land. That's why slash and burn is forbidden in Horizon. As he spoke, the fanatic's expression grew very annoyed, but Eugin didn't notice it and continued to advise, I won't tell the adults that you were burning things, so Grandpa, please promise me you won't burn the fields anymore, okay? The old man was not moved by his compassion, and instead cursed, Annoying brat. He didn't quite catch what the old man muttered, so he asked again, What? The fanatic instantly changed his demeanor, smiling broadly and saying, We're so grateful that you young nobles have helped us like this. We're so lucky. He was so startled by the man's abrupt change in attitude that he stammered, Something isn't right. You just said what? The fanatic feigned ignorance. Speak up. My hearing isn't what it used to be. Yin pressed his lips together, knowing the old man was just pretending, but still said, All right, I won't touch on sensitive subjects anymore, but at least explain the current situation to me. I heard the people in the village disappeared because monsters invaded. Looking outside at the peaceful village scenery, he asserted, but there are no signs that they attacked the village, because the creatures around here are just common dire wolves. As he said this, Yin adopted a pensive look. If the wolf pack dragged them away, it would have left traces. While he was talking, the fanatic furtively shot him an irritated look, but to Yin's face, the old man put on a naive and clueless facade, insisting, I don't know. I don't know anything at all. When you get old, you might even forget what happened yesterday or today. Yin lost his patience and decided to leave, turning around and saying, Fine then, if you don't know anything, I guess I will have to find clues on my own. Jin ran after him, offering, I'll go with you, young master. He was a little surprised and looked at the small child, advising, Get some rest. You've been walking for a long time, Jin. You must be tired. At that moment, the old man on the bed spoke in a cold tone. That's right. Why bother a noble like him? At that, the old man's brow furrowed, his voice coming from deep in his throat, carrying a frightening tone as he demanded, Come here, stay with this old man. Then he adopted a repentant look. Yes, it's my fault, young master. This child is still so young and naive. Yin looked at him, not seeing any reason for the scolding. He explained in confusion. I was just worried the kid would be tired. He then wondered to himself, what was that? His mood seems to have shifted. The fanatic gave a forced laugh and affirmed, How kind. This poor child must be exhausted from wandering. At that moment, Yin thought to himself that something was off with him. The old man then took the initiative and offered, I'll give the boy a bath and put him in my bed. You go on with your duties, young noble. What the fanatic said left him feeling puzzled. Right then, Jin looked frightened. I don't want to. Why would I bathe with you? The old man stared intently at the child, uttering, Huh, then he softened his voice to soothe her. What's the matter? Boys shouldn't be shy, right? The child's eyes widened as she repeated, "What?" Yin also looked surprised that the man, supposedly the village elder, didn't know Jin was a girl. He recalled the first time he met the child, "You're not a boy." He had admitted it with embarrassment back then. He admitted, "I'm sorry, I mistook you for a boy." The little girl quickly hid behind Eugene and retorted, "I'm not a boy, you forgot." Before she could finish her sentence, he cut in, "I'll take Jane with me." He added that he thought it would be better to have someone to guide him. The old man didn't stop him, and agreed, "That's right, so take the kid with you." Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, his voice taking on a frightening tone. "But, my dear young lord," Eugene's steps faltered, and he looked back at the old man with an unspoken question in his mind. "You might be surprised because you've lived a sheltered life, but this is our way of life. It wouldn't be strange if we disappeared today or tomorrow." The old man then offered some advice. "So, don't trouble yourself over humble folk like us. Just go back to your everyday life." Once they were out of the house, Jane repeated Eugene's question. He had asked how long the village chief had been acting so strangely. The girl tried to remember but couldn't recall the exact time, guessing it was about 1 month ago. A memory fragment surfaced in her mind, confirming that he seemed okay today, but before, he was very abnormal. He didn't even recognize the villagers and would suddenly draw strange pictures while making sounds that no one could understand. At the time, she overheard the villagers commenting about him, and she relayed what she had heard, stating, "That's why the adults said the village chief was getting old. Everyone was talking about it." At this point, the little girl became somewhat agitated, asking a series of disjointed questions. "And now why?" Grasping Jane's hand to calm her down, he then asked where the drawings the village chief made were. She quickly replied, "There's one nearby." Not long after, a look of absolute terror appeared on Eugene's face, and he broke out in a cold sweat. The two stood before a large boulder, staring intently at it. Eugene thought to himself, "I was hoping it wasn't this." Jane naively raised a question. "Why did you ask that?" She looked at him with wide, curious eyes. "Do you know something about this drawing?" His eyes narrowed slightly as Eugene said only to himself, "Of course, a Folivian learns this symbol before they even learn to read and write." On the boulder were drawings of large and small circles linked together, which Eugene understood. "This symbol is the mark of our enemy. If they're involved, things will get very complicated." Although he didn't say it out loud, Eugene was certain the good news was that Fivia knows the enemy's behavior better than anyone. In the quiet space, only Eugene's voice echoed, "Is there a large cave nearby?" The little girl immediately confirmed, "Yes, there is one, but the adults told us not to go there." But he insisted, "Take me there." Now, the two of them were inside the cave. He quickly lit a torch to illuminate the path, his mind still racing with his own thoughts. A person who suddenly goes mad, mysterious disappearances. Stories like these often share a common origin. Leading the little girl through the dark cave, he held a torch in one hand and a sword in the other, letting her hold on to him. As they walked, he was lost in thought about the worshippers of the abyss. The symbol of interconnected dots kept appearing in Eugene's mind, making him recall his professor's lectures. Right after the first mage, Phin, descended to the mortal realm, those worshippers of the abyss, the former rulers of Horizon, considered Phin, who came from the stars, as a usurper. To cleanse the original sin of being born as creations of Phelin, they offer humans, their fellow creations, as sacrifices to the abyss. Now, in front of the two, were the villagers, bound tightly and lying side by side, all of their eyes lifeless. The little girl's eyes widened as far as they could go, her face turning pale with terror as she clutched his sleeve. Immediately after, tears streamed down Jane's face as she burst out crying and ran forward, screaming, "Uncle Ramon! Sister Ja!" Eugene's lips tightened, his expression not much different from Jane's. "This is unbelievable. I never imagined it would be this bad. This isn't something that we, as kids, can handle." As he was thinking this, a strange red light appeared behind him. But one thing he was sure of was that they needed to tell the adults, and fast. Suddenly, an old, chilling voice echoed through the cave, sending shivers down their spines. The first prophet said that the nation shall be built in the lowest of places, caring for the lowly among us, for they are our salvation, for us and for the city. They both turned to see who was behind them, as the person's voice continued on, droning as if telling a story. A criminal asked the prophet what must be done for salvation. The prophet replied, "You must repent. How should we repent?" What appeared before the two children then was the grotesque face of the fanatic. He was still spouting strange and terrifying words. "O children of Phelin!" The siblings were so frightened they froze, watching his face continuously contort, his eyes glowing like fire as he spat out more malicious words. "Burn them, bury them beneath the well." As he said this, "For us and for the city." They both turned to see who was behind them, as the person's voice continued on, droning as if telling a story. His bizarre voice, "Feed them to the dogs." Jane called out in a trembling voice, "Mister!" But the fanatic now ignored the little girl, and in his hands, he was controlling a terrifying source of power, muttering a spell. In the flames of Abyss, burned to a crisp. Yin, still stunned, wondered, "A mage?" He quickly grabbed Jane and ran from the flames, hurtling toward them. His eyes narrowed as Yin clenched his teeth and muttered, "Unbelievable. He's a mage, and a mage. With incredible power at that. Why would such a powerful mage be in a place like this?" With sweat beading on his face, Yin glanced at the unconscious villagers, constantly asking himself, "What should I do? I can't just abandon everyone and run. Even if I fight, I have no chance of winning, and the others could get caught in the spell." The heroic image of someone wielding a sword flashed through his mind. He thought that if it were the experts from Fivia, they could slice through magic with their swords. But me, I was bedridden with sickness until just recently. I can't do what my brother could. Yin's shoulders slumped as he blamed himself. Was I too overconfident? I should have told the adults first. I should have hidden Jane before coming here. I thought it was too dangerous to leave her alone. But now, his eyes squeezed shut, teeth grinding, he cursed himself. "No, you idiot. This is no time for regrets. Just think. Think about what you have to do." My mind is drawing a blank. Suddenly, a gasp from Jane snapped Yin back to reality. In front of the two children were dark monsters, baring their fangs, their maws wide open as if to swallow the siblings whole, causing them both to scream in unison. "Monsters!" Yin stared straight ahead, his jaw clenched tightly. His sword hand trembled uncontrollably as he tried to hide the terror in his heart. Yin swung his sword powerfully at the monsters. Each slash flashed brightly in the darkness as he continuously sliced the beasts in two. While he was formulating a plan, the fanatic whispered hoarsely, "Fivia!" Immediately after he used his dark magic to confront Yin, still growling, "Fivia!" The fanatic then opened, his mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs as he spoke. "I will offer you as a sacrifice to Abyss." At that moment, Yin's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, "If I have to break through the magic to protect everyone, then I will break through the magic." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He stared forward with resolve and declared as he swung his sword, "That is the way of Fivia." A Fivia's sword can slice through the abyss. The techniques of Fivia have been developed over dozens of generations for the sole purpose of confronting the abysses. His eyes glowed like beacons as he thought. One of those techniques is the eyes of Fivia, an intuition born from Fivia's special training and practical combat experience manifested through one's vision. Some can predict their opponent's next move, while others can perceive their weaknesses, and some even claim they can see the very threads that weave magic, truly a technique that has touched upon the realm of sorcery itself. But a technique like that isn't something I, who was bedridden until recently, can use like the experts in my clan can on a whim. At that moment, Yin stood defiantly before the fanatic, sword in hand. But if I just limit it to one thing, just the threads of the magic. Just as he had this thought, the old man launched an attack toward him, screaming, "Die!" Yin immediately retaliated, using his sword to slash forward, declaring with conviction, "I can even cut through them." "I don't believe you can do this," the old man exclaimed. "What? My spell was stopped by an amateur like this?" Jane, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but look on in astonishment. Yin was brimming with confidence. "That's right. I just have to believe in myself. Myself. At least when it comes to the threads, I can see them." He remembered the times he practiced magic alone, realizing he had practiced using the threads so many times, even ignoring the advice of those around him not to practice magic so relentlessly. Right now, the fanatic was so angry he gritted his teeth, his words hissing out, "My talismans? Did that old man really think he could counter them so crudely without a real plan?" "You foolish brat!" Yin's eyes widened as he stared, his lips pressed tight. He seemed completely stunned. The man was dancing while surrounded by flames, leaving Yin bewildered, not understanding what this guy was trying to do. With Felivia's eyes, focusing on each and every thread wasn't difficult at all. Suddenly, the man opened his mouth and shouted, "Felivia's boy, handle this!" A torrent of magic. Right after, the fanatic directed his magic to attack Yin while challenging him. "Try cutting through this again." He reacted quickly, pushing Jin behind him and urging, "Hurry, hide behind me." His sword swiftly cut through the fireballs, but with each moment, the flames from that magic flew in greater and greater numbers, and he struggled to slash through them all. By now, his sword hand was trembling, and he realized this wasn't good. It was too much and too fast. Although he tried to persevere, he realized he couldn't cut through all of them like this. His stamina couldn't hold out any longer. At that moment, Yin squinted, a tear threatening to fall. as he cursed inwardly. Damn it. Is this the end? After I finally managed to cut all the threads, just because I'm still too weak? Burn to ashes, you insolent brat of Fivia. Suddenly, he froze, a huge question mark appearing in his mind as he noticed a light rushing toward him. It was Yin, his sword piercing through the man's curtain of fire magic and thrusting forward. His eyes shone brightly, showing his absolute determination. That's right, it was just a simple matter. At that moment, the fanatic had recoiled, and in the space, a single thread of light remained. Yin's gleaming sword was thrusting forward. He had reasoned that if it was difficult to sever another's threads, a spark of electricity flashed right in front of the fanatic. Yin decisively concluded, then I'll just cut my own. The entire cave shook violently, and the fanatic was burned by his own magical flames, screaming wildly. Even now, he was still asking himself, magic? Was he a mage this whole time? Then he denied it himself. No, I never saw that brat activate a spell. Only then did it dawn on him, as he pieced it together, could it be the sword paths he had traced? The man pondered. Those strange sword swings in the air were to activate magic, by cutting his own threads to activate the magic? But he felt it was absurd. Theoretically, it wasn't impossible, but for such a technique to actually exist? Night fell upon the village, and inside a small house, the fanatic was tied up tightly with a rope. Jin and Yin were still busy taking care of the villagers who had been hit by the magic. He had worked so hard to bring all the villagers back as quickly as possible that his heart was pounding erratically. Hearing the sound from his chest, a heartbroken Jin advised, "Young lord, please don't push yourself so hard." Looking at the rescued villagers resting peacefully here, he stated, "I'm fine, that was the last one." Jin looked surprised and asked again, "What? The last one?" The little girl's eyes glistened as if about to cry, and she mumbled, "That's right, the others have already." It was then he noticed how sad the little girl was, sighing internally. "This is bad. We found the villagers, but so many were already dead." At that moment, he told himself, "And if we don't hurry, the remaining ones will be in danger too." Then, Yin's small frame shivered, and he hugged his chest, wondering, "We need to get back soon. When are the twins coming back?" Just then, Jin looked at the fanatic and called out to get his attention, "Young lord." When she saw Yin look back, the little girl pointed and asked, "Was it the village chief who did this to the villagers?" Crouching in front of her, he explained, "Don't blame the village chief. What you see isn't your village chief. A damn worshipper of the abyss disguised himself as him," Jin asked innocently. "Then where is our real village chief?" At this, Yin didn't know how to explain, thinking to himself, "The real village chief is probably..." He wore a troubled expression and stammered, "The real village chief. He's..." Jin immediately understood the situation, and tears she could no longer hold back rolled down her cheeks. "I'm sorry for making it hard for you. You don't have to answer, I already guessed." Wondering what could have happened to the village chief now, Yin fell silent, unsure how to comfort the little girl. Resignation had become all too familiar to these people, so even a child like her had learned to accept it like an adult, which reminded him of his own past. He thought about what he was like before receiving salvation from the god Phelin. Placing a comforting hand on the girl's shoulder, Yin was certain of one thing. He had been saved, but these people had not. The little girl's eyes glinted with hatred as she questioned, "Why do the Abyss worshippers do things like this?" Yin replied, "They believe it's a way to atone for the original sin, and that it pleases the Abyss." Picturing the villagers willingly offering themselves as sacrifices, he confirmed that was the reason. They approach those in desperate need of help, with sweet words, with salvation, and deceive them. Looking at the fanatic tied up behind him, Yin warned, "But you must not be fooled by their words, because in the end, their so-called salvation looks just like this." The old man suddenly spoke up, "Then what is your point of view?" His eyes lit up as he began to profess his faith. "The Abyss may promise a path that demands sacrifice, but does any of you truly care about life at the bottom of this world?" Yin looked at the old man in surprise. "He's awake?" The old man then continued, "You say our words are empty, yet I will strive to pursue that emptiness. What is the reason people are willing to sacrifice themselves endlessly? Set aside your arrogance that only you are right, and think again. Is it perhaps because the darkness of this world is truly that deep?" Faced with the old man's reasonable words, he was momentarily stunned and admitted, "Indeed, the darkness of this world is very deep." But then he retorted, "But that is something people should try to fix themselves." At this, he angrily yelled, "We do not pray to a wicked god that demands human sacrifices. Don't delude yourself into thinking the world's flaws justify your evil deeds." His words left the old man unconvinced, his brow furrowed, and his jaw clenched. Meanwhile, Yin continued to whisper in the old man's ear, "And what sacrifice are you even talking about? Do you really think we can't see through your life and your deception? The old man growled and screamed, "Shut up, you heretical parasite." Just then, a familiar voice rang out, making him overjoyed. "Yin." He called back, "Rob." Rob was limping forward. "If you're there, come help me." Yin quickly ran out, his mouth asking nonstop, "Rob, what's going on? What happened to you?" He stopped short when he noticed Rob was also injured. "Wait, Rob, your leg too." He immediately replied, "Don't worry about it. It's nothing serious. I can still fight." Rob's face was covered in sweat. "More importantly, I'm sorry." Rob then spoke words of remorse that surprised Yin even more. "I should have listened to you," Yin stammered. "What happened, Rob?" But he froze before finishing his question because of the terrifying crimson thing that appeared behind him. At that moment, Yin's face turned pale. The eyes of the abyss in the sky, the red and black sky before them, looked like it was being torn open by a pair of demonic hands with long, sharp claws. The vision was so terrifying, no words could describe it. He unconsciously cried out, "What?" At the same time, Rob also turned to look behind him, and Yin's pupils dilated completely. "What the hell?" From inside the house, the loud laughter of the fanatic echoed, "The abyss has sent its representative for its worshippers." Elsewhere, Yidia was bare-chested, revealing dark tendrils wrapped around her body, the corners of her lips curling into a demonic smile, wondering if she should go meet it. At the same time, the monstrous form of the abyss's ambassador appeared in the sky, causing Yin to exclaim in horror. "Oh my God!" he suddenly suggested to Rob. "Can you evacuate the villagers while I hold them off?" Rob looked surprised, unable to react, as Yin's steady voice continued to ring in his ears. "I'm sorry to ask this of you when you're also injured," Rob confidently asserted. "No, my injury is insignificant." But when he looked towards the villagers, his eyes widened completely, and he hesitated. But the villagers, his eyes were drawn to the fanatic's inhuman demonic form, and he asked, "Is that an abyss worshipper?" Then the old man let out a massive scream, forcing Yin to cover his ears. "The abyss!" Rob was still trembling, wondering, what the hell happened while we were gone? Looking at the shadow, Eugin and Rob's small figures looked bewildered, realizing he had faced that thing alone. Just then, his lips tightened slightly, his heart tormented with guilt. While he was saving everyone, a gleaming sword suddenly blocked Eugen's path, startling him. Rob called out, "Hey!" Rob stated firmly, "You're brave, but your ignorance is a problem." He called his name but still didn't understand what he meant. Rob gave a sinister smile, asserting, "It should have been the other way around. I should have been the one to hold it back, and you should have retreated." Eugin questioned him with a worried look. "What are you talking about? With your injuries?" Without a hint of fear, Rob stood facing the ambassador of the abyss, then looked back at Eugin and advised, "Forget your useless sympathy and look at the reality before us. With this leg, how can I possibly evacuate anyone from that damn thing?" Rob said confidently, "Don't worry, I don't plan on dying. So, evacuate everyone and inform the clan. I'll manage to hold out somehow." His face twisted as he heard Rob declare, "Your job is done. Leave it to me from here." Eugin called out to Rob again. Rob was already striding forward bravely, proclaiming, "Let me take responsibility for dragging you into this." Eugin knew well that he couldn't stop him, and could only call out Rob's name sorrowfully. At that moment, the fanatic laughed loudly. "All of you are finished." Looking up at the monster, he declared, "Ambassador of the Abyss, the sacrifices for you have been gathered here. Take their lives in exchange for your shattered body." Rob turned his head and looked back, unconsciously repeating the core of the man's last sentence rhetorically. Shattered body? Eugen's pupils widened as he wondered, does that mean? Mustering all his courage to look at the monster before him, he asked himself, it's not in its strongest state? Eugen gripped the sword in his hand, showing his determination. At all costs, we have to stop it now while it's still incomplete. But as he looked at the giant monster before him, he wondered, but is this thing something a human can even stand up against? Though he was pale as a ghost, Eugen tried to reassure himself. No, don't be afraid. Nothing can be solved by giving in to fear. Suddenly, Rob spoke up. He looked displeased, seeing Eugen step forward. What are you doing now? Didn't you hear what I said? Eugen's lips curled into a resolute smile. This is a more practical decision. Together, we can last longer. He looked astonished, asking for confirmation. What? Eugen then explained his idea. Hearing your words, I realize that if there's a big enough commotion, the adults will definitely notice. Fivia will definitely come here. Rob tried to suppress his fear and suggested, that may be true, but will fighting it together even make a difference against that thing? Eugen's eyes lit up as he said with certainty, it'll be fine, trust me. Rob froze when he saw the boy's brightly shining eyes, his voice trembling. The eyes of Fivia, how do you? Gripping his sword with both hands, Eugin understood better than anyone that the after effects of the last battle remained. I can't fight aggressively. I'll focus on dodging its attacks. But while he was still thinking, the monster's enormous fist came crashing down in front of him. His eyes couldn't hide his terror, and his trembling voice cried out, "What?" The space around them shook, and debris flew everywhere. Eugen's pupils dilated to their limit as he looked up. The three boys, Eugin, Rob, and Rock, were sent flying into the air. The moment Eugen's body hit the ground, there was a loud thud. He coughed up blood on the spot. Before his eyes closed, he still stammered, "No way." Looking at the monster, he sank into his thoughts with just one punch. At that moment, the fanatic looked up with hopeful eyes at the god he worshipped and laughed loudly. Looking over at Eugin, he sneered triumphantly. "Look, you heretic. You mocked our faith as a lie, but see how the abyss rewards our belief." At this, he half closed his eyes, letting tears stream down. "I'm sorry." Looking toward Rob, he endlessly blamed himself. "Rob, if I had listened to you, at least some people could have been saved." Then he thought of his brother, wondering, if my brother were here instead of me, would the outcome have been different? Just then, terrifying sounds echoed through the area. Something pure white, like a whirlwind, was unleashed from the monster's mouth. The fanatic looked on, recognizing the magic. Everything here will be erased. Staring at the blinding light in front of him, he pleaded, "These are the sacrifices I prepared for you. Abyss, please have mercy." Eugin gritted his teeth, repeatedly saying, "I'm sorry," one of his hands, bracing himself on the ground, seemingly trying to get back up. Then, to the fanatic's astonishment, he knelt on the ground, his sharp gaze resolute. "Because of my own shortcomings," the old man wondered in a daze, "how can he move?" Yin's pupils shone like lasers, piercing straight through his opponent as he opened his mouth. At the very least, he would stand tall to face the monster's powerful ultrasonic wave. Yin gripped his sword tightly, determined that as long as his body could move for one more minute, or even just one more second, swinging his sword at the enemy with all his might, he affirmed his will to protect. Once again, the space around them trembled, and rubble flew everywhere. The fanatic fell to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief at what he had just witnessed. No, he was so scared he could barely speak. Impossible! Abyss's ambassador revealed its grotesque, centipede-like body. The sword in Eugen's hand was partially broken, and now all he held was the hilt. Looking at the lingering strands of magic in the air, the fanatic realized that amidst the intense flow of magical power, the boy had read the flow of the strands and cut right through them. Staring at the small yet brave back before him, the old man wondered, "Is this possible? Then is there any magic that this newcomer can't cut through?" Yin's thin lips curved into a smile as he looked at the sword in his hand, feeling immensely proud. The next second, he collapsed from exhaustion, a single regret in his heart, "If only my sword were still intact." The fanatic once again looked up at the star-dusted sky and stammered, "The star of the usurpers." He silently noted that they were observing this kid. Why? "Then is there any magic that this newcomer can't cut through?" Yin's thin lips curved into a smile as he looked at the sword in his hand, feeling immensely proud. Didn't take the available one, and instead tried to kill him immediately. Suddenly, the old man's pupils filled with panic as he endlessly questioned, "This kid, who exactly is he?" To attract the attention of such supernatural beings, abruptly, he opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, and passed a death sentence on the boy in his mind. Whatever the reason, before he gets any stronger, he needs to be killed right now. But someone appeared in the nick of time, slashing the old man from behind and saying, "Sorry about that." Not expecting to be defeated like this, the fanatic turned his head to look, only managing to utter a single word. "You?" Yidia grinned, remarking, "But that's going to be difficult now." Then, he scooped Eugin into his arms, declaring to the ambassador of the abyss, "He is my beloved nephew." Yidia's eyes shone with determination. "I can't just leave the boy to die here." In the sky, the stars continued to twinkle, joined by other lights, yellow, green, and blue. In his daze, the boy felt something was very strange. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked to find himself being held by Yidia. His uncle was seriously injured, but upon seeing the boy open his eyes, he asked with concern, "You're awake?" Yin dazedly opened his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization, and he hurriedly asked, "Uncle Yidia, why are you?" Yidia cut him off, simply explaining, "I came to get you, since you were late. Luckily, I wasn't too late." The consciousness of Abbas's representative was still here, so the boy urged, "No, uncle, we have to run from here. The giant monster from the abyss." His uncle calmly reassured him, "Don't worry." This left Yin utterly surprised. He then saw the monster collapse, as his uncle's steady voice rang in his ear, "It's all over. His eyes still fixed on the monster, he stammered, "What?" Yin looked up at the man as if waiting for an explanation, calling out, "Uncle." But Yidia didn't plan to talk there. So while still holding him, he suggested, "Now then, let's go back and talk." The sky was clear and blue today, and as Eugin walked down the street, he was drawn by some vibrant red roses. He approached to look at the flowers, exclaiming, "So beautiful." Then he stood up straight, pointed, and politely asked the vendor, "Ma'am, how much are these flowers?" When she recognized him, she enthusiastically exclaimed, "Well, look who it is. If it isn't our youngest young master right here." Not stopping there, she continued to tease him. "Why does the young master need flowers? Don't tell me you have a girlfriend." Yin waved his hands, explaining, "No, I'm just visiting a friend in the hospital." She looked startled and cried out, "Oh my, is it the two twin young masters?" She then imagined the scene when the three boys discussed going to that village, exclaiming, "Good heavens, I heard the story about how you young masters ventured into the forest a few days ago to fight, defeating the beasts. Oh my, you must have been injured then. Was it anything serious?" "I hope not," she asked enthusiastically. Yin asked back in surprise, "No, thankfully that didn't happen, but how did you already know?" At that, she extended her muscular arm, patting it with a bright smile. She declared, "Of course, the story of the brave young masters saving the villagers from monsters. The whole town is buzzing with tales of your bravery." The small street then echoed with his shocked cry, "Really? How does everyone know?" "The family council is still in a meeting," the woman explained with a wide smile. "How could they not know? Is there only one soldier's family in this city?" At that moment, Yin's face turned pale as he thought of his brother's terrifying expression. Meanwhile, the flower vendor's voice continued to ring in his ear. "Everyone knows the young masters acted on their own and even that the nations are anxiously awaiting their response." He then came to his senses, admitting, "I almost forgot about that." Suddenly, she handed him a bouquet of flowers, instructing, "Here, consider this a gift for our little young masters." Then she added a reminder, "You're going to get scolded quite a bit later. So it's only right that this old lady takes care of our little heroes, isn't it?" Even though she said that, he still waved his hands in refusal. "Thank you, ma'am. But I really shouldn't." She smiled brightly, trying her best to persuade him. "Please don't say no. You showed such courage at a young age. Think of it as a token of our support." Insisting that Yin take the flowers, she leaned in and whispered, "And don't refuse too much, or this will never end." "You know," Yin asked again in astonishment, "you mean it will never end?" After leaving the flower stall, he was stopped by people on the street. Everyone wanted to give him gift baskets filled with love. Holding all the presents, he was endlessly flustered. "Excuse me." The villagers were so enthusiastic that their gift baskets nearly crushed him, forcing him to cry out, "I'm sorry, I can't carry anymore." At the hospital, the twin brothers stared wide-eyed. "You know," Yin asked again in astonishment, "you mean it will never end?" After leaving the flower stall, he was stopped by people on the street. Explained while panting, "I went to the city to buy flowers for our visit." He recounted how everyone in town gave him all this as a gift. "Yeah, I'm very grateful, but it's a bit much." Bringing the bouquet to his two friends' bedside table, he asked, "I'll just put the flowers here, okay?" Rob replied with a blank expression, "Do whatever you want." When Rock looked at all the things he brought, he had to speak up. "But look how much they gave. It seems the townspeople think this was our first battle." Fivia warriors are usually welcomed warmly with flowers on their first campaign. His gaze lowered slightly. Rob expressed, "I've never seen so many gifts at once." Yin had to agree. "Is that so? That makes sense." At this point, Yin showed his regret, saying, "But I feel bad. In the end, I was the only one who received all the greetings." Rob said dismissively, "It's fine. It would only make you feel guiltier if you were honored without any merit." Suddenly, Rock opened his mouth in concern. "By the way, are you okay? How are you walking around?" After being so seriously injured, Yin exclaimed blankly, "Oh, right." When he spread out his hand, a long scar was still there, confirming that, aside from a few scars, there was nothing serious. Suddenly, Yin's face lit up excitedly, suggesting, "Maybe it's because I rested in advance for the past 5 years." In contrast to his smiling face, the twins soured. Rob reminded him, "You know that's not funny, right?" Yin asked, a little confused. "Not funny?" Yin poked his index fingers together. With eyes that looked like they were about to cry, he hesitated. "Well, I see you're recovering well, so maybe I should go now?" A faint smile appeared on Rob's face. Before he left, he unexpectedly spoke up. "Eugene, I'm sorry for how I treated you before." He cried out in surprise. "Me?" Rock also looked very surprised, as Rob continued seriously, "To be honest, I thought you were just a freeloader, mooching off everyone from your sick bed." Rock couldn't listen anymore and spoke up. To stop him, hey! But Eugene could still hear Rob confessing. But I was wrong about you. That day, you were more of a Folivian than anyone else. These words made him scratch his head in embarrassment. Unable to accept the praise. No, not at all. At that moment, Eugene also commented sincerely, you also looked pretty impressive with your sense of responsibility. I thought you guys were just a bunch of annoying brats who relied on your status. Rock demanded irritably. Go ahead and insult us, you psycho. Then he said, enough with the awkward talk. Just tell me what happened that day. Rock was just curious thinking about the monstrous appearance of the Abyss Ambassador and felt a sense of wonder. How did you survive against that monster? I still can't wrap my head around it. Yin admitted awkwardly. No, it wasn't really anything impressive. It seemed the monster hadn't fully recovered. It just collapsed on its own after a while. The image of Dia holding him in his arms flashed through his mind, confirming it. And right then, my uncle arrived and handled the rest. That's how it all happened. We all agreed on that story. With that, Yin had confirmed what had occurred. Hey guys, does that make you feel let down? One of the two spoke up. Even if it is a letdown, it's all over and we're still alive. The other one added, I guess that's true. At this point, he decided not to disturb their rest any longer and offered to leave. I should get going now, or I'll get an earful for being late. Suddenly, Rock spoke up to stop him. Wait. Then, he abruptly hesitated. It's nothing big, I just wanted to say. Seeing Yin's expectant gaze, he struggled to get the words out. Thanks for visiting. Yin smiled brightly, thinking that's what friends should do. That day, the people of the domain joyfully praised the warriors who protected their land, and in return, the brave warriors faced the abyss to meet those expectations. Yin looked at the courageous soldiers and simply observed, but that's an ideal relationship. That's why the Fivia clan is on the front lines fighting the abyss and has maintained peace. At this moment, he recalled something and had a quiet realization. Thinking about it this way, I can somewhat understand why the clan is so harsh with my uncle and me. If the honor of the Fivia clan were to be tarnished, all of this could collapse. Perhaps that's what they believe. Remembering how he would always tense up and panic at every obstacle, he couldn't help but admit, I even trembled with fear. Then, thinking of his achievements, Yin affirmed, but I overcame it with my pride as a Fivia. Without the pride that being a Fivia bestowed upon us, none of that would have been possible. Of course, that doesn't excuse the harassment, though, especially the way they treated my uncle. It was too cruel and unfair. The clan's expectations once rested on my father, a promising talent. But after he was severely injured in the Northern War and could no longer wield a sword, the family's expectations shifted from my father to my uncle when he was just a child. Yin recalled his uncle's timid appearance during his sword training with their grandfather, affirming, but my uncle preferred books over the sword, and when it became clear he lacked my father's talent. He then thought of the lashes his uncle used to endure, being beaten and berated. You fool! Why can't you be like your brother? Even the younger children here can do better. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? To think my own son is someone like you? You're the disgrace of my life. No, the disgrace of the Fivia clan. Dia endured those dark days until adulthood, and led by their grandfather, the former clan head, they began to scorn, harass, and ignore my uncle. Thinking of the time he himself was bedridden, he noted, I also received scorn from the clan for being bedridden. Back then, a servant took care of him. The Countess has sent this for you. He felt truly fortunate. In my case, I still had my family in Tyr. He felt heartbroken. But my uncle had no one. His days must have been even more painful. Suddenly, his expression brightened as he thought about the present day, but he never gave in, even with such cruel torment. Remembering the times he spent with him, he was certain that his uncle never lost his kindness and gentle nature, and chose to become a doctor to help people. The memory of the night he fought the Abyss representative was still vivid in his mind, and he realized, the truth is, he even overcame his weakness in swordsmanship, becoming a swordsman who could face the strongest in the clan. Suddenly, his uncle noticed the way he was looking at him. Lowering his book slightly, he asked, why are you staring so intently? Is there something on your mind? Yin smiled brightly and replied, just thinking, I want to become someone, just like you. A bit surprised by this innocent remark, he thought to himself, thinking of the countless scars covering his own body, that it would be a disaster if you ended up like me. Just then, as he was treating his own wounds with a bandage clenched in his teeth, Ilias suddenly appeared, prompting him to say, you really know how to make someone feel awkward, don't you? The man immediately replied, never mind that. How's your condition? As he treated the wound on his waist, he revealed, not good. I've lost a lot of blood and my muscles are torn. I expected to lose 20% of my mobility, but the damage was only this severe. It's lucky, considering I just faced the Abyss King. Ilias flatly said, Lucky? Then he suddenly exploded with rage. You call that lucky? Do you have any idea how much effort we put into preparing for that? Standing behind him, Ilias kept ranting, not caring if he was being listened to. It was supposed to be able to handle an entire war front. Wasting it like this, how are we supposed to face that demon general? And that's not even mentioning that you've lost 20% of your power. The more Ilias spoke, the more enraged he became. Why would you do that? Did you get caught up in playing house with that kid named Yin? Turning his head to look at him, Yidia growled, Ilias. His finger pressed against the man's babbling mouth, causing Ilias to stammer, Lord Yidia, you've overstepped your bounds. With one hand, he grabbed the man's head like he was a worthless insect and questioned, if the Fivia children had been wiped out right then and there, do you think things would have gone according to plan? Ilias didn't dare to argue back, merely cupping his now bloody mouth as he listened to the lecture. You tremble at the mere absence of a rotten corpse, yet you think you could withstand the wrath of the Fivia clan? In the first place, if you mages hadn't foolishly decided to revive the king on your own, would any of this have happened? What gives you the confidence to raise your voice in my presence? With tears welling in his eyes, Ilias bowed his head and pleaded, Disciple of the great prophet, please accept my sincere apology for my rudeness. I know it's unlikely, but I couldn't help but wonder if you had forgotten our important goal. His anger having subsided somewhat, he released the man's hair. Ilias bowed his head, admitting, It was my own foolish suspicion that led to such rudeness and disrespect. I will gratefully accept any punishment. Only then did a satisfied smile appear on Yidia's face. The man still tried to explain, but in truth, we weren't the ones who revived the Abyss King. As things stand, we barely completed the ritual on time, so an early revival was impossible. Yidia leaned in slightly, his deep voice resonating. You mages always act this way. Kneeling on the ground, Ilias repented. I have nothing to say in my defense. Then, he asserted, however, the plan has not been hindered. I never expected anything from you in the first place. Yidia's expression turned menacing as he declared, You head of the Hindel Folivia clan, I will personally bring death to him. Upon hearing this, a hint of glee flashed across Ilias's face. The fall of Folivia would proceed as planned. On the night prophesied by the Abyss, Folivia would be engulfed in a sea of flames. On a clear day, Eugin was continuing to practice his 1-second magic, his eyes shut tight in concentration. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. In mid-air, Eugin traced a beautiful arc with his sword, prompting someone to exclaim, Fivia-style, 4-second cut. Wiping the sweat from his face, he paused and asked, What about that, teacher? It's different from the method you taught me, but I still managed to use magic. He then asked innocently, Was it because it was a life or death moment? Your teachings suddenly popped into my head, and I immediately improvised based on them. At this, his eyes sparkled as he asked, So, my magic isn't bad, right? A vein popped on her forehead as she looked on in horror, answering honestly, I don't even know what this is anymore. It's terrifying. Hearing this, Yin looked bewildered and asked confusedly, So this really can't be called magic? She was so flustered she started to stutter, unsure how to explain. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just surprised. Then, she thought to herself, It's incredible that he thought of using magic by cutting his own strings. But this concept had actually appeared during the ancient age of myths. She then explained, It's known as the Desio sword magic. However, it's safe to say that almost no one can use it in actual combat. That's because... At this, Yin finished her sentence for her, a sad look on his face. The moment the string is cut, I lose control, and it becomes too difficult to use if things get even a little bit complicated. She comforted him. At least you were able to use it. Then she explained further. Deo is chaos because it can't be controlled by itself. In other words, it's like shattering a clay pot to create what you want, a method that is incredibly difficult for initiating magic. As soon as she finished, she excitedly grabbed him by the shoulders, shaking him as she asked, How in the world did you do that? Eugin's eyes widened as he stammered, Ma'am, I'm getting dizzy. A moment later, she calmed down and called out to Eugin. Her expression was apologetic, as she admitted it was her fault. She had gotten too excited for a moment and would try to be calmer. Pausing for a bit, she remarked, It's truly wonderful and amazing that you succeeded in using Dio, but reaching the level of a mage with it will be very difficult. Seeing his expectant gaze, she began to explain, It leans too much towards raw energy and is very hard to control. It's not suitable for the complex and sophisticated requirements of modern magic. In fact, there's no one at the academy who can teach it. Hearing this, he countered, Is that so? I think I've figured out a good way. She then acknowledged, Of course. Dio is indeed a formidable weapon, especially since fewer strings mean smaller waves, thus limiting the scale of the magic. Using Deo with a single string achieves nearly 100% energy conversion, which will definitely be a great help to you. However, regarding the conditions mentioned by the vice head of the family, you must meet the Magic Academy's admission requirements within 1 month. At this point, she was certain of one thing. Using Deo to meet those conditions is impossible. He hesitated, wanting to ask something. Her eyes lit up as she instructed. Therefore, since you must meet the conditions to become a mage, even by practicing every single day, we'll have to set Deo aside and return to the traditional method. Eugin couldn't hold it in any longer, letting tears stream down his face as he replied, "Yes, ma'am." While explaining to Eugin, she used magic to demonstrate. Deo is a fundamental method that involves cutting the string to compensate for what's lacking, making it powerful but difficult to control. The traditional method, in contrast, may be less powerful but is incredibly stable. Just then, she conjured a diamond-shaped light in front of him and continued her lecture. That method is bending the string. Bending a string more than 90 degrees severs the connection and allows each part to be used as separate strings. One angle creates 2 strings, a triangle creates 3 strings, and a square results in 4 strings. As she spoke about these things, her expression turned serious. And this is precisely the cruelty of magic for a mage with only 1 string. Eugin listened very attentively, trying to memorize every single word. She had mentioned earlier that for a string's vibration to become magic, it needs at least 4 strings to create harmony. Therefore, with 4 innate strings, one can use magic easily, and even with just 2 strings, you can perform magic by creating an angle. But Eugin needs to create a square just to use magic. This is a huge injustice. She then gave an example. Many mages don't even achieve a triangle in their entire lifetimes, let alone a square. Even in the history of the Magic Academy, it's rare for a student to complete a square. However, Eugin, because you were born with 1 string, you must achieve a square just to begin learning magic. The starting path for a single string is that much different. At this point, she faced reality and admitted, "That's why I said becoming a mage was basically impossible for you, but it seems I was wrong." After hearing this, Eugin gave a bashful laugh as her melodious voice continued to ring in his ears. "Although it may not follow the conventional rules, you succeeded in activating Deo and using magic on your own. I underestimated your talent, Eugin." She then took his hand and promised, "If it's you, you can definitely achieve the square in the remaining time. I will teach you everything I know." He smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, teacher." Suddenly, from within his hand, a ray of light shot out. Eugin then admitted, "But I missed the right moment to say this. The truth is," he cheerfully presented in front of her a square, saying, "I've already achieved a square." To her utter surprise, he explained, "Dio gave me the feel for it, and after I tried to recapture that feeling and gave it a try, if it's you, you can definitely achieve the square in the remaining time. I will teach you everything I know." He smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, teacher." Suddenly, from within his hand, she suddenly shrieked with excitement, grabbing his small hand the next second and declaring, "Of course you can learn magic. Eugin, you truly are a child blessed by the love of the god Phelin." Returning home that day, he was overjoyed, sitting with his chin in his hand, smiling to himself as he thoughtfully murmured the same 2 words over and over, magic. Taya, who had appeared beside him at some point, called out loudly, startling him. Once the young master looked his way, he asked, "What are you pondering, my lord? You've been grinning from ear to ear all day, ignoring everyone else." He stammered, "Sorry, but you?" Yin's eyes went wide as he looked at Jin, praising her. "Good heavens, Jin, I almost didn't recognize you. You look amazing all dressed up." The little girl greeted him politely. "Hello, young master." At that, he looked toward Taya suspiciously. "But these clothes, don't tell me." Without letting him voice his suspicion, Taya confirmed, "That's right, you." Asked, "What are you pondering, my lord? You've been grinning from ear to ear all day, ignoring everyone else." He stammered, "Sorry, but you?" Yin's eyes, 5 years old. Looking from Taya to Jin, beside whom he was now squatting, Yin felt overjoyed at the news. "Really? That's amazing." The little girl smiled brightly and said, "It's all thanks to you, young master." Then, she happily reported, "The villagers you saved are also recovering well." This took him by surprise. Eugin suddenly recalled what Rob had once said. "The village will be destroyed, and the people will be exiled or sentenced to forced labor. If you don't have a problem with that, you can tell the adults." He now asked worriedly, "So what about those villagers?" Taya, with his hands behind his back, answered, "The villagers were sentenced to forced labor. When they're healthy again, they'll work at Bill's farm." This stunned Yin. "What? Forced labor?" He winked playfully and explained, "Although forced labor sounds scary, this punishment is actually very lenient. The work on the farm is hard, but it's 100 times better than slash and burn farming, and the kind Bill has promised to help them adjust to farm life." Hearing this, he felt more at ease, at which point Taya continued to speak, clearly. With the stories of the young master's bravery spreading throughout the town, the elders also seem intent on showing their gratitude. He joyfully exclaimed, "Oh my God, with all these wonderful things happening, I'll remember this day for the rest of my life." Jin added, "Me, too." While the two were joyfully bantering, Taya's expression turned grim. He suddenly spoke up, "Young master, I don't mean to bring this up, while you're in such high spirits, but there's one more thing." He looked back and asked, "What is it?" He then announced curtly, "The vice head of the family wishes to see you today." At that, the smile vanished from his lips, the thought of his brother's cold voice sending a shiver down his spine. "Eugin, your impulsiveness in demon hunting will be discussed after the family council meeting is over." His face was now covered in sweat as he confirmed, "My brother wants to talk?" In a very dark corridor, Yin timidly walked behind his older brother. Suddenly, his brother turned his head, startling Yin. Fivia gazed at him with sharp eyes and began, "I thought you were fine, but you're shivering. That can happen if you're low on Zero. We can talk later. You should get more rest." He hastily explained, "It's not that." Yin hesitated, still not daring to look his brother in the eye. "It's just the thought of being scolded." Hinel seemed slightly surprised and asked back, "Scolded?" He stated coldly, "Of course I can't simply overlook such a reckless act." Yin's voice trembled, his attitude extremely sincere. "I'm sorry, I've prepared myself for it." Suddenly, Hindle remarked, "But your brave actions are certainly an example for the family." The boy happily asked back, "Really?" A spark of joy had just been lit in his heart, but Hindle ruthlessly extinguished it. "If you weren't only 13 years old," Yin then immediately admitted, "His fault? I'm very sorry." His brother's voice then rang out in a monotone. "Despite your young age, you showed the courage and responsibility of a Fivia." He replied happily, "Thank you, brother." Immediately after, his brother pointed out in a stern tone, "However, a 13-year-old facing an abyss worshipper isn't bravery, it's recklessness." He opened his mouth again. "I'm sorry." Yin tried to suppress the fear in his heart, his eyes welling up with tears as he said, "I'm sorry. But brother, I'm not sure if you're praising me or scolding me." His brother's face darkened as he questioned, "You're not sure?" His deep, somber voice, he said with a trembling voice, "I think I understand now." After a moment of silence, Hindo suddenly spoke up, "I'm not so sure myself." The boy looked up at him with wide eyes hanging on his every word. "I wanted to scold you, but I realize you've learned something important from that experience. And I'm very proud and impressed, but I can't just praise you and let this slide, afraid you might take it too lightly." He suddenly lowered his voice, pulling the boy into an embrace and asking, "So promise me you won't do it again, and I'll consider forgiving you." "Moved," Yin exclaimed. His older brother smiled brightly, linking pinkies with him to seal the promise. "Yes, I promise I won't cause any more worry." The corners of Hindo's lips curled up slightly. "Good." Then, his hand reached for a door, and as he prepared to open it, he said, "Now it's my turn to keep my promise." The boy asked, looking puzzled. "What promise?" he asked back. "Have you already forgotten?" The door slowly swung open, a blinding light shining straight into Yin's face. At the same time, his brother explained, "If you met the qualifications to become a mage, I promised I would support you in every way I could." Instantly, something so bright and beautiful appeared before his eyes that he couldn't help but let out a gasp. Looking up at the glowing object, Yin asked, "What is that?" Hindo explained, "You should know this. It is said that the god Phelin shed tears 2 times while conquering the abyss and creating life. This is one of those very tears of the god Phelin." Looking at his older brother, the boy asked for confirmation, finding it hard to believe. "Really?" Yin naively shared his thoughts. "I thought it was just a legend." With his arms crossed over his chest, his brother replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, there's no way to know for certain whether the legend is true or not." While he was still talking, Yin had already reached out a hand to touch it, but there was no doubt that this object possessed immense power, befitting such a grandiose name. He also had to admit it was incredibly beautiful. Yin's eyes were glued to the light, and deep down, he felt a strange sense of nostalgia and familiarity. Maybe it's because it really is a tear of the god Phelin. Suddenly, Hindo spoke up again. "Glad you like it. This tear of Phelin, especially for a mage with as few circuits as you, is an incredibly useful item, predicted to enhance all forms of magic. From amplification to recovery, there's nothing better than the item known as the Lord of Magic." Hearing this, his voice trembled as he ventured a guess. "Wait, you're not saying all this because..." But before he could finish, his brother confirmed it. "Precisely. The item I'm giving you is the Tear of Phelin." Yin was so excited he shouted, "For real, they call this gem the Tear of Phelin." Whether or not it's actually a tear from the god Phelin is still unknown. But much like the legend of Phelin shedding a tear to push back the abyss, this gem, in fact, became the very barrier that separates horizon from the abyss. Naturally, worn down by the flow of millennia, it has lost the mythical power that once protected the West with its mere presence. And that task has since fallen to us, the Fivia family. These latter words from Hindo sent a chill down his spine. However, it still possesses enough power to protect the capital, serving as its guardian stone. What would you do if I gave you the guardian stone that is still carrying out its duty? Yin immediately yelled at him, questioning, Are you insane? Even if I'm your real brother, you can't be so reckless as to give away something like that, his brother calmly explained. What I mean is, Hindo paused mid-sentence, scratching his head in slight confusion. It has lost the mythical power that once protected the West with its mere presence, and that task has since fallen to us, the Fivia family. These latter words from Hindo sent a chill down his spine. However, it still possesses enough power to protect the capital, serving as its guardian stone. It's an artifact created by a master craftsman using the tear of Phelin. When I heard from your teacher that you only have a single circuit, this was the first thing that came to my mind. Like I said before, the tear of Phelin enhances every kind of magic, so there's no item in this world more perfect for you. Hesitating to take it, he asked again, Am I really allowed to have something like this? Frankly, I'm not even a proper mage yet, Hindo smiled, offering encouragement. Think of it as a gift in advance, because I have faith that you'll make it in the remaining time. He was so moved he didn't know what to say, and just called out, Brother. Taking the box from his hand, he beamed. Thank you. He then made a promise. I will absolutely become a mage and live just as he had hoped. On one beautiful day, a glass of water was brought out under the scorching sun. The glass was filled to the brim. Eugin had to struggle with that glass of water for a long time to be able to freeze it. But looking at the shape in front of him, he was completely bewildered. What is this shape? Yine seemed very happy, clapping her hands. You finally succeeded in freezing it. He was sweating all over. Yes, ma'am, but I'm not sure if you can call this a success. It's so hard to create ice without water, and it doesn't really have the shape I wanted. Looking at what he had created, she remarked, it's always like that at the beginning. Besides, the shape is due to the influence of Phelin's tear. It amplifies the vibrations of the strings. You'll get used to it. Anyway, receiving a Phelin's tear as a starting gift for magic, even princes would find it hard to get such a luxurious introductory gift. Then she revealed its price. With a size like this, it's probably worth at least 2 castles. That's Fivia for you. He widened his eyes and asked, This tiny thing is worth 2 castles? But she asserted, Tiny, you say? It's not easy to find a pure gem of this size. He was so surprised he exclaimed, Good heavens, my family is much richer than I thought. Yin smiled gently and guessed, You must be shocked since you didn't know how precious it was, right? Of course it's understandable. After all, it's the most precious gem in the world. He laughed and replied, Yes. Then he recalled hearing someone say that the world's most precious gems were buried deep inside the castle, piled up like mountains. Then she pointed and suggested, Now let's get back to discussing magic. She placed her hand over the block of ice and asked, You might be disappointed with the shape you created, but your magic was actually a great success. The essence of ice magic isn't ice, but coldness. Using the surrounding water is nothing to be ashamed of. That's what mages do at the elementary level, because you can't create negative energy. You need to control the environment around you with your magic to create a space with sub-zero temperatures. Therefore, at the elementary level, only those who can control their surroundings can truly succeed in ice magic. That's why the academic world values those who have mastered ice magic, advancing from the basics of magic. As soon as she finished speaking, she astonished him by creating an ice rose in her hand and willingly called such people mages. She gave him that rose as a word of congratulations. Congratulations on officially becoming a mage, Eugin. Now, holding a document in her hand, she noted that with only 2 days left, it had to be admitted that for someone so confident in their bet, time was quite tight. But during this time, images from the past once again appeared in the minds of the teacher and student. When she discovered he only had 1 second, she had said, I'm sorry, Eugin. 1 second means you can't become a mage, followed by the look of determination in his eyes to become a mage back then. After all, I have 1 month. Even if I'm discouraged by having only 1 second, I want to do something I won't regret. After everything they'd been through, she acknowledged, So much has happened and you've overcome so many impossible things. You might think you were simply taught by me. But in the past month, Eugin, I also learned a lot from you. I hope these days will continue even at the Magic Academy. At this point, she handed him a folder of documents. Here, take this. This is the letter of recommendation and the certificate I promised you. He took it with both hands, his eyes starting to well up with tears. Yine, I'm sure you will do well on the entrance exam, teacher. Overcome with emotion, he rushed forward and hugged her. Thank you so much. Patting his head, she comforted him. Don't cry. Suddenly, she gave a mischievous smile. The real beginning of magic starts now. The scene changes to his house, where Yidia opens the letter of recommendation and exclaims in admiration, "It's amazing that you became a mage in just 1 month, especially with the disadvantage of only having 1 second. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't believe it even if I saw it with my own eyes." Eugin smiled brightly but shyly. "Don't praise me so much." At that moment, his eyes lit up with anticipation. "I'm finally standing on the same starting line as everyone else. The real start is now." His uncle smiled with satisfaction, praising, "As always, you're very mature." Suddenly he recalled what his teacher had taught him. Magic is a study that has a beginning but never an end. From a prospective student to a graduate, you must continue to strive. Then, he suddenly declared, "No, I'm serious." Now, there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes as he called out, "But uncle, you really, are you going back to the capital already?" Yidia confirmed. "That's right. I got word that my patients in the capital are piling up, so I have to head back early. Still, I'm lucky I got to see you become a mage before I left." Hearing this, the boy looked a little sad and replied, "Yeah," before taking a sip of his hot drink. He then asked cheerfully, "Why the long face? Are you sad that I'm leaving?" The boy suddenly shook his head so hard it startled the man into spitting out his drink. "No," Yidia explained awkwardly. "That's what I thought. You're not a 7-year-old kid anymore, and you're past the age of missing your uncle." Then the boy suddenly said, "I'll go to the capital myself," he explained with a smile. "I'm going to enroll in the Magic Academy and go to the capital, so we can meet there whenever." The man's expression became unreadable, making it impossible to tell if he was happy or sad. That would really be a dream come true. Yin insisted it wasn't a dream. As they were speaking, Taya suddenly burst in, yelling, "Young master!" Yin sat up a bit, asking, "What is it? What's happening?" Taya blurted out, "It's a disaster. The Countess is on her way here," which made Yin's eyes go wide with surprise. "What?" Then his expression turned joyful as he confirmed, "Really? Mother is coming back." Hearing this name, Yidia's face darkened. "Skaty is." Yin suddenly wondered. "Mother definitely said that once I was better, I should crawl over to her. What else could it be?" This made his uncle ask in shock. "What?" Taya replied. "I'm not sure. It might just be one of her whims." Yin asked innocently. "But why are you so scared?" "As if possessed by a demon," he remarked sincerely. "Because the Countess is more terrifying than any demon." At that moment, Yidia's brows knitted together, and the scene shifted to a place where people were crucified. Someone's voice rang out. "How surprising. I never thought you would be the one to gather us." A dark mage, sitting imposingly, asked, "The fall of Fivia, isn't that what you wanted to accomplish with your own 2 hands? Did you have a change of heart?" He replied firmly, "My mind hasn't changed, only the circumstances have." Odie then chimed in. "The circumstances started changing the moment you killed the king. Do you realize what a huge effort it was to sacrifice thousands of people without Fivia finding out?" Yidia sneered coldly. "A king who was nothing more than a corpse that had been rotting for thousands of years. Such a trivial thing isn't even worth explaining." These words infuriated the other man. "Trivial? The fact that you killed the king was witnessed by the oracle." Suddenly, the dark mage's human cushion spoke up, noisy, "Be quiet. That's enough." Odie took the opportunity to yell, "How disrespectful." Then Yidia announced, "Skaty has returned." This left everyone present completely stunned. "What? What? Skaty?" Odie couldn't hide his shock and stammered, "She's here? But that woman was last seen in the southern islands. How could she?" Yidia replied, "I don't know. Maybe she crossed the sea. I'm not particularly surprised. The point is, Skaty is on her way. If we want to get everything done before the prophesied day, we cannot just sit around and let Skaty come and go as she pleases." Hearing this, the dark mage spoke up. "So that's the reason you brought us together?" She then questioned, "Are you planning to assassinate Skaty right now? If so, I'd welcome the chance, since I've been wanting to kill another great hero." Yidia responded coldly, "Sorry, but you are mistaken. I have no intention of making a foolish gamble that could cost 2 or 3 of our lives just to kill one person. We will avoid Skaty and launch a surprise attack to destroy the Tear of Phelin. That is all you need to know." He confirmed that everything else was prepared as planned. All that's left is the execution. Odie confirmed. "That means the appointed day is finally here." The dark mage, looking excited, cut in. "So when do we make our move?" His face twisted into a sinister grin as he replied, "Tomorrow night." Meanwhile, Yin wore a terrible expression. War. Taya and Jane were frantically rushing around, carrying armloads of stuff, putting fragile items in storage and moving weapons to the training grounds. He stood there looking around. I get it. A war has broken out, he thought. While he was standing there in a daze, the maids and butlers were shouting at one another. Move that stuff first. I'm on it. Yin spoke up. Taya, what's wrong? Why is everyone acting so crazy? Are we being invaded by monsters? Or something? His face was grim as he didn't answer, instead asking, do you really need to ask? Thinking of that figure, Taya confirmed it was worse than a monster. The Countess is coming. You should go. He was surprised. Really? Is this all because of Mother? Even though she was a bit extreme, isn't this an overreaction? Taya narrowed his eyes and confirmed, a bit. He hesitated slightly. A little much. Taya narrowed his eyes and reminded him, but is that why you came here? To ask me about that? You're holding up a busy person, Yin naively confirmed. Ah, that's right. I came to ask about this. He recalled how he had gone to look for his uncle alone earlier, only to find the room empty. Where did Uncle Yidia go? His room was empty when I checked. That's what Taya recounted, and he wouldn't have left without saying goodbye. He was expelled, so he didn't have time to say goodbye. These words made him widen his eyes in question. Expelled? Taya quickly covered his mouth. No, I mean, it was just a slip of the tongue. In his mind, Yin seemed to understand that his uncle hadn't returned because of a pile of patients, but because he was expelled. At the same time, over with Hindle, who was busy with a pile of documents on his desk, his attention was caught by a knock on the door. Come in. Seeing it was Yin, he spoke flatly, urging him on. Yin, I don't know what you want to say, but can you make it brief? As you can see, because of Mother, everything is piled up as if we're preparing for war. No, I mean, it was just a slip of the tongue. In his mind, Yin seemed to understand that his uncle hadn't returned because of a pile of patients, but because he was expelled. At the same time, Yin screamed in anger. If it weren't for him, who knows what would have happened to everyone there? He was determined to follow his brother and demand answers. He clearly made a significant contribution, so why was he expelled? Where is the justice in such an absurd punishment? Hindel leaned against the bookshelf, looking extremely annoyed. I don't know where you heard that, but there are two things. First, Yidia Felivia's punishment was decided by the family council. The decision was unanimously agreed upon by the family elders and key vassals. It cannot be ignored, not even by the head of the family. Not letting his brother finish, Yin impatiently urged him on. So what exactly was discussed in the meeting? What was said to justify punishment instead of a reward? He stopped him by holding up two fingers, continuing, second, because of Fevia. At this, he recalled how the former family head, Eldest Fevia, had once questioned him. So naturally, when your older brother died, you fled to the capital like a deserter. I thought you had given up swordsmanship as well. Returning to the present, he continued to assert. He abandoned the family amidst the chaos of our grandfather's funeral. The verdict at the time was that there would be no punishment for his desertion back then. Therefore, when Yidia Felivia's name came up again in the council, they couldn't overlook the crime of abandoning the family. Yin still felt it was unfair, immediately retorting, so his achievements were ignored, and he's being punished for something buried in the past? Punished simply for running away? Glancing slightly at him, his brother admonished, don't be ridiculous. I've taught you countless times. Why do we bear the title of nobility? It's because we have a duty to protect. Abandoning that duty isn't a trivial matter like simply running away. He lowered his head, his attitude defiant. I know, but... At this point, he truly exploded, shouting, but what good has being born a Fevia ever done for him? He began to recall the insults Yidia had endured since childhood, always living in his father's shadow. What a disappointment. A disgrace to our family. If only you were half of what Eldo was. If only it had been you that day instead of Eldo. If it was you, if only it had been your arm that was cut off. As he thought about these things, he couldn't stop the tears from welling up. He never had a life of his own. People looked down on him for not being like his father. They mocked and bullied him. But now, when he acted bravely to save people, they punish him. Everything Yin said was true, and for a moment, his brother didn't know how to respond. At this, Yin continued with indignation. And the reason for the punishment is because years ago, he couldn't stand their torment and left. Seeing this, his brother became even more vexed. I used to be proud to be a Fevia, but this is not the Fevia I'm proud of. If this is truly the will of the Fevia elders, then let me attend the next clan council. I will speak to the elders myself. Suddenly, Hindel held up a third finger. Third, our grandfather, the former head of the family, Eldus. Fevia was killed by Fevia. His brother's words left him stunned, and he blurted out, What? Hindo continued with a somber face. Only 3 people know this truth. Me, as the current head of the family, and the witnesses, mother and father, just the three of us. Nothing good comes from knowing. I didn't want to tell you, but I was foolish. If you didn't know the truth, you would never be able to let go of our uncle. The younger brother, who was closer to his uncle than his own father, simply couldn't accept this reality. That's impossible. Then, his brother's steady voice rang in his ears. Idea Fivia. He's not as perfect as you think. Of course, even so, I don't believe our uncle is a demon. I believe it was a mistake, a momentary lapse of judgment in an extreme situation, and as the battle raged on, cries for help rang out, "Save me!" According to Hindel's retelling, regardless of his intentions, Fivia had crossed a line from which there was no return. The uncle himself admitted at that time that it was the second time a Fivia had raised his sword against his own comrades. An act like that is unforgivable. At the same time, dark monsters invaded again, and the soldiers, despite their fear, had to go to the front lines to face them. At that moment, they were notified, all soldiers defending the fortress. This is a full-scale invasion by the monsters. Light the signal fire. Even with the truth laid out before him, Yin couldn't accept it, declaring, "Lies, you're lying, right? How could something like that happen?" Hindo then continued coldly. The only witnesses, father and mother, decided to turn a blind eye. Father, who always felt guilty toward our uncle, let him escape and covered it up as a drunken accident. It wasn't the smartest choice, because the truth could lead to serious consequences later on. But you will eventually understand father's feelings. Impossible. He was completely drained by this unimaginable information. Panicking so much he started to stutter. Impossible! He suddenly burst out of the room, making his brother call out in concern. "Yin, where are you going?" he answered while running. "I'm going to ask our uncle myself. I won't believe it until I hear it from him." At that moment, he sprinted past Julia without a word, ignoring his brother who was yelling from behind. "Wait." Hindo wanted to chase after his younger brother but was stopped by her. "Where do you think you're going at a time like this? Look after the family. Now is not the time for that." Immediately after, Julia announced that there was a fire signal from the Western Front. He was startled and demanded, "What? Give me the details." Her eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke with difficulty. Red 4. A large-scale monster invasion. He grew panicked, unable to hide the tension in his facial muscles. Meanwhile, Yin sprinted out of the house, scanning the sky and the ground. It hadn't been long since his uncle left. He must be staying the night in the village below. If I go through this forest, I can catch up to him. But as he ran through the forest, the horde of monsters ahead stopped him in his tracks. Faced with the monsters before him, for a moment he could only stare with wide eyes and forgot to react. Ilias was also very surprised to run into him here. The youngest son of House Fivia. How? At that moment, Yin also trembled and asked, "An abyss worshipper, how are you here?" He suddenly realized he was inside the Fivia mansion. Furthermore, Yin then cried out in shock, "The assembly bell and the red signal fire." Just then, the man remarked, "It's time." Ilias clutched his head, looking extremely annoyed. "I know, damn it. This brat always shows up at the worst possible time, complicating everything." Although terrified, Yin began to reach for his weapon. "Maybe the bell was because of you people. There are too many of them. I need to create an opening and escape." It was at this exact moment that he realized a crucial fact and blurted out, "My sword." "Oh, crap. That's right. I didn't bring my sword." At that, Yin acted clueless, scratching his head and saying, "I'll just be leaving now." Unexpectedly, the man replied, "I don't want to harm you because Idea is very fond of you. But now that things have come to this, I have no other choice." As soon as Ilias finished his sentence, the monster legion surrounded Yin. "Kill him," Yin asked, confused. "Why?" His expression turned incredibly grim. "Did you just say my uncle's name?" At the same time, Hindle was galloping over on his horse, his face filled with utter rage. "You bastards!" "Oh," a creature with a horrifying head exclaimed, truly astounding. The signal fire was lit, and 1,000 elite soldiers departed, all within just 1 hour. Not even the Empire's Golden Legion has that kind of discipline. Idea then spoke. "Comparing them to a simple ceremonial unit is unfair." Hearing that, the man disagreed slightly, but that very excellence will become the medicine. Poison to them this time. Yidia smiled, saying that all forces under the direct command of the family head had left the castle. Now, the only remaining nuisance was the family council's private soldiers. "I'll handle them. It's been a while since I've said hello." Everything was proceeding according to plan. Eugin seemed to slowly understand, so this was the moment for sweet revenge. He asked how it felt. His uncle replied nonchalantly, "Normal, nothing special." Back to Eugin. He was closing his eyes to recover his strength. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, using Fivia's anti-armor technique, then twisted his wrist. With that, he easily took down each man. Next was the Fivia 4-second slash style, combined with a magic flame blade. At that moment, Yin gritted his teeth and uttered, "Worshipper of the Abyss." The cloaked man was sweating profusely. "This is the youngest child of the Fivia family. You were bedridden with illness until recently." Ilias chuckled. "Is that so? How interesting." Fivia's swordsmanship is truly exquisite. Combined with the talent for seeing threads, it's really all in the blood. Yin was furious. "You snake-eyed bastard, why is my uncle's name coming from your mouth?" Hearing this, the man found it even more amusing. "So that's what you're most curious about." The cloaked man impatiently interjected, "That's enough chit-chat. The others have already begun the invasion. We can't waste any more time." But the man waved his hand dismissively. "No, he's mine. You lead the rest. I won't be joining you." The cloaked man was about to say something. "What?" But Ilias turned to him with a murderous glare. "I said I'll handle him." Seeing this, the man could only comply in silence and quietly departed. "Understood, don't be late," leaving Yin in a state of anxiety. "Wait, where are you going?" Ilias, however, was ecstatic. "You shouldn't get distracted in front of villains like us." With those words, he launched a fatal blow towards the boy, whose face turned pale as he broke out in a cold sweat. "Is the sword controlled by magic? Since it's a physical object, cutting the threads is useless. A direct hit could break my sword. It's quite a hassle for a swordsman. They've prepared meticulously." Yin finally realized. "You, worshipper of the abyss, what are you doing here?" The man floated into the air, laughing. "Only asking now? But worshipper of the abyss isn't entirely wrong. But I prefer another name. By the great prophet and his apostles on his behalf, we have been reborn as the eternal mechanism." Hearing this, Eugene's eyebrows furrowed together. "The eternal mechanism?" Ilias explained. "Indeed, the life granted by Phelin is finite, but the abyss is eternity from the beginning to the future. That is why we are called the eternal mechanism, and Fivia will be the first gift that the god Yidia, the apostle, offers to the abyss." Hearing this additional information, the boy's face became even more stunned. "What?" He clenched his teeth tightly, then he charged forward, shouting, "Nonsense!" But Ilias remained perfectly calm. "If you don't believe it, then why ask?" After speaking, he launched an attack with delight. Yin managed to block it in time. A burning fighting spirit was also welling up inside him. Suddenly, Ilias brought a hand to his mouth in a sinister gesture. Then, with a flick of his hand, he sent the boy flying. The boy spat out blood in astonishment. "Rocks?" Then he had to endure the attack, tumbling several times. Ilias stood with his hands on his hips, full of pride. "You recklessly charge and screaming, only to believe such an obvious deception. You think throwing rocks is all I've got? My magic can control hundreds of tons of rock. Therefore, the famous Fivia swordsmanship you're so proud of, and even your talismans are useless against me. Unless, of course, you have an unbreakable sword and the ability to cut through rock. It's no coincidence that I was chosen as the vanguard for the Fivia invasion." Seeing this, Yin told himself, "Calm down. This worshipper of the abyss, his claims aren't just empty words. He's truly strong. My swordsmanship can't penetrate his magic, and I don't have a weapon, but there's still something I can do." Then he thought of Yidia again. "Just forget it. He's just trying to shake my resolve with nonsense." At this moment, Ilias continued, "You don't seem to want to give up, so what will our little young master use to face the bad guys now?" Yin no longer paid any mind to those words. "I fully anticipated that my weapon could break. The weakness of that is the backlash from the spell directly affects it. No matter how good the sword is, it will eventually break. That concern gave me a powerful inspiration from ice magic. If it's an ice sword, even if it breaks, I can always make another one." With that thought, he declared, "I have plenty of swords." Ilias looked on with a bewildered expression, but a second later, he burst out laughing. He cackled mockingly. "For a mage to only achieve a square in 1 second is such a waste of talent, don't you know? The more seconds you break, the weaker the power. If you had even 2 seconds, you could have formed a true claymore. But with only 1 second, all you can create is a small dagger. This very fact is why a mage's potential is determined by the number of their innate threads. Since you've shown me something interesting, I'll show you my full power in return. The maximum number of threads a person can have is 10, and I have 9. Let me show you the difference in our levels." Flames engulfed the entire village. The captain roared, "Where the hell did those bastards crawl out from? Teams 1 and 3, you're responsible for evacuating the civilians," he shouted. "They're exploiting a gap in our forces. This won't be over quickly." A soldier replied, "Understood, Captain," he said with difficulty, not noticing a monster closing in. "Damn it. In all this chaos, what is the family council doing?" The captain turned his head to see a massive monster staring right at him. The captain raised his sword and cursed, "I thought I was supposed to get some rest in my golden years." The monster slammed its fist into the ground, sending several people flying. He screamed, "Bring it on, you piece of trash!" Suddenly, someone cast a spell, and a blast of icy power shot past, much to the captain's astonishment. The massive monster was instantly frozen solid. He wondered aloud in disbelief, who could cast a spell of this magnitude? Professor Eisen yelled, "Is everyone okay?" She said, panting heavily. "Good heavens, what in the world is going on?" The captain exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, you're the young master's teacher. Thank you for your help." He wiped the sweat from his brow and explained, "As you can see, we've been suddenly attacked by abyss worshippers. We're just as confused as you are. Could you possibly lend us your assistance? A powerful mage like yourself would be a huge help." Eisen nervously clutched her hat and stammered, "Yes, I'll do my best, of course. But fighting is completely new to me, aside from play fighting with my pet. Fuji is very fierce, but he's cute." The captain reassured her, not noticing that pieces of ice had already started to fall. "Don't worry, we won't put you in harm's way. Even just supporting us with magic is a huge..." The monster suddenly shattered the ice. It roared and charged toward the two of them. She screamed in terror, and he cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" Just then, a flash of light streaked down from the sky, piercing straight through the monster's head before landing beside the two of them. Both of them were left gaping in astonishment. A red-haired woman landed in front of the monster's collapsing corpse. Julia asked, "Are you all right?" "Akin," the captain replied. "Thank you." Julia suddenly gasped, her mind flashing back to the scene from that day. Julia roared in anger. She's just a mere mage. What could she possibly know about the master? She prayed silently. "Please don't mess things up in the future." Akin chuckled and said, "It was a blessing in disguise that you weren't assigned to the vanguard and stayed behind," Julia explained. "That's because the family had entrusted the young master to my care." She scratched her head, wondering, it seems like he ran off to find someone. But where could he have gone? Eisen suddenly screamed, "What? Eugin!" She pointed ahead and said, "What are we going to do?" If he went after Dia, he must have taken that path to the village. Just as she finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted from that direction. Eisen and Julia froze, and she stammered, "What was that?" She gritted her teeth. "The young master is unleashing his power like a madman." Eugin was struggling to hold on. A light flashed in his eyes as a surge of power materialized in Eugen's hand. "What did you just say?" The man narrowed his eyes, thinking, "Impossible. This kid, he's forming an ice sword with a square and using Desio and then recasting it every time it shatters. Is such a miracle even possible for a human?" Ilias stared at the glowing earring, lost in thought, and then Phelin's tear. If I let this continue, he could probably keep it up all day. Ilias smirked, raising his hand and thinking to himself, still, despite that, the limits of a 1-second cast are all too clear. Streaks of blue light shot straight toward Eugin. Unable to dodge in time, he was struck in the shoulder. Eugin coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zero. He thought of the trajectory. An invisible force struck Yin's back, slamming him to the ground. Yin choked, his eyes rolling back as he struggled to think through the pain from his side. Ilias approached, glowing strings on his hands. Ilias said smugly, "Having more strings isn't just about having more power. The strings can also be compared to hands." He raised his hand, saying, "So if you have about 9 hands and use 8, you still have 1 hand left to attack from behind." Yin's eyes widened in realization. "This is..." Ilias approached, glowing strings on his hands. Ilias said smugly, "Having more strings isn't just about having more power. The strings can also be compared to hands." Yin suddenly had an epiphany. The difference in a mage's talent lies in their strings. He thought helplessly, "There's no way. I can't win." Suddenly, Julia rushed in, calling for the young master. Yin cried out in alarm, "Julia!" A brilliant red light flared from her spear. Julia gritted her teeth as the two streams of power collided, creating a massive explosion. The shockwave made the surrounding trees tremble. The smoke cleared. Julia stood protectively in front of Yin. She asked, "Are you all right, young master?" He replied, startled, "I am, ah." Upon hearing his answer, Julia suddenly collapsed to her knees. Yin yelled in concern, "Julia, are you okay?" She replied, "Don't worry about a little thing like this." Julia asked, "But what's the situation here? Who is that mage?" He replied, "I don't know either." Ilias spoke up, "Looks like we've caught ourselves a pretty big fish." He began to cast another spell. Ilias laughed. "Julia of the magic spear is worth spending some time on." Julia growled, "I'm going to start by ripping that arrogant mouth of yours apart." Worshipper of the abyss. He let out a vile, appreciative laugh, boasting despite his broken arm. Yin worriedly wondered, "What do I do? Because of me, even Julia is. What should I do?" Suddenly, his hand touched something wet. Yin asked in confusion, "Water?" He suddenly realized, recalling his master's words, "Use the surrounding water. There's nothing to be ashamed of. That's what mages do," he thought to himself. That's right, water. Only those who can control their environment can truly succeed with ice magic. Yin ran over and said, "Julia, can you buy me some time? She answered with difficulty. I'll buy you time. You should find a safe place, he declared seriously. No, I'm not running away. I have an idea that will let us fight back and win. Julia was stunned. Ilias laughed. What nonsense are you spouting? The strings of light shot toward the two of them. Ilias roared. With just one string, Yin gritted his teeth as an orange light blasted the strings away, causing a massive explosion. He covered his mouth and asked, using Deo on the ground, trying to block my sight with dust? Ilias exclaimed, truly, a foolish trick. Julia charged from behind, but Ilias quickly blocked her with a stone wall. He laughed, saying, as long as your attacks can't touch me, blocking my sight is pointless, isn't it? She clicked her tongue as she was thrown back. He laughed arrogantly and shouted, as expected, even the famous Julia can't pierce my stone in her condition. How foolish to attack directly. Thanks to this one-string young master, my job just got easier. Julia smirked as she warned, you idiot, look behind you. He froze. Behind me? Yin closed his eyes, a diamond-shaped light slowly glowing in his hand. Ilias contemptuously said, I thought you were preparing some kind of great spell? How pathetic. A carefully prepared spell from a one-string mage will obviously only amount to so much. Of a threat? Before he could finish his sentence, a sword of water slashed down. He thought in a panic, when did this happen? Ilias was bewildered. In his mind, it's no use. This kid is surely, Yin growled, enunciating every word. This is a sword. He swung down with all his strength. Yin yelled, one string, while thinking, is mine. Flashing back a few minutes earlier, Yin had exclaimed, Julia, I have an idea that can help us fight back and win. Julia cut him off. I'm not listening. To it. I was entrusted by the family head to protect you. Her back was firm and resolute. Julia said, no matter what you're thinking, your safety is my #1 priority. While I buy time, please get away. Yin frowned. Julia, do you really think I'm the type to run away by myself while you do that? If you don't want to waste time, just follow my plan. She pursed her lips, looking at him. Then, Julia got into her stance and said, do what you want, but you have to escape if things get dangerous. Yin exclaimed joyfully, Julia! Ilias cut in. What are you muttering about? He attacked, roaring, with just one string, and quickly blocked Ilias's magic. The massive explosion made him lose his footing. Using the smoke as cover, Yin moved away, saying, I'm counting on you, Julia. He thought to himself, teacher? As they say, using the environment is also a mage's skill. As a stream of light gradually converged into a crystal in Yin's hand, he thought, if I'm lacking something, I'll seek help from nature. And if that's still not enough, streams of water began gathering into a sphere. It gradually formed into a water sword. Yin silently resolved to just keep repeating it until it was enough. As he slashed down, he thought, this is the path I must walk as a mage. Ilias was too stunned to dodge. He wondered in confusion how it was possible, as in just a second, the water sword slashed down and cracked the very ground. The smoke cleared, revealing the moon and the figure of Ilias coughing up blood amidst the smoke. He thought in disbelief, this crazy kid acts as if stacking magic is a normal thing to do. He just learned magic. Ah, stacking magic is like building a tower on top of a tower. With each stacked layer, the difficulty increases exponentially. At least ice or stone or solids, stacking them is a bit easier. But even so, how many times did he stack that? He laughed maniacally, his pupils constricting. Ilias said excitedly, but that doesn't matter anymore. It was just a surprise. From now on, I won't even give you a moment's time. Before he could finish his sentence, a fist slammed right into his face. Julia clenched her hand and said coldly, you think I'd give you time? You're an idiot. At least ice or stone or solids, stacking them is a bit easier. But even so, how many times did he stack that? He laughed maniacally, but at this rate, I'll just be a hindrance in the fight. She turned her head and said, I'll take responsibility for leading the members of the Eternal Mechanism away, so, please, join the defense team first, Julia continued. With you there, the enemies who've breached the walls can be pushed back. Yin let out a confused cry. Huh? Yin stammered. Ah, well. He suddenly slapped both his cheeks and yelled, no, what am I smiling about? The capital is in. Danger. His action left Julia bewildered. Ilias suddenly spoke up. Do you think anything will change if you go? It's already too late. Julia asked in annoyance. What? He explained. Even a single one of our apostles is equivalent to an army, and 3 of them have gathered. The fall of Fivia is unstoppable. Elsewhere, Yidia Fivia was calmly strolling through a sea of flames as if nothing was wrong. His eyes scanned the surroundings as he hummed a tune. Yidia looked up at the burning citadel. In another place, a meeting was in progress, but everyone in the room was terrified. Someone asked, what is going on? We've been suddenly invaded by thousands of monsters. Another person said, this is like an omen of the Northern War. An elder slammed the table, stood up, and yelled, what the hell? He roared. It's not a dire situation yet. The person across from him shouted back just as loudly, but we can't ignore that possibility. The elder said, despite this audacious attack, our esteemed family head has stepped in, so I'm sure he'll manage it just fine. Eric frowned as he watched them argue. He sighed. What pathetic creatures. This was the council chamber of the Fivia family. The man seated there was Edric Fivia, Eugin's grandfather. Eric intervened. Everyone, calm down. That isn't the most pressing matter, he continued. We need to figure out how to deal with the Abyss worshippers gathering in the castle like a swarm of flies. Even though most of our forces are deployed elsewhere, we can divide the troops we have here, an elder retorted. What are you talking about? An invasion of this scale can easily be handled by the guards. They began to argue again. Eric rubbed his forehead and muttered, we need unity at a time like this. The elder said, you want to plan on splitting our forces when we're already short-staffed? What if they attack the council in the meantime? Have you forgotten that we are the pillars of Fivia? The doors suddenly swung open, but they continued to argue. If we fall, Fivia is finished. He glanced towards the entrance. A man walked in and spoke. Greetings, esteemed elders of the Fivia family, Edric asked in astonishment. Yidia, why are you here? The elders roared. Yidia, you demon! Weren't you exiled? Do you take the council's decision so lightly? How dare you show your face here? He ignored the elders' curses and continued to speak. So it was you, Yidia. He smiled in reply. I see only you could recognize it, uncle. Edric suddenly realized. So you sold your soul just to get revenge? Yidia explained. It may look like revenge, but you of all people should know, right? That I'm not the type to seek vengeance. Yidia's eyes turned pitch black. Something monstrous was flying out of his right eye. He ripped off his coat flap, saying, just like before, I was simply swept away by fate. Edric replied grimly. Is that so? A murderous glint flashed in his and the knight's eyes. Edric drew his sword, declaring, now, pay the price for not defying fate. Elsewhere, two figures entered. The Dark Witch said contemptuously, how boring. I didn't expect the path to the sealing stone to be unguarded. Odie replied, Fivia has truly eroded over the years. He added that people have probably forgotten the true meaning of the Tears of Phelin, reducing it to just a symbol of good fortune, which is lucky for us. She raised her hand and exclaimed, but this is so dull. It's too dark in here. A spark of green fire appeared on the finger of the witch, as she said, I need some light. A light flared up. When did Hindo appear behind the Dark Witch? His eyes flashed with killing intent. Hindo asked, so you also seek light in the darkness? He growled, preparing to cast a spell, but both monsters panicked, and she cried out, you! Why are you here? Hindo shouted and swung his arm. You are unworthy of seeing the light. He stared intently ahead, thinking to himself, my sword is too short. Hindo watched the two of them slowly recovering. The Dark Witch roared in anger. I was almost cut in half. This bastard. She laughed loudly and said, good, this is getting less boring. Hindo looked at his sword and noted, this dark energy from who knows where, and those black clothes. He asserted, Crusade hunters, a dark witch, huh? She gave a ghastly laugh and replied, fortunately, this nobleman here still has eyes to see. The Dark Witch spread her arms and said, so what now? Are you scared now that you know who I am? Odie, at her side, cried out, my head hurts. Hindo raised his sword and said, I've heard plenty about your evil deeds. His mana erupted with his killing intent. Hindo declared, I'll make sure you pay the price. Eugin thought as he ran. The three apostles have already made their move. The seal has been broken, and the age of the abyss will begin again. What they're after is the tears of Phelin. I have to stop them by any means necessary. Eugin suddenly saw Yin running behind her. She wondered. Elsewhere, Hindo was slowly approaching, full of killing intent. Odie called out to Hindo in fear. He asked, how are you here? Aren't you supposed to be commanding the troops in battle? Hindo replied coldly, I knew you scum were plotting something for a while. Surely you didn't think you could break Fivia's defenses with just a few thousand monsters. It was obvious you were aiming for the castle while our forces were deployed. Odie swore. Damn it, so the deployment was a feint? He thought of Ilias and said, what did Ilias do? Couldn't even buy us some time. No, we should have revived the king to prevent this from the start. The Dark Witch grasped the hilt of her sword, asking, so what? That's why you showed up here alone, isn't it? The two monsters immediately took a fighting stance. Odie replied, that's right. Hindo instantly lunged forward. His sword and hers clashed, creating a piercing sound. All of Hindo's slashes were blocked by the witch. She laughed as she roared. Didn't you say you'd make me pay for my crimes? Hindo gritted his teeth as she continued. This isn't enough to take me down. The two clashed fiercely. Odie muttered while casting a spell. 8 arrays of cubic squares. You foolish creature. Hindo was startled and spun around, as streams of light had already enveloped him. He thought to himself, spatial point, space severing. Odie twisted his wrist and shouted, break the fracture point. The light encased Hindo. He said, this will end quickly, you pride of Fivia. Odie was shocked when he saw an orange glow emanating from his dark spell. Odie cried out in astonishment. What? Hindo sliced through his spell formation and quickly rushed towards Odie. He thought, a severing technique? This is absurd. Odie was lost in thought. Find the strings compressed into a 4-dimensional cube and sever them in the void of space. That's the magic designed to counter the eyes of Fivia. Hindo growled angrily. You're using magic that isn't allowed to exist. As Odie prepared to cast another spell, he thought, does this mean that the eyes of the Fivia family head are on another level? Then there's no chance of winning against him. I have to at least stall for time. With that thought, he slammed his hand on the ground, which cracked open as slabs of rock jutted out. Hindo narrowed his eyes, his pupils flashing as he looked at the stone slabs. A cut appeared, and it quickly shattered into neat square blocks. Hindo charged forward in response. Just then, the Dark Witch suddenly appeared from behind. She swung her sword and shouted, what are you two doing all alone? Hindo parried, thinking that if this keeps up, it will never end. Her sword struck his shoulder. As Siro gushed from the wound in his mouth, Hindo thought, good. Cut her down. The Dark Witch's arm was also severed. Odie resumed chanting his spell from behind. Hindo realized it just as she laughed and said, taking the flesh and leaving the bone, I'm growing fonder and fonder of you, my prince. The Dark Witch kneed him in the stomach and continued, but we can't afford a prolonged fight. Hindo's eyes rolled back in pain as more Siro spewed from his mouth. She swung her sword and shouted, what are you two doing all alone? Hindo parried, thinking that if this keeps up, it will never end. The flame shot out as Odie declared, without any tricks, I will destroy you with absolute power. Hindo thought, to imagine that a group of people who worship the abyss with such power exists. Not retreating was a mistake, so at the very least, his power must erupt in this final moment. His eyes glowed orange. Hindo silently resolved, tch, I'll drag you two down to hell with me. Even if I die, I'm taking you with me. A sudden orange light flashed and shot forward, slicing through Odie's magic, stunning Hindo. Odie asked, who is that kid? Hindo turned and called out Eugin's name. The boy said seriously, I'm here to help, brother, the Dark Witch said mockingly. How adorable. Did you come to save your big brother, kiddo? She held out her hand and continued, but on your own. What can you possibly do? Why don't you go get your mommy and daddy? Suddenly, someone interrupted. The third witness of Nihiratin pointed her wand to the sky and chanted, eliminate. A white circle appeared, enveloping everyone. The witch asked in shock, what is this white space? Hindo struggled to call out Istin's name. Odie, as if suddenly realizing something, shouted in a panic, wait, stop. The Dark Witch noted, it seems you know this magic. Istin spoke up. No one move, she declared with a tremor in her voice. If this magic is completed, everyone here. Istin shut her eyes tightly and said, we'll die. The witch said incredulously, what nonsense are you spouting? Odie yelled at her side. Don't act rashly, he explained. It's not nonsense at all. This is a universal principle, proven by Nuris, the second disciple of Phelin. Odie continued. When this magic is complete, this space will freeze to absolute zero and vanish without a trace. The witch exclaimed in shock. What? Odie mused. I thought it was just a theory, but she is truly dangerous. I never imagined she would actually succeed in proving it, and what's more, to recreate it in just 6 seconds. The second disciple's magic. He looked at her and thought, her way of thinking is even more dangerous. Istin swayed, saying, I'm so tired. Eugin cried out in alarm. Teacher, he thought, if we're not careful, she'll blow us all away indiscriminately. The Dark Witch rubbed her forehead and said, well now, things are starting to get interesting. Annoying pests always ruin the fun, don't they? You want us to have a little chat? She then screamed in fury. As if, you think, I'll fall for such a pathetic threat? Odie muttered. She's insane. The Dark Witch roared. If you think you can kill me with that thing, then bring it on. I'll tear you to shreds before that spell is complete. Istin cried in fear, but suddenly Yidia appeared and knocked her unconscious. He spoke placatingly. Don't shout so rudely. With a face covered in Siro, Yidia said, you'll startle the teacher. Eugin cheered happily. Uncle, Hindo wondered. Yidia? Eugin's smile faded into confusion as he saw her collapse. But why? He asked. The Dark Witch laughed and said, perfect timing. Odie sighed in relief and asked, brother, is the business with the clan council finished? The now corrupted Yidia confidently affirmed, of course. Not a single one is left. It's all taken care of. The words that just left his mouth immediately made Eugen's face darken. What? Clenching his fists, he growled. Stop saying such strange things. Everyone has been talking bad about you all day. I'm so confused. Eugen forced a disbelieving smile. There must be some misunderstanding, right? That has to be it. Hindo sensed something was wrong, glaring and gritting his teeth as he turned his head. Yidia took the siro from the wound on his neck, stretching it into a sharp metal shard and exclaiming, "Good." Slashing down with his fingertip, Hindo lunged to shield the boy. Eugen stumbled back as Hindo took the metal shard straight through his chest. He watched as Hindo was timing. Odie sighed in relief and asked, "Brother, is the business with the clan council finished?" The now corrupted Yidia confidently affirmed, "Of course, not a single one is left. It's all taken care of. While I was suffering here, with my arm taken away." Yidia barely even reacted. "You've had a hard time, haven't you?" A red, sinister aura suddenly enveloped her from behind. Had to endure unbearable torture. Deception? How could this happen? The dark sorceress judged with a look of disgust. So arrogant. With immense power, he charged forward, still impaled by the metal rod, and slashed horizontally right at her. Yin was so stunned he couldn't speak, with two glowing red eyes snarling. "Come on now, that's not something a doctor should say to their patient." The dark sorceress glanced behind her. What's with that weird stance? It looks like he's telegraphing his move, yet he fearlessly and calmly told her to get out of the way. Creating another weapon from the wound in his side, the dark sorceress's eyes widened in shock. How is this guy still alive with a pierced heart? Seeing Hindel's blazing red pupils, Odie began to tremble slightly. He charged straight at his opponent and slashed, and a powerful crimson explosion erupted. Odie had to respect the power coming from both sides. "This is insane." Yidia explained that this was to maximize the centrifugal force of Fivia. He was ready to avenge what just happened. His glasses also glowed, sparking an aerial battle with a divine parry. No, he's been dead for a while. And immediately, he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Seeing his brother die right before his eyes, Yin's terror reached its peak, his eyes filled with despair. The others stood there, questioning in confusion. Is he a zombie? No, it must be the power of a madman. People say that Northerners enter a combat state through self-hypnosis, enveloped in a frenzy. They won't die until the battle is over. And this man is at the peak of that madness. The son of the red monster Skaty, a talented swordsman with the eyes of Fivia and the heart of a berserker. By now, Hindle had completely changed form. In a voice full of doubt, she asked if he was still alive. Yet Yidia maintained a sinister smile and confirmed it. But the mother as well. Then, wiping his hands on his shirt collar, he said, "Hurry up. Let's end this." The dark sorceress had something to ask. Looking over at Hindle, she asked for his opinion. "What should we do with that kid? He seems to have lost his mind. Should we kill him?" That seemed to provoke Yidia once again. This could have been a disaster, and Yidia is also of the same lineage. He knew well that the real disaster wouldn't be facing just the son. Not wanting to say anything more, back with the patrol team outside, they were bewildered by something mysterious that had just rushed past. What just swept through this world of ours? He took a deep, calculating breath. Ah, that would be a problem. He suddenly placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and called out in a savage voice, "My dear nephew." Leaving her standing there with her arms crossed, there are signs that something terrifying just passed through here. While two others were busy arguing, "You idiot, if it's on our side, why would it destroy our city?" Then he received a blunt reply. "Is that so?" Unlike their panic, the captain unbuttoned his shirt slightly and sighed in relief. It's over now. Was it a new monster invasion? None of that made sense, as the only damage was to the enemy's side. Another patrol group shouted a report to him. "Over here, Captain," as he spread his hand to let energy spread throughout the crystal. After sitting there for a while, the dark sorceress yawned, so bored that tears welled up in her eyes as she asked, "Hey Odie, I'm bored to death here. Is it over yet?" So he immediately scolded her. "What kind of stupid thing are you saying? Even if she's weakened, do you think breaking Phelin's barrier by yourself is easy?" The reason was the figure of a woman standing tall in the light. Lifting Hindel's body, the Lady of Fivia had returned. The battle between Skaty and Odie wasn't over yet. The boy rushed to his uncle, trying to say, "This must be a nightmare, right? This isn't really happening, is it?" Then he even knelt and shouted, "Right, uncle?" Playing the villain. His uncle smirked and replied, "I'm sorry about this." But Yin couldn't hold back and yelled, "Don't just say sorry, try to explain it." Being yelled at, she flailed her arms and legs, complaining, "Shut up, damn it, I'm so bored." Ignoring her, Yin's sorrowful question to his uncle caught Yidia's attention. "And not only that, your eyes clearly show terror." "What?" Yidia pleaded. "But look, this is the final request of a pathetic man." Just listen to your uncle this one time. Gripping both of his shoulders, his uncle invited him. Let's go talk to the oracle together and then. Yin felt as if he were about to fall into an abyss, while Yidia laughed maniacally, stressing, "You will understand everything. It's destiny." Yin, still lucid, gritted his teeth and shot back. "That's ridiculous. You've been brainwashed by that cult, uncle." "Uncle, why?" But the moment his uncle stood up, his overwhelming presence answered, "This is all for you. You might feel confused and hate me right now. I understand." At the same time, a dark sorceress zipped past and was immediately detected by him. "You witch. Do you have a death wish?" She immediately shot back coldly. "Are you insane? You're bleeding that syrup. You could actually die." "All right, now I understand how severe your obsession is. I won't kill the boy." And Eugin screamed, "Let me go." Unable to hold back any longer, Yin snapped, summoning a metal blade and lunging at his uncle. But Yidia just endured the attack, offering no resistance. Obsessed with the boy, Yidia clutched his wounded neck and agreed, "All right, let's compromise." Meanwhile, Yin struggled desperately, "Let me go. I'll kill all those who worship the abyss. It's not just your uncle." At that, the dark sorceress swiftly grabbed him by the throat, saying, "But that includes you, kid." Lifting Yin clean off the ground, she sized him up, this cute face with a knife stuck in its neck. "Perfect. You might grow up to be my type of man." But I wasn't about to let him get away after inflicting that wound. Right then, the third party showed her true colors. "You get it, don't you? If you two don't cooperate, I'll just kill you both and be done with it. The only man in this world as handsome as our youngest son is my husband." It was none other than Yin's mother, Skaty, hands in her pockets, who mockingly declared, "And both of them are mine." Startled by her sudden appearance, the sorceress's eyes went wide as she stammered, "What?" Seeing her son in danger, Skaty smiled, but her voice was a clear warning. "That boy is mine. He belongs to me, so let him go." Seeing this new arrival, the dark sorceress Quang Min grimly thought to herself, "This woman is the red monster. The red monster. Skaty. How? But I suppose it has to end for you here?" Another silhouette appeared, remarking, "You certainly have an eye for quality." The voice alone made both Yidia and Eugin flinch. Skaty revealed her true form, a face like molten lava. Grabbing the dark sorceress by the neck, she made her pay for daring to touch her son. "I come home after so long, only to find the place in shambles," she said, glancing at Yidia. "Is this any way for our little crybaby lord to behave? I thought I was at my parents' house." Seeing his family member, the uncle let out a chuckle and replied, "Yeah, something like that." Yidia welcomed his family by drawing his weapon. "Long time no see, sister-in-law." While completely shattering the dark sorceress's hand, she matched his tone and replied, "To him, long time indeed. How long has it been? Since the last time I told you I'd kill you on sight?" Then casually flinging the sorceress away with one hand, she added, "Sounds pretty serious, doesn't it?" Of course, you could hear the annoyance in his voice. "If you'd just been a bit later, I would have been on my way." Wasting no more words, Skaty pulled a massive machete from her coat. I didn't even hear her footsteps. The sorceress was bewildered. "This is Skaty?" I pictured a monster, but she looks rather ordinary. Just as she thought that, Eugin was worried sick about Yin, his voice trembling on the verge of tears. "Mom, brother." Skaty's expression was determined, yet held a hint of worry as she walked forward and reassured Yin, "Don't cry. Mommy will wrap this up quickly and then I'll hold you." Yidia was still channeling his magic into a crystal. He just asked, "How long do you think you'll need?" He got his answer, 5 minutes. "I'll try to finish it within 5 minutes." Yidia reluctantly calculated in his head, 5 minutes. I can probably hold out that long. A giant one, and sized him up. "You're so naive. It feels like just yesterday you were a sniveling crybaby, and now look how much you've grown." Having witnessed all these shocking events, her entire body swelled and blistered into a grotesque form, her mouth twisted with resentment. "Skaty, you're the greatest. Let's fight until we're nothing but minced meat. Let's fight." Her opponent had gone completely berserk, but Skaty just casually scratched her ear. Strange. I was sure I crushed her windpipe. "But if you insist." She feared no one. "All right, fine. I accept. This is getting exciting." Skaty hummed, a wide grin on her face. "I've never been courted so passionately before. If it was just the two of us." Right then, the sorceress behind them began to mutate into something monstrous. The noise made Skaty look over her shoulder, while Yin's eyes rolled back from seeing something so horrifying. First, she opened with a light, direct punch, then grabbed the dark sorceress and slammed her into the ground. Next, it was her corrupted little brother-in-law who dared to provoke her. He caught a full-blown slap that sent him flying before he could even form his syrup into a weapon. The syrup couldn't harden into a blade. It just shattered into fragments. As Yidia was hit, the sorceress sprang up from behind, fists clenched for an attack. But Skaty was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, she was already unleashing a powerful kick, machete in hand. But she didn't need to use it. Skaty pulled her leg back and saw the Dark Witch's face was already swollen. And that wasn't all. For daring to touch Yin, she gifted him another slash. Odie held his posture. His eyes darted back, assessing the situation. It seemed the two of them couldn't even fight back, and that was Skaty, a complete madwoman. She hadn't even used her full strength yet. Although we still need to buy time, it'll be meaningless if they all die. Therefore, he temporarily brought his hands together to cast a skill. This was the time for his final option. There was no reason to hold back now, and then Odie touched his fingertips together, and magical rays radiated out, enveloping the surroundings. Although we still need to buy time, it'll be meaningless if they all die. Therefore, he temporarily brought his hands together to cast a skill. This was the time for his final option. At the same time, the space gradually turned gray. She wanted to move a facial muscle, but it felt as if she had turned to stone and might shatter. Time had frozen, and everything stood still. Time stop. His whole body was drenched in sweat as he struggled to raise his eyes as high as possible, staring at the giant crystal in utter shock. Not even for my husband. Yin couldn't believe what he was seeing. His mother seemed totally energized. Skaty charged into battle, taking a few practice swings with her machete. Hanan's theorem of time. Hanan, the seventh disciple of Phelin, believed that in a space with no momentum, time would also stop flowing. But as you are experiencing right now, he was unable to prove this because neither momentum nor time can be reduced to zero. But a trick like this is still possible. She writhed with a look of discomfort, a magic she had never heard of or seen before. I feel like I should kill you on the spot. However, Odie, who could use this freezing skill, still revealed its secret. This magic is proportional to my movement. It only loosens its control on the target when I move. That said, it could be even better. I'm telling you all the weaknesses of my magic because I truly want to have a conversation, as I am on the defensive. Skaty gritted her teeth and endured. Go on. And so Odie began his introduction. I am a high priest of the abyss and the god of pestilence. God Negron, the leader's aide. I have received the immense love of God Negron, and if I offer myself as a sacrifice, I can summon a plague that could annihilate Fivia. Hearing this, Skaty seemed to waver. Her eyes widened at his next words. Lady Skaty, with your vast knowledge, you surely know of it. The Black Plague, the one that reduced the population of Eastern Horizon by half. The moment he uttered it, if it were to be unleashed, half the population of Fivia will. Suddenly, a cracking sound appeared. A blazing red light shone directly on Odie, making him flinch. The frozen seal was shattered. A voice seething with rage boomed. You disgusting tentacle-faced bastard! How dare you try to negotiate with me like some dog? He'd drawn the shittiest straw. He never expected his luck to run this dry. The magic of the 12th disciple follows the laws of the universe, and she just broke it with pure physical strength. A source of power radiated from around Skaty, overwhelming his technique, as she furiously advanced amidst his pleas. Don't come any closer. If you take another step, I will release the plague. She glanced at him with eyes that wanted to tear Odie apart, emphasizing, try me. She hated that kind of threat the most. Skaty gritted her teeth, her face contorting as veins popped. You think that by threatening Fivia as a hostage, I'd be scared enough to let someone with your kind of power live? She flew into a rage, becoming a madwoman as she slashed relentlessly. You think you can just use it anywhere you want? What do you want? Just die right in front of me. Her body gradually grew larger, overpowering him. She declared, half the population of Fivia will be buried along with your heads. Scared shitless, Odie couldn't believe this absurdity. And then she continued her assault. Both the Dark Witch and Yin screamed, Skaty! But she was not afraid, even muttering to herself, like parasites. Gripping her knife tightly, Skaty had only one thing on her mind. I'm going to split you in two and gut you. At that same moment, Odie's two hands were showing signs of closing. After clasping them tightly together, he commanded clearly, Stop! We have achieved our objective. A dark space filled with eyes was revealed. Odie let them know. Scared shitless, Odie couldn't believe this absurdity. And then she continued her assault. Both the Dark Witch and Yin screamed, Skaty! But she was not afraid. The Dark Witch, furious, refused to let it go. Damn it, I'll definitely kill you next time. The young man also escaped death, saying, I guess I'll see you next time, sister-in-law. She was so stunned that her confidence vanished, standing frozen as she wondered. A diversion? Spatial magic? You're getting cocky now that you have the upper hand, mocking me. You've made a fool of yourself, Skaty. Phelin's tear isn't within the temporal resonance zone. While we've been talking, the dismantling has continued. She was furious for letting her guard down. You can still afford to carry out the dismantling process while using magic. Odie gloated with smug satisfaction. Phelin's tear is about to detonate, the explosion will become a legend, and Fivia will disappear without a single trace. How dare you trick me? Skaty grabbed his collar and cursed. You bastard. And Odie defiantly shouted back, if that's what you want, I'll die right here. He even added a threat. Even in death, I will become the Black Plague and haunt Fivia like a ghost. Caught in a difficult situation, she had to make a clear-headed judgment. A man who could become a legend in the magical world was throwing his life away as bait. But then, the black thread was suddenly wrapped in a golden light. What the hell is that? The two threads gradually merged under Skaty's gaze. Someone's hand was channeling power. It was Eugin, who was kneeling on the ground. Skaty was astonished as he closed his eyes, gently channeling his magic, his body radiating a pair of brilliant wings of light. Eugin, that, and Odie quickly noticed the change. Phelin's tear is stabilizing. I can barely even force it to overload, and he's controlling Phelin's tear on the very brink of an explosion. He was shocked, trying to reassure himself. No, it's not that kid controlling it. Phelin and the 12 disciples from the heavens are intervening through this child. I have to inform the House of Prophets. At least one disciple. My own eyes have witnessed this. And then Odie activated a giant black hole. I'm sending it. Skaty, who was standing there, was also affected. I guess I'll see you next time. Sister-in-law. She was so stunned that her confidence vanished, standing frozen as she wondered. A diversion? Spatial magic? Eugin, who exactly are you? Eugin opened his eyes, his face a mask of terror and rage. He sat up, screaming and clutching his head, which startled Tai. In his hand he already had a weapon, and he screamed in frustration, I'll kill you. Just then, Tai rushed in to hug Eugin, trying to calm him. Young master, please, calm down, everything's okay now. In his hand he already had a weapon, and he screamed in frustration, I'll kill you. Just then, Tai rushed in to hug Eugin, trying to calm him. Young master, please, calm down, everything's okay now. As he kept calling for Tai. Suddenly, a shout made them both jump. Son! Eugin rushed to open the door, exclaiming, Mom! Down below, Skaty stood with her hand on her axe handle and shouted, You're awake! She glanced over with a slight smile and asked, Now that you're awake, shouldn't you come report to your mother? Tai-A's face went pale and his jaw dropped, while Eugin happily called out Mom again. She was slowly being pulled into the black hole, finding it hard to understand her opponent's intent, suicide at a moment like this. But then she glanced over at Eugin. No, more importantly, Young Master! As Eugin leaped down into Skaty's arms, Tai-A's eyes went wide and he threw his hands up, yelling, No, Young Master, you've been in bed for a whole week. You need to rest. The mother and son smiled as they embraced. She doted on her beloved son. If you'd woken up a year later, you would have lost an arm. When did you get so big? Eugin said with a tremble in his voice. Mom, I'm sorry. It's my fault. My big brother Hindo. He tried to protect me, and now he's gone. Skaty leaned down to soothe him. Your brother isn't gone, he asked doubtfully. What? Hindo noticed something and said with a faint smile, It looks like our roles are reversed now. Eugin, his eyes welled up with resentful tears as he called out, Brother! His big brother was safe. Fortunately, the spear had missed his heart. Skaty happily mumbled, What are you doing there? Are you trying to hug him and risk making his injury worse? It looks like the spear actually helped stop the bleeding. His mother burst out laughing. That guy's terrible aim. Not only did he stab and miss the heart, she held out her arms with a smile and said, Come here. He frantically pulled at his hair, screaming in terror. Young master, you can't just jump from there. Tai yelped in shock, shouting. The fortress that had been attacked was quickly partially restored thanks to the efforts of the guards, which minimized the damage, and also because the true target of the Law of Eternity was the Guardian Stone all along. Unfortunately, I heard the Guardian Stone was destroyed right when I collapsed. An ecstatic voice screamed, The explosion will become a legend, and Fivia will vanish without a trace. Anyway, it was a blessing in disguise, as we prevented the worst-case scenario of the stone exploding. It's truly a shame that Fivia's Guardian Stone was destroyed, Skaty asked with concern. You don't remember what happened? Eugin replied in confusion. What do you mean? But it's not a huge problem. The real power that truly protects Fivia from the monsters of the Abyss isn't the Guardian Stone, but the brave warriors fighting on the front lines against the Abyss. The front lines. In the far west, where thousands of monsters attacked, a memorable victory was achieved with minimal losses thanks to his older brother's swift support. At least we can say the number of casualties was reduced, but no matter how much it was lessened, the war still claimed many lives. That day, Fivia lost 21 noble members of the family council and hundreds of brave warriors. Rob bowed his head and wept. He was furious, gritting his teeth and muttering, Those bastards from the Eternal Law, they killed my grandfather. Yin, I'll become stronger. Stronger than you, to make sure Fivia never suffers such a humiliation again. Hearing those words, Yin's lips curled into a cold smile as he said, I will too. I'll get even stronger. Strong enough to hold the eternal law accountable. But do you really think you can become stronger than me? Rob clenched his fists and replied irritably, You just got a little head start. I'll catch up in no time. Don't act all high and mighty just because you're going to the Magic Academy. Yin glanced down at his fist, scoffed, and said, The Magic Academy? I'm not going to the Magic Academy. His face filled with confidence as he stated firmly, I will stay and protect Fivia. The two of them froze at his words, asking in disbelief, What? The scene shifts to another place, with ancient houses standing close together. In a room, Yin lowered his head, saying in confusion, After all the effort you put into teaching me, I'm sorry, teacher. I think I'm finally starting to understand what responsibility is. People do things they don't want to do to protect what's precious to them, right? But I think I've been too selfish. Yin's expression was clouded as he continued in a low voice, being born a noble with heavy responsibilities and only wanting to do what I want. The teacher's expression darkened as she was about to speak. Suddenly, a somber voice cut in. Are you saying this for my benefit? Yin trembled as he spoke. From behind, Yin jumped with a yelp. His mother Skaty playfully pinched his cheek. You whine just like your father. Stop bothering your teacher. Come on, let's go outside with me for some fresh air. The sun shone down on the mountain where the two stood. Skaty turned to her son and asked cheerfully, Look, isn't it beautiful? Yin walked over and said hesitantly, Yes, but what did you want to talk about? Why did you call me out here? Skaty lowered her voice. About you, giving up on the Magic Academy? Is it for revenge? Hearing this, Yin seemed a bit flustered before calmly replying, Yes, of course I have to get revenge. One day I'll make him pay. She put her hands on her hips, looked up at him, and asked nonchalantly, Is that so? To me, it seems your heart is more filled with confusion than a desire for revenge. You're wondering why Yidia didn't kill your brother and spared him instead. Immediately, Yin looked up, stunned, and replied, Huh? That's right, Uncle did let my brother live, didn't he? She crossed her arms and analyzed, thinking it was just a coincidence would be comforting, but it's unlikely. Yin timidly muttered, Then why would Uncle? Suddenly, her expression changed, and she asked suspiciously, You seem very curious. He replied, confused, Yes. She gritted her teeth, glared at him, and burst out angrily, He killed dozens of your relatives, and because of him, hundreds of warriors are dead, sending a chill down Yin's spine. She started hitting him as she scolded, And you're more obsessed with the fact that he spared your brother. You declare you'll get revenge, but instead of fanning the flames of vengeance, you're busy looking for a reason to forgive him. If Yidia told you some sad story, would you be ready to forgive him? With that mindset, do you think you can get revenge? I'm going to beat that pathetic attitude out of you. Yin lowered his head, lightly wiping his cheek and muttering, Why? Is it wrong to wonder? He looked Skaty straight in the face and said resentfully, Mother, you always go off and do as you please. Father is so weak that he spends half the year recovering in the capital. He clenched his fists and said with deep resentment, To me, more than you and Father, my big brother and uncle felt more like my parents. Isn't it natural to wonder about them? Unexpectedly, Skaty hugged his shoulders and replied cheerfully, That's right, that's it. Be honest, just like that. Don't force yourself to do something when you have no real desire for revenge. Worried about what others think? You were miraculously given a chance at a second life. Are you going to waste it worrying about what others think? Do what you truly want to do. Yin pondered her words. What I truly want to do? Then his expression became distant as he mumbled, But what I want is magic. When Fivia is under attack, how can I enjoy magic by myself? When he heard Skaty's words, just Fivia, he was stunned. She smiled gently and continued, How could you enjoy magic all by yourself? When he heard Skaty's words, just Fivia, he was stunned. She smiled gently and continued, To become a mage like the god Phelin, you need to look beyond Fivia. Yin looked at her timidly and asked, What? How did you know my dream? She gave a wicked smirk and replied, Of course, your brother told me. That kid gave a whole speech full of stories when I asked about you. About Yin's dream. He embarrassedly covered his ears and shouted, Not again. He only told you, right? He didn't go around town talking about it, did he? Skaty laughed in confusion. Why are you embarrassed? Having such a dream while being a mage. Yin panicked for a second, shaking his head and whining, No, it's not that. It's just that my brother always does that. Skaty immediately put an arm around her son's shoulder to soothe him. Don't worry, you're not the only fool in Fivia with such a ridiculous dream. The fool of Fivia himself wasn't bad at being foolish either. Yin asked in confusion, Dad? When I was known as Scafison, I swung my sword with anger. and fighting spirit. At the age of 22, in the land of warriors, I had no rivals left. In times like that, a handsome young man, sheathing his sword with a charming smile, would ask, "May I have this dance, my lady?" That was Fivia, 22 years old. Your father appeared again. Skaty gave a faint smile and said in a low voice, "He looked so pathetic, really." Hearing those words from her, Yin was genuinely shocked and asked, "What?" She remembered Eel's doting smile, his gentle, teasing voice, even when he made Skaty angry enough to fight him. "I thought I had no rivals left, but to think a fool who knew nothing of real violence could be my equal, that was an unbearable situation." Skaty threw a stone hard and cursed, "Damn it, I can't stand it. The humiliation made me tremble with anger. How could a fool like that compare to me?" Soon after, I discovered why. I went to Mount Naka. Everything that foolish man said was sincere. Skaty saw Eel covered in the slime of monsters. The heir to the noble Fivia family had overcome his family's opposition. He looked at her lovingly and called out, "My lady," because that man was sincere about his dream of peace. Skaty reached out her hand and whispered, "It's all over. Strong enough to end the war." He sadly spoke in a low voice, "I'm sorry, my lady. Please forget what I said on that drunken night, now that I've become like this." Suddenly, Skaty cut him off. Silence. A warrior shouldn't talk so much nonsense. Eel looked at her, bewildered. "My lady." She glanced at the coming dawn and said gently, "Fivia is a land with endless enemies and a place where someone who desires peace like me resides. Not a bad place to start my second life." So I took him for myself. Kidnapping this man before anyone else noticed. Every time I see your emerald eyes, I remember that day, that moment. You're like your father. Not me. You're too weak to live like me. Don't burn yourself out with anger like I do. Follow your dreams, without doubting them like a fool. Yin pressed his lips together, trying not to cry. Skaty once again put an arm on his shoulder encouragingly. Seeing my man fall into reality once was more than I could bear. With his cheek swollen, he declared resolutely, "Mom, I will become a mage like Phelin. Just as the god Phelin saved me from suffering, I will become someone who can help others. That will be my unshakable dream." Seeing her son so confident, Skaty said proudly, "Yes, that's how it should be." Yin nodded in agreement. She glanced at her son, thinking to herself, maybe I should have hit him a little lighter. At that moment, the carriage was waiting. Yin slowly boarded it, and in front of him was his family, gently seeing him off. He smiled happily, and Taya also peeked her head out to watch. The cumbersome carriage started to move. Yin sadly stuck his head out to wave to everyone. One last time. His face was filled with happiness and joy. On the carriage, he shouted, "Magic Academy!" Taya, worried and angry, yelled, "Don't lean out. Like that. It's dangerous." Hindo's expression was calm as he asked curiously, "So why didn't Yidia kill you?" Skaty crossed her arms, glancing at him teasingly. "You're curious too?" He hesitated before replying. "I should at least know the reason, right?" She just said, "It's just a guess. But going this far, your uncle probably doesn't have the guts to face any more resentment. That's how pathetic he is. I spared your uncle out of pity, and this is how he repays me. Truly, people shouldn't start doing things they've never done before." Hindo closed his eyes and sighed. "No wonder you hid Yin. But you don't regret it, do you? Are you bitter that I sent Yin away like this? I've barely seen the boy these past few days." Lowering his head, he said quietly, "Staying in Fivia won't make him smile anymore. Now that the family elders are gone, their struggle for power will inevitably lead to a bloodbath. Of course, the one to put a stop to it all will undoubtedly be the master of Fivia." Hindel's robes billowed as he burst out in frustration. "I feel uneasy using the inheritance of the comrades we just fought alongside a short while ago." Skaty frowned, a smirk playing on her lips as she spoke pointedly. "To become a true noble, you need the guts to stab even a king in the back, not just your comrades. You're only half my son." "Fine. Then let me give you a reason to be ruthless. At the southernmost edge of Horizon, I saw the barrier that separates the abyss from Horizon crumbling, and the abyss stared back at me through the cracks in that barrier, the feeling of my own existence being so insignificant. That was a first for me. I'll admit it. I was scared too." Hearing those words from his mother, Hindel asked in disbelief, "What? What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" She pondered for a moment, then turned to him with a serious expression and replied, "I'm not joking. Did you think I returned just to jest? Soon, there will be a war with the abyss that will make the Northern War from 21 years ago look like a skirmish. The recent, sudden uprising of the abyss worshippers might not be a coincidence." The color drained from Hindel's face as he asked doubtfully, "Does father know about this too?" Skaty simply mused before explaining, "About half of it. What I just told you is based on what your father calculated, and the other half on what I personally witnessed at the southern edge. Inside the carriage, Eugin held a box. He asked curiously, "What's this?" Taya looked at it and answered in a low voice, "Oh, that was sent along with you, Eugin, so when you meet in the capital, your father will know." He hastily shook the box and asked suspiciously, "It makes a rattling sound when I shake it," Taya yelled in panic. "That's a gift from the madam to the count." The carriage continued to jolt, their voices echoing inside. "Really? Just let me open it once. Don't even dream of it." Scenes drenched in syrup, along with the humiliating words from that day, flashed through Yidia's memory. "You pathetic creature. If only it had been you that day, instead of Eel. You're a disgrace to the Fivia family. It would be better if you were dead." In that dark memory, a light suddenly appeared, drawing his attention. From within the light, a small, adorable Yin crawled out and made his way toward Yidia. The moment he saw his uncle, Yin beamed and called out happily, "Uncle!" The boy's appearance moved Yidia to tears. Back in the present, Yidia lay in a pool of red syrup, muttering to himself, "The same dream again. Even after getting my revenge, I can't escape the past. So was it all meaningless in the end?" Suddenly, his gaze, muttering to himself, "The same dream again. Even after getting my revenge, I can't escape the past. So was it all meaningless in the end?" Suddenly, his gaze, his uncle, Yin beamed and called out happily, "Uncle!" The boy's appearance moved Yidia to tears. Back in the present, Yidia lay in a pool of red syrup. "Ask how I'm doing?" Ian ignored his foul expression and replied nonchalantly, "Of course not." Then, he brought up the miracle that the boy named Eugin had performed, which was witnessed by an elder of Negron. It was news he had come to deliver to Yidia. "The oracle has given her verdict." This made Yidia exclaim in surprise. "What?" Ian continued to speak at a leisurely pace. She said not to worry about it. After a moment of thought, Yidia found himself agreeing with the oracle's decision. "I agree. He's just a child after all." Suddenly, his expression turned fearsome as he growled, "But why are you the one delivering this news to me personally?" Ian was amused by this reaction and decided to poke the bear. "Well, I thought you might be curious, seeing as he's your precious nephew." "Isn't he?" Suddenly, Ian burst out, "I just hope nothing bad happens to the boy." Yidia's mind instantly recalled the earnest words of Eugin! "I'm going to the Magic Academy in the capital." He quickly seized on the key point. The Magic Academy. He also remembered Eugen's excitement when he mentioned it, "So we can see each other there any time." Without a moment's hesitation, Yidia immediately ordered a maid to contact Elikis in the capital. The maid immediately complied and asked, "Understood, my lord. What message should I send?" "Tell him to protect Eugin with the very life I granted him." Meanwhile, Ian toyed with the orb in his hand and mused, "Eugin Fivia seems to be quite favored by Phelin." A sinister smile spread across his face. Poured out, but if the oracle said not to worry, it surely wouldn't affect the big picture. Even so, he remained quite wary of Yin. But there's no reason to leave a stone in the path just because it isn't blocking the carriage. As he spoke, Iceland suddenly crushed the orb in his hand, especially if that stone is within one's own territory. He then gave an order to his subordinate, "I'm leaving this to you. Soha, eliminate him quietly." Soha respectfully accepted the order. "I will carry out your command, Apostle Iceland," he then added with a calculating tone. "I happen to know just the right person for the job." The scene shifts to the Hebronia Kingdom, the kingdom of IAS. Yin was incredibly excited and fascinated by everything there. "So, this is the kingdom of IAS. There's so much to see." He was like a curious kitten, looking here and there. "Awesome. Your comrades, you're only half my son." "Fine. Then let me give you a reason to be ruthless." At the southernmost edge of horizon, I saw the barrier that separates. But there's no reason to leave a stone in the path just because it isn't blocking the carriage. As he spoke, Iceland suddenly crushed the orb in his hand. "Young master," he warned Yin in a low voice, "but it's dangerous to act so carelessly in the capital." With a naive expression, Yin turned and asked, "Why?" "Your comrades, you're only half my son." "Fine. Then let me give you a reason to be ruthless." At the southernmost edge of horizon, I saw the barrier that separates. It's crawling with arrogant royals and power-obsessed nobles. Furthermore, he'd also heard rumors that the greedy, corrupt merchants are no better than common thieves. Poured out, but if the oracle said not to worry, it surely wouldn't affect the big picture. Even so, he remained quite wary of Yin. We have those who operate in the shadows, not to mention the fact that it's steeped in the darkness of the criminal underworld. In the middle of a crowded place, Taya bluntly declared, "It's a city of crime. That's what the kingdom of IAS is to you." Naturally, his words were overheard by everyone around them, making them furious. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting, you country bumpkin?" "Oblivious," he continued to declare loudly. "Acting like a hick will get you robbed even when you're on your guard. You understand?" After hearing this, Yin remained nonchalant, offering a slightly sarcastic assessment of Taya. I get it, Taya. Your prejudices are pretty severe. His comment made Taya jump and exclaim, What? Still, he was adamant about warning his master. It may seem that way, but we really need to be careful. Of course, Yin didn't seem to care much and simply replied, Oh, really? Right at that moment, a voice suddenly cut into their tedious conversation. Excuse me, sir. A beggar child timidly approached them. I'm really, really hungry. Could you please spare something? The sight moved Yin, who murmured with pity. Oh dear. Taya, however, bluntly tried to shoo the child away. That's enough. Go away. Do you have any idea who this is? In response to his attitude, Yin naively asked, Why can't we? What? Still, he was adamant about warning his master. It may seem that way, but we really need to be careful. Of course, Yin didn't seem to care much and simply replied, Oh, really? Right at that moment, a voice suddenly cut into their tedious conversation. Excuse me, sir. Was also just as startled and muttered, Fivia? Taya finally realized what was happening and yelled, A pickpocket! In the very moment he thought to himself, Wait a minute! Taya was already shouting after Tamiya, who was running off with their luggage. Wait! Stop! The poor beggar child from earlier also took this chance to flee. However, bluntly tried to shoo the child away. That's enough. Go away. Do you have any idea who this is? In response to his attitude, Yin naively asked, Why can't we? You can eat that lizard yourself. The current situation left Taya both flustered and furious, and he screamed, What are we going to do? The gift for the count was in there. So, without a second thought, Yin let out a short sigh. Then, he took off after Tamiya, not forgetting to call back to Taya, I'll get it back. His sudden action left Taya dumbfounded, stammering, Mas! Though dazed, he thankfully snapped out of it and called after Yin. In the midst of the chaos, they didn't notice someone watching them while eating. No, we need to register at the Magic Academy today. That's where we're supposed to be going, young master. But no matter how loudly Taya yelled, Yin kept running. Let's just report this to the guards. Come back here. The person who had been eating and watching them this whole time was none other than Soha, and he was a little... Assessing the two of them, the situation was pretty chaotic. Back with Tamiya, who was running for his life, the main reason was Yin chasing him relentlessly from behind. Stop right there. The fact that he could keep up so easily left Tamiya terrified. This is crazy. And so the kid had to push himself to full speed to shake him off. This in turn slightly surprised Yin, who thought to himself, he's surprisingly fast. As Tamiya desperately fled, he wondered to himself, how could this country bumpkin chase him through these alleys? The kid was a bit confused, wondering why he couldn't shake Yin off no matter how fast he ran, despite constantly trying to misdirect him. Back with Eugin, who was using his divine eyes, he could feel just how useful they were in a real confrontation. His senses had become much sharper. Beyond the movement of muscles and the vibrations of their fibers, he was well aware of the little thief's amateurish attempts to shake him. I'm starting to see more. He probably tried to confuse me by leaving false trails. However, all of it was useless before his eyes, because in his sight, all the trails appeared right before him. Even the real tracks were crystal clear. Combining these trails revealed the boy's true escape route. That's how Yin finally caught up to Tamiya in an alley. But what he saw there made his face fill with shock. As it turned out, someone was violently gripping Tamiya's arm, causing the kid to scream in pain. My arm! The one acting so forcefully was Sewer. Upon seeing Yin arrive, he casually greeted him. Hello there. He then hoisted Tamiya up and asked, This is the one you were chasing, right? Agent Fivia? Before he even had a chance to remind Eugin about the evils of the capital, he was suddenly shoved away from the child. It seems this is your first time in the capital. There are plenty of scumbags like him around here. You should be careful. Yin's expression soured, and he growled, What are you doing to a child? That attitude prompted Sower to ask. He casually greeted him. Hello there. He then hoisted Tamiya up and asked, This is the one you were chasing, right? Agent Fivia? Before he even had a chance to remind Eugin about the evils of the capital, he was just upset by the man's brutality. I know, but there's no need to break the kid's arm. The man paid him no mind and even casually remarked, Huh? Ah, it seems you don't know about these people, about how terrible they are. Even if you break their legs, they still won't learn their lesson. As he said that, he glanced over at the little thief, who was taking the opportunity to escape while they were talking. Look there. Just as Sewer was about to mock the kid, even after being saved, some people are just ungrateful, when he was shoved aside and told, Be quiet. Huh? Seeing him walk forward, he asked curiously, You're going to chase after him? Yin's stubbornness made him ask a barrage of questions. Why are you doing that? Are you going to try and reason with him? Obviously, those words angered Yin, who asked through gritted teeth, Are you looking for a fight? With an annoyingly nonchalant attitude, Sower stepped back and replied, Ah, my apologies. I didn't mean to provoke you. I'm genuinely curious to hear your thoughts, since the name Fivia makes one see things differently, doesn't it? If there's a peaceful solution, then I'll admit I was wrong. Seeing that Yin wasn't even looking at him, he continued to prattle on. I should have introduced myself sooner. I am Sewer, the son of a humble merchant here in the capital. Seeing that he was finally being polite, Eugene decided to show him some courtesy and turned his head back and said, "Isn't it better to try talking rather than breaking a child's arm?" Afterwards, he politely shook Sewer's hand and introduced himself. Eugene Fivia, youngest son of the Fivia family. It seems you already knew that. That gesture made Sora acknowledge, as expected. Then he continued, "Coming from a merchant family, we have all sorts of information." In his mind, Yin was busy thinking that wasn't just a casual remark directed at him. A curiosity rose within Yin. Why would the apostles of the eternal law be interested in someone like him? And to answer that question, he decided it wouldn't hurt to test him a little. So, he let Yin know, "I also know the thieves' hideout." Hearing this, Yin exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" At the same time, in a dark alley in the capital, some thugs began beating up the children because they hadn't brought any money back to them. Among those children was Tamiya, the very one who had just stolen Yin's bag. The kid trembled in a corner, feeling lucky. Thank goodness, just as the boy was. He decided it wouldn't hurt to test him a little. So, he let Yin know, "I also know the thieves' hideout." Hearing this, Yin exclaimed in surprise, "I won't get beaten today." Soho looked on, so shocked he was speechless, then asked in a low voice, "This isn't exactly the right atmosphere for a calm discussion, is it?" Looking at Yin's wide-eyed, shocked face, Soho could only assume he had lost his mind, and indeed, Yin now looked very much like he'd been scared out of his wits. How can this be? It seemed this was also within Soho's expectations. Indeed, looking at the reality of the situation, it could only happen this way. He judged Yin based on his own thoughts, that the boy who grew up sheltered under the Fivia name could only shamelessly play the hero. His eyes were fixed on Yin as if he were expecting something, knowing everything. What was I expecting? To sweet-talk him and then leave? After a moment of silence, Soho decided to advise Yin in a softer tone. "Let's go back. Nothing good can come from getting involved with scum like this. Everyone knows the thugs in the alleys are connected to the abyss." His words made Yin ask back doubtfully, "The abyss?" But he just continued, saying the stolen item could be reported to the guards. "Aren't you enrolling in the Magic Academy today?" Hearing this, Yin was stunned and stammered, "Ah, magic." Then he started muttering to himself like a madman. "That's right, I need to enroll in the Magic Academy because I have to become a mage." His voice rang out, low and steady, "And the reason I want to become a mage is because I was saved by the god Phelin." Suddenly, he shot up and yelled loudly, startling Soho slightly, "I also want to become someone who can save others." At this point, Yin finally noticed Soho and turned to say sincerely, "Thank you for bringing me here. I can handle it from now on, so you should head back." He gently and worriedly advised Soho to go on ahead. "If you stay here, you could be in danger too." His words and actions made Soho startle and exclaim loudly, "What?" His eyes were filled with horror. "Are you really going to fight?" He couldn't believe Yin would actually stand up to protect people that he didn't even know, for kids he'd never met before. Back to the poor kids who were still being beaten. "You bastard. I should feed you to the dogs. Your flesh." Before that guy could hit the kid again, Yin kicked him right in the groin and yelled, "Or how about I turn you over to the guards?" His appearance stunned the thugs and the children into silence. After a moment, whispers broke out, "What's this? Who is this guy? Who is he?" Then, Yin majestically commanded the thugs, "If you repent right now and promise not to hit these children again, I will let you go." His every word left them dumbfounded. "Oh, and my purse too. Give it back." Just then, the guy Yin had kicked in the groin suddenly roared, "You idiots, what are you waiting for?" He ordered his underlings, "Get him." Suddenly, from somewhere, Yin grabbed a whole bucket of water. Then he mercilessly splashed the bucket of water on the thugs and shouted, "I knew it!" The gang, having just been doused with water, realized in horror, magic. In that moment, one of them tried to launch. Waiting for, he ordered his underlings, "Get him." Suddenly, from somewhere, Yin grabbed a whole bucket of water. Then he mercilessly splashed the bucket of water on. His abilities made all the children's eyes widen in admiration. After dealing with those pests, he immediately turned to check on the kids. "Are you guys okay?" In addition, he kindly reassured the kids, "Don't be afraid." Just as he was about to play the hero and say, "I will protect," he suddenly heard the voices of those shameless thugs. They were forcing a child out to be a human shield. "What are you kids doing? Your family is being attacked and you're just standing there watching? Can you just stand by idly? You ungrateful orphans." Yin froze at this scene. I'm sorry. The poor child's pleas for mercy echoed in his ears. "Please, spare Us. That savage scene threw him into turmoil once again. Why? Why would they go this far? As for Soho, who was watching everything from above, the incident made him reevaluate Yin. If defeating bad guys solved everything, what problems would the world have? Left? You're not just some young master who's all talk, I'll give you that. However, there was one point he still had to criticize, but in the end, you have nothing but a little bit of courage. As he was running his mouth, he suddenly saw something. You're nothing special at all. Down below, a large thug. He bellowed at the kids cowering behind Yin. You brats hiding back there, what are you doing? He actually ordered those scrawny, emaciated kids to subdue him. If you don't want to die, then pin him down. While the big guy with a pea-sized brain was busy cursing at the kids, a mysterious figure appeared out of nowhere. Do you think he'll just stand there forever? Anyone who hesitates now will definitely get a beating later. Right at the moment that guy was running his mouth, well, so annoying. Suddenly, he was sent flying by a slap from the mysterious newcomer. Then, the mysterious person slowly uttered, "What brings you here?" It seemed this person's appearance had left Yin a bit stunned. This person, a towering figure with a monstrous appearance, spoke deliberately. For such a noble person, regardless of what this man was saying, Yin could only marvel, so strong. The man, meanwhile, respectfully asked what brought him to such a filthy place. It seemed all the thugs in this area knew this mysterious person, so they were extremely indignant that he had struck them. Lord Joseph, why did you suddenly attack us? The man called Lord Joseph, enraged by the question, ruthlessly struck the man down and growled, "Shut up, you pathetic scum. Have you gotten your kicks from beating up children?" The old man cursed and beat them mercilessly, right in front of Yin. When you see someone of high status, you either get beaten like a dog or you wag your tail like one when you see them. After teaching this worthless bunch a lesson, Joseph softened his tone and turned to ask Han Eugin. He was an uneducated lout. "My apologies, sir, but may I ask what brings you to this miserable place?" Though he was a bit intimidated by the old man, Eugin answered honestly, "I was looking for a stolen item, but then I saw these. Children being brutally beaten." His words seemed to embarrass and fluster Joseph, who said, "Seeing such vile behavior from these uneducated louts must have been a shock to you. Those rotten bastards. I will discipline them myself. I will also find your item at once." Then, the old man suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, that's right, sir, may I have your name? I guarantee that nothing like this will ever happen again." Without any hesitation or fear, Yin stepped forward in front of Joseph and clearly introduced himself. Eugin Fivia, the youngest son of the Fivia family. "I'll be staying in the capital from now on, so remember to conduct yourselves wisely." As soon as he heard that he was from that legendary family, Joseph's face filled with surprise as he uttered, "Fivia." Then he hesitantly asked, "If you are the youngest son of the Fivia family, then you must be the one suffering from that incurable illness?" Yin quickly confirmed it, but was also curious as to how the old man knew. "That's right. How did you know about that? Am I that famous? Why does everyone know?" Suddenly, the old man became enthusiastic and gushed with admiration for Yin's uncle. "Of course we know. You are the beloved nephew of Lord Yidia. There isn't a single person here who hasn't been blessed by Lord Yidia's generosity." And then, the old man revealed something earth-shattering that made Yin stare with wide-eyed astonishment. "Lord Yidia ordered me to protect you, Yin." On top of that, Yin exclaimed, "What? For real?" Meanwhile, seeing that someone had come to protect, Yin let out a sigh. "This is all because of my pointless curiosity." His eyes, filled with killing intent, gazed down below. "I've just missed the easiest chance to kill Eugin Fivia." The moment Yin heard Joseph mention knowing his uncle, he eagerly asked, "So you know my uncle? Can I meet him then?" Seeing how agitated he was, Joseph smiled reassuringly. "Please, calm yourself." Suddenly, his expression turned a bit sly as he asked with a grin, "It seems you have quite a few questions. This conversation might take a while. Shall we go get some tea somewhere?" Yin was about to say something but then hesitated. "Don't worry, I have time today." Time? It seemed he suddenly remembered something, and his body jolted. That's right, turns out he had just now remembered that he needed to register for school. "I have to register at the Magic Academy today." A while later, at the academy, under the judgmental gaze of some wicked onlookers, he was still calmly talking to someone. "I'm sorry, I'm busy today. It looks like we'll have to part ways before we've had a proper talk." It turns out he was kindly treating Tamia, while instructing the young boy, "If those adults bully you again, just run to me, and I'll tell them off for you. You're a fast runner, so you can do that, right?" His kindness made the little boy reply, flustered, "Yes." After a bit of treatment, Tamia's arm was fine. "There we go. Luckily your arm isn't broken, so A little bandaging is all it needs. Suddenly, with tears welling in his eyes, Tamia asked, "Why are you doing this? For someone like me, I even tried to steal from you." Eugene replied sympathetically, "I don't think you're a bad person. You're just afraid of adults, right?" He hugged Tamia tightly and declared, "I will protect you from their bullying. What's important is what you do from now on, understand?" A deeply moved Tamia replied, "Yes." The scene unfolding before him left Tai a bit bewildered. "What happened after you went to catch her?" Then he kindly reminded him, "Aren't you going to register now?" "Young master, the exam is tomorrow, but you seem quite relaxed." His reminder made Eugene jump and exclaim, "That's right." And so, on the day of the entrance exam for the Mage division at the Pad Academy of Magic in the capital, the academy was packed with people. Eugene observed the bustling crowd and couldn't help but remark, "There are so many people. The kingdom has a lot of mages." Just then, Levent appeared out of nowhere and explained, "They're not just from the kingdom, you know. Those mages also come from the empire, the southern islands, and even the distant lands of the east." He added that this place is said to have been founded by the 10th disciple to protect the teachings of the god Phelin. This is the Pad Academy of Magic. His appearance startled Eugene, who called out loudly, "Levent!" Then he asked enthusiastically, "Levent, you're a mage too?" Levent answered casually, "Yeah, just a 2-second one." Eugene didn't hide anything either, saying, "2 seconds is already really impressive. I'm only a 1 second." Levent chuckled and revealed honestly, "I know you're famous. That's why I felt a sense of familiarity and approached you yesterday." And then, things turned out the way they did. Eugene recalled yesterday's shocking events and casually remarked, "I see." Next, Levent wondered and asked, "But what happened after? Did you fight those guys?" Eugene quickly denied it, saying, "No, we ended things peacefully." Suddenly, his eyes gleamed mischievously as he asked, "But it's strange that you don't know that. Weren't you watching from the rooftop? Turns out you were well aware that I didn't go anywhere and just hid in a corner watching. Maybe you don't know because you left halfway through?" The words he just uttered made Levent a little intimidated. "He knows." At that moment, Eugene's voice was still relaxed as he said, "Anyway, it's great to see you again. I never imagined you were a mage." But Levent probably wasn't paying much attention to those words, because his mind was racing with the thought, "Anyone could tell just by looking at me that I'm an assassin targeting you." And just as he thought that, it happened. Eugene's blunt, innocent statement shocked Levent so much, he spat out the food in his mouth. "Your footsteps are light and your movements are very decisive. You seem to be professionally trained, almost like a ninja." Then, Levent silently wondered, "Is he testing me?" So he asked outright, "What's a ninja, anyway?" Realizing he had slipped up, Eugene was a bit startled. "Ah, right, ninjas are from my past life." He immediately played dumb and started spouting nonsense. Surprising, isn't it? Actually, ninja is a fictional profession. So surprising, right? A ninja? What's that? So weird. Seeing his attitude, Levent assumed that he wasn't thinking much about it. He tried to calm himself down in the face of Eugene's mix of naivety and cunning. "No need to panic, even if he knows. There's no way he'd give me more clues." Next, he made up a reason. "Being a merchant is very dangerous because it involves a lot of money. That's why we've been trained in self-defense and stealth for generations." Who knows what Eugene inferred from that, but he mumbled, "Oh, so you're thieves." After that was a cheerful conversation between the two new friends. Levent asked his friend, "When it comes to training, a Fivia like you is unbeatable. Your fighting style isn't like a typical mage's." And Eugene laughed heartily in response, "I guess so." Their conversation was overheard by those around them, causing them to mock both of them. "What? Why are they bragging like that? Is that bragging?" Hearing them gossip, Levent whispered to Eugene, "Could you lower your voice a bit? It seems like we're drawing too much attention." Eugene, still with his innocent demeanor, asked, "Why? Everyone's talking, so what's the big deal?" So Levent had to explain, "If people like us talk too much, others might think we're trying to show off." Even after hearing this, Eugene was still clueless, asking, "People like us? Like what?" Just then, a voice called out to them, "Candidates Eugene, Fivia, and Levent, please come to Professor San's office on the 3rd floor. I repeat, candidates Eugene, Fivia, and Levent." After hearing this, Eugene wondered, "Just the two of us? Why?" A moment later, in a room, the man called the two young men up, looked toward Eugene, and called his name Fivia. Seeing the teacher call him, he quickly answered, "Yes." Then the teacher turned to call Seoha Levent. He calmly replied, "Yes." Sun sternly requested, "All right, demonstrate your ice magic." Just as Eugene was about to raise his hand to ask something, "Sir, Seoha had already finished his test. Here you go." Instantly, he was passed. "Levent, you pass." This made Eugene exclaim in astonishment. What? He asked, bewildered. Sir, what is this all about? Sun replied nonchalantly. What else am I supposed to do with the candidates? It's very clear this is a test. Then he warned Eugene, making him a bit intimidated. If you don't intend to participate, you will be disqualified, and call me professor, not sir. So, he had no choice but to demonstrate his skills. Of course I'll take the test, and his power startled Sioha slightly. Intricate blocks of ice were created in the blink of an eye, and his voice stuttered. Unbelievable. He himself had to acknowledge Eugene's talent, to be fair, with such overwhelming skill, if it weren't for the fact that he only had a single thread. Just as Eugene was about to elaborate on his power, this is all for now, but in an environment with plenty of water, I can repeat the spell to create something larger, and my other specialty is. But San cut him off and announced, Eugene Fivia, you pass. He closed his book and declared, the test is over, you may leave. What? This made Eugene hurriedly shout, no, wait, I haven't shown my full abilities yet. That attitude annoyed Sun, who said, you already passed. What's the problem? What else do you want here? Eugene immediately replied, Miss Eston said the test results would determine our class. But if this is it, then there's no differentiation. After hearing that, Sun exclaimed, ah, so that's it. So that's why you're overstepping your bounds without knowing your place. It must be Eston's influence, he said slowly. I can guess what sort of ideas Eston has been drilling into your head, that the number of threads is unimportant. His words shocked Eugene, who thought to himself, what? The professor then threw a bucket of cold water on his hopes. But that's not how reality works, he bluntly declared. Mages with only 1 or 2 threads are destined for the lowest class. Furthermore, Sun continued, differentiation? Why would you need something like that? With just 1 or 2 threads, you'll never be able to keep up with the complexity of the intermediate classes. His voice was full of contempt. Don't get so full of yourself. It's just that you met the minimum standard, so I passed you. But this academy is full of people trying to overcome the handicap of a single thread. He ended with a warning for Eugene. If you want to survive at this academy for long, then stop showing off. Just live quietly as if you don't exist and then go back where you came from, Fivia. Sun's attitude made Sioha realize at once that he was an old-fashioned mage. Mages always favored talent and looked down on warriors, but he was a bit worried about Eugene's pride. But even the famous Fivia was at risk of expulsion. This must be the first time he's ever faced such an insult. Will he be okay? Suddenly, Eugene ran outside, startling Sioha, who called after him. Eugene! Sun calmly advised Sioha, I would appreciate it if you left on your own. Just then, the two of them suddenly heard a familiar shout. Hello, everyone! It was Eugene, who had calmly stepped out into the hallway and was loudly greeting everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm a new student, Eugene Fivia. His actions caused a stir among the crowd. What's with that guy? Why is he doing that? Is he trying to show off his status? Without a shred of hesitation, Eugene bluntly declared, I may only have a single thread, but I came to this academy because I want to become a mage like the god Phelin. His impulsive action genuinely intrigued everyone. Oh, that's impressive. He's got spirit. Just then, someone else entered. What's all this noise? Annika quickly spotted a familiar face. Oh, right at the moment Eugene was about to demonstrate his skills. And my ability is. But Sun rushed out from nowhere to stop him. Wait, stop. What do you think you're doing? Of course, it was too late, as he had already acted. Swordsmanship. A surge of power erupted along with a brilliant flash of light. The sight left everyone completely dumbfounded. Anika was so shocked she froze on the spot. Then she gasped. The butler beside her saw this and called out in concern. Lord Asus! Returning to Eugene, his deep voice rang out slowly. From now on, he glanced towards Sun and said, I'll be in your care. Both angry and helpless, Sun growled through clenched teeth. That boy truly doesn't know his place. Fivia. At that moment, Soha could only utter a single word. Crazy. He could only sum up Yin in one sentence. Crazy. This guy is crazy. Tae announced loudly and proudly. It's all thanks to you. Young master, the Fivia family has left a huge mark at the Magic Academy. Then suddenly, he went ballistic and chewed Yin out. A new record for getting disciplined before the entrance ceremony even started. Knowing he was at fault, Yin felt a bit guilty, avoided the subject, and asked, Is it that bad? In contrast to his casualness, Tae was extremely worried and panicked, saying, detonating a tyranny spell in a hall full of people. Why would you do that? It's a good thing you only received a warning for it. There it is, as usual. He said something that made you want to punch him. But I already ticked off the teacher. It's not like it was a dangerous spell anyway. Helpless with his young master, Tae could only console himself by saying, and you could call it an excuse, that at least the Count wasn't present. Imagine how shocked he would have been if he had heard it, especially with his frail health. Next, he turned to ask Soha, the very person plotting to kill Yin, to please look after the young master for him. At least the young master has one friend. Please take care of our young master. But Soha himself was already getting fed up with Yin, so he was about to refuse. How am I supposed to do that? As he said this, he glanced at Yin, who was completely obsessing over magic. A moment later, the two of them left the room. Yin smiled cheerfully and asked, "The last few days have been a mess, haven't they?" Soha replied helplessly, "You're the one who made the mess." Although he was getting a bit tired of Yin's troublemaking, he had to admit. But it was also pretty satisfying. I was really getting sick of that phony witch. At this, Yin also asked, "So, the next time we'll see each other is at the entrance ceremony next week?" Sohei quickly confirmed and even told him to come to his place if he needed help. Right. But if you have any questions before then, feel free to come find me. My family's place is an antique shop, just 1 block from here. Seeing that he had gone this far, Yin didn't hesitate to lower his voice and say, "Actually, there's something I want to ask that Tae doesn't know." Seeing this, Sohei asked curiously, "What is it?" Yin eagerly asked, "How do I get to the slums where we saw those kids yesterday? Which way do I have to go?" Seeing that he still wanted to go, there, Sohe sighed in resignation. "You want to see them again?" Later, in that dark alley, a cheerful and friendly Yin was performing magic for the local kids, causing them to gaze at him with admiration. He continued to perform various magic tricks for the kids. From a simple liquid, he conjured a flower and made the kids laugh uncontrollably. At that moment, he also noticed Tam Mia standing off in the distance. So, Yin gently approached and asked the boy, "Hello, Tam Mia. Is your arm all right?" Tam Mia shyly stammered back, "Yeah, it's fine. It's just one arm." Suddenly, the kid showed off a whole bag of gold coins and proudly said, "See? It's healed this much already. It doesn't even hurt much." Looking at the bag of gold, Yin asked in bewilderment, "What? Did you steal again?" Tam Mia chuckled with amusement and said, "Don't worry, it was just from some thugs. I haven't forgotten my promise to live honestly from now on." These words from the boy seemed to remind Yin of something. The promise. It was the warning Sohei had given him, although he had the right to pity the kids. It was better not to give them false hope. Those words had made Yin ask confusedly, "What do you mean?" He hadn't answered directly, only replying vaguely, "No, don't. Get me wrong. I'm not trying to make you sad." Back in the present, Tam Mia and the other kids were admiringly calling Yin a hero, the dark hero who punishes corrupt officials and the rich by stealing from them. The hero FS. Being called a hero by the kids made Yin freeze up a bit as he uttered, "A hero." Tam Mia, still full of admiration, declared loudly, "I'm the best at magic tricks and getting away among all my friends, so I'm just like FS." Hearing this, Yin chuckled to himself. Is this some kind of isekai Robin Hood? Then he recalled Soha's words once more, instead of giving them false hope only to let them despair later. Isn't it better to let them learn to live within their means? Because that's what's ultimately better for them. Remembering those things, he felt a bit down, recalling Soha's own words of comfort. Actually, don't take what I said too seriously. Suddenly, Tam Mia excitedly declared, I made up my mind yesterday after hearing you talk. Bro, I want to become a hero like FS. That strange name made Yin wonder. FS? Seeing his confused look, Eugin hurriedly asked, "You don't know Fels?" Another memory of the past surfaced. Soho admitted in a serious tone, "Actually, I have a lot of respect for you for caring for the children." Hearing that, Eugin replied a little shyly, "Ah, well, they're just cute kids, you know." Before he could feel happy for another moment, Soho dashed his hopes. But in the end, that's where those kids belong, and you can't protect them. Forever, right? Just then, Joseph's hideous face appeared out of nowhere, and he asked, "I heard you were looking for me," in Eugene's mind. Though he was preoccupied with vowing to protect the children from the abyss, he still calmly replied to Joseph, "That's right, I have a lot to say." He automatically encouraged himself, "This is what I have to do." Looking at the children surrounding him, he kept repeating in his heart, "I just need to do what I have to do. So what if I get my hopes up, even if it causes more pain later?" He deeply cherished the children's smiles, as long as we can. Keep smiling brightly like this. Meanwhile, Soho was in some dusty bookstore. Staring at the dust motes in the air, he tiredly wondered, "It's so dusty. Should I clean this place up?" He suddenly recalled his words to Eugin. "I'm sorry for meddling, but I think you should seriously consider what is truly best for the children." Eugin had smiled and replied, "It's all right. I understand. Besides, you even thanked me. I'm so glad that the first friend I made in the capital was you. I wasn't thinking that far ahead." Those words made Soho fall into a thoughtful silence. He had listened quietly as Eugin said, but even if pretending that nothing is wrong is best for everyone, I still can't do it. Then he revealed something incredible. But I remember my past life. That startled Soho, who asked back, "What did you say?" In a detached voice, Eugin recounted his other life. In my previous life, I was an 8-year-old child in another world, about the same age as I am now. He said that in that life, he also died from a sickness. I suffered from a similar illness and was dying. However, there was a difference between this life and that one. The only difference is that I was born into poverty, living a life full of violence and bullying. To make matters worse, the only family I had abandoned me. Despite recounting the tragic story of keep smiling brightly like this, meanwhile, Soho was in some dusty bookstore. Staring at the dust motes in the air, he tiredly wondered, "It's so dusty. Should I?" The most. Soho didn't know how to answer when he heard this. Then a voice rang out, "Live, Levent." He recalled the words the ghost within him had told him. Forget about avenging your father or your brothers. Stop thinking of kneeling before the enemy as a disgrace. You must survive at all costs, because you are all that is left for us. Eugene's story left Soho speechless. I don't know. I've never thought of something so extreme. Realizing he had made Soho uncomfortable, Eugene chuckled and asked, "Sorry, did I just make things too heavy?" Soho hesitantly replied, "No, it's fine." "So what was it?" Eugene answered with conviction. "Love, of course." Those words left Soho so stunned. He was frozen in place. Those children, I don't see them as any different from myself in my past life. Back in reality, Soho slowly picked up an old photograph, when suddenly, he slammed the photo down on the shelf and told himself, "Don't hesitate. That's just the rambling of a sick person driven mad by a lifetime of fighting his illness." He told himself not to think about it too much. Past lives, love, what a load of nonsense. If I keep hanging around him, my own head will get strange too. He declared that this couldn't go on. I will kill him today. A murderous aura erupted from Soho. Yes, that's right. There's no need to think about it anymore. The demon inside him awoke. If I don't kill him, I'll be the one to die. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Soho's mind once again turned to Eugin, thinking, "You're acting all noble and strong now, but if you were in a life or death situation, do you think you could still hold on to your morals?" As he was preoccupied with his dark thoughts, a sudden knock came from the door. "This isn't the way I want to live." A voice from outside asked, "Hello, is anyone there?" It was pitch black outside. Tia said sheepishly, "I'm sorry for disturbing you at this hour." "Sir Levent," he asked worriedly. "The young master still hasn't returned, so I was wondering if he is here." Hearing this, Soho asked, "He still hasn't come back?" He wondered to himself, did he get beaten to a pulp in the slums? Then he stated that he hadn't come here. Those words made Tyalo even more worried. Then he suddenly decided, if that's the case, it's for the best. It might give me some peace of mind. He suddenly remembered, but the slums are under his control. Remembering Joseph's words from that day, "As it happens, Mr. Yin ordered us to protect him." Yin. That name left him with a lingering question. It seems he received an order to protect Eugin. But why? That day he was utterly shocked and screamed, "What?" The more Soho thought about it, the more he wondered, is that for real? Did some kind of conflict break out? But knowing him, that wouldn't be surprising at all. At that moment, Tayalo was crying and screaming, "Seriously, where's the young master this time? Should I have tied him up or something?" Seeing him like this, Soho's heart softened and he reassured him, "Calm down, he's strong, so nothing's going to happen." Just as he was about to say, "If I hear anything, Tayalo suddenly spotted someone. "Huh? There's something in front of the house." He was shocked to see someone lying in front of Soho's house. It was a person. He quickly helped the person up and realized it was Tamiya. He was with the young master yesterday. "What happened?" Tamiya's voice came out with difficulty. Yin heard the boy's voice, and Tayalo blurted out in confusion, "Huh?" A bombshell was dropped. He fought to protect us from the adults and was captured. Unsurprisingly, Tayalo screamed out, "Young master!" Meanwhile, Soho knew all too well. Just as I expected, meddling with these orphans got him into trouble. Suddenly, two perfect, self-destructive thoughts popped into his head. It was the best-case scenario. It should have been good news. But why do I feel so disgusted? Did something inside him just break? Yes, at the very least. Then he spoke up and asked, "Where is he?" To Tamiya's astonishment, Soho's deep voice rang out, "The place he was taken to." At this moment, he was filled with enough killing intent to slaughter the entire group of kidnappers. "Yin, take me there. Let me at least handle this myself." Asian was locked in a cell and bound. He woke up and in complete confusion wondered, "What happened?" I suddenly passed out. He tried to recall what had occurred, Calm down. Remember it one thing at a time. First, I met old man Josep. Initially, he and Josep got into an argument. We had a huge debate about the orphan situation and when our opinions clashed. But then, the old man tried to tell a story to improve the situation. Joseph tried to diffuse the tense atmosphere by telling a story about his uncle. It started with how his uncle treated the poor for free, gradually building to a climax where he became a saint to them. After hearing it, Yin knew all too well. Honestly, I was actually curious, but it was obvious he was trying to gain the upper hand with that information. So he acted petulant and said, "Forget it, because even if I am curious about that traitor's actions, I have no intention of bowing to you to learn from it." Then he said irritably that improving the orphan's circumstances was the top priority, or at least it shouldn't be this difficult. But the way you're beating around the bush clearly shows their intentions for the kids, and it makes me wonder what the point of all this is. His gaze suddenly turned vicious. Then he asked a deceptively casual question. Should I just kill them all? The Abyss worshippers. This statement from Yin provoked a sharp retort from Joseph. Are you threatening me? In my own territory? I'll take that as a joke. Without a shred of fear, Yin bluntly used his family as a warning. Your territory? What's so great about this tiny area? The vast majority of the military is loyal to Fivia, and many people in the army are my relatives. Then he brought up his uncle again to challenge Joseph, silencing the old man. A joke? In this entire world, is there anyone more serious about wiping out the Abyss than a Fivia? And you think a Fivia stands alone? Do you think disciple Yidia, the one you all revere to the heavens, is on your side? If I and were to have a conflict, who do you think he would choose? His voice remained light as he continued. You say I'm threatening you? His words left Joseph annoyed, but he had no choice but to endure it. I'm just telling the truth. Finally, the old man let out a forced laugh, playing along with Yin's intentions. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. Of course, the children are the most important. After that, he turned and ordered his subordinate, Hey you, his tea has been spilled, hurry and bring a new cup, and make it extra strong. The subordinate replied, startled. Stronger. Yes, understood. Back in the present, Yin now knew why he was in here. They had put a sleeping drug in his tea, which is why he felt so dizzy. No wonder they were so obedient. Suddenly, he remembered the warning his older brother once gave him. If a stranger offers you candy, don't take it. And only now did he realize how right that advice was. That's why I should have listened to my brother. Just then, as Yin tried to sit up, he wondered to himself, did I threaten them too much? But then, when he felt the knot of the rope binding him, he realized, no, judging by how clumsily they've restrained me. He quickly snapped the rope and figured they must be terrified of facing him. So the threat worked after all. He cautiously peered outside through the iron bars. They had acted impulsively. Aren't they afraid of the consequences? If they're in such a panic, they could be even more dangerous. Just as he was planning his escape, he suddenly heard a sound. I need to find a way out. The kids appeared out of nowhere. Their eyes met, and one of them was so startled that he fell over. Seeing them, Yin was shocked and called out, You guys! The kids also called out to Yin happily. As soon as the cell door was opened, Yin rushed to ask what they were doing here. It's dangerous. The kids hesitated, but we were worried. Their words made him pause. Worried? Then, one of the kids pulled out the things he had dropped. Mister, here are your clothes and your earrings. Hearing this, he was startled, as if suddenly remembering he'd lost something important. Yin cried out in shock. The earrings! His reaction confused the child holding them, who asked, Is something wrong? Without hesitation, he pulled the three kids into a happy hug and thanked them sincerely. I'm so grateful to you guys, my earrings. Seeing him so happy made the children happy too, saying they knew it was important. After putting his clothes and earrings back on, Yin quickly asked, We should get going, right? Do you know the way out? One of the kids piped up, Yes, we do. There's an exit through the sewers. However, the kid added a cautious warning. But something's not right down there. It's different from usual. Hearing this, Yin asked, Not right in what way? A moment later, he and the kids were heading into the dark sewer. Suddenly, a massive monster charged out of the shadows. Its appearance startled both the kids and Yin, who yelled out, A monster! Without a second thought, he used magic to instantly vaporize the monster. Afterward, he turned to warn the kids, Everyone, there are monsters. Be careful and stay close to me. The kids trembled in fear, whispering, Yeah, he turned that monster to ash in a single shot. Suddenly, the kids started whispering amongst themselves, That thing was terrifying. They don't usually come this far down. See? I told you something wasn't right. Their words made Yin quickly realize something disturbing. The children seemed used to this. By his calculations, they were right in the heart of the city. Its appearance startled both the kids and Yin, who yelled out, A monster! Without a second thought, he used magic to instantly vaporize the monster. Afterward, he turned to warn the kids. Yin asked the children, "Is it always like this down here?" Trembling, the kids replied, "This is the first time we've seen one so big. What are we going to do?" And the place where they were standing now was just a layer of bricks beneath the ground. He never expected there to be so many monsters in the capital. The abyss had infiltrated far too deeply. Immediately, because they despise humanity, the creations of Phelin. Therefore, the spreading abyss meant that many people in the capital were. Meanwhile, Joseph was furiously rushing his subordinates. "Hurry up! Move it! Only take the valuables! Damn it, you slowpokes! The last one out becomes Monster Chow!" Suddenly, he turned to one of his underlings. What happened with that Fivia kid?" The man stammered. "We locked him up. The exit is that way." Hearing that, Yin understood. So they had been here before. He seemed to have figured it out. The abyss reacts to human suffering. I gave him 3 times the usual dose of the drug. He shouldn't wake up for at least 2 days. Internally, the old man was fuming about Yin. Damn it, I thought he was just some naive young master who'd be easy to exploit, but he turned out to be a cunning little brat. Now, the old man was caught in a dilemma. Damn, I can't kill him. That would go against Lord Yidia's orders, and letting him go will have the army searching every single alley. So, before we're discovered for kidnapping Yin, Joseph had to make a quick escape. We have no other choice. Before they discover the kid is missing, irritated by the idiotic answer, Joseph exploded. Locked him up? Is that all? For crying out loud. You moron, you bastard. The subordinate hurriedly reported, so the subordinate answered, "Yes, sir." He then added, "Not all of them, but everyone we could capture is gathered here." Joseph looked at the number of people before him and was satisfied. "Okay, very good." Then he announced, "I will stay here and continue searching for the ones we missed. If that's not enough, bring the children too." The subordinate heard this and replied, "Got it." Finally, the man emphasized, "Remember, the more food, the better." The elderly and children who heard this were confused. But before they could get an answer, a monster appeared out of nowhere. Food? What do you mean? The monster devoured an unlucky old man. What followed was a bloody massacre caused by the monsters. "Until I am satisfied, offer your bodies and your siro to me." Meanwhile, Yin was a bit stunned. He had never imagined the abyss would open up in the capital right before his eyes. Even so, he seriously told the children, "Hold on tight." He didn't expect that the group of monsters would be so numerous, and it was even expanding at a rapid pace. Before letting the children follow him, he decided to scout ahead to check the situation. "Wait here. I'll go first and check if it's safe." The moment Yin peeked out to look, something from within the darkness was also watching him. In this situation, any monster would do, and he quickly noticed the murderous gaze. The monster was also startled to see him, and then a sword was swung, while on the other side, an axe was also raised. Eugin and someone else began to fight. He jumped back in surprise, dodging an axe swing from the figure. It turned out the person fighting him was Soho. He also hastily blocked a sword strike. It was only then that they were startled to recognize each other, and they both called out in unison, "Eugin, Levent." Yin asked in confusion, "What are you doing here?" Soho's voice suddenly faltered. He gritted his teeth, struggling to form a complete sentence. "I came." This behavior of his made Eugin a bit wary. In that instant, Soho raised his axe high and growled that he was going to kill him. The children behind them saw this and immediately tried to rush forward, calling out Yin's name. He spread his arms to block the children behind him and yelled, "Stay back!" Yin clutched his chest, collapsing to his knees in front of him with a pained expression, saying, "Levent, I didn't want this to be true," he replied emotionlessly. "If you already suspected me, why weren't you more careful when you were around me?" Yin gritted his teeth, stubbornly saying, "Because I trusted you." Levent looked down on him, his eyes as cold as ice as he said, "I hate words like that more than anything. How can you trust someone when you know nothing about them? Acting kind without thinking things through is exactly why you've ended up like this." Eugin couldn't understand as he looked at him. His voice trembled slightly, and Eugin began to gather power in the palm of his hand. He splashed water from the ground and froze it toward Levent, not forgetting to say, "I've learned one more thing." Seeing this, Levent suddenly recalled something Eugin had once told him. "Right now, it's only this big, but in an environment with plenty of water, I can repeat the spell to create something even larger," he said with concern. So that wasn't a bluff. Even considering the circumstances and the artifacts he possesses, his voice trembled slightly, and Eugin began to gather power in the palm of his hand. He splashed water from the ground and froze it toward Levent. Not forgetting to say, he muttered to himself, "I'm not sure about the potential of a 1-second mage, but 1 second is still just 1 second." With that, he unleashed a god-slaying cannon, shattering the ice wall Yin had created. At a glance, the magic looked massive. Yin was in disbelief. A cannon? Levent was still thinking to himself. The truth is, it's just a small spell repeated over and over. If I can just get to him fast enough before he has time to repeat the spell. His speed was truly faster than imagined. In just a moment, he broke through Yin's defenses to engage in a direct confrontation. The only magic Eugin could use was the ice sword. Eugin frantically tried to conjure an ice sword in his hand. Levent had already predicted this, and with a single slash, he shattered the ice sword before it could fully form. So fragile. Having lost his ice sword, Yin had no other means of defense. Levent seized the opportunity to strike, thinking it was all over. But contrary to his expectations, Yin still had one more. His final weapon was his arm. He used his bare hands to block a fatal blow from him. Levent couldn't help but be astonished. The boy struck a martial arts pose and said with a smirk, "Even without a sword, a Folivian is still." Yin's eyes gleamed as he declared, "A warrior." A powerful punch from the Folivian ancient armored arts came flying. It rushed at Levin, forcing him to desperately dodge, the force of it nearly creating a vacuum in the air. Next, Levin tried to take advantage of the opening to land a blow, but Yin sharply sensed it and deftly dodged the magical attack. Afterwards, the two warily put some distance between them. Levin, exhausted, dropped to one knee, rubbing his wrist, and asked cautiously, "Weren't you bedridden for 5 years?" He marveled to himself. Even with that injury, his close combat skills are unbelievable. Then Levin pulled out a gun, frowning as he loaded it, and said, "So it's true. Folivians are taught to fight as soon as they can walk." He wasn't confident he could win, but this was a high-stakes duel. Yin's jaw dropped as he exclaimed, "A gun? That's a weapon." He couldn't believe it. Did things like that even exist in their world? His expression was on high alert. This is dangerous. His combat skills are terrifying, and now he has a machine like that. Suddenly, Yin's face contorted in shock as if he'd seen a ghost. Levin, thinking Yin was afraid of him, stood up, rubbing his hands together and saying, "I'm not going to. Fight the Folivian way, I'll fight our way. Don't think it's too underhanded. I'm a man of the shadows, unlike you, and for my goals, I will do anything it takes." Yin and the kids screamed in panic. "Wait! Behind you!" Levin looked at them in disbelief. When he turned around and asked, "Huh, what?" A second later, he saw a monster full of teeth opening its mouth, ready to devour him from behind. Levin froze on the spot, breaking out in a cold sweat. The monster immediately lunged with its mouth wide open. Yin instinctively ran and pushed him, shouting, "Levin!" He looked at Yin in astonishment, not expecting him to still care. A big question mark appeared in Levin's mind. "Why?" The three children screamed in fear. After Eugin saw the two disappear, all three of them had the same horrified expression on their faces. In the sewers of the royal capital, at a lab of the Eternal Order's medical corps, two porters were chatting. The skinny one said uncomfortably, "I feel grimy every time I come here." The muscular one agreed, "This is where they dissect people." The skinny one said awkwardly, "I heard there was once an 8-year-old child. How could they do that?" The muscular one wasn't happy either. "They don't see those people as human. The doctors are even more ruthless. If you look at what they do, they're basically murderers." The man, Elysia, standing behind them, heard everything. He turned with a murderous aura and said, "By sacrificing that child, they found a clue to the incurable petrification disease. As a result, that child's life led to a breakthrough that could save countless patients." He glared resentfully. "Do you think Lord Yidia is torturing people? Everything that happens here is just to save more lives." Then he exploded, pointing and yelling, "You lowly scum could never understand such a noble cause. Now move the equipment before the army invades." The other two fearfully grabbed the items and rushed off. "Yes, sir." Josep knew imprisoning the ignorant Folivian had its limits. He added, "Get a move on." Then, as if he was on something, he started waving his arms and shouting, "Slow down, be careful. Every document and artifact here is humanity's legacy, and nothing is cheaper than your lives, even if a single one is damaged." Before he could finish, a loud crash echoed from behind him. Without even looking back, he cursed, "You are endlessly stupid fools. How could you make a mistake right after I said that?" When he finally turned around, he was stunned. "What? You are Levin." He was carrying Yin on his back, his face still wet. It was unclear if it was water or tears. He called out numbly, "You're a doctor, right?" Then he placed Yin on the operating table and, picking up a scalpel, said, "I am the doctor at your service. Yin Folivia's life is my top priority, so there's no need to be on guard." The reason he said this was because Levin was behind him, pointing a weapon at the back of his neck with a threatening look. He asked suspiciously, "If you're treating him properly, why hasn't he woken up yet?" The man replied with a grave expression, "It would be abnormal if he did wake up. I heard he ingested enough anesthetic to knock out a grown man for 3 days. In that state, he fell into contaminated water with a major wound. It's a miracle he's not dead already. Hearing this, Levent asked in disbelief, "What? 3 days for real? If he dies from an overdose, there will be consequences." The man was not to be outdone, he said. "If he dies, it will be from his prior injuries, not the anesthetic." Then his sharp gaze swept over. "I'm more worried about you. Are you okay? You were surely ordered to kill Eugin Fivia. Based on the wounds, you attempted an assassination. What made you change your mind?" Levent leaned in suspiciously and asked him, "Who are you? How do you know me?" The man explained. "I just guessed from the scars, but it seems I was right." Levent threatened unhappily. "Don't test me. It makes me want to kill you. Just focus on the treatment. Your life depends on his." The man rolled his eyes. "You don't need to worry about that. Eugin Fivia will never die here." Levent pressed his lips together, looking down at the boy's still face. The man suddenly said, "Hand me the bag behind you," he asked. "What's in it?" The man said. "Something needed for the treatment." He was suspicious but went to get it anyway, his eyes never leaving the man. "A truly suspicious item," the man replied. "If you're suspicious, then open it, and you'll have no more doubts." Levent started to open it, and when he saw what was inside, he was completely floored. What the hell? Lord Yidia is a god who walked into this darkness. He dissected 1,000 people, but saved 10,000. He conquered 10 diseases and identified the cause of 200 illnesses. Since becoming the 12th disciple, it's no exaggeration to call him the one who has healed the most people. However, he was never satisfied, because the person he wanted to heal, even if it meant dedicating himself to the abyss, was his own grandson, the man said with light sarcasm. "Saving thousands for the sake of one person. What a touching story, right?" Levent ground his teeth in frustration, his expression incredibly grim. "No, this feeling is unsettling," the man suddenly asked. "You're not the sentimental type, are you?" he said emotionlessly. "Whatever." Noticing the item worn on the boy's hand, he asked, "So what is this thing?" The man answered succinctly, "The Ring of Life and the Blood Ring. They activate the latent mana within the body to enhance strength and control the flow of viro. The source of life? This life is very fragile." So, Levent ground his teeth in frustration, his expression incredibly grim. "No, this feeling is unsettling," the man suddenly asked. "You're not the sentimental type, are you?" he said emotionlessly. "There are only a few patients we can't cure." The man returned to the previous topic, asking, "But why did you try to save your assassination target?" He casually picked up an iron bar and said sarcastically, "Why should I tell you, you fool?" The man squinted, examining the test tube with a smile. "Fair enough. I was ordered to protect him, so if you give up on the assassination, it's a win for me." "All right, I've removed the anesthetic and the toxins. It's only a matter of time before he wakes up," he asked nonchalantly. "Really?" A second later, Levent stabbed the man from behind with the iron bar, piercing through him. He said sharply, "Then you can die." The man trembled. "You." Then he swung his arm to push Levent away and said, "I knew this would happen." He jumped back. "So you knew? Then you should have learned to restrain yourself. Shouldn't you? I can't let you live because you disgust me." The man clutched his chest and said without a trace of emotion, "Is that so? My mistake. It's hard to consider the feelings of lowly creatures." A second later, he ripped off the thick cloak he had been wearing, revealing an unimaginable body with 4 arms and bulging muscles, each arm holding a different weapon. His eyes flashed as he offered a mock apology. "I will kill you very slowly and carefully." Levent watched coldly, already shifting into a defensive stance. He asked, "You used to be a priest?" That transformed state, "This is going to be difficult." A second later, the two of them rushed at each other, each unleashing a fatal blow. The sound of the impact echoed. Just then, there was a sudden change with Yin. His brow twitched. Then he groggily opened his eyes, his expression not looking good. The first thing he saw was Levent's back, as he was frantically striking downwards. He pushed himself up, calling out in astonishment, "Levent?" He immediately froze his movements. After getting a clear look, Yin couldn't help but be stunned. "What?" Levent wiped the viro from his face and said nonchalantly, "You're awake." Levent calmly raised his hand to introduce the scene. As you can see, this is a follower of the abyss. Beneath his feet is Elysia's corpse. It's a bit chaotic in here. Shall we change locations? The two of them went outside together. By now, there was no more viro on Levent. Seeing Yin about to put on his shirt, he asked, "Huh? Wait, is your arm okay?" Yin was bewildered. Then he innocently waved his arm around. "What? It's perfectly fine?" Was he that surprised? "This stuff is really too powerful," Yin heard him mutter. At that word, he asked about it in confusion. When he saw the 2 rings on his hand, Yin grabbed his wrist and gasped in shock. "Magic items? What are these?" Levent patiently explained. They were a life ring and a blood ring, or something along those lines. And what's more, they were good for his health anyway. Yin couldn't help but cast a suspicious glance at him and asked, "My health? Where did you get these?" He casually replied, "From the Abyss Apostle earlier." Hearing that, Yin shivered uncontrollably as he recalled the bloody scene from before, thinking in terror which hand was it on. Then, Yin joyfully clenched his fist and exclaimed, "But wait, this is unbelievable. With this level of regeneration, doesn't that make me invincible?" Levent said helplessly. "It's not quite on that level. Magic related to life is high-tier magic, reaching the level of the 12 disciples. It must consume a massive amount of mana, or it's a one-time use item. It has limitations like that." Hearing this, Yin immediately became dejected. "I see." Leaning against the wall, Levent suddenly asked, "But aren't you bothered? The person who tried to kill you is right beside you." Yin smiled as if it were nothing, and replied, "But he also tried to save me." Levent quickly tried to argue, "Hey now, that's only because you were the first one." Then he shrugged and sighed. "Forget it. How could I ever understand the thoughts of a good person like you? Anyway, I've repaid the favor for you saving me, right?" Yin grinned like a child, and said, "Right." Levent turned and pointed, "Okay, we'll talk later, but for now, let's get out of here. We have no idea what could happen when the abyss goes out of control." Yin frowned and stated firmly, "No, I'm staying. An out-of-control abyss means a human sacrifice is in progress. I'll at least save those I can before leaving." Levent angrily turned and shouted, "Are you crazy? I just saved you just so you could go running to your death," he said stubbornly. "Don't worry, I won't die. I'm stronger than I look." Levent face-palmed in exasperation. No, you're strong, but you can't handle the priests," Yin asked confusedly. "The priests?" he explained. "Yes, the priests. They're the core of the Eternal Order, and also the henchmen of the Apostles. They have notorious infinity tattoos, and all of them are strangely powerful, blessed by the Abyss. They aren't enemies you can handle right now." Levent, growing a little impatient, still explained, "This place is undergoing a massive-scale sacrifice, and it's also the territory of the Apostle Yidia, so it wouldn't be surprising for priests to show up at any moment. So if you don't want to die." As he said this, he suddenly remembered something and stopped. He held his chin, confused. "Wait a second. You won't die because Yidia's faction wants to protect you." Meanwhile, Yin wondered, "How do you know so much?" He was still lost in thought. "I was thrown off by this sudden massive sacrifice. Why would this happen? Why a human sacrifice? Yidia, who is recovering from her injuries, isn't one to do something so obvious. Could it be a local priest? Acting alone?" Yin suddenly raised his hand. "It might be because of me." He then recounted his story with that guy Joseph from before. He said casually, "And that's what happened." It was then that Levent realized what was going on, his eyes widening. "So it's all because of this guy." Clearly, he was afraid of Yin's threats. So Joseph took matters into his own hands. He knew Yidia wouldn't be happy with such a conspicuous solo act, but he couldn't kill Yin either. He suddenly turned and said, "This seems easier than I thought." Yin looked over curiously. "Huh? What does?" Levent rubbed his chin, contemplating, No. Even if it's an easy problem, there are still risks. If I stop Joseph's actions, I can use it as an excuse for the failed assassination. But it might also attract attention and get us all caught. It's best not to interfere." After thinking it through, he asked, "Do you have a plan?" Yin asked back, confused. "A plan, I guess." While Levent was still pondering, Yin nonchalantly answered, "I don't have one." He wanted to laugh out loud. "So you just say things without thinking?" Yin stammered. "No, but I just happened to see a way for me to make a plan." Levent suddenly broke into a confident smirk and said, "Good, that's convenient. You have the motive, and I have the plan." Before Yin could finish speaking, he was taken aback by that statement. On the other side, a loud commotion erupted. "Hey, there are orphans over there, and some thuggish-looking men are competing to chase down and grab the children." A fierce-looking thug caught one, pinned him to the ground, and sneered, "Gotcha, you little rat." The child burst into tears. "Please, save me." That guy gritted his teeth and said, "Save you, you shameless brat. If we've given you food and shelter, you should at least do some work to earn your keep, right? If it weren't for us, you'd be dead somewhere by now, you orphan. So why can't we use you? As a sacrifice?" Before he could even finish, Yin grabbed his hair from behind and said, "I told you not to bully the children, didn't I?" He was radiating killing intent. "If you do this again, I won't spare you. Useless scum." Levent suddenly chimed in, "Don't worry, you're not useless, because I will use you as the sacrifice." "What? I can also get information out of you." He turned the man's head towards his comrades who were knocked out on the ground. Levent added, "Answer me properly, or you're dead." The man begged, "I'll tell you everything. Please, spare me." Seeing this, The children ran over and burst into tears, throwing themselves into his arms. Brother Yin, he was also moved, his eyes welling up. You were all so scared, weren't you? Meanwhile, Levent quickly put on a mask similar to the one Elysia wore, as the captive watched curiously. He walked over to remind Yin, I know you're happy, but we need to get ready. Hurry up. The three children looked at him curiously. Who's that? He looks kind of familiar. An ominous door creaked open. Seeing someone enter, Joseph asked, What do you want? The man from earlier, who was being controlled by Levent, stammered, Yes, I've come to deliver the sacrifice. Doctor, I have something to report to Sir Joseph about the young master Eugin, so I came to speak with you. Levent, disguised and standing behind him, held a weapon to his back while signaling the others to be quiet. Hearing this name, Joseph immediately became wary and asked, Yin, my plan isn't complicated at all. The situation is in our favor. The old man thought for a moment before agreeing. All right, if the two of us can conceal our identities and infiltrate the enemy's central area. The old man finally spoke as he left. Then it's as good as our victory. When Yin stepped inside, he was horrified. What is that? He doesn't look the same as before. He still remembered the old man's previously somewhat subservient face. He glanced worriedly at Levent. Is this going to be okay? Behind his mask, Levent also started sweating bullets. We're in deep trouble. I wanted to handle this peacefully, but clearly that thing isn't interested in talking. What they were looking at was a massive, grotesque monster. What in the world did they do to turn him into a monster like that? While they were all in shock, the creature spoke. Leave the sacrifice and get out. And you're the doctor, aren't you? Then what about happened to the kid, Fivia? The man who had led them in noticed the fearful looks on their faces, and he immediately scrambled over to the monster, yelling, Sir Joseph, they're not the doctor and the sacrifice. Levent took out a few sharp, gleaming daggers. I had a feeling this would happen. With that said, he threw one into the back of the man's neck for a fatal blow. The monster immediately roared in anger. What do you think you're doing? How dare you touch my sacrifice? Levent started taking off his mask. You care more about your sacrifice than your own man? Then he removed the rest of his disguise. If that's the case, don't worry. Those dead men were just your own people in disguise. The monster roared furiously. You bastard, you dare ambush me? Levent grabbed the cloak of, pulling it back, a small flame gathering in his hand as he said, Stay still, unless you want to see Eugin Fivia blow up. The monster's voice echoed, What? Who are you? Flashing back to their conversation about the plan, Levent had said, First of all, I should tell you that I'm a subordinate of Priest Sower from the Eternal Order. Yin was surprised. The Eternal Order? Does that mean you're a follower of the Abyss? No wonder you know so much. That person had once said, Forget about revenge. Don't see kneeling before your enemy as a disgrace. You must survive at all costs. Levent said casually, If I were a follower of the Abyss, I wouldn't be cooperating with you. Let's just say that I'm working for the Eternal Order under a certain agreement. To put it simply, Soher was the one who ordered me to kill you. Yin was stunned, then clutched his head. In confusion. Wait a minute, but why are members of the Eternal Order? Some want to protect me, while others want to kill me. Levent replied, It's complicated, so you don't need to overthink it. It's just a conflict between the apostles that each priest serves. That kind of thing happens all the time in the organization. The Eternal Order is made up of independent individuals, brought together by a messenger known as the Prophet, as long as they don't deviate from the Prophet's predictions. The disciples are given free rein to act. So, as long as it's within the bounds of the prophecy, everything can be brought back to reality. Levent asked if he had planned to ruin the prophecy. Isn't it too early to hold the grand ceremony in the royal capital? Why is Joseph's side so impatient? Wait, hold on a second. They continued talking. Starting the human sacrifices this early will hinder the fulfillment of the prophecy, won't it? If I report this situation to the apostles, the old man saw he was being ignored and angrily launched an attack, roaring, Wait! Listen here, the two of them quickly dodged as dirt and rocks flew everywhere. As Yin ran, he wondered, what the hell? He's attacking even after hearing about the prophet? Is this within the bounds of the prophecy? Nope. Even if it was within the prophecy, there's no reason to attack the very person he's trying to protect. Joseph rampaged wildly, screaming, Wait, I said wait. This was him panicking. The old man lost control, saying, Wait, I'll explain everything, just give me some time. The two stood in the cloud of dust and he asked, What should we do now? He replied, Do we have any other choice? A blow struck down where they stood. Levent rubbed his hands together, saying, We have to take him down, he asked in surprise. What? You don't have another plan either. Just as they finished speaking, another blow landed, sending dust everywhere. The two still nimbly dodged to the side. Yin took out his cloak, which had bombs attached inside. Joseph saw it, and Levent shouted. Right now, the cloak was thrown at the old man. The two also cast their magic. One purple, one blue. Explosive blast and flame cleave. The magic rushed toward the bombs, creating a sizable explosion that hit the old man directly. Amidst the dense smoke, a few voices were heard. This turned out for the best rather than listening to that rambling nonsense. Was this your original plan? Yin was partly angry. You take human life too lightly, he said helplessly. This isn't the time for that talk. You wouldn't have been kidnapped by these types of people if you were more careful. The two suddenly saw a familiar figure. Hey, that's Joseph. Lying weakly on the ground, the old man said. You two get along so well. How pathetic. Levent grabbed his ear. Shut up. With that weakness, you're just a loudmouth. What was your purpose in doing all this? You wouldn't do this just to turn into a giant maggot, I bet. The old man pleaded, looking cowardly. I'll tell you everything. Can you just give me one day? Yin flatly refused. No, your plan is to perform the sacrifice on that day, isn't it? You sacrifice human lives so easily, yet you're still desperate to get one more day for yourself. The old man immediately flew into a rage, screaming, Shut your mouth, who do you think you are to lecture me? You also stay alive by preying on the weak. My son, my child, my poor child. The old man pointed at the two of them. You killed my son too. Levent pointed to his own head and said, He seems to have lost his mind. The old man's hands became deformed as he muttered something. My son, my son. He clutched his head. No, Dad will bring you back to life by any means necessary, but not now. Suddenly, from the old man's body, a monster's arm burst out. He screamed, It can't be yet! My son! My son! Before their eyes, a strange monster emerged, and the two of them wondered at the same time. His son? That monster's corpse? The old man held the corpse on his back, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, my son. The old man gritted his teeth resentfully. Your pathetic father has caused your death twice now. Yin watched this scene in disbelief. So, he's doing this to resurrect his son? Levent covered his mouth. I understand why he's taking such extreme measures now. But bringing the dead back to life, which is in the realm of the gods, what are you planning? Suddenly, Yin noticed a flash of light. He quickly stood in front of Levent. Wait, be careful, he wondered. What's going on? A blinding light enveloped them. A wave of power sent the two of them flying. Both were knocked to the ground. Yin struggled to open his eyes. This sword energy is ridiculous. That's an extremely powerful swordsman on par with my own eldest brother. Levent recalled his conversation with the kid Tam Mia. At that time, they were hesitating before a door. He had asked, Do we really have to go inside? The kid said, Yes. He placed a hand on the boy's arm, telling him he could go back now. I'll find the remaining parts myself. The kid exclaimed, It's that pose again. Suddenly, Tam Mia called out, Big bro, making Levent turn. The kid was also striking a similar pose, but in a showy way. He puffed out his chest and declared boldly, You're Fels, aren't you? The one who punishes wicked nobles and corrupt officials, the righteous thief, the hero Fels. That's an extremely powerful swordsman on par with my own eldest brother. Levent recalled his conversation with the kid Tam Mia. At that time, they were hesitating before a door. He patiently explained. First of all, Fels isn't some righteous thief or anything. I understand why those rumors are spreading, but it's not true. And also, I'm very sorry, but I'm not Fels. The real Fels died 5 years ago protecting me. Back in the present, Levent was still trying to stand firm, but his struggle was obvious. I guess I'll be joining him soon. It's often said that very few swordsmen can slice through a boulder with just their sword pressure. That's the first step on the path to becoming a sword saint to reach the realm of magic. Why would a swordsman of that caliber appear here? Just then, Joseph arrogantly cursed, You damn hypocrites. With what's left of my life, I'll definitely kill you all. Yin suddenly rushed forward, saying, I'll handle it. Levent quickly tried to stop him. No, wait. Ein charged forward anyway, using flame stars, creating a ball of power to block the monster's attack. Once again, a blinding light made him freeze. His attack was easily pierced through. Levent pulled him away while he was still dazed. Has your firepower decreased? He scolded in frustration. You idiot, you've already used up all your energy today, Yin naively asked. Mana can run out? Levent was also bewildered. What? What are you talking about? Then the monster prepared to swing its sword again. He warned. Behind you! He held out his weapon. Here, use this. A second later, the monster leaped into the air, preparing to strike down. When it landed, the two of them had already dodged. Then it began to slash wildly everywhere. The two could only parry with their weapons, until it suddenly slashed towards Levent, disarming him so he couldn't dodge. Levent took a blow to the chest. Yin called out worriedly. Levent, taking advantage of its distraction, he slashed at its leg. Stop! Joseph roared in pain. My leg! Then it furiously kicked him hard. The bastard was sent flying, and Levent saw it too. Wait, just now, that attack was effective. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere as dust filled the air. Levent had used his mechanical arm to survive the impact. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his head, looking completely spent. Am I going to die like this? To live his whole life as a hunting dog for the enemy who killed Fels, only for it to end like this. How did it come to this? Levent, that fool, got swept up in the hope of playing the hero, even though it didn't suit him, and in the end, he collapsed. So he was just pretending to be okay while he was struggling to hold on. What an idiot. Still, with the life that Lord Fels gave you, you didn't tarnish the Fivia name. The one who shamed his name was me, the one who always ran away. Don't resent me. We don't both have to die. You have to survive, Levent. I have a reason to exist, even if it's a disgrace. This magic is incomplete. Using it means all my muscles will rupture within 5 minutes. I won't be able to move even a finger after that, but 5 minutes is enough time to escape. Suddenly, Levent saw some familiar figures. It was the children, and even old Joseph saw them. They anxiously surrounded Yin's body, saying worriedly, We're caught! The monster held its sword. I don't know who you brats are. It raised its sword to strike, and Levent quickly shouted, Wait! Of course it didn't listen and attacked directly. Die! The children were in imminent danger, and Levent's arm was still outstretched. No, the kids can't dodge in time, and I'm too far away to block it. Wait, if I use that thing, I can reach them? But I need to save it to escape. Wasting it here would be foolish. While Levent was torn, he saw Tamia place her hand on her own arm, which was a familiar gesture between him and Fels. A strange, powerful emotion surged within him. A flood of old memories returned. Back then, Levent was just a ragged child. Holding a piece of bread, he asked innocently, Why are you so kind to an orphan like me? Like the bakery lady said, It's foolish because I have nothing to give you in return. At that, Fels laughed. A smile from you is thanks enough for a gentleman like me, Levent said while chewing. I can't even give you that. Fels smiled. If sharing bread with hungry children is foolish, then someone has to be the fool, right? He suddenly became serious. A gentleman. This is called FS, one of the most honorable fools in Horizon. At that moment in reality, Levin collapsed, using the last of his strength to cast a spell. And now you are the final FS. A stream of purple energy swiftly met the monster's sword. That purple energy belonged to Levent, who seemed to have transformed into a different person. He charged forward in a flash. Then he cast a spell, creating a large orb and launching it at the creature. Joseph was stunned. What was that speed just now? Levin shielded the children and said without turning around, Kids, 5 minutes. I'll buy you 5 minutes to escape, Tamia replied in admiration. Yes, sir. Joseph heard this and roared with laughter. You fool. You should have used that power to escape on your own. Then at least one of you would have survived. In 5 minutes, I'll kill you and then hunt down that Fivia. I know. Even without him saying it, this is the most foolish act of my life. But Levin suddenly said, The noble thief. FS protects Phelin's legacy from the shadows. The creature asked in annoyance, What are you muttering about? Levin suddenly channeled his magic into the ground. My true duty is to find the abyss lurking in the shadows and eliminate them. A cloud of black smoke enveloped everything. Seizing the opportunity, the children started running with Yin. Hurry, we have to get through the gate in 5 minutes. But suddenly, Yin's eyelids twitched. He suddenly opened his eyes. I passed out again. Even though I'm the one who caused this mess, I still ended up needing help. The abyss seeks pleasure in the suffering of others. Why would I do that to people who are already in pain? It's pathetic. A massive explosion rocked the battlefield, kicking up a thick cloud of smoke. The monster slashed as soon as it saw Levent's silhouette, who struggled to dodge. The breakdown is happening faster than I thought. Is it too much to use this without body reinforcement? This magic was originally an advanced technique for enchanting equipment, but now it's being applied directly to the body. It grants tremendous power, but the body gets destroyed in the process, even from just moving. And I still can't land a single hit on him, even with my assassin techniques. He's a true monster. It seems he can't even use his full strength because of that strange lower body. But even so, he's still completely overwhelming me. If he were at full power, he would have killed me with a single strike. But the reason I'm still alive, is it out of some warrior's respect? To ensure a warrior dies with no regrets, is he silently letting me give it? My all in this fight? Levin smirked. Is that even worth considering? What a load of crap. I must be getting sentimental. But it's also not a bad feeling. I can't help but smile. The thrill of this foolish act is just too exhilarating. Over with Yin, although he had opened his eyes, he still couldn't stand. The children struggled to pull him along. We're gonna save you this time. Yin's expression was drained. I can't even move a finger. It's happening to me. Again, it was an all too familiar sensation. His eyes shot open. The Grand Duke of the Abyss. My uncle told me about them. Yes, a Grand Duke. The rulers of the Abyss are called Kings of the Abyss, or Grand Dukes. They are called that because whether king or Grand Duke, they hold absolute power within their own domains. They became the greatest enemies of the god Phelin and the 12 disciples, the one who came from the stars to cleanse the abyss. After hearing that story, a young Yin had been filled with excitement. That's so cool. What do they look like? Are they scary? His uncle said there wasn't much information about them, but weren't they surprisingly alluring? Everyone claims to have met a Grand Duke. The idea of falling into an inescapable abyss is so seductive. Seductive, my ass. What is it trying to tell me? Power? It's offering me the power to bring all of Horizon to its knees. An immense power. Lies! This is absurd! It's such an obvious temptation, but if even a fraction of that power is real, I could protect everyone. I just need a little. Yin suddenly saw something. It was a child. He asked, "You're my past self." Yin's face paled. "Wait, who are all of you?" Then he abruptly sat up, letting out a piercing scream. He clutched his chest, panting heavily. Why did my past suddenly? No, more importantly, the Grand Duke of the Abyss. It appeared because the influence of the Abyss grew stronger from the human sacrifice. I don't know why it showed up in front of me, but just as I'd heard, I was nearly drawn in without even realizing it. If my past self hadn't stopped me, I might have. Thank you, my past self, for coming to save me. But if it was my past that pulled me back, then what were those other figures? What was that terrifying shadow about him? Suddenly, the children's voices cut through his thoughts. Yin asked blankly, "What's wrong?" But for now, just forget about it. He forced a smile at them. "I'm fine, thank you. Really, the battle isn't over yet. There's no time to rest." Seeing Yin about to leave, they asked him, "Where are you going?" He replied, "It's nothing. I'll be fine after a little rest." The children, not believing him, shouted, "You're such a bad liar! Trying to fight in my current state is definitely reckless. I'm better than before, but it's still very difficult to move." However, he remembered what Levent said earlier. "I almost forgot about those rings. I heard your uncle made them to heal you. If these rings were made by my uncle to heal me..." He clenched his fist and looked at the rings seriously. "Then I can keep fighting. My illness, from both the past and present, is a type of paralysis of unknown origin that stiffens my entire body." On the battlefield, that guy Joseph suddenly broke into a sweat and said, "No, that presence. So if this is what Uncle made to heal me, then its purpose is..." Yidia once told him, "Half the reason I became a doctor was to see you healthy again like this, to help me move again. Even though I was bedridden, that must have been the intention. That's blood magic, the power of the abyss bestowed upon Lord Yidia. How do you have it?" The Zero circulated so violently that it was visible on the outside. He's using Zero to reinforce and support his muscles. I've figured out exactly how to use it. Seeing him, Levent suddenly said, "Just a warning. Even if you join in, this is my target." Yin said nonchalantly, "I don't care. Do you have a plan?" Levent laughed, self-deprecatingly. "Looks like you're in a hurry, but thanks to you, at least, I found a weak spot. So why are you acting so cool?" He pointed at the monster. "That lower half, should I call it Joseph? Anyway, that thing, it can't keep up with the movements of the upper body. Let's find a way to take care of the lower half first. Then dealing with that sword saint will only be slightly harder than taking care of a baby." Yin held his forehead. "Good thing it's that simple." Then, he seemed to transform into someone else, his eyes turning red like Zero. "Because I'm finding it harder and harder to think clearly." This appearance stunned both Levent and Joseph. Just as I thought, he's using Yidia's magic tool to become a berserker. He had once asked Joseph, "Do you know about the berserkers of the north? They can keep moving even if their heart is pierced." The old man had instinctively replied that they were in a state of madness. So they move because they don't feel pain, right? While the truth is, they're numb from the overwhelming pain due to an adrenaline and endorphin rush. But this goes beyond pain. Just like a musical instrument can't make a sound when its strings are cut. The secret lies in their Zero. When they enter a state of rage, their blood pressure spikes, and their Zero will support and replace their damaged organs. That's why even if their muscles are torn like this, as long as the Zero veins are still connected, they can still move. This is it. If this is the case, the real battle begins now. Yin charged straight for his target, letting out a powerful roar. Die! His anger had reached its max level. The beast raised its hand to counterattack and roared. Fivia witnessed Yin fighting like a madman. Levent muttered, charging in like a lunatic. Instantly, he rushed forward and kicked the beast, sending it flying back. Then the beast reached its clawed hand towards Levent. As quick as a flash, it grabbed him. Yin stood there, not stopping his cheering. "Good, that's great, keep it up." The beast showed extreme annoyance. "Damn it, I can't react in time. This guy is a real lunatic." In the extremely desolate regions, to fight against the abyss, they were forced to become monsters themselves. Even in its wildest dreams, it never expected them to be berserkers. "No, I can't let his ferocity overwhelm me. I must remember, he's just a kid. Even if he's a bit strong, it wouldn't matter even if many like him took us down. The problem is the coordinated attack from both of them. When one distracts my son's mind, the other attacks my weaker self. But that's easier said than done. This is a life or death battle. Aren't these lunatics afraid of death? Their fighting style, their attacks are so crude. Their coordination is just pure luck. It won't work on my son." But what about me? At this point, Yin was also racking his brain. If this berserker keeps going, even with a pierced heart and torn muscles, what should I do next? If this madman keeps this up, I'll just have to act on instinct. He continued to beat the crap out of the beast. The beast could only scream, "Damn it, no, no," right then. At this moment, Levin was still observing intently. He wondered suspiciously, what is that form? Pushed into a corner, he's decided to take everyone down with him. If this madman keeps this up, I'll just have to act on instinct. He continued to beat the crap out of the beast. The beast could only scream, "Damn it, no, no," right then. This poor soul won't go alone, but will be brutally murdered again. I absolutely will not let that happen. Looking at the guy's current state, his resurrection was incomplete. That meant he only had less than a month to live. But that doesn't mean my son has to die today. If the sun shines brightly, my son is more talented than anyone else. Just as he thought this, he was struck by another of Levent's attacks. He roared in shock. "Son of evil, even if life is short, live freely. Your father will take these bastards down with me." In a flash, Levent saw him start to swell up, and using all his might, he leaped up and delivered a powerful strike against the man. "Look there, he's been knocked down." Tears fell from his eyes. The game was over, and he could only choke out his son's name. Immediately after, his body exploded into smithereens. With the battle won, Levent turned to ask Eugin, "By the way, where did you get that kind of power?" Before he could finish his sentence, Eugin suddenly raised his axe and attacked Levent. Confused, he yelled, "Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly like this?" Faced with Eugen's actions, like a mindless machine, he deduced, "Has this guy lost his mind?" He began to observe him and contemplate, an agitated state with bloodshot eyes and a total loss of consciousness, endless stamina and enhanced muscles. Turns out he was the real newbie here. In that moment, he was completely shocked. Damn it, he's a berserker, so he doesn't just possess the Soroya bloodline. No wonder he suddenly laughed like that. But why, if he's a berserker, now that the enemy is dead, his sanity should have returned, right? He was stunned, thinking about his own predicament. Damn it. Only then did Eugin calmly reply, "That's right, think about it. You still have one enemy left." Now he could feel that karma spares no one. This is payback, isn't it? It's time for me to get what I deserve. Instantly, Eugin brought the axe blade close to Levent's head, mindlessly muttering, "You now. With this, we're even going berserk." It's an extreme hypnotic state filled with rage and madness. But did he break out of it using his own willpower? Don't you know you have to pick the right moment to go soft? Are you okay with this? In a complete turnaround, they were back together as if nothing had happened. "You might regret not killing me right now. What is this? Feeling guilty, huh?" Suka and Eugin, finding themselves in a tight spot, quickly yelled, "Hey, wait a minute, hey, hold on." All of a sudden, the two of them collapsed together. He said helplessly, "I can't move." "Of course you can't. You went on a completely unrestrained rampage." Just then, a voice echoed from the door. "Young master, wake up." He touched the wound on his face, groaning. After a long sleep, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Wow, I slept so well." Taya, standing by the bed, said discontentedly, "Really? Oh my god, I couldn't sleep a wink all night." Taya. Immediately, she went into full-on nag mode, saying seriously, "We should have tied you up or something. That's what we should have done. Why do you always end up like this, huh? Do you really have to give me a panic attack? Sorry." Although he looked remorseful, Taya had no intention of stopping. "How can you attend the entrance ceremony with a face like this? This is the only spot that's halfway decent." "Oh, right. The entrance ceremony." Eugin froze for 5 seconds before his brain finally caught up. "That's right, the Magic Academy's entrance ceremony. I forgot. Why are you always like this? Do you really have to worry me to death?" Hee. "I'm sorry." At that, Eugin put on his most innocent face. "But I didn't have a choice. It was because of those kids. And yes, those kids were saved. Thanks to you." Taya replied resentfully. "But wouldn't it have been better if you'd told me beforehand? I'm sorry." Her frustration was written all over her face. "In the end, even a sick and frail person had to come and save you." Really, a troublemaker like him still looked completely clueless. "My father came to save me? You don't remember anything?" Taya suppressed her anger and explained, "Yes, since it involved you. He couldn't just stand by. But it's truly admirable. He went out despite being so ill, because it was a critical matter that required his direct command, both for cleaning up after the human sacrifice and for dealing with the remnants of the Abyss worshippers." Hearing this, as expected, Eugen's eyes began to well up. The victims. Meanwhile, Taya sighed indignantly. "I knew security in the capital was bad, but I never imagined it was this terrible. I miss Fivia so much. And that same old prejudice, but this time it's a really big deal." She continued to explain. "When the slums are incited, it's only natural for a riot to break out." "Really?" Yin asked worriedly. "So, what about the people who live there?" Tae recounted, "That's a real headache. Currently, the Lord is using his own money to protect the poor, but it costs a lot of money, and interfering in the king's territory isn't very convenient. He made the current situation clear. If it's not handled well, it could be seen as defying the royal family, so we're trying to entrust them to the royals, but their response has been very cold." Hearing that, Yin asked indignantly, "Why? That's a big deal." "Why, you ask? Because it involves the poor." To Yin's astonishment, Tae analyzed, "In the slums, it's not strange for people to tear each other apart, right? The plight of the poor people underground doesn't concern the upper class in the slightest. In fact, the capital's nobles think it's good to just let the trash tear each other apart. It's also possible they're wondering why the Fivias have to interfere and do the right thing, and those actions have nurtured and developed the abyss. But perhaps because they're safe in the rear, they're very complacent." At this point, Tae reassured him, "Still, don't worry. The Lord won't abandon the poor just because he's afraid of social prejudice." After speaking, he held up the bouquet, saying cheerfully, "Besides, they're very cooperative, so I'm sure they like us. Look, they even sent these get-well flowers." Yin was suddenly delighted, hugging the bouquet excitedly. "This is it." Seeing his attitude, Tae said in surprise, "It's also possible they're wondering why the Fivias have to interfere and do the right thing, and those actions have nurtured and developed the abyss, which is nice." But Yin said shyly, "This is the most beautiful one? That's great then." It was only then that he remembered, "Ah, but where's Levent? It would be great if he could also see this." Tae was awkwardly at a loss for words. That person is currently..." Scene change. Levent is being interrogated, surrounded by soldiers from House Fivia. He gave them a forced smile. "Hello." Yin came running from out of nowhere, saw him and quickly said, "Thank goodness you look better than I imagined." He stepped in front of them to break it up. "Wait, there's a misunderstanding, Levent." Immediately a stern man gave a command. "Attention." They all saluted. In unison they shouted, "Greetings, young lord." "Yes," one of them said with a bright smile. "Please speak comfortably. We're all part of Fivia." "Huh, really?" He continued enthusiastically. "When I heard the story of how you wiped out those abyss worshippers, I thought, that's truly the Lord's son." He praised him to the high heavens. "You even look exactly like the Lord. I recognized you right away. You don't have to flatter me so much." Levent, who had been listening this whole time, finally decided to speak up. Yin, as you can see, it's nothing, just an interrogation." "An interrogation?" Seeing Yin's confused expression, he tried to calm him down. "Well, to explain further, I've already spoken with Lord Fivia and everything's been settled. We're just double-checking things." Right at that moment, he turned to the people standing there and said, "So, are we done for today? It seems the young lord has something to say, so let's call it a day." A man spoke up. "We'll be back tomorrow at this time, Levent." "Ah, all right." Before leaving, they still smiled to curry favor with him. "Have a good day, young lord." After everyone left, Levent's attitude did a complete 180. So unfair. I'm used to it, but still. Wait a minute. Faced with his sudden change, which was faster than the speed of light, Yin couldn't keep up. "Weren't you all talking so cheerfully?" "Can't be helped. I'm Suer's subordinate, after all." Yin wore a confused expression and asked again, "Suer? You mean the priest from the Eternal Church?" Faced with a complete blank slate, he had to explain that Suer was from the Eternal Church. Only Lord Fivia knows. They don't. But even so, Suer is also famous as a mercenary captain who specializes in stirring up trouble in the Empire to the north. And he's also a notorious merchant. Yin looked skeptical. "How did you end up working for such a famous person?" Levent had no intention of hiding it from him, and said calmly, "I've already told your father everything, so I guess I can tell you too." Hearing the earth-shattering news, Yin shouted in shock, "What? You're really Phlox? The righteous thief?" "No, not exactly, but yes, that's me." He explained further to help him understand, "But I'm not exactly a righteous thief. Phlox is like Fivia, a group that protects Phelin's legacy. If your family guards the far western border, then we protect the knowledge of Lord Phelin. Like this, but this is a simplified and broken version. Phelin's knowledge is machinery, being called a righteous thief? I don't know, maybe the belief. The rumors got weird because we operate like an underground society. Still, he couldn't stop wondering, but isn't Suer the enemy? Shouldn't you stay away from him?" That's right, he sadly shared his tragic story, but so annihilated FS, leaving only me. "I was the sole survivor of the massacre when I was 10 years old. I was raised as a trophy and a hunting dog for SH. Yin's eyes widened in shock. He stammered. Now he finally had the chance to come clean about the things he's done. "But that doesn't mean I'm a worshiper of the abyss. I can't say I've never done bad things, but that was mostly when I was working as a mercenary. I tried to get at you, simply because our applications to the Magic Academy matched. In the end, He didn't hesitate to admit that. No, it was actually because of my inferiority complex, too. Your Folivian pride was a stark contrast to me. It's an ugly inferiority complex. Saying it out loud sounds even more pathetic. I couldn't even stand up to them, yet I wanted to kill you. Eugin was trying to suppress all his emotions. As the story ended, he suddenly stood up and retorted, "What are you talking about, Levent FS? That day, I saw your true feelings. No matter what you say, I won't misunderstand." He even defended him. The you who was in a situation where you couldn't be yourself, that wasn't the real you get it? Seeing that it wasn't convincing enough, he denied that he was Levent Sur of the Eternal Church, but a righteous thief. Levent Fels told me I'm not a righteous thief. And as for Levent Sur or whatever, suddenly looking at his scarred hands, he understood. But I get what you mean. Yin showed immense empathy for the pain he was carrying. Maybe surviving alone is more painful than death. But Levin, remember this, he cheerfully encouraged him. Finn descends on the darkest day. Even in the darkest moment of your life, there is still a ray of light. As if he was understood, he let out a small smile. Thank you. Scene changes to the entrance ceremony day at Pad Magic Academy. Guan was looking out the window, so Yin called out from behind. Checking out the new students? That's not like you at all. Who are you looking at? It's obviously the prince. Everyone is watching one person. He mentioned the one he was particularly interested in, the rookie who caused an unprecedented commotion during the entrance exam and saved the slums from the abyss. The 1-second mage from Fivia, failed assassination attempt. Oh my, Eugin. So, that's his name, Eugin Fivia. Down in the courtyard, amidst admiring and curious gazes, he muttered, aren't people staring a little too much? Is that him? Can't be helped. Around here, you're the most famous person here, but it's better than I expected. That foul mouth of his spoke. I thought you'd run into some trouble. Found you. Suab appeared from out of nowhere, running over excitedly. Found him, found him, found him, the son of Lady Skaty, Eugin Fivia. She boldly introduced herself, I, the shaman Suab, and before he could even react, he heard a declaration of war, challenging him to a duel on the North Road. Rewinding a few minutes, Levin casually waved and said, Hey Eugin, you made it! Yin's eyes widened in surprise, shakily calling out, Levent. He awkwardly asked, That hat, isn't it a little too flashy for you? Levent calmly glanced at the hat and replied, This thing? He explained it was a merchant's hat. Even though commoners who get in are treated like quasi-nobility, so wearing it isn't mandatory, but on days like this, it's good to show off a bit. But if they find out I'm a commoner later, they'll be furious. Yin's jaw dropped in shock. The class discrimination is harsher than I thought. Levent averted his gaze and replied, But it looks like everyone, he gestured to the people around them, is more interested in you than in my hat. Yin clutched his head in a full-blown panic as everyone stared at him. What? Why? Why is everyone looking at me? Levent, hearing this, asked back, You really don't know the reason? He clenched his fists, frozen in place, his lips quivering, terrified as he listened to him speak. This is the first time someone from Fivia has ever entered this magic academy. It's also the first time someone entered all by themselves, plus, it's the first time anyone has ever caused a magical explosion at the entrance ceremony. Levin nonchalantly added, And you also took down the Abyss worshippers. How could they not stare at the rookie who rewrote the academy's history? Realizing his very existence was an attention magnet made Yin even more terrified. He remembered something and yelled, But wait, you were with me when I took them down. Levin calmly replied, The one on top is always the one who's remembered. Eugin cried out in anguish. So cruel, Levent said nonchalantly. But this is still better than I thought, right? And I don't know where Suabe came from. Striding confidently towards them. I thought you'd get into trouble for sure. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out. Found you, causing Eugin to freeze. Levent jumped, spitting out the piece of burger he had just bitten into. Suabe excitedly shouted, Found him! Found him! Found him! The son of Lady Skaty, Eugin Fivia. She bared her teeth in a confident smile and introduced herself. I am the shaman, Suabe. I challenge you to a duel on the Northern Road. Hearing her say that, Eugin was completely confused, his head full of question marks. The people around them, seeing such a sudden greeting, began to murmur among themselves. Do you know who that is? No, it's my first time seeing her. Then what does she mean by a duel on the Northern Road? Eugin seemed to remember something and explained it to Levent. It's a duel to the death with no surrender. That's what my mother told me. Levent angrily gritted his teeth and asked in a cold voice, Shaman, have you ever killed anyone? You are being too rude. Just pretend you never said anything. Suabe ignored him and walked past him toward Eugin. Stay out of this, conehead. Glancing at Levent, Eugin waved his hand and replied, I have no intention of fighting you. Levent's hat immediately fell off. merchant's hat, charisma -10. Hearing Eugin say that, Suabe asked in surprise, "What?" She then angrily raised her voice. "Why not? With that attitude, are you really the son of Lady Skaty?" Eugin stammered fearfully. "But why do we have to fight?" Suabe clenched her fists, her face contorting as she said, "No way. I want to fight you to steal your fame." Eugin asked, confused, "What kind of logic is that?" Suddenly, Suabe stood up straight and declared seriously in a loud voice, "Fine, there's no other way. I will prove myself in front of everyone, just like you did." Levent stammered, speechless. "What?" While Eugin asked in fear, "You want to prove what?" Then a loud explosion occurred. Suabe smirked and shouted, "Watch this. This is the magic of a shaman, the embodiment of the universe." She chanted the spell, Tenri, Vera, Anton, followed by another loud explosion. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from nowhere. "The new students, this year." Both Suabe and Eugin were so scared they felt dizzy. He said in a cold, serious tone, "Are quite special, aren't they?" Leaving Suabe too terrified to speak. Gown waved his hand, creating an even bigger explosion, then ordered the soldiers, drag Suabe away and lock her up. "Don't think this is the end of it. Lock this troublemaking brat up. Somewhere." The two soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Levent was surprised. That was effective. Eugin thought in amazement. That person used Desio, and he didn't. Just create an explosion like mine. He also increased its density to reduce the range and enhance its power. This person is a magic swordsman like me, and an extremely skilled one. At that, the students behind them all exclaimed excitedly in unison, "Oh my god, it's the prince, Prince Gan." Hearing this, Eugen's jaw dropped in surprise. The prince? Just then, Gan suddenly called his name. "Eugin Fivia." Eugin jumped and replied, "Me?" "Yes, your highness," Gowan said calmly. "There's no need for formalities. I'm also a student. Just treat me like a senior. I wanted to speak with you as the Prince of Hibernia, to personally thank you for conquering the abyss." Hearing this, everyone around them called out his name in surprise. Eugin smiled shyly and replied, "It was nothing special, just a coin." Siddons. "He seems like a good person," Gown continued. "And one more thing." He leaned in close to his face and said coldly, "Don't be too showy." "Okay," causing Eugin to cry out in fear. He realized the person who had just thanked him, and this person were like two completely different people. The scene changes to the auditorium a while later. A professor stood at the podium and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you all. Our Pad Academy of Magic was personally founded by one of the 10 disciples, Lord Ananta. Our goal is to inherit the knowledge of Lord Phelin and the 12 disciples. Therefore, as students, you are the inheritors of Lord Phelin's wisdom and the scholars of society. You must have a sense of responsibility and become exemplary citizens like your seniors." Eugin, just like many other students, thought with gloomy boredom, "I was so looking forward to the entrance ceremony, but I ended up making a bad impression on the royal family on the very first day." He wondered to himself, what did he mean by, "Don't be too showy"? Did I do something wrong? Levent glanced over at his gloomy friend and thought, "Looks like he's in deep shock. I wasn't the one who caused trouble today, so he probably didn't see this coming." This kind of defensive behavior. He looked up as if he had just discovered something. Another professor stood up to announce, "All right, the vice principal's speech has concluded." And finally, for the sake of solidarity between the new and returning students, Levent looked up and saw Anika sitting solemnly up top with the other professors. The joint magic demonstration, featuring both new and returning students, will now begin. Levent thought to himself, if it's her, she might be able to divert Agen's attention. With that in mind, he turned to ask Agen, "Do you know about the ranks for mages?" Agen asked back, puzzled, "You mean like master, professor, and all that? Why are you suddenly asking about it?" Levin calmly replied, "Well, we're at a magic academy, so distinguishing between ranks is normal, but those titles feel more academic, don't they? Not every mage has one. So, mages are usually categorized as beginner, intermediate, or advanced based on their individual abilities. However, while it's rare, some mages are so powerful they defy such classification. Their very existence is considered a national threat, so they are specially designated for surveillance, which is why they're called special designated mages." Asian smiled and said, "That sounds so far-fetched it doesn't even feel real." Levent shook his head, pointing toward Anika and said, "Not at all. There's one right there." He introduced her as Anika Assis, the top mage of the Magic Academy and the first student ever to be appointed as a special designated mage. Levin added nonchalantly, "Her nickname is Phelin's 13th disciple." Eugene was startled when he heard that and asked, "Why does that sound so familiar?" Levent continued, "It makes sense. It's a title reserved for the giants of an era who achieve mythical feats, So, for it to be given to a student who's only 16 years old, it's understandable you've heard it in passing. Eugin was shocked, trembling with fear as he wondered, Miss Eston, you compared me to someone like her? Suddenly, Anika's attention was drawn to the two of them chatting animatedly. She stood up and began to walk, to the astonishment of the professors. I heard she's so obsessed with magic that she isn't interested in anything else, and that she's so arrogant she pays no mind to the royal family or even the professors. Levin's voice dropped. But on the bright side, she doesn't judge people by their social class. You two might have more in common than you think. The two were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice Anika had walked right up to them. She said calmly, Hello, Eugin. Is it all right if I call you that? Eugin replied in surprise. Oh, yes, of course. Anika began hesitantly. There are so many things I want to talk to you about. Everyone around them stared with wide-eyed disbelief. First the prince, and now the top mage. Anika lowered her gaze and said, But now that I'm here, I've forgotten what I wanted to say. Eugin bowed his head and stammered, That can happen, I suppose. Just then, another professor appeared, yelling, Wait, Anika! He pointed at a piece of paper and said with an awkward laugh, The participants for the joint magic demonstration have already been chosen from the list of recommended students. If you do this, it will cause problems and put me in a very difficult position. Anika pointed at Eugin and replied nonchalantly, You're right, the magic demonstration. I'll be performing with him. The professor grew angry and shouted, Watch your words. Anika, there's a limit to mocking this school's traditions. We are supposed to carefully select our finest talent, not some one chain. She just shrugged and replied calmly, I'm not mocking anything. As far as I'm concerned, there are no other mages here. She said something that shocked everyone around her. Except for Eugin Fivia, the professor stammered. What? Are you being serious? The other students muttered in disbelief. For real? With a one-chain? Gown? Standing to the side, smirked and thought, Now the pieces are falling into place. You're hiding your true power, Eugin Fivia. Eugin looked shocked. Me? His eyes welled up with tears as he stammered, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. Anika gently raised a hand to her lips, her gaze drifting away, her voice soft yet full of meaning. As for the performance, you're from Fivia, aren't you? How about a one-on-one duel? The moment Eugin heard this, he panicked, his face draining of all color. A duel? He screamed in a fluster. I'm only a one-chain. How am I supposed to duel her? That's going too far. How can you even call that a magic demonstration? Meanwhile, Levent, standing nearby, could only watch. Except for Eugin Fivia, the professor stammered. What? Are you being serious? The other students muttered in disbelief. For real? With a one-chain? Gown? This is bullying on a whole other level. Eugin suddenly. Anika pointed at Eugin and replied nonchalantly, You're right, the magic demonstration. I'll be performing with him. The professor grew angry and shouted, Watch your words. Don't be too sad. He was once again stunned by Yin's mood swing. Huh? What did you just say? Yin raised both hands, his eyes sparkling with light, his voice filled with excitement, thinking, I have to admit, that's just cruel. He glanced at Anika, his face a mixture of apprehension and awkwardness. The top mage of the Magic Academy and the first person to become a special designated mage while still a student is going to duel a one-chain freshman? Yin kept his confident smile, which was a little arrogant but still had a hint of innocence. Wait, but if I win, does that make me a top-tier mage? Pardon me. Then, just a few seconds later, that smile vanished. He froze, his mood in a freefall, and choked out, No, it's impossible. I'm going to be humiliated in front of everyone. Levent was utterly speechless at the sight of him. So it was all just a daydream. This case is a tough one. Sitting down next to him, he gently proposed a strategy, his words like a faint glimmer of light amidst a storm of emotions. Why are you so scared? Weren't you the one who charged into the den of the Abyss worshippers all by yourself? Look on the bright side. Everyone knows this fight isn't fair for you. Yin's eyes widened as he looked at Levent, as if he'd just seen a glimmer of hope. Levent held out his hand. Every word he spoke carried weight, seeming to give Yin a surge of courage. Even if you can't win, just give it your all, and people will change their opinion of you. But instead of feeling motivated, Yin burst into tears. His tears flowed uncontrollably, completely flipping the situation on its head. A one-chain person like me, fighting against a promising top-tier mage? Levent could only sigh at the scene. There was nothing to be done. As they entered the classroom, Yin was still complaining endlessly, muttering incessantly, I just remembered, I also received a duel request this morning. Why does trouble follow me wherever I go? Hearing this, Levent suddenly froze, as if he'd remembered something. That's right, it was from Salmon Suab, wasn't it? Yin turned to look at him, his eyes full of curiosity and a hint of hope. She's not going to challenge me again, is she? Levin had no choice but to nod, playing along with him. If she's in a different class, maybe she'll give up, right? He continued to analyze, trying to make Yin feel more at ease. Her magic's range is pretty wide too, not like us lower-class students. But before they could even sigh in relief, they both froze because the person who had challenged him was now sitting right next to them. The atmosphere became dead silent. Suab noticed and snapped, "What?" Yin turned pale and stammered, "Why? Are you here? Beside Levent?" Havanatan giggled softly, her eyes glinting with mischievous malice. Even though her magic is powerful, at her core, she's just a primitive shaman. Her words were like adding fuel to the fire, making Suab absolutely livid. Meanwhile, Yin was starting to panic. None of its principles are ever clearly explained. And don't shamans just lay out a bunch of old relics and pray for a miracle to happen while doing some weird dance? The professors can't possibly give high scores for something like that. It was as if she'd struck a nerve, and Suab instantly flared up. If my shamanism is so ancient, then it belongs in the advanced class. She shot towards Havanata like a blur. With such pure magic, what are you doing in a lower class, huh? Making her opponent. She's just a primitive shaman. Her words were like adding fuel to the fire, making Suab absolutely livid. Meanwhile, Yin was starting to panic. None of its principles are ever clearly explained. And don't shamans just lay out a bunch of old relics and pray for a miracle to happen while doing? Before his very eyes, unable to believe it. How did a necromancer get into a school of magic? A human skeleton with a cat's skull for a head appeared, and Havanatan stated calmly, "Necromancer is such a dirty word. We don't trifle with souls," he asked in surprise. "We?" Then she grasped the skeleton's bony hand and introduced herself with a chilling confidence. "I am the puppet artisan, Havanatan. My interest lies in the most exquisite masterpiece ever created in this world, that is, the body." Yin and Levin could only stand rooted to the spot, a chill running down their spines. Isn't that just necromancy with a fancier name? A pink mist began to fill the classroom. Why is this place full of so many dangerous people? Through the hazy smoke, a figure began to emerge, causing both Yin and Suab to whip their heads around. He raised both hands and staggered forward with a bizarre gait, looking like a zombie straight out of a horror game. The one who seemed the most dangerous of all had appeared, before either of them could react, then realized it was just LaRossi. He ran over, looking like he was about to cry. "Sorry, everyone, my alchemy pouch exploded." Ochia LaRossi, the alchemist. The pink smoke around them grew thicker and thicker, making everyone so uncomfortable they had to cry out, "It stings my nose." "What is this? Who did this?" Yorosi panicked. "Sorry, that was me." The smoke-filled air made everyone cough violently. Levent just sat still, wondering to himself if he should drop out. This class is hopeless. A quick assessment. Nearby, Damon's face was flushed with anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. These idiots. Then, unable to take it anymore, he turned and unleashed all his anger on everyone. "Why are you all so cheerful? Did you come here to play around?" Of course, he wasn't the type to be trifled with. He shot back without any hesitation. "You're just embarrassed about being in a lower class, aren't you?" "You coward!" Suab sighed, glancing at Giovanna with a look as sharp as a knife. Her words even startled Eugin into a panic. What in the world is wrong with her? Is she going crazy on her own? If you're so embarrassed about being in class 12, then go cry in a corner by yourself. She stood up, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, Mom, I'm sorry for being born." A quick assessment. Nearby, Damon's face was flushed with anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. These idiots. Then, unable to take it anymore, he turned and unleashed all his anger on everyone. "Why are you all so cheerful? Did you come here to play around?" Of course, he wasn't the type to be trifled with. He shot back without any hesitation. "You're just embarrassed about being in a lower class, aren't you? They'd be fighting even without you." The room was now filled with smoke so thick you couldn't even see who was who. People are angry because they can't accept the fact that they're in class 12. He glanced around, thinking to himself, is a class full of people like this going to be okay? I don't have high hopes for the class assignments. But then, this happened. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and the smoke vanished in an instant, revealing a woman walking in with a smile as gentle as the wind. A beautiful lavender silhouette. Eston raised her hand, magic glowing, gathering all the remaining smoke into the palm of her hand. It's an ultra-pure, high-grade powder. This powder solidifies and evaporates when infused with mana. Pretty unique, huh? Yin watched the scene in awe, his eyes shining brightly. Miss Eston gave a radiant smile, her hand lifting the smoke which sparkled like a spotlight. If you use it skillfully, you can control it freely like this. It's a highly anticipated new material in the world of alchemy. She approached, cheerfully handing it to Yorosi. "Student Yorosi, you're an alchemist who keeps up with trends quite quickly, aren't you?" He jumped, stammering, at a loss for words. "My name is..." But instead of scolding him, Eston just chuckled softly, her voice as light as the wind, offering some advice. But in situations like these, mastering basic magic is also very important. That made Yorosi's face turn bright red, and he stammered a reply amidst the snickers of his classmates. Yes, ma'am, I'm practicing. Yin looked at the teacher with an admiring gaze. She's an amazing teacher. All of his attention was focused on the person who was exuding a strange confidence and charm. She calmed the atmosphere instantly. Eston placed a thick book on the desk, her voice ringing out gently but clearly. All right, hello everyone. I'm Eston, and I'll be the homeroom teacher for the first-year class 12. She introduced herself with a friendly demeanor. I'm new here, just like all of you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Only Eugene clapped enthusiastically, his eyes shining like a fan meeting their idol. She smiled and then suddenly asked a question. So, first of all, I have a question for all of you. The whole class fell silent. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a few seconds. What do you think the reason is? Everyone was lost in thought. That we've all gathered here like this? In the midst of that atmosphere, Levent spoke up calmly, his deep, steady voice startling everyone at once. It's probably because the other professors pushed Class 12 onto you. You're a new teacher, right? He maintained his cold expression, continuing as if each word had its own weight. The double-digit classes are Class D, and among them, Class 12 is. Then Levent looked straight at her and dropped a line so blunt it stung everyone who heard it. The bottom of the barrel, right? Seeing she didn't reply, he said, Hey, I'm just stating the facts. My apologies. Eston burst out laughing, shattering the tense atmosphere. No, it's all right. I anticipated that answer. Eston smiled. Her voice was gentle but full of honesty. You're right. Because I'm a new teacher, I was assigned to Class D and the most unwanted class within it, Class 12. The entire class was instantly stunned. No one could believe what they had just heard. What? She continued, her every word cutting like a knife, leaving the class feeling both bitter and humiliated beyond words. To be honest, Class D is looked down upon more than you can imagine. The professors don't even bother to properly look at the profiles of Class D students. Yin lowered his head, the disdainful looks from those he once called teachers flashing through his mind. When they look at this Class D, so the way Class 12 is treated, goes without saying, right? Of course. Giovanna's hand trembled as he clenched it. He couldn't help but jump up and yell, So what do you mean by that? Are you telling us to know our place? Iston just laughed heartily, replying in a light tone that felt like a slap to their pride. To put it bluntly, that's right. You all need to understand yourselves. The entire class was instantly stunned. No one could believe what they had just heard. What? She continued, her every word cutting like a knife, leaving the class feeling both bitter and humiliated beyond words. You are all diamonds in the rough, hidden under the name Class D. Those words were so powerful they left the entire class stunned. For better or for worse, she stated clearly. Because no one pays attention to Class D, I asked if I could have these students. The response was, do whatever you want, it's just Class D. That's how I was able to gather all of you diamonds in the rough as the new professor. Iston maintained her confident smile, holding up a stack of papers with a firm voice, showing her strong desire to prove herself, despite getting unfavorable looks from the other professors. You all resonated deeply with me, so I chose you. The smile on her lips now held a hint of pride, her eyes sparkling as if she had the whole situation in hand. Even if only half of your thoughts were expressed in these, your self-introduction letters are all sincere. Suab lowered her head slightly, seemingly moved by those words. There's no arguing it. You are all courageous students, and curious. Havanatan and Yorosi exchanged a smile, feeling an indescribable surge of pride and joy. Eugin also grinned in delight. Talented, Levent thought to himself. Is this just a collection of massive egos? And passionate. Iston now seemed like a brilliant leader. She said the Magic Academy's selection system simply failed to discover you. Iston pointed towards Giovanna and asked, Isn't that right, student Giovanna? He immediately shot to his feet, exclaiming, Of course it is! The selection process was wrong from the very beginning. He recalled how others treated him and couldn't suppress his anger. They didn't even bother to see what I can do. Enough! Who gave them the right to judge me? Everyone else agreed. Yeah, that's right, Suab remarked. So you do know how to say something I can agree with. Only Levent's face remained frozen, his gaze darkening, feeling like he was being dragged into this whole affair. Iston clenched her fists, her shoulders trembling slightly, but a radiant smile remained on her lips. See? You're absolutely right. I also think it's ridiculous, but what can we prove with just words? She gestured towards Eugin, causing him to freeze. Fortunately, your classmate Eugene Fivia has given us the chance to prove them wrong. Her finger pointed slightly as her voice rang out loud and clear. The first major lesson for first-year Class 12 is none other than, she then mentioned the duel challenge this morning between Eugin and Anik, the magic duel between the top mage of the Podic Aces Magic Academy and the representative of the first-year Class 12, Eugin Fivia, the one-circle magic swordsman. With the full support of the entire Class 12, our goal is to help Eugin Fivia win. Eugin, Yorosi, and Giovanna were simultaneously stunned. Meanwhile, Suab and Havanatan's eyes shone brightly, looking full of eagerness and amusement. The whole class practically exclaimed in surprise, "Seriously? Team up with these scary people?" Eugin himself froze for a few seconds, then broke into a slight smile. Inside, a feeling of excitement surged like a tidal wave. Somehow, this is going to be fun. During class, Suab stood before the whole class, her voice echoing throughout the room. Supporting a warrior is a mage's specialty. By harnessing the power of the three elements, a mage can strengthen and support in many different ways. But she placed a hand on her chest, her eyes blazing as she declared, "I came to this magic academy to become a warrior, not to support the likes of him." Eugin quietly whispered, "Are you sure you came to the right school?" Immediately after, Suab pointed at Eugin and exclaimed, "Fight me, Fivia. Let's have a one-on-one duel. We will choose the warrior to fight against the strongest mage." Levent tilted his head and muttered a few words, saying, "Is this some kind of tournament or something?" Someone tried to stop her, but Suab yelled, "What the hell? Let go of me!" Giovanna glanced at Eugin. Havanatan sneered, a sarcastic smile on his face. This must be exhausting. On the platform, Yorosi calmly introduced his findings while stirring a flask. "Hello, I am Orochimia Yorosi, an alchemist, and I believe I can create magical catalysts for the match." Eugin asked curiously, "You're pretty small. Do you have any siblings?" But he paid no attention, his eyes still glued to the experiment, his expression inscrutable, like poison, for instance. "Istin lightly," she gently reminded them. Her voice was soft, but it was enough to startle the entire class. "The use of poison is not allowed." Next up was Levent. He stepped forward, with an unbelievably calm demeanor. "I am a charm specialist and a sorcerer. I can create simple magical devices or place enchantments on your items." He held up a piece of paper and with a single, clean motion, cut a pen in half just like that. The whole class was amazed, their eyes wide with disbelief. Did he just cut a pen with paper? Istin smiled, gesturing towards Levent, Larosi, and Suab. Her voice rang out clearly, filled with a heavy confidence. Then, within the framework of the rules of a magic duel, the students who can provide direct support are these three. As for the rest of you, we will work together to find a way to use our abilities in the most effective way. Istin began to explain the principles behind their abilities. By discussing how to use different types of magic, you will gain a deeper understanding of magic as a whole. Her voice was clear and steady, her eyes lighting up with excitement. "All right, everyone, shall we begin our discussion?" Istin exclaimed excitedly, thinking the whole class would join in, but instead, the room fell into absolute silence. Istin exclaimed excitedly, thinking the whole class would join in, but instead, the room fell into absolute silence. "A bit much for the first day, isn't it? I guess we can take it slow. Let's just think about it for now." Seeing this, Eugin spoke up. "I love discussions." Levin, on the other hand, coldly turned and said, "Don't do that. It's even crueler." That afternoon, the two of them walked down the hallway together. Faint sunlight streamed through the windows, their footsteps echoing rhythmically. Eugene sighed. "There wasn't much of a reaction, huh?" "I thought it was a great idea," Levin replied bluntly. "It's pretty vague." He expressed his opinion decisively, without beating around the bush. "Instead of proving yourself in Class D, it would be better to improve your skills and move up to a higher class next year." Not a sound was made. No one said a word, and the atmosphere became so awkward that she quickly pulled her witch's hat down to cover her face, stammering as she tried to hide her embarrassment. "This is..." briefly but sharply. "I guess everyone has their own plans." As they were talking, a piercing sound suddenly rang out, making them both jump and turn around. "Why don't you just think of it as an event and relax?" An unfamiliar student appeared, approaching with an arrogant swagger. He didn't say a word before kicking Larosi, sending him flying to the side, and shouting loudly, "Are you crazy? I tried to be nice, but you just keep causing trouble." Larosi struggled to get up, his eyes firm and unafraid. "I have a right to use the school's workshop too. What right do you have to tell me to leave?" The bully grabbed his collar, pulling him close, his voice low and menacing, shouting so loud the whole hallway echoed. "Are you asking because you really don't know? Who would want to share a workshop with Class 12? In his rage, he didn't even notice Eugene standing right behind him. "Stop interrupting other people's studies." His voice rang out, sharp as a blade. "Could you let go of him?" Before the bully could react, Eugene grabbed his shoulder and pressed down hard. He screamed out in pain, while the surrounding crowd could only stand there, frozen. Fivia, my shoulder. Levent walked over, an indifferent expression on his face as if none of this concerned him. I understand what's happening, but there's no rule that prohibits Class D from using the school's facilities, right? One of his cronies gritted his teeth and shouted, "Do you have any idea what you just said?" The whole group nodded. That's right, he continued. If you're in Class D, you should know your place and get lost. Don't cause any trouble. But before he could finish, Eugin coldly cut him off. Does anyone else want a massage? The atmosphere froze in an instant. The bully turned pale and trembled, stammering his refusal. No, I'm good. Then he and his group hastily ran away. Let's go. Just like the rumors say, he's really vicious. Who knows what he'll do next? Eugin watched them go, so angry that he had to shout, his voice echoing down the hall. Who's vicious? You're just a bunch of cowards who pick on the weak. He turned and ran to Larosi's side, helping him up, his voice full of concern. Are you okay, Larosi? Larosi forced a slight smile. It's nothing. I can handle it myself. Levin stood by with his arms crossed. I suppose so. You didn't seem scared at all. I'm just glad it ended, before things got any worse. Hearing that, Larosi could only manage a strained smile and reply, I understand. Eugin chimed in from behind, adding a comment that made Larosi suddenly looked up. That's right, and besides, we're classmates. Friends are supposed to help each other. This was something he had never heard anyone say to him before. Here, friends. He turned his back to them and stammered. I don't need things like friends. They always leave when they get mad at me. I prefer being alone more. What are we supposed to do? Levin kept a calm face, just moving forward nonchalantly. Does that even matter? I feel the same way. If I have to force myself to get along with someone I don't click with, then I'd rather be alone. But those very words made Yorosi's eyes widen and glisten as if tears were about to fall. Yorosi gave a small, innocent laugh and awkwardly uttered, Friends? Levin replied with a hint of resignation. All right, fine. The sun was slowly setting completely, as the last light of the day bathed the hallway in a golden hue. Yorosi recounted his story with teary eyes, his voice trembling slightly with worry. What should I do now? I came to the Magic Academy because I wanted to use those expensive medicinal herbs. I never expected to face this kind of discrimination just because I'm in Class D. EJ listened, clenching his fists and shouting angrily. Exactly. Why are they so petty about the school's facilities? Should I go file a complaint? Levin replied. Calm down. The frustration just boiled over. Why? This is clearly wrong. Yorosi tried to calm him down. Yeah. He looked away, mumbling. Of course it's wrong. At the library, the teacher spoke, his voice calm, but every word was a direct hit on the Class D students. First-year students from Class D may borrow books starting from the second semester, because they often fail to return books on time. Everyone exclaimed, What? How is that fair? Suab slammed her hand on the table, shouting angrily, What? But I was told that students of the Magic Academy could borrow books here. But the teacher remained calm, pointing to the rulebook with a nonchalant voice, here, which only infuriated her more. Class D isn't allowed? Behind them, a few students began to whisper and gossip. Giovanna whipped around, her gaze icy as she snapped, You guys, what are you whispering about? You're only from Class C. She gritted her teeth, muttering in frustration. They carried those looks of annoyance all the way from the library back to the classroom. If we keep getting angry over every little thing, this will never end. Yin and the others were standing nearby. This seems a little... He was startled when he looked over at Suab. She seemed to be out of it, muttering incessantly. What do I do now? I don't even have money for my next meal. Should I go back to my tribe? I can't do that. Levin, who had just finished eating, said calmly, Well then, we can only hope that time will solve everything, he said while wiping his hands. For a class like ours, filled with such prideful students, that's not likely to work. Before he could even finish, Suab lunged forward and shouted, Are you finished eating? You're not having any more? She snatched his napkin. Then this is mine, it's mine now, Levin said helplessly. Be my guest. Eugin was surprised. What's going on? Seeing Suab's bizarre actions, he asked worriedly, What are you going to do with that? But Yin was soon horrified when she uttered the words, Meat scraps. Suab flashed a satisfied smile and said, Hey, this is delicious. You have great taste. From now on, just leave your leftovers for me. Yin cried out in horror. Meanwhile, Levin was completely stunned by the scene unfolding in front of him. Don't do this. Please go back to being your confident self. She licked her lips like a stray cat that had just eaten its fill. If I do this a few more times, it should be enough for a meal, right? I won't have to worry about food expenses anymore. Yin clasped his head with both hands, filled with dread and confusion. No, this can't go on like this. Then, as if gathering all his courage, he stepped up to the podium, clenching his fists tightly, and slammed his fist on the board. The loud bang echoed through the classroom. "We can't let our dignity crumble any further." He put all his strength into it, his voice shaking but strong, ringing out with a mix of anxiety and determination. "Listen up, everyone. We can't just let things go on like this. We cannot accept this unfair treatment just because we're Class D." But contrary to his expectations, there was no reaction. Not a single look, not a single reply. This again? So are we supposed to win? Yin clasped his head with both hands, filled with dread and confusion. "No, this can't go on like this." Then, as if gathering all his courage, he stepped up to the podium, clenching his fists tightly, and slammed his fist on the board. The loud bang echoed through the classroom. "We can't let our dignity crumble any further." He put all his strength into it, his voice shaking but strong. "What's important is that we prove our abilities to everyone. People look down on us simply because they only see our grades and our scores. They don't know our true strength." Hearing this, Havanatan's lips curled into a slight smirk, looking quite satisfied with his words. "Please lend me your wisdom and your magic. If you do, I promise I will." Yin placed a hand on his chest, his eyes shining once more, ready to give 200% of his effort. "And make everyone acknowledge our Class 12. From the seats, Eli was the first to speak. "That sounds great." But Hannah, sitting next to him, added, "Isn't that just a daydream? Won't standing out just make us hate it even more?" Seeing everyone start to react, Yin grew anxious again. He was afraid this hope was only temporary. And just then, Giovanni suddenly spoke up. "What are you all talking about? This is a class assignment, so just do it." Yin was stunned, not expecting someone like him to be the one to speak up for him. Giovanna's short remark was enough to silence the entire class, a statement that struck a chord, making everyone reflect on themselves. "You all plan on slacking off in class by justifying it as useless, don't you?" Then suddenly, Giovanni stood up and shouted, "But that's not me. I didn't pay this expensive tuition just to come to a magic academy and be lazy," he declared. Loudly, "All the better. Shouldn't we have a class that teaches those who look down on Class D a lesson?" LaRossi agreed. "I think so too." Suab, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. "Why is it so noisy? Will this even help us?" Giovanna roared in frustration. "Why do you always ruin the mood?" she replied calmly. "Did I say something wrong? Unless it involves money." Just as she finished her sentence, a loud voice boomed. "There will be money." Stin slammed the door open and walked in, announcing, "Money is involved." Rugen was startled, her face filled with a terrifying excitement. She said, "I felt you all needed some real motivation. So I made a bet with the vice principal." Stin told everyone about the bet with the vice principal. "In short, if we win, we'll receive a prize of 100,000 den." Hearing about the money, everyone's eyes lit up. "No way. 100,000? With 100,000, you could buy anything." She leaned in and whispered something. "Anika Sis, are we going to win?" Then Suab stood up and declared loudly, "We're going to crush them." The scene changes to another location. Suab charged straight ahead, yelling, "Vera!" She stood amidst the chaos, her hands outstretched as if trying to regain control. "Turn it back." Yin, on the other hand, was calm, feeling a sense of familiarity with situations like this. A massive explosion erupted, seemingly about to engulf Eugin. However, he still stood firm, completely unharmed, which shocked Suab. She gritted her teeth and gathered all her strength to continue the attack. "Tenri Vera." It wrapped tightly around him. "If you think I'm weak and close, combat! You're mistaken." The two of them clashed, and the battle erupted violently. A terrifying explosion sent everyone sprawling to the ground, unable to believe their eyes. "Unbelievable," someone exclaimed in shock. "I can't even keep up. It's too intense." Suab fought like a madwoman. That's Suab. She could be considered an A-rank battle mage, right? But then she buckled and collapsed before Eugin, and yet she's still completely overwhelmed. Eugin let out an excited laugh. The others watched in awe, their jaws dropped, as expected from a Fivia. "His experience is on a whole different level," Eugin replied in a lighthearted tone. "It's not just because I have the elemental advantage." Everyone was stunned. "They say the Fivia family trains their children by throwing them off cliffs from could be considered an A-rank battle mage, right? But then she buckled and collapsed before Eugin, and yet she's still completely overwhelmed." Eugin let out, shining with a mix of admiration and defiance. "You truly are my rival. If I gave you more support, you'd be terrifying. How embarrassing. Always just pretending to be strong." Hearing the murmurs around her, she snapped in frustration. "Shut up. This isn't even my full power. A hunter mage needs time to prepare their rituals." How pathetic. Meanwhile, right after the match concluded, Giovanna and Jose were still excited, slapping their hands down on the blueprint taped to The wall. So what about this one? Impressive, right? It looks powerful, doesn't it? Levent and Larosi stood silently for a few seconds, their eyes wide with astonishment. You want us to build this? Joss replied immediately, his voice full of confidence. Of course. Take a good look. From this arm, alchemy will automatically combine and release its power. And this is an anti-magic shield. Finally, the real secret. It's been enchanted to be completely immune to magic. Levin didn't say a word, took a step forward, and ripped the blueprint to shreds. What are you doing? Our masterpiece. He glared, his gaze as sharp as a bullet. To avoid having to look at with such an insulting drawing, it seems I'll have to teach you the basics of enchanting and technique, and alchemy too. Triple the lessons. Yin's eyes lit up as if he was truly enjoying it all. The kids who were always fighting are now working diligently together. Isn't this exactly what she wanted? Tin replied softly, tears streaming down her face. That's right, she had bet next year's entire research budget on this. She choked up helplessly. Of course, she was moved to tears. The members of the Magic Academy gathered to study. From a distance, a few people whispered, Class 12, what are they doing together? They couldn't borrow the workshop, so they were experimenting with alchemy outdoors. Meanwhile, Suab was practically going crazy, continuing to spar with Yin. All right, let's do it. Seeing the scene, everyone was stunned as a brilliant light erupted, so bright it was blinding. What the hell are they doing? Class 12! From the floor above, a few other students gathered to watch, whispering amongst themselves. I heard they're preparing for the match between Asis and Fivia. Really? Do they even know their place? Do they really think they can win? Amidst the gossip, Yin remained calm on the battlefield. Even while sparring, his lips held a confident smile. We can win. If it's not just me, but all of us together, I feel like we can win. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind. No, you can't beat me just by doing that. Yin was startled, spinning around in surprise. Anastasis, time and space had stopped. Is this Anastasis' magic? This spell feels exactly like what I saw during the Fivia War. It's just like the power of that apostle. Anik stepped forward softly, her hand suddenly grabbing Yin's. He stuttered, his face flushing red. Hey, wait, why all of a sudden? Anik seemed to sense something, just as I thought. They've set their sights on you and are already reaching for you. Yin froze, his heart clenching in his chest. What? Anik's words made Yin tense up, to the point of breaking out in a sweat. The vile creatures that gnaw on the corpses of stars? Truly, there is no more tempting prey than you right now. Yin took half a step back, confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. She suddenly asked a question that made Yin's face pale. You've met the Grand Duke of the Abyss, haven't you? What? How did you know? Luckily, you don't seem to be harmed yet, but I don't need to remind you how ruthless they are. She let out a soft breath. They won't give up, but don't worry. I will protect you. Yin yanked his hand away, stepping back in fear. Anik called out softly, looking bewildered. Yin, his face was pale, sweat dripping down. Just now, there was something, dark and distant. Anik lowered her head, her brows furrowed. I'm sorry, I should have explained first. This is just who I am. Yin burst out, almost shouting. That's not it. I just don't understand what's happening. He gradually calmed down, his voice lowering. I can sense that you don't have any bad intentions, but you don't need to protect me. Yin stepped closer. In response, she offered to explain more clearly about them being the children chosen by the god Phelin. He was stunned, his mouth agape and eyes wide. Jumping straight to the point, huh? We are the young stars who shine the brightest, unyielding to the darkness of the abyss. When the god Phelin, in his weariness, looked up at the sky, the greatest image in 3,000 worlds defying the natural order, wandered through countless ages searching for those stars. That is our story. Yin suddenly became agitated. Senior, you too? You were chosen by the god Phelin? No, it can't be. But is it really that grand? Of course it is. Do you think the god Phelin would seek us out for no reason? That's true. But Yin's mind was reeling. In both my past life and this one, I've never been anyone special. That's clear from my thread of fate. Anik didn't rush to argue. Be that as it may, I cannot accept that you don't need my protection, but I understand you're confused. So I'll give you a chance to prove you don't need protection by defeating me. Yin was speechless. Win? After seeing your true nature. And your magic, how could I possibly? Anik leaned in close and whispered. Instead, if I win, I'll lock you away where no one can ever find you. He glanced at her, frozen stiff. What? Gasps of shock erupted from all around. What? Everyone started murmuring, and the area was immediately thrown into an uproar. What? I just lost my focus for a second. Or was that just a joke, right? The afternoon twilight settled over the castle. In the research lab, she slumped her head on the desk, wailing in despair. My research budget for next year. She propped her head in her hands, trying to console herself. No, you did a great job, Miss Eston. You saw your students working hard together, and that's enough. Two streams of tears silently rolled down as she slightly lifted her head to look out, towards the back where Eugen's figure lingered in her memory. And if I can just properly teach the magic I've prepared, even if it's just a sliver of hope, but Eugin might be able to win. She couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out, "No way. That magic isn't something that can be mastered in just 1 week. It's what I was planning to teach throughout their final years." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, almost shouting, "Miss Eston!" Eston flinched. Eugin rushed in, panting, his eyes blazing with determination. Isn't there some kind of ultimate magic technique? I have another reason I have to win." She gasped in surprise and worry. "What do you mean?" Feeling guilty, he quickly bowed his head and hesitated. "An ultimate magic technique that even someone with only one string can use? That kind of ultimate magic? No, sorry, I'm just talking nonsense. There's no way something like that exists." Eston took a deep breath and smiled faintly, her voice full of confidence. "Of course, there is. If there wasn't a chance to win, would your teacher have made such a fuss? I've prepared a special type of magic perfect just for you," Eugin said. "Really? Awesome. You always have a plan." Eugin looked up, his eyes shining brightly. "What is it? What kind of magic is it? I'll do my best to learn it." Eston gently pushed up her glasses, the corners of her lips curling into a smile. Cunning smile. "To defeat the 13th apostle, you'll need at least the power of the previous 12 apostles. Among Phelin's 12 disciples, 3 shone the brightest, and among those 3, the second disciple, Nihit, contemplated the primordial universe of nothingness, a primal space where not even the abyss existed. A state of infinite absolute zero, a state where no vibrations exist, an infinite, unified void. Therefore, the space and its master become indistinguishable, creating a unique state where all is one," Eston explained, and he proved it. "These are called the 3 great proofs of Nigurite." Eugin was astonished. The scale is on a whole different level. Levin was also stunned. "That's an impressive story. But why is it being brought up? In my house?" She and he suddenly froze. "Ah, it's because when we were talking at home, Taya overheard about the duel. Taya's killing intent flared. A duel. A duel at the academy," she said awkwardly. "I'm hated now," he lamented. "More importantly, I don't understand a single thing you're saying." She replied with a bright smile. "Don't worry. If you think about it simply, it's very easy to understand. It is said that the great mages of creation and life created the horizon and breathed life into it by resonating their strings. The essence of that statement is that this world is also composed of magic and strings. She used magic. So if we create a resonance completely opposite to this creation magic, making it null, what do you think would happen?" Eugin stammered. "Maybe it disappears. A stream of magical power gathered in her hand. That's right, just like any other magic from the creators, it would disappear and revert to mana. This principle applies to everything, whether it's thin paper or hard steel. Before this principle, they all decompose equally. One could call it the absolute eliminator." His eyes were full of admiration. "Absolute." Levin gently interrupted their atmosphere. "No, isn't absolute zero called that because it's impossible to achieve? Even if it were possible, it would only work in a very small area under special conditions. Furthermore, the idea of nullifying, with an opposing resonance, easier said than done. What level of precision would that require?" She froze, then gave a forced smile. "Very good. The future of the Magic Academy is bright indeed. First, although it's an absolute law of the universe, within the horizon, it's not absolute. Even the Lord Phelin, who had a duel at the academy," she said awkwardly. "I'm hated now," he lamented. "More importantly, I don't understand a single thing you're saying." She replied with a bright smile. "Don't worry, if you think laws of the universe. Of course, even so, in the long history of the Magic Academy, no one has succeeded in achieving this unification." He shouted, "It really is absolute." She clenched her fist confidently. "However, I believe Eugin can do it. Watching someone who just awakened to magic keep up with my magic as a teaching assistant convinced me that he has talent on par with Anik Asis." He called out shyly, "Miss," but she continued, a sound that left them both stunned. "Although there was the variable of a single string, this type of magic creates a counterwave, turning it into counter magic. Therefore, the key wasn't the number of strings, but the precision, just as Levin had said, and that precision was exactly Eugen's strong suit." He emotionally repeated her words. "My strong suit," she added. "And so what if the range is small? Even a small but sharp sword can slice through the air as if cutting through steel. Entrusting it to a swordsman like Eugin Fivia would undoubtedly create an unimaginable synergy. It was truly the ultimate magic prepared for him." He was tense and trembling with excitement, raising his hands to feel the light before him. The ultimate magic prepared for me. Thank you. You've prepared so much for me. I'll definitely master it before the match, she replied. 1 week might be a bit tough. One morning, his pale and lifeless face was filled with exhaustion. He clutched his head and muttered in fear, I'm so screwed. I'm going to be locked up. Levent was startled. What's wrong? Are you having trouble learning the magic? He replied tearfully. No. I've made some progress. Try hitting me with an attack spell. He skeptically raised a finger and created a small flame. Since he'd said so, his eyes glared, a light flashed in them, and one of his hands swiped through the flame to his astonishment. The flame vanished, and he exclaimed in amazement, What? You erased my magic? Eugin gently rubbed his hand and replied, Yes, I can erase ordinary magic. Still in shock, Levent said, That's incredible. I thought you weren't making any progress at all. Eugin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his face full of frustration. No, at this level, it's useless. If it stays like this, I'd rather just use spell CT. Levent looked at him. It was a predicament that only a Fivia mage would face. Eugin shouted, To defeat Awakens, I need to be able to counter the magic of at least the 12 disciples. Levent covered one ear. Just how high were his goals? Is it because of her nickname as the 13th disciple? It's true she's impressive enough to be called that, but it's just a metaphor. No matter how outstanding she is, how can a modern mage compare to the founding mages from tens of thousands of years ago? What if she really is the 13th disciple? He smirked sarcastically. You're too naive to take it so literally. Try to relax a bit, Eugin grumbled. This is driving me crazy. I can't even talk about it. But tens of thousands of years ago was ancient times. No wonder no one believes me when I say Lord Phelin saved me, Levent reassured him. And don't worry all by yourself like that. Everyone else has been preparing very thoroughly together. Eugin let out a surprised, huh? Then in the classroom, he stood frozen, holding a large number of potions. They prepared this much? Larosi took out a few vials and explained, This is a frost potion, and this is a sticky one, he asked softly. Can I carry all of these? But tens of thousands of years ago was ancient times. No wonder no one believes me when I say Lord Phelin saved me, Levent reassured him. Everyone worked really hard to make them. It was my first time brewing potions. Make sure you take them, Eugin said gratefully. Thanks. Levent approached from a distance and spoke, At least my items are simple. He pointed to the 2 items in Eugin's hands and explained, a flint ring and an enchanted sword. The enchantment activates when you rub the sword against the ring, Eugin exclaimed with delight. An infinite enchantment, he replied. Not infinite, but enough for one battle. It turns out when these guys put their heads together, they can come up with some pretty useful stuff, Eugin shouted excitedly. Thanks, everyone. This is exactly what I need. Where's Suab? She spoke softly from behind. I'm here. I'm preparing things outside. Eugin and the others around him gasped in amazement. He praised her. You look like a real shaman, so cool, she said smugly. Keep the compliments coming. Havanathan leaned close to his ear and whispered, Praise her more. No one here understands shamanism, so she felt lonely preparing by herself. Eugin was surprised. Really? Suab said irritably. Shut up. I don't need your pity compliments. Just come outside. I've already prepared the ritual. Outside. All right. Then relax and close your eyes. He sat in the center of a circle, turning his head slightly in confusion. Are we starting right away? This seems different from what my mom used to do, she replied softly. Yeah, well, I can't exactly sprinkle goat syrup in the school garden or make others eat hallucinogenic mushrooms and dance. He stuttered in horror. Is that how it works? She shrugged and replied. Plus, I sold all my tribe's ritual tools to pay for tuition. Suddenly, her words trailed off. He recalled being told that large-scale shamanistic rituals are like festivals for the tribe, and performing them in a simplified manner is common. It's a shame for the teacher that we can't see traditional shamanism, but it can't be helped, he whispered. We're lucky we don't get to see it. It's better that way. If we did, the reputation of Class 12 would be ruined. Levent's hand curiously touched the empty air. So, what kind of ritual is it? It's not a berserker ritual, is it? The girl next to him gasped in astonishment. No way, that's going too far. Students gathered around and chattered. What? Are we going to see a berserker? He recalled being told that large-scale shamanistic rituals are like festivals for the tribe, and performing them in a simplified manner is common. So, what kind of magic will he use? Tin Li Li's, right? Suab shouted angrily. And in the first place, this young master who is so soft and weak could never become a berserker, no matter how many of Lady Skaty's blessings he received. He dazedly replied in a low voice, soft and weak. She yelled, Only a true warrior with the guts to kill, even if it means gritting their teeth, can become a berserker. He approached him and asked quietly, You didn't bring the berserker ring, did you? He replied helplessly, No, Both were single-use only. Tin probed with interest. So, what kind of magic will he use? Tin Lee's, right? Suab shouted angrily. And in the first place, one for the wise. It's for what is commonly called the sixth sense, or a shaman's vision. It's used to awaken the heavenly eye. She yelled, only a true warrior with the guts to kill, even if it means gritting their teeth, can become a berserker. Of course, it'll be an overwhelming victory for Aces. Below the arena, the teacher instructed, try not to cause too much destruction, even if it is outdoors. So, what kind of magic will he use? Tin Lee's, right? Suab shouted angrily. And in the first place, he's still a Fivia. He raised his hand with a pensive look and said, regarding the former, I can't comment since I don't know what they've prepared, but I can confidently state about the latter. Match day. At the temporary arena, the crowd buzzed with chatter. Fivia or Asis, who do you think will win between the two of them? Gown was momentarily taken aback. Is that even a question? While mages cast spells by plucking their strings, shamans communicate with the world through their own strings, pleading with the sky, earth, and water to create wonders. For Eugin Fivia, the fact that he's a Fivia is nothing more than a weakness. Suab, who was casting a spell, said softly, magic moves this world. It is alive and possesses a will. Only when you let go of yourself can you see the real world. She bent down slightly and asked Hanyin, how is it? Do your eyes feel clearer? He smiled and replied softly, yes, I can see a new world. Anika's gaze was cold and devoid of emotion. Perhaps he's matured a little. The stands were buzzing. Hey, who do you think will win? It's definitely Asis. Don't say such stupid things. And how is that possible? On this, shamans can't offer complex theories like sorcerers do, but they can provide an undeniable answer. Magic moves this world. It is alive and possesses a will. Only when you let go of yourself can you see the real world. She bent down slightly and asked Hanyin, how is it? Do your eyes feel clearer? He smiled and replied softly, yes, I can see a new world. People finally realized who Eugin truly was. He is the son of legendary guardians. His siblings are formidable warriors, inheriting that powerful Ciro bloodline. So, what about Eugin? The interesting thing is, while many have witnessed Eugin's skills, only a few could grasp their exact level. It's annoying. A week ago, this question and answer would have been unimaginable. The difference between the 1-second mage Eugin Fivia and the 13th disciple Annika Asis was absolute. They began to notice something else. They immediately thought that the unlimited support from Class 12 was unfair. Annika Asis, as a specially designated mage, is subject to state regulations. So is it fair for Fivia to receive help? The fact is, equipment crafted through alchemy or enhanced by magic, through the eyes of mages, the limits of the swordsman Eugin were impossible to fathom. Trying to look away from Eugin, they began to seriously evaluate Class 12, which they had previously mocked. Eugin's bold declaration for everyone to recognize Class 12's potential had come true. Could be considered cheating in a duel meant to prove Eugin's abilities as a mage, right? However, things didn't turn out as positively as Eugin had hoped. The discrimination against Class D, justified as being based on talent, was just a mask hiding, is subject to state regulations. So is it fair for Fivia to receive help? The fact is, equipment crafted through alchemy or enhanced by magic, they began to seriously evaluate Class 12, which they had previously mocked. Eugin's bold declaration for everyone to recognize Class 12's potential had come true. As arrogant challengers, daring to rise above their proper station in Class 12 and thus deserving to be crushed. This is why the fight, the truth. The real role of Class D was to serve as a target for the higher classes to feel superior while providing a cautionary example by nature. They began to seriously evaluate Class 12, which they had previously mocked. Eugin's bold declaration for everyone to recognize Class 12's potential had come true. Worked so hard for them. He said softly, thank goodness. They reminded him that considering he was a magic swordsman, he could use his sword, but injuring his opponent with the sword was forbidden. He was bewildered. What? How come? Isn't this a duel? In a duel, there can be bloodshed and that no one except Class 12 took seriously, turned into a true proxy war between Class 12 and everyone else. The two people standing next to him were suddenly astonished. Injuries. The man exclaimed, do you think the world works like Fivia? This event was originally intended to promote harmony between first-year students, to show 100% of my power without restrictions. The teacher panicked and shouted, limit the output, activate the interference field, reduce the waves. Facing a specially designated mage, the triple-layer sealing process was complete. She looked at her wrist, surrounded by a flow of electricity, and spoke nonchalantly, if my body is touched by your sword. In the stands quietly assessed, she's completely disregarding the professors. The man stiffly stammered, then both of you. Get into your positions. Bane drew the sword from his ring, and upperclassmen. Normally this wouldn't be such a brutal duel. A surge of power radiated out as she interjected. It's fine, I prefer, and replied, since I know who you are, I won't turn down this arrangement. She gave him a sharp look. I'm telling you, we're the same, it's fine. 2. And upperclassmen. Normally this wouldn't be such a brutal duel. A surge of power radiated out as she interjected. It's fine, I prefer. The triple-layer sealing process was complete. She looked at her wrist, surrounded by a flow of electricity, and spoke nonchalantly, if my body is touched by your sword. It missed. You can't cut a descending lightning bolt. Anika threaded her fingers into each string and asked softly, do I need more time to adjust? He was stunned. She waved her hand to control the threads, and the entire arena floor shattered, creating an aftershock. He wondered to himself, this is while she's in a triple-sealed state. It's so absurd, but it's fine. I see an opening. She pressed on the threads, completing her adjustment. Yin was astonished once again. The lightning bolt. Suddenly, a stream of water shot out from his bracelet, and the lightning struck, creating a massive explosion. The whole crowd roared. He blocked it. How did a mage create such a huge chunk of ice in 1 second? This is it, the water. Of infinity, Yori exclaimed joyfully. We all created it together, Levent silently admired. Not infinite, but close. We just refined 10 liters of water down to 1% to place it in a projection device with a light spell. But in the hands of an expert in ice magic, its applications are endless. It's better than I thought. Perhaps because of the seal, she has to use a plucking motion. That means if she's just casting lightning, Yin can predict it pretty well. The blade of a swordsman is faster than the hand of a mage. He rushed forward to slash, but as his blade was about to connect, she gently clasped her hands. Bewildered, he quickly jumped back. The students were also confused. Why did he suddenly back away like that? Almost no student realized what had just happened, wasn't he? Closer just a moment ago, the ones who understood even a part of it were the mages. My goddess, I've only heard about this in stories, and a few students are comparable to them. But even they only understand it through their knowledge. They can't say they actually saw it. The person. He was the only one who could truly see it. Eugin felt as if the world was stretching and space itself was warping, and that sensation was real. This mage, chosen from among billions of stars, manipulated space and time as if it were second nature. She held the power of the void and said softly, then let's continue. The only one who truly saw Anikasis's magic was Eugin. Humans are creatures with highly developed vision, capable of seeing colors that most other beings cannot. Does that mean human eyes are superior to those of beasts? Not necessarily. In the wild, where life and death are decided in the blink of an eye, the most important things are quick judgment and speed. Humans process images with 3 primary colors, while beasts usually see only 2, but a world with just 2 primary colors offers absolute clarity, allowing for instant decisions. In terms of combat, humans with 3 primary colors are at a disadvantage compared to beasts who see only 2. This is obvious. The more information there is, the longer it takes to process. So what if you could surpass the limit of 3 primary colors and see the color of magic itself? Let's say each of the 3 primary colors can be expressed in 156 shades. That comes out to about 16 million colors of information. But if you add the color of magic as a 4th primary color, the amount of information skyrockets to 4.29 billion. Faced with an explosion of color beyond perception, the fragile human brain overloads and stops thinking. Gown crossed his legs as he analyzed. This could be called the curse of knowledge. If only he were like the other Filivias, knowing nothing of magic, he could have fought like a warrior. But Eugin Fivia was a mage, and a spark ignited in his eyes. This is impossible. Even if it's just a fragment, he's sure to grasp it. Anik looked at the swirling power on her fingertips and said, do you understand? This sphere compresses time and space. Inside it, time is nearly frozen. In this space, countless spells I've stored still exist in a static state, and I can summon them whenever I wish, like this. She launched it at him, causing the space beneath his feet to distort. He lost his balance in a panic, free-falling into a black hole. What the hell is this? What's happening? He sprayed water at the wall, using it to leap up and escape the hole. A compressed stream of water, the ground collapsing, and suddenly, another hole appeared under his feet. This is absurd. She calmly pointed a finger at Eugin. Let me teach you. The entire space was enveloped by distorting magic, leaving the students in the stands astonished. What is this? I'm not the only one seeing this distortion, right? Tatine's eyes widened in fear. This is beyond the permitted limits. Anik raised the stream of power and spoke. Rules mean nothing, because I am the master of my own world. He was swept away again, his face bewildered. My body is floating. No, I'm falling. Eugin was flipped upside down, looking at her in a panic. Gaon observed the battle and said, "Those who reach the pinnacle of magic shatter seemingly immutable laws and break all common sense. Relying on your perception of reality won't help you win, Eugene Fivia." She gathered the power back into an orb and spoke coldly. "Now do you understand? I am the only one who can protect you." He reluctantly replied, "Indeed, if it were you, even the Archduke of the Abyss wouldn't be scary. It's not about the Archduke, nor is it about you. Senior, I don't know why you're so interested in me, but I have no intention of just sitting back and being imprisoned." She replied, "Persuading you is taking more time than I anticipated." The flames from his sword erupted, scorching the surroundings. "However, I still have plenty more prepared." Catastrophe! She used her power to absorb the flames. "Sorry, but spells like that are useless against me." Although he's not one to give up, and even though his training wasn't for this exact situation, the past week has helped Eugene broaden his perspective. He had seen the world through the eyes of a sorcerer and, despite his failure, he had learned the magic of the 12 disciples. Now, Eugene had grown to the point where he was no longer threatened by Asis's magic. Senior Asis uses magic stored in that black hole, which allows her to surpass her own limits. But that doesn't mean the seals placed on her have disappeared. Her magical presence right now is still only at a normal level, and that's what I'm going to bet on. She looked at the mist from the recent explosion. Ice essence. If you're trying to obscure my vision, that wasn't a very wise choice. It expands rapidly at room temperature, but is also extremely sensitive to heat and magic, so it's very easy to pinpoint your location. A clanging sound rang out. The mist cleared, revealing a shattered vial. She wondered if it was a freezing potion, when suddenly Eugin appeared behind her. She instinctively turned her head in shock. The real him was stroking his sword, causing it to burst into flames, and then he swung it forward, flame-enchanted sword, followed by decisive flame slash. Super Hellfire magic. Anika gathered power into her hands and spoke. "You know, that's useless." Spatial reversal. The flames erupted, but he quickly slashed through them. "Of course, I know. The Hellfire was just bait." He slashed at the orb of power. His real target was the source of her magic. He stared in disbelief as his sword snapped in two. The sword. She reached out to hold the orb, slightly impressed. "That was a surprise. You actually landed a blow. That attack wiped out 7 spells I had stored. But to cut through all the remaining spells, you would have to do that about 3,000 more times." This opponent was far beyond anything he imagined, much stronger than the fear in his mind. But fighting an opponent like this, Eugene Fivia excitedly exclaimed, "This is incredible." He could now see a higher plane of existence, and finally, even the realm he once thought impossible began to materialize before him. Power started gathering in his hand. The 3 great stigmas of the knee-hit void. On the day humanity first saw the color red, it looked just like syrup, the devil's fruit. They were utterly confused and terrified by this strange new thing. But those who overcame their fear learned something new. This red thing is delicious. Really? That was when humanity began to expand its horizons. The first time you see something, the unknown can be terrifying, but if you overcome that fear, you can advance further. He grasped the power in his hand and exclaimed, "I see it, the residual heat of creation. This world is made of strings. It is the void, also known as an empty vacuum, absolute zero. To reach zero, even spatial waves must be compressed. But the lingering heat of creation, adjusting that minuscule world is an understatement for how incredibly difficult it is. It was the same for Eugin. If not for his perceptive eyes and the help of others, he wouldn't have been able to achieve absolute combination." She was stunned, whispering softly, "That is Nihit's magic that returns everything to the void. It takes 3.7 seconds for it to fully combine, which can be considered a long time in a duel. But how is he able to?" But Anik Asis couldn't react in time because she too witnessed an unusual phenomenon. The world's mana was moving of its own accord just to fulfill Eugen's wish. The sight of him, as if he was being beloved by the world itself, caused the emotionless Asis. He slashed at the orb of power. His real target was the source of her magic. He stared in disbelief as his sword snapped in two. The sword. She reached out to hold the orb. Her counterattack was launched simultaneously with his combination. Unbelievably sharp reflexes for a mage. However, the warrior's sword, the wave of his power slashed across, causing her magic to vanish. A brilliant light flashed. "This is a dazzling dispersion shock wave." A stunned Yin exclaimed, "A magic wave can't be completely nullified." "Did he really do it?" Yin smirked smugly. "So, with this much going on, I didn't think you could protect yourself. Without my help, could you?" She glared, the space around her starting to crack. "Don't get cocky." Third seal. Release. "You only managed to break my spell by mimicking Nihit's magic, and you think this is over?" He was stunned. "I," she growled, "have just been playing around with you until now." to be momentarily entranced. So it took her a moment to realize that the seemingly harmless phenomenon was actually preparing to strike her. Even so, she wasn't too slow to act. Her eyes widened in surprise. What? The stands erupted in chaos. What? What's happening? Did someone cheat? The instructors conferred among themselves. One stood before Anik and announced loudly, "The duel is suspended. Anik Asis, you have violated a special regulation and will be detained immediately. In other words, you are disqualified. The winner is Eugin Fivia." The students and instructors in the stands were aghast. Everyone in his class was stunned. "So we won." Relieved, he said, "I did it. We did it." Her face was filled with despair. "It can't be. I lost." That afternoon at the academy, students protested angrily. "It's a fraud. Why was she suddenly disqualified?" Suab sneered provocatively. "You should ask Anik Asis if she broke the rules, shouldn't you? It doesn't look like she did anything wrong." "How were we supposed to win?" The other side screamed. "It wasn't us. It was the gear. The potions and the equipment were the problem. We shouldn't be using poison and magical tools made by a master craftsman in a kids' match. But we made those ourselves." So infuriating. The 12th grade won by a landslide. Afterwards, the 12th graders threw a party to celebrate. Istin cried tears of joy, exclaiming, "My research funding is secured." The students were touched. "Professor, are you crying because you're moved by our progress to tears?" Levent quietly asked. "But where is he? Is it all right to celebrate without him?" She excitedly yelled. "Who cares? Let's just party until he shows up. If he doesn't come today, we can just keep partying tomorrow or the day after." He watched them helplessly, thinking if they keep splurging like this, he's going to be flat broke again. Istin then said, "That's right, he said he was going to see Anik Asis. What could he be doing there?" he wondered. Levin suddenly remembered, "I'm so dead I'm going to get locked up, there's no way." In the dungeon, Yin called out in a dazed senior. She was lazily slumped over the table. He asked hesitantly, "What are you thinking about?" She replied bluntly, "Nothing much, just wondering if I should destroy everything and kidnap you." He was startled and exclaimed, "What? You can't do that." She rested her chin on her arms and replied, "I won't do it because you wouldn't like it." He was touched senior. Anika turned her face away and replied, "That's why I'm thinking of another way." He was speechless, thinking, she still hasn't given up? He wondered. "But why do you want to protect me so badly?" She lifted her head slightly without answering, then sat up straight, glared and said, "Haven't I told you? You're the child chosen by Lord Phelin, and the Grand Duke of the Abyss is targeting you too. You've experienced it yourself." Yin explained confusedly. "That's true, but I still don't understand why me." She lightly snapped her fingers and the restraints opened. "I can't answer a fated reason like that, answer that." She summoned magic. "But you have the right to be curious," he exclaimed. "Spatial magic. I'll tell you as much as I can without breaking the rules." He asked blankly, "Did you say rules?" Long ago, Lord Phelin had grown weary of the meaningless war of attrition with the Abyss. So he signed a non-aggression pact with them, which led to the formation of what we call the Horizon. He exclaimed in shock, "But didn't Lord Phelin defeat the Abyss and then create it?" She replied calmly, "That's the version they teach in school." "Oh, well then, I take that back." He shot to his feet, shouting, "You can't just take it back like that." She touched the magic circle and explained, "While the nuances about who had the upper hand are different, it's still true that this land was created after defeating the Abyss. Tea or coffee?" He waved his hand, looking at the power surrounding him. "Tea, please." He thought, "Isn't this prison cell completely useless?" Annika picked up the teapot and explained, "The important thing is the details of the treaty. As stipulated in that pact, transcendent beings like Lord Phelin and the Grand Dukes of the Abyss, who can control human destiny as they please, are forbidden from interfering with the Horizon." As time passed, the 12 disciples also became transcendent beings and ascended beyond the Horizon, leaving the Horizon completely in the hands of humanity. He took the teacup and asked, "But isn't the Grand Duke of the Abyss still active?" She returned the teapot to the void and added, "Every treaty has its loopholes, just like how I can bypass regulations with pre-recorded spells. A noteworthy method to get around the rules is if a human desires the power of the Abyss, then a certain degree of interference is permitted. This is a significant issue that arose from Lord Phelin's respect for human free will. But without such loopholes, the peace treaty would have been impossible to establish." He said in surprise, "But I have never desired the Abyss." She picked up her teacup and replied, "They interpret it very broadly. Even seeking salvation from suffering can be understood as desiring the Abyss. Especially in your case, the pain from your past life has accumulated, meaning the suffering and darkness in your soul could be far greater than you realize." His expression was bewildered as he murmured, "So that's why." Regarding the Grand Duke of the Abyss, she continued calmly, "The power granted to those who call upon the Abyss is proportional to the pain of their soul. Therefore, the main reason the Grand Duke contacted you is just as you guessed, because your soul is incredibly alluring. If they can corrupt you, Turning you into a worshipper of the abyss at the apostle or high disciple level won't be difficult, he asked with a tremor. An apostle? She explained. The persistence of the abyss, beyond imagination, so they will definitely come for you again. Representatives of the abyss, like apostles or grand disciples, are very powerful, theoretically on par with me when all restrictions are lifted. The fact that you're from Fivia helped you avoid the worst of the damage. If such creatures attack again, even I can't guarantee your safety. Therefore, I'd like to keep you confined if possible, you shouted. Please drop that thought, she expressed seriously. It was a promise, so I have no other choice. You've proven your abilities to me, and it seems you have a pretty good friend. Yin asked excitedly, Can I tell my friends what you just said? She turned away and replied, Do as you wish. You picked up your teacup, appreciating the compliment from the top mage. Friends, I would be happy to hear that. You sipped the tea and immediately spat it out. Anik then said, You're a whale. Yin pointed at the teacup in confusion and asked, Why would I pretend to be a whale? This tea tastes strange, she replied to you. Really? I don't notice anything. Right. I've lost my sense of taste. I forgot. You looked terrified and thought to yourself, How could you forget something like that? She praised. Thinking back, 30% of my unexplained stomach aches occurred after drinking this tea. Now it all makes sense. Brilliant. Yin, you panicked. What puzzle? How could you forget something like that? She looked at the cup of tea and replied, You see, my memory is spotty. By the way, what was I about to say? I remember now. The reason the abyss is targeting you is, of course, due to the allure of your soul. But that's not the reason you mustn't fall into their hands. The potential to become a powerful abyss worshipper, compared to the real issue, is nothing. You repeated nervously. The real issue? She added, The real issue is that Lord Phelin wants you. Suddenly, a current of electricity struck her. Yin asked in confusion, Han? So suddenly, are you okay? Her hair frizzled from the lightning strike. She calmly replied, I'm fine. It must have been a taboo word. Since my memory is not good, I placed a warning spell on things I'm not supposed to say. You screamed. 2 more warnings like that could kill you. She rolled her eyes. Making a mistake could cost me much more. You were bewildered. What? She then replied. I apologize for that. That's also the reason why Lord Phelin chose you. But I can't say more. You were confused, really? But I'm so curious. But it's okay. Thanks to you, Senior, I've learned a lot. Although I'm curious about why Lord Phelin chose me, I have a guess. Because I was just an unfortunate kid in my past life. And even now, I'm not particularly talented as a mage, even after achieving unification. So this second life is like a gift from Lord Phelin to a poor child, a pitiful one, right? Her eyes widened, a glint flashing within them. Anika smiled in admiration. Even without knowing anything, you seem to know better than I do. The next morning at the academy, Yin stared in amazement as a pile of letters fell out. You shouted, You're so popular! Levent picked up the letters and grumbled. What's the point of being popular in a lab that I don't even care about? Erosi held a few letters and said, I got a lot of these too. You wondered, Are they from labs? Why? He then explained, First-year students will have to choose their majors soon, right? They're scouting promising new students in advance. If we're receiving so many even as 12th graders, our items must have made quite an impression. Erosi agreed. Just as Eugin said, Giovanna and Jose were disgruntled, but only the 2 of them received them. We all worked on those things, so why only them? You answered, There are plenty of people who didn't get them. So considering I fought directly, how many letters did I get? None at all. He burst out laughing teasingly. You're also no different from us. He spoke up. Perhaps it's also a burden to have defeated Asis. You cried your eyes out. Thanks for the consideration. Anyway, a major. I've never thought about it. Is a major really that important? The old age of magic was heavily influenced by religion, leading to stagnation, coercion, and uniformity. Modern mages rose up in response, just as the 12 disciples created the 12 schools. They adapted traditional magic to create new spells, or elevated the status of practical magic that was once looked down upon. This marked the glorious renaissance of ancient academic traditions, and the world of magic, now in the midst of its renaissance, has advanced at an astonishing rate. That has led to countless specialized fields of study. These days, Giovanna exclaimed. So the majors are, Havanatin continued, the flowers of modern magic. He was amazed. Really? I don't know anything about this. He explained it like it was a drawback. The newly started classes are currently looked down upon. Ian suddenly hesitated. Maybe I'm the one left behind. Levent denied it. You're not left behind at all. How much would a freshman know about their major anyway? The point is to explore from here on out. That's why my orientation sessions for freshmen are usually optional. If you don't have a major in mind yet, Why not just observe a few and see? He replied excitedly. Observing sounds fun, but going alone without an invitation is a bit awkward, since I don't know much anyway, Irosi suggested. Then do you want to go with me? I received a lot of invitations, but I'm not comfortable going alone. He replied, huh? Really? Awesome. But Larosi asked, what are you drinking? He looked at his cup and said calmly, oh, I made this myself. It makes you feel good if you drink it. Want a sip? They looked at his cup, confused, as it seemed a bit dangerous. Is it safe? A few days later, surprisingly, what? A student was arrested on suspicion of producing and distributing a controlled substance and was sent to jail. Eugin grabbed the bars and shouted, it's a misunderstanding. Please listen to me. Rewind to one day earlier, red-hot test tubes were erupting along with Larosi's incomprehensible screams of shock. And Eugin, why are they exploding? He held the test tube that was erupting with slimy foam and cried his eyes out, to the horror of those present. Professor, it won't stop bubbling. A man with an angry face kicked the door open, cursing and shouting, get the hell out of here. The two culprits saw this and fled in terror. We're so sorry. After the failure, Yin sighed and lamented. I guess I have no talent for potion making. I'm sorry, Larosi. We got kicked out because of me, and it was your first time. Anyway, alchemy is naturally prone to exploding. Larosi remembered his father's words. If you're going to blow up the whole Larosi estate, why not go to a magic academy instead? He tried to console Yin with his own impressive track record. I've blown up so many things that my dad told me I should enroll in a magic academy, which is quite an achievement. You're so much younger than me, but you already have so much experience. Eugin looked down, disappointed in himself. Meanwhile, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. Larosi asked curiously, but you're good at combat. Yin didn't deny it and just smiled wryly. Yeah, but you know, I want to seem more like a scholar to be worthy of a magic academy student. Suddenly, a shout rang out from outside. You've got to be kidding me. Giovanna! Joes furiously pounded on a door. You bastard, stop stinking up the public restroom. Levent, who was standing beside him, scolded. Yos, you're nuts. Giovanna, having been disturbed inside, furiously retorted, are you going to do this every single time I'm trying to take a crap? Levent, holding a handful of tools, grinned mischievously and asked, should I break the door down? Joes panicked and tried to stop him. Don't do it, Levent, you psycho. Eugin and Larosi, who were nearby, noticed the noise. Look at the scene they're making. The restroom door began to creak open. Inside, Giovanna was radiating pure murderous intent. You bastards are in deep trouble. Jose and Levent bolted. The door's opening. Run for it. They grabbed their accomplice and dragged him away. Save us from the toilet bomber, Eugin. Giovanna's eyes flashed red with rage, and while pulling up his pants, he was already chanting a fire spell. Absolutely furious, he warned. Come on out, Joss and Levent. Don't drag innocent victims into this. Realizing their mistake, the two guiltily whispered to each other, we should probably stay away from this restroom from now on. After everything was settled, Giovanna cheerfully gave a thumbs up and said, my major? Of course, I've already planned it out. I'm going to join the elementary magic education department, he revealed cheerfully, imagining himself teaching kids. When I graduate, I'll return to my hometown and open a small magic school. I'm confident with children since I'm the oldest of 7 siblings. Eugin was both impressed and terrified after the recent incident and stammered, I think elementary magic education has a promising future. You might have a short fuse, but you're very hardworking. It's unexpected, but you'd really be a great fit for a teacher. Giovanna became irritable at his reaction. Are you messing with me? What's so surprising about that? Jose put his hands behind his head and looked away, taunting. Well, a teacher who's also a toilet bomber. Now that's what I call a surprise. The moment he finished speaking, Giovanna began casting a spell, chasing him for his life. Then let me blow you to bits first. It was another sunny day at the academy, and 2 female students, Eli and Hannah, were also discussing their future plans. I plan to major in fields related to archaeology. I've been passionate about history since I was a kid, so I'll study the nation's administrative system and then return to my hometown to become an official. Hannah cried sorrowfully. I'm too old to chase my dreams now. I have too much debt. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry for not fulfilling my duties as a daughter. She kept repeating this 8 times. Yin asked in surprise. What? How old are you to be saying that? Joss leaned in and whispered in his ear. There's a rumor that she's the same age as that teacher. Yin was shocked once again. Really? Hannah shouted angrily. That's not true. I'm not that old. Do you have a death wish? Dusk began to fall. Seeing that everyone around him had a direction, Yin became sad and sighed. It seems like everyone has a plan for their future. Even Jose has chosen the variant magic department. But for me, My sense of urgency is at 200%. Jose, who had a bump on his head from being punched and whose brain wasn't working right, pointed and said, "Huh? Me? But why?" Suddenly, Yin's spirits lifted and he shouted, "No, there's still one person. I might still have an ally," as a seemingly weak hand reached up to receive something. Over here, a ragged and miserable-looking swab sat in a corner, mumbling, "Spare some change, please." Seeing this sight, Yin was speechless and just called out Swab's name. Joss couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You've already spent all your prize money," Levent added. "Of course you did, spending so extravagantly. Besides, that money was split among the whole group, so it wasn't that much to begin with." Seeing this bleak future, Yin collapsed in utter disappointment. This is the future for those who have no plans for their future. Everyone was confused and surprised. What's wrong? Meanwhile, Suab kept rambling. "Spare some change, please." The future was bleak, and the days just kept passing. Yin buried his face on the table, groaning nonstop. This world is so harsh to those who are unprepared. Levent, sitting beside him, asked, "Why have you suddenly become so philosophical?" Then, becoming insightful, he offered some advice. "If you're not sure what you want to do, why not try starting from the beginning? For example, the reason you wanted to become a mage." Yin immediately shot up, excited, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "That's right, I want to become a mage just like Phelin." So, that was the issue that had him stuck. Yin felt a pang of doubt and began to reconsider. Is wanting to be a mage like Lord Phelin too vague of a dream? It's hard to know where to start if I want to become like him. Jose also offered him some advice. Maybe first you have to become an all-powerful mage. Levent then gave a more concrete suggestion. Then let's think a bit more realistically. For example, money. Yin listened like a child and repeated, "Money?" A memory surfaced of Larosi lamenting. "He spends a huge amount of money to care for the poor, and yet the king has no idea what he's doing." In reality, looking at Suab's pitiful state after running out of money also made Yin ponder. In the end, it all comes down to money. If I join a department where I can make a lot of money, then I'll be able to help the poor. Countless thoughts and questions popped into his head, making him panic. But if I just have a lot of money, that's meaningless, isn't it? How much is enough? I can't feed and provide for them for their entire lives. It's better to help the poor become self-sufficient. Levent, feeling exasperated, pulled him back on topic. "You're getting off topic again." Yin screamed while clutching his head. "I don't know anymore. My head hurts. Everything is too complicated." Jose agreed. "Frankly, you're just overthinking it." Out of kind concern for his friend, Larosi handed Yin a glass of a bubbling purple liquid. "Feeling down? Drink this. It'll help you feel better." Yin fearfully, politely refused. "Thanks." Suddenly, Larosi looked sad. "I'm sorry. If it looks too gross, you don't have to drink it. It's okay." Feeling guilty, Yin then took the glass, braced himself, and chugged it all in one go. "All right then," Larosi asked, terrified. "You really drank that?" Surprisingly, it wasn't the horrifying thing he thought it would be, but a captivating flavor, this sweet thing. Memories of my past life are slowly coming back. This is like cola, but drinking this the wrong way made Yin spit out all the fizz, turning it into warm cola. Everyone watching couldn't help but gape and worry. "See, it's dangerous." Jose was unfamiliar with the word that Yin had just mentioned. "But what's cola?" "I don't know. It's the first time I've heard it. I haven't even named it yet." Yin turned away, whispering to himself amidst everyone's confusion. "No way. Do people in this world not know about cola? What's with him again? He gets like that sometimes." And then Eugin joyfully hugged him and shouted, "Larosi, you might have just invented something that will go down in history." Not understanding the situation, Larosi asked in confusion, Me? A proposal was made after a day of feeling lost. "Larosi, can you mass-produce cola? If I have the right facilities?" "Yes." "Great. Let's borrow the alchemy lab." Eugin excitedly recalled the fizzy drink and boldly declared, "And I'll handle the carbonation. I'm very confident about this." They mixed the cola essence with carbonated water and finally added a few ice cubes. "All right, let's have the whole class taste it." Larosi's face darkened gloomily. "This isn't cola." Sensing something was off, Eugin looked bewildered. Is a conflict about to break out? Seeing his heartfelt invention being modified, Larosi retorted, "Cola is meant to be drunk hot." Eugin felt offended and grabbed him by the collar. "Take that back right now." "Larosi, what kind of nonsense did you just say? A drink was completed with a name known for the first time. Is this cola?" Everyone was uneasy, but they tried to reassure themselves. "It'll probably be fine. It's fizzy." After taking a sip, everyone's eyes lit up with praise. "This is so delicious!" Eugin stood with his arms crossed, arrogantly enjoying his success. "Of course it is. Cola is the drink that conquered all of Earth." The whole academy suddenly became lively. Eugin picked up a megaphone and called out, "Staff, let's work hard and conquer eras with cola just like it conquered Earth. We'll split the profits 50-50 on all the cola you sell." Afterward, the drinks were distributed throughout the town, from the elderly to the young children. Everyone who tasted it was amazed by this mysterious drink. "Oh my gosh, this is so good." Everyone swarmed Eugin's stall, scrambling to drink the thing called cola. "Give me more. Me too. Take my money." At that moment, Eugin, exuding a noble aura reeking of money, stood with his attendant Suab, who was angrily holding everyone back. "Back off, you commoners." A name was mentioned that made everyone gasp in awe and fear. Chairman Eugin has arrived. Suab carefully led the way. "Mr. Chairman, please have a seat. This spot has been wiped clean." Eugin praised him. You did a good job." Meanwhile, Yos, witnessing this sudden change in attitude, couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck, Dad?" Hannah, with eyes full of admiration and envy, rushed forward to ask for his secret. "Amazing! How did you achieve such great success in such a short time?" He put on a philosophical air, crossing his legs as he lectured. Perhaps it was an enlightenment from a past life? Sorry, but the details are classified. Looking at the report, Eugin was confident in his own talent. To have earned this much in just one day. With this amount, we not only have enough to cover the children's care costs, but we'll have a surplus. Not to mention if this business expands further. He raised his glass of cola and aggressively declared, "We can employ all the people from the slums. We will dominate the capital's underworld with cola." Below, Suab was crying his eyes out, applauding in admiration. "You are magnificent, Mr. Chairman." In contrast, Lorosi was terrified. "Eugin, you look like a villain." With that same confident demeanor, he raised a hand to make his point, completely unaware of the two large figures behind him. "A villain? This is just a business that helps the poor. If this was wrong, the police would have gotten involved a long time ago." A large hand slapped down on Eugin's shoulder. Two burly guards approached to question Eugin, scaring the soul out of him. "Are you the kid who's illegally producing and selling suspicious substances?" The dark merchant Eugin was arrested. Suspicious substances are being produced and sold through the hands of slum children. Levent stood outside the bars, announcing the very convincing reason for the arrest, which was hard to refute. Inside, Eugin wailed, trying to clear his name. "What's so convincing about that? It's just cola. I'm innocent." Seeing this, Levent, with the look of someone who wanted to help a friend, offered, "So, should I unlock this for you?" At this, a terrified Eugin broke out in a sweat and stopped him. "No, that seems a bit. That would make me a real criminal." Levent took out a file to comfort him. "Don't worry, through my investigation, they already know you're innocent." Feeling a glimmer of hope but still confused, he asked, "Really? Then why?" "At first, I thought they knew everything and just wanted to squeeze a bribe out of you, because this kind of thing is pretty common, so I didn't think it was too serious. Besides, if you think about it, it's unlikely they don't know you're a folia. I'm curious why they pushed for the arrest, this absurd situation any longer. So I did a little digging, and Levin revealed a hard-to-swallow truth. This cop is actually on the payroll of a drug cartel." Yin asked with a terrified gasp. "For real? A drug cartel?" Based on his investigation, Levent casually explained while crossing his legs, "That's the one. They deal in drugs, weapons, human trafficking, mercenary work, and loan sharking. They'll do any dirty job without hesitation. They've been keeping a low profile because their main operations aren't in the capital, but now they're here." He casually added, "They might be worried about a new competitor." Eugin tearfully protested, "I already told you, cola isn't a drug." After teasing him, Levin got serious. "I'm kidding. You'll be released soon. They're just putting on an act for the cartel. If they didn't put on this act, the cartel might just take their heads." Eugin, finally grasping the danger, anxiously yelled, "The police," Levin revealed. "That's how they operate, unchecked. Of course, the biggest reason is the bribes the police have taken. The cops are rotten to the core. So you need to be careful too. It looks like your little business has successfully caught the cartel's attention. They wouldn't be stupid enough to harm a Fivia, but those guys are nuts. So who knows what might happen." Unable to accept this reality, Eugin grabbed the cell bars and wailed. President Cola ran into gangsters and ended up in jail. But is it really a drug cartel? How did things get so out of hand? I just wanted to figure out my major. I knew it. On that subject, Levin pointed to himself and asked, "Hey, speaking of majors, you asked everyone else about theirs but not me? That's really heartbreaking." A startled Eugin felt a pang of guilt. "Oh, you noticed?" Levin shot back. "How could I not?" While Eugin awkwardly tried to evade the topic. "So you need to be careful too. It looks like your little business has successfully caught the cartel's attention. They wouldn't be stupid enough to harm a Fivia, but those guys are nuts." I knew it. On that subject, Levin pointed to himself and asked, "Hey, speaking of majors, You asked everyone else about theirs, but not me? Levent covered his face with a stack of papers. That's a pretty logical reason, huh? Wondering what he'd said wrong, Eugin pressed. What are you looking at? Suddenly, oh, is that so? He said, trying to smooth things over. Well, it's not that I intentionally excluded you. It's just that you picked a major based on what you're already good at, right? Do you know how worried I was? The alchemy professor said you were setting off fireworks again. Then they said it was actually a carbonation explosion, and even the police showed up. A girl popped out of nowhere, rushing towards him with her arms wide open and shouting, Eugin! She looked worried. Her eyes were teary, and she gripped his hands tightly as she unleashed a torrent of words. I was just trying to find a major that suits me. The whole thing with the police was just a misunderstanding. Hearing this, Professor Tin's eyes lit up. Your major? Then she confidently puffed out her chest, declaring, well then, you should have come to me first. Guiding a student's future is a teacher's duty. Professor Tin hugged him tightly. What in the world is going on? Eugin avoided her gaze, stammering. Well, He scratched his cheek, struggling for an answer, and I'll support you all the way from your bachelor's to your graduate studies. Witnessing her terrifying level of enthusiasm, he exclaimed, this is exactly why I didn't ask you. After finally escaping, Eugin went into town. Walking through the crowded streets, he sighed. This is worse than being in jail, muttering as if she was going to devour him, which terrified him. Basic magical mechanics, quantum magic, magical astronomy, there are so many fascinating majors. Just say the word, suddenly a whirlwind sent everything flying, catching his attention. Terrifying, that magic belonged to Suabe. Across the way, an enraged Suabe was destroying her surroundings as she fell back on the defensive. It looked like she was in a tough spot, gritting her teeth in frustration. Damn it! Staring at the fat man drinking a cola who was blocking her way, she demanded, who are you? I wonder how real graduate students deal with this kind of pressure. Theory just isn't for me. I hope the kids are keeping the business running smoothly. As he was thinking, the insult enraged Suabe even more, and she yelled, theft. The man's name was Don Bo. He looked at her and said something bizarre. I remember clearly that you didn't pay with money, but with your life. She grew even more furious and confused. What the hell are you talking about? Suddenly, he launched himself high into the air. His agility with that massive body was baffling. He appeared right in front of Suabe and declared, a fat, scarred man lowered his hand and casually declared, isn't it obvious? I'm the customer, and taking things without paying is robbery, you idiot. Blocked that powerful kick. Eugin, Donbo sneered. How can a weakling like you withstand my attack? Eugin grew furious, veins popping all over his face. The brute also sensed his opponent's strength and asked with realization, you saw through the core of my power and neutralized it. To have such skills at your age, could you be Eugin Fivia? Thinking about it, Eugin angrily demanded, already certain of who the man was. Then, with a spin, I'm taking it back. He's too fast, I'm dead. But something stopped Don Bo in his tracks, shocking him. Eugin had appeared, effortlessly stopping the attack with a single hand. Eugin took the chance to ask, are you okay? Suab immediately warned him, don't let your guard down. A strangely dressed man had appeared behind Eugin without him even noticing. He sent Donbo tumbling to the ground. You're with the gang, aren't you? Felivia's armor break technique, horizontal knee kick. The man was sent flying into the distance. Seeing this, so cute, you'll probably grow up to be very handsome. Then he suddenly pulled his own mouth into a grotesque grin and declared, so you should die before that happens. Anyone who is more handsome than me must die. Seeing the horrifying display, Eugen's eyes widened in terror as he quickly backed away. What is this? Donbo. From the side, there were more of them. He slowly turned around, fear rising within him. The man's name was Bant. He gestured with his freakishly long hands as he complimented him. What the hell? Cause unnecessary conflict. We didn't come here to make trouble. These newcomers were clearly not ordinary, shocking Eugin one after another. Looking at the strangely dressed man with the rope, Georgie, Eugin was bewildered. The man acted politely, bowing earnestly. Please understand, young Master Fiva spoke up. Calm down, Bant. Another man suddenly appeared from behind. He was holding a rope and said gently, Elgato ordered us not to. Please, use this to soothe your anger until it subsides. Countless thoughts about these weirdos raced through Eugen's mind. Their very nature. I didn't come here to fight. It was just a small misunderstanding, as we're unfamiliar with the rules of Iraz. As he said this, his face began to flush, and he readied his rope to fight. You're all perverts. What is your purpose for being here? This unfamiliar feeling made Eugin wonder. They weren't from around here. Did they just arrive in the capital recently? The fatso Donbo, sitting in a corner completely unharmed, spoke up. You could call it market research before we settle down. A good businessman. thoroughly researches his market. We discovered there's a fantastic drink in IR called cola. Whoever controls it can control the world. Was completely twisted, like silent worshippers of the abyss. Suab exploded in anger, cursing. There are no rules that allow for this kind of behavior. What you are. He stated it confidently, but the three of them just stared blankly. You're worshippers of the abyss, and you're targeting me, aren't you? Stop bothering innocent people and deal with me, Georgie growled angrily. What in the world are you talking about? I am a devoted priest serving the god of universal spirit. Hearing Dr. Cannibal Donbo say that made Eugin even angrier, and he retorted, Business? Don't try to change the subject with that nonsense. I can tell just by your auras. Leaning on his hands from behind, sneered, Look at this little punk. Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you get to be so arrogant. Did you think we came here just for you? The one we're looking for is Elgato. Eugen's face went blank with fear when he heard the name. Elgato, that's right. With all my body and soul. His muscles bulged as he clenched his fists. I cannot simply ignore the insult of being called a worshipper of the abyss. Bant. They already looked insane, but their body modification surgeries made them even more inhuman. Levent analyzed the situation with his chin in his hand. Formidable power. They're crazy, but they're also quite strong. Elgato is his title. His real name is. Recalling the photograph, Eugin started to understand the situation. These three assassins were from the gang. By using school as an excuse. I guess they had no intention of letting me go so easily. Eugen's expression turned serious upon hearing that name. Even for the gang, I can't believe they sent these guys to tail me. He sighed and gave a wry smile at this unexpected development. I really thought I had escaped the clutches. I was raised as one of the gang's assassins under his command. I should have told you sooner. I'm truly sorry. I was hoping you would never have to. Find this out. Eugin understood and replied without any blame. No, it's okay. You already told me before that you used to work under So. Levent also warned me about messing with this gang. Anyway, let me handle this. Nothing good ever comes from getting involved with gangs. So? You mean the So who destroyed your FS group? Levent slowly began to explain. Yeah, So is the leader of this gang. The biggest criminal organization in Horizon. Yes, but who are you all? A hand slammed down on a map, pointing to the location of the three gang members as a plan was laid out. Districts 1 and 2 will be Fiva's responsibility. Jin's face darkened as he commanded. And we will personally search Districts 3 and 4, where the slums are. The moment you find these three, report to me immediately. You don't know what those guys are capable of. Meanwhile, LaRossi was having a drink when someone came up and asked, Are you LaRossi? He looked up at the three big burly men, confused. A girl spoke up, shattering Eugen's cool demeanor. Sorry to burst your bubble, but isn't this a matter for the police to handle? His expression turned ugly, filled with indignation. I swear I'll handle them myself. How dare they kidnap LaRossi? I'll make them regret ever crossing the line. Hearing everyone's confused chatter, Levin grew restless. The police are involved? This is more serious than I thought. He quickly cut in, holding up a hand. Hold on. Let's talk about this. You even borrowed men from the Fivia family. Are you seriously trying to start a war? Levin angrily reprimanded Eugin. Eugin, looking righteous, refused to rely on them. We can't trust the police. They've already taken bribes from that gang. That's why they arrested me. You said the exact same thing before LaRossi was kidnapped. The situation is already bad enough. How could it possibly get any worse? The two of them broke into a heated argument. I told you I would handle it. You just stay out of it and don't make things worse. Not backing down, he flared up and yelled. What did you say? So what's your brilliant plan then? Are we supposed to just trust and wait for those bribed cops? No. But Eugin was getting more and more furious. He complained about Levin's apathy, saying he knew full well about that gang. Yet when LaRossi was taken, instead of helping, he just became an obstacle. Whose side are you really on anyway? Of course, charging in like this will only escalate things. Besides, if we resolve this your way, it's obvious that other people will get dragged into this. Advising, whatever you do, don't act rashly. Just sit tight and wait. I'll figure something out. Furious at Levin's secrecy, he shouted in confusion. Wait, what the hell are you planning to do? What else is there? Levin's face darkened as he declared, Bring LaRossi back and kill every last one of them, right? Called out, Levin clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it, there's no way I can make you understand. Realizing he couldn't stop Eugin, he turned to leave. Unable to believe what he just heard, Eugin asked, slightly afraid. What? A massive explosion erupted, kicking up a cloud of smoke and dust. Stunned and blinded by the debris, he struggled to open his eyes. A group of henchmen held up a bag of money. This is this month's tribute. Banta looked at the meager amount and sneered in anger. Is that all? This isn't even enough to pay for my skincare routine. He threateningly grabbed the subordinate by his hair. Is this really all you collected from the capital of the kingdoms? Are you trying to fool me? Terrified, the subordinate could only answer truthfully. Yes, sir. After paying off the police, there wasn't much left. A man named Donbo, puffing on a cigarette, intervened. Calm down and have some sugar, Banta, he then mumbled nonsensically. Eating sugar reduces stress and stimulates brain activity. With a blood sugar level of 970, my IQ is also 970. I deduce that the reason the tribute from the IAS capital of the Hebrasi kingdom is so low is because it's under the control of that bastard. Abyss breath Josep. He has weakened the gang's branch, causing the tribute to decrease. Hearing this, Banta lost his cool and lunged at the remaining grunts. Are you bragging about this? After getting slapped around by some wrinkly old man, maybe I should just peel your faces off for you? Georgie, standing nearby, chimed in. Protecting the capital is our responsibility as members from headquarters. When the El Padrino, sent us to the capital, Josep, the ruler of the slums, had already vanished. Is there a better time than now to make our move? Lord Phelin is surely looking out for our future. Banta held up a hand, looking unconvinced and confused. But El Gato specifically told us not to mess with Fivia, who just took over the slums. So, is there any way around that? Donbo took another bite and answered. Blood sugar level is 925. IQ is 925. My memory banks have found the answer. It's profitable. That bizarre flavor could raise blood sugar levels to 1,000. Whoever controls that strange drink called cola will dominate the market. Looking through the iron bars, LaRossi was cowering in fear. That's why I suggested kidnapping the kid, the alchemist who created that cola. If we use this child to conduct legitimate business, Fivia will have no reason to interfere. Looking at the hostage, Donbo explained his plan. This way, we won't violate the order from El Gato about avoiding conflict with Fivia while we hold power in the capital. Genius, Donbo, Banta shouted gleefully, realizing the benefits. So that's why we kidnapped the girl for that reason? It's true, things go much smoother with smart people. Sometimes choosing a peaceful method is so much easier. At this moment, a subordinate listening in on the story was filled with dread. Peaceful. My foot. Don't you idiots know that madman? Once tore the slums apart just for a bunch of street kids. Who knows what that psycho will do now that you've kidnapped his friend? He might even bring the entire main force of Fivia with him. The three goons, thinking the plan was perfect, all agreed and burst into laughter. Why does headquarters have someone so crazy and reckless? Like that? Especially when we're supposed to be keeping a low profile and avoiding Fivia's attention? Georgie stepped up and offered, Please, let me handle educating the alchemist kid, he said with a laugh. The Magic Academy, that den of heretics, daring to belittle Lord Phelin, the creator of the world, in favor of some mediocre mage. Those fools. He made a hideous face, pressing it against the bars, eyes bulging and tongue sticking out. How disgusting. I am a priest who maintains the one true path, he threatened LaRossi, bringing the boy to tears with his threats. I will beat this heretic brat and bring him back to the righteous path. He yanked on the bars, screaming in a fit of rage. The bars, the bars, the bars, the bars, the bars. Why won't this open? Open up, Georgie screamed, ordering, the key. Somebody bring me the key. Here. Before he could finish, a fist flew straight into his face. Hurry up before I break everything, Levent appeared, having thrown the punch that sent him flying into the wall. Donbo and Banta, completely stunned, didn't recognize him at first, but the most surprised person of all was LaRossi. Upon seeing his arrival, the other two quickly dropped to their knees. Assassin Donbo and Assassin Banta greet Lord Elgato. He cracked his knuckles, answering irritably, The heir of the gang has no intention of becoming that detestable successor. Haven't I told you that already? The captured citizens also stared in astonishment, wondering, That kid is Elgato? LaRossi muttered in a daze, The heir of the lean gang. The people behind them pointed in disbelief, declaring, Wait a minute, he can't be. Elgato. He teamed up with Eugin of Fivia to take control of the slums. Banta sneered, You fools, daring not to bow in Elgato's presence. Do the members of the branch not even recognize Elgato's face? Not even death could excuse that. Not letting the two get ahead of themselves, he pointed and warned, You two. What are you laughing at, you idiots? You want it to end like this? Levent growled back in anger. Didn't I specifically order you not to touch Fivia? Do you need to die to finally understand? The two, still confused about the situation, tried to explain, But why? We only kidnapped that alchemist kid. So what? He continued to curse them. I knew it. You idiots. Without another word, Levent pulled out a knife, explaining his two. Much trouble. Going around spouting nonsense about my identity. If you're this stupid, you might as well be dead. Georgie. His mouth twisted from the punch, suddenly understood. Finally, I understand why Petrino gave us that secret order. Levent thought to himself, I hit him hard enough to kill, and yet, he's fine. These guys have been modified to be even stronger than before. Then, he glanced back at the man. What was that secret order from Soar? He reset his jaw, his mouth crooked and half his teeth missing. El Patrino has long suspected Elgato's motives for entering the Magic Academy. Therefore, if Elgato were to do anything against the gang for some ridiculous reason, he made a monstrous face, his tongue lolling out as he spoke in a savage tone. We were ordered to kill him on the spot. Levent raised his axe, deducing, the kind of guys who can't stand being beaten and would kill me if I lost a fight. This means he intended to kill me. From the very beginning, that sounds just like that bastard. Then, with a confident demeanor, he declared, however, to kill me, the great Elgato, you lot are nowhere near prepared enough. What more could you ask for? Georg tried to realign his jaw as he stared ahead. Did you think we would come unprepared to face the infamous Elgato? As he finished speaking, a figure holding a club suddenly stepped forward from behind. We've prepared a masterpiece. Levin, slightly surprised, watched intently. For you, Elgato. A woman's figure stepped forward. It was Herman. On a quiet night in town, he stood listlessly by the window under the faint moonlight. He felt a pang of guilt thinking about something as he called out Levin's name. Remembering the harsh words he'd spoken to him made Eugin restless. He seemed to be deep in thought. Have I been too harsh on him? Havanaten suddenly spoke up, startling him. Got a moment? One of my puppets seems to have discovered the gang's base. Hearing this, he quickly threw on a jacket and rushed over. Really? Where? Havanaten looked at the rat puppets on the table and replied, I'm not exactly sure, but these little guys can't talk after all. If you follow them, you'll find where they are. Yin was fascinated and picked one up, cradling it. It's kinda cute, I guess. He then placed the little rat on his shoulder. Havanatan asked worriedly, so, what are you gonna do? You're not bringing the others, are you? That reminded Yin of their argument. Of course, but the situation could get worse. Acting forcefully will only escalate things. Besides, if we handle it this way, the others will definitely get dragged into it. This made him hesitate for a moment, before he sank back into his thoughts. That's right, I can't drag the others into this mess. After a moment, he sheathed his sword and said to her, if I'm not back by tomorrow morning, then contact the main house. I'll handle this myself. Suabe appeared out of nowhere, eager for a fight. We're going together, she said angrily, clenching her fists. We have to show those lawless bastards what happens when you mess with our comrades. The rat puppet shot off as if it had a motor, forcing the two of them to struggle to keep up. Biu, Biu. Slow down. By the time they finally caught up, they were exhausted and out of breath. I told you to slow down. Even a zombie can get tired. Huh? Standing before a vast, dark sewer entrance left them confused. And why are these sewers so large and complex? Yeah, if it weren't for Biu, we would have never found it. The Halong sewer system is the gang's territory. Let's take this chance to rest for a bit. We don't really have a choice. Yin asked Suabe with some concern. Are we gonna be okay going in like this? She angrily propped a leg up and fiercely declared, dangerous. Who do you think you're talking to? She then recounted her childhood exploits. When I was 5 years old, I hunted polar bears all by myself on the ice fields. You think I'm gonna be scared of a little danger like this? Eugin felt intimidated and whined in fear, realizing that she was the real danger here. He conceded, of course, I know how brave you are, but you don't get it. These guys are crazy strong. Even among Filivian warriors, you rarely see anyone this powerful. I can't guarantee anything if all three of them attack us at once. Ignoring his warning, Suabe shot back. Is that so? Why are you looking down on me so much? Feeling like she was being treated as useless, she got right in his face and glared. Don't tell me you see me as some burden who can't take care of herself. Is that it? No, that's not what I meant. Then what is it? From the shadows, someone was already making a move, stretching the skin on his face as the two argued. Yin sensed a killing intent and was instantly on guard, quickly pushing Suabe away to dodge an attack. Watch out! She looked at the object that had just shot past, asking in confusion, what was that? What flew at us? It was a sniper attack. Looking at the weapon on the ground, she realized it was a throwing knife. Across from them, Banta stretched the skin on his face and spoke from the darkness. Pretty impressive, right? My skin is so elastic it can handle more than 45 kilograms of force. They become projectiles with 10 times the propulsive force of a normal bow. Banta, the gang's assassin, whose special trait was his highly elastic skin. I can't believe you dodged that so easily. Disbelievingly, Suabe said in fear, did he use his cheek to shoot those things? Suddenly, behind her, a fat guy appeared out of nowhere. To find them in this complex sewer system, someone must have leaked information, and then he muttered his deduction. With a blood sugar level of 682, in other words, an IQ of 680, according to my deduction, the traitor is Elgato. Don Bo, the gang's assassin, is known for his extremely high blood sugar. Heaven has no need to honor a traitor. Levent was the one who abandoned his post at the gang's base. The pressure from these two felt heavy to Eugin. They were tracking the hamster. Hearing that, he was startled and questioned them. Wait a minute. Levent is the traitor. So could it be that he came here before us? The last one finally appeared and praised, indeed, a sharp deduction. He now had a metal brace on his face to hold his mouth in place. I should have done everything to stop him, the gang's assassin, from going to the heretic cult's den at the George Magic Academy. Wasn't his corruption because he associated with those God-denying heretics? The one named Don Bo, holding a rat puppet, said, I'd rather interpret it in a more literary way. FS, a believer who became El Gato, the man of darkness. But after meeting a boy from Fivia, a boy who still held the innocence and justice of the light, he must have remembered his true nature as an FS. Witnessing this scene made Eugin shudder. What the? He remembered his own rebukes that made Levent confused. Whose side was he on, after all? He never expected his own words would lead things this far. Because of what he had said, Levent was all alone. Suab asked in confusion, What are you talking about? What about Levent? Why are we talking about Levent? The one named Banta sneered sarcastically. You don't know your friend's situation, kid? The traitor left a record of it here, before we even mentioned him. Too many confusing details left her completely bewildered. Betrayal. Levent, whose traitor was he? A resounding laugh echoed throughout the cellar. George mocked. You didn't even know he was working with the gang? What can you expect from a traitor? Don't worry, he's not dead. Yet. We just gave him a good beating and locked your friend up. Suab, however, seemed unfazed and sighed in relief. Oh, I thought it was something serious. But it turns out it's not a big deal, huh? She appeared calm, her words provoking them. I don't care about your gang business. At all. If Levent betrayed you guys, then he must be pretty good. Gaining momentum, Eugin smiled in agreement. That's right. The two regained their confidence and got into a fighting stance. We'll kill all of you and save everyone. Hearing this, the three ringleaders charged forward at once. You think you can do it? The one named Georgie rushed forward, swinging countless arms with compassionate love. His first technique, snakebind. Two arms had already gripped Eugin's wrist. His arms were coming from a strange angle. He threatened fiercely. Put away the sword. There is no love. Not letting him have his way, Eugin swung his sword, making him spin like a top and then plunge headfirst into the ground. It was Fiva's anti-armor technique, wrist twist. A strong gust of wind blew, forcing him to be on guard. Seeing this, the fat one, Bo, rushed in to provide support. Eugin's face turned pale when his attack had no effect. The sword struck directly on his head, but didn't even leave a scratch. He pointed and mocked. You aimed for my head? Amateur. It's a skill, the hardest part of the human body. It's obvious you can't cut it with a sword, right? What's this? Banta stretched his mouth, revealing sharp blades within. The skin is the most elastic part of the body. After releasing them, the blades shot forward with incredible speed. Ah, so when cared for, it's over 10 times more elastic than a bowstring. Defenseless, the blades flew directly at him, and his comrade shouted worriedly, Eugin! Suab cast a spell, and bolts of lightning appeared, and then a stone barrier was erected to buy them some time. It's blocked. Are you okay? I'm fine. They hit my armor and cloak. Hit by the attack, Eugin winced in pain. It didn't penetrate, but the damage was as expected. Ranged attacks are always the most annoying. Forced into a difficult situation, Suab bit her lip and thought, Eugin can't hold them off alone. It's too much for him. Ranged. An idea flashed in her mind with a gambling smile. I think I know who I need to face. The three men behind the wall exclaimed, magic of this scale must be from a mage who is at least a level 7 or higher. Don Bo warned his comrades. The wall could break suddenly. Be careful. Don't just treat them like ordinary brats. Suab surfed on a wave with a triumphant look on her face. Northern shamanism, endless flow, holy tsunami seal. The three guys under the wave screamed in panic. What the hell? She said with a taunting challenge. Hey, you wrinkly old geezer. I'll take you on. Come and get me. Wrinkly. Banta took it personally and asked again. Me? He furiously tensed up, as his smarter comrade realized the ploy and tried to calm him down. Calm down, Banta. She's just baiting you. But it seemed his words weren't getting through. Banta. Furious, he unleashed his maximum power. You dare call me saggy? Grant me maximum elasticity, Banta lamp mode. He then opened his mouth wide to correct the phrase, calling it good elasticity, or whatever, and then he spread his arms and glided after them like a kite, successfully falling for the trap. The guy named Don Bo realized the plan and grew wary, a look of contempt on his face. Using someone else's insecurities for personal gain, Don't you think that's inhumane? Yin stood up, sword in hand, ready to fight. Hearing that from anyone else would carry no weight at all. He grew angry, his eyes flashing like a hawk's as he taunted, "You useless scum." Meanwhile, Suab was still gliding away. The Banta guy caught up with his flight speed, his heart burning with rage. "Hey kid, who are you calling saggy?" Seeing this horrifying sight made her shudder. So disgusted she was utterly shocked. Furious, he unleashed his maximum power. "You dare call me saggy? Grant me maximum elasticity, Banta lamp mode." He then opened his mouth wide to correct the phrase, calling it good elasticity. "It's not even that stretched out." His words wounded him, and he screamed with tears streaming down his face. She wasn't scared at all, and even challenged him gleefully. "If you've got the guts, then bring it on." Suddenly glowed a powerful red, the flame seal sword, as the pressure from its fire spread everywhere. Furious, Yin wanted to end them. Deo's flower blade. It was a strike that made the entire corner of the dungeon erupt in flames. Steel fire, hell magic. The two guys were stunned by this power, standing there dumbfounded as they watched the fat one fall down in fear, leaving Jor to. "At least I've already done my part." Back to Yin, who had to face two big guys alone. "The rest is up to you, Yin," the blade of his sword. Find Larosi and Levin, but then he suddenly realized he had no idea where he was going and got flustered. "But wait, I don't know the way. Should I ask them?" Unexpectedly, despite taking a direct hit like that, Yor was still standing firm amidst the blazing flames. "We're not done yet. What are you rambling about?" Yin turned back in horror as he spoke. "Metal may be cold, but take the full brunt of the attack." The massive explosion sent smoke and fire billowing everywhere. He quickly tried to leave. "I can't waste any more time on these clowns. I have to quickly." More passionate than any flame, "I can finally complete it." He covered his face with his hand, rambling on just like Father Phelin, the one who bestowed this love. And then suddenly, "Fire is hot, just like the love of Father Phelin." His body was completely unscratched, and instead he revealed a firm, glistening physique, posing in front of the flames. A love sword, full of vigor, he unleashed a barrage of lightning-fast punches. "Allow me to enlighten you. The more love you receive, the stronger I become. My body is made of steel, so a sword blade cannot harm me." Don Bo also charged forward, shouting, "My head is made of steel too." Seizing the opportunity while Yin was distracted, he dove in headfirst. "Against people like us with skin of iron, your attacks are useless." Yin clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Iron skin, huh?" He steadied himself, regaining his. He closed in on Yin with an ecstatic expression. "I am ready too." Yor threw a powerful punch, which Yin quickly blocked with his sword. He was stunned, barehanded against a charge is equal to weight times 10, times strength, times speed. "Do you really think you can stop that with your frail body?" Yin's gaze didn't waver as he faced the attack. He held his sword in a reverse grip like a baseball bat, ready to swing. Armor-piercing strike, Fivia. A full swing smashed directly into his head, sending sparks. "Composure! Then I'll just have to shatter it into 100 pieces." Don Bo charged forward at full speed, taunting confidently. "Planning to face me head-on? You must be desperate." The force of that kind of bluff doesn't work on me. And as for you, so what if you can take the heat? At least it kept you alive." Witnessing his comrade get taken down, in a single blow, terrified the other guy to his core. Yin said, "Now, take me to Larosi." "Wait a minute." The man turned and fled for his life. "Hold on." It was unexpected, flying everywhere. It was a direct hit on his iron helmet, a perfect home run that sent Donbo spinning before he crashed to the ground. Yin angrily mocked him. "So where's that steel head you were talking about?" He grit his teeth, calculating his next move. "No, there's no time. If I lose him, finding Larosi will be incredibly difficult." He quickly gave chase after Yor. "I have to catch." In a single blow, terrified the other guy to his core. Yin said, "Now, take me to Larosi." "Wait a minute." The man turned and fled for his life. "Hold on." It was unexpected. Just like Elgato, he reached a hand out toward a door ahead. It was his only chance for survival. "A hostage. I need a hostage. I'll threaten him with that." "Alchemist kid." "Yes, that's perfect." But as he entered the room, a blank expression washed over his face. Jor yelled as he looked toward the prison cell, its door already open. "The cell is open? Where did all the guards go?" But then he saw Larosi still sitting there in fear, and he yelled with delight. "The alchemist kid is still here!" Not. Before he could celebrate, he noticed something was off. But wait, it was already too late. Above him, a pair of gleaming eyes and hands were ready to make mincemeat out of him. "Where's Elgato?" Those hands grabbed and squeezed his head, causing immense fear and pain, and then he was spun around like he was caught in a whirlwind. Levent finished the job and jumped down to the ground. leaving the other guy passed out with his tongue hanging out. Elgato regained his courage as Levin raised a hand and muttered, "Herman," a fragment of memory resurfaced, making him remember why that person was here. Back to reality. Looking at his friend cowering in a corner, he suddenly remembered, "You can come out now, LaRossi." He extended his arm to LaRossi. "Let's get out of here before we're surrounded." "Come on!" But he was so terrified that he screamed and backed away. His subconscious fear made him shout, "Stay away!" Realizing he had scared him, Levin said, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this. You probably need some time to calm down." Without delay, Levin hoisted him onto his back, which made LaRossi feel dizzy and disoriented. "But we don't have time." Looking at his condition, something definitely happened. "I'm 90% sure he just barged in. That troublemaker would definitely do that." Remembering the girl's appearance made Levin curse. "Damn it, I could have ended this before he showed up." But I didn't expect Herman to suddenly appear. Hearing that name took him completely by surprise. Herman and I had both let our guard down. Questions kept popping up in his head. But why is Herman here? Is this Soher's plot to distract me? But if that's the case, he's dead wrong. Herman's hatred for Soher is just as deep as mine. A hatred born from our guild being massacred. That's why ever since we were kids, we've dreamed of getting revenge on Soher together. Levin gritted his teeth, determined, but I can persuade her. But first, I have to find Eugin or Herman quickly. Right now, Yin has also encountered that girl. The worst case scenario has happened. If she runs into Yin, it'll be a total disaster. Across from Yin, the mysterious girl approached. He asked curiously, "Who are you?" But not a single word in reply. She remained silent and then lunged forward, swinging her weapon to attack. Luckily, he managed to block it just in time. He fell back, assessing his opponent's power. I knew there had to be something more to this. Seeing the petite girl effortlessly swing that massive axe, Yin seemed to have a realization. "So you're the real deal, huh?" Ignoring his question, Herman began to spin her axe faster and faster, creating a whirlwind that nothing dared approach. Yin was horrified, slightly stunned by the spectacle before him. What the hell? A shockwave attack sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Yin jumped back to dodge without a second thought, only to see the spot where he just stood get completely pulverized, which made him grimace at this terrifying display of power. What kind of strength is this? This power? It reminds me of Mom. Suddenly, the boulders began to move. Herman swung her axe, sending a massive boulder flying at him. With no other option in midair, he used the boulder as a foothold to leap away, doing a somersault before landing safely. Herman charged forward with a relentless assault, and he barely managed to bring his sword up to defend. The incredible force of the strike sent him flying backward into a cloud of dust, getting blasted right through a thick wall and taking damage. Yin gritted his teeth in admiration, realizing that facing her head-on was not an option. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared from behind. Levin yelled in alarm. "You scared me to death. Why'd you come bursting out of a wall?" Eugin recognized him and called out as well. Before their reunion could go any further, another explosion erupted, cutting them off. Eugin frantically shouted a warning and quickly grabbed Levin's hand, pulling him along. "Run, now." "What?" As they ran for their lives, they exchanged information. "What about you? Why are you here?" "I already told you. I came to rescue LaRossi." "Where is LaRossi?" Levin reported. "He's safe. I got him out through a secure route that the gang doesn't frequent." Yin asked with concern. "What? You let him go by himself?" He sighed. "What else could I do? I still had things to take care of and I was by myself." Yin was still worried for LaRossi. "But leaving a kid to go alone, we can talk about this later. We need to get out of here right now. So who are you running from anyway?" Suddenly, Levent stopped in his tracks and looked back. Seeing his comrade stop, Eugin also came to a halt. "Levin, what are you doing?" Levin reassured him. "It's all right. She's an acquaintance of mine." "You know her?" "But her face is completely covered. Herman always hides her face. She's like me, one of Soher's special collections." Listen, this statement only confused Eugin more. "Soher's special collection?" The two acquaintances greeted each other. "It's been a while, Herman. I'm sorry for leaving." Without an explanation. It's hard to explain. For now, let's just say that my leaving is a continuation of what we've always talked about. Herman trembled but still remained silent. Sensing the danger, Yin broke out in an anxious sweat. He quickly lunged to hold Levin back from her attack. "Watch out!" Levin stood motionless, looking towards Herman, who had luckily dodged the fierce attack. Terrified, Yin scolded him, saying he had told him that was someone he knew. Levin, still in shock, unconsciously called out the name Herman. "You seemed so close to her by the way you talked, so why did she attack? Did you mistake her for someone else, and she didn't even answer?" Levin grew increasingly panicked, refusing to believe the truth. "This can't be happening!" Recalling the memories of his time with her, I could never fail to recognize Hana. Levin's eyes filled with rage. There was no way he was mistaken. Looking at the girl in front of him, he imagined the horrible things that must have happened to her, what someone had done to Herman. Dee stepped forward from behind, remarking that this was quite a reunion, though it didn't seem very satisfying. Yin didn't recognize the person he had been chasing. Who was that guy? His head was twisted completely backward, and he was trying to adjust it with his hands. Elgato, it's unbelievable. How is he still alive? Donbo's crew also suddenly appeared, surrounding the two of them. The human body is a miraculous thing. With half of his head caved in, he still acted cheerfully nonchalant. People, even when half of their brain is destroyed, with enough will, they can still move. Eugin watched in astonishment. This guy was the same, and the others too. We are completely surrounded. So there are other Serios. Surveying the situation, Levent remarked, no matter how you look at it, isn't this an excessive amount of force for such a bizarre mission? D, even after having his head twisted around, was still talking smack sarcastically. If it weren't for you, Elgato, harboring rebellious thoughts, they would have returned a long time ago, but now it's truly a pity, Levent anxiously retorted. Betrayal? What betrayal? If I were to reveal the madness you've caused, even Petrino would say you deserve to die. Attacking Fivia is the same as abandoning the capital IAS, isn't it? A thought flashed through his mind. So's connection to the Eternal Society is a closely guarded secret. The order to assassinate Yin would not be public knowledge. Hearing those words had no effect, instead making Chie burst out laughing in amusement. He held his head, now twisted back to normal, and yelled cheerfully. How amusing. Just as Petrino predicted, Elpad Petrino saw through the evasive words of a rat like Elgato. All right, if Elgato isn't a traitor, then we don't need to fight, but you must prove you're not a traitor, Levent stammered. Prove it. The man lifted Herman with one hand, stroking his chin as he explained, the fact is, there was another traitor before you, and that traitor is the one who dared raise a blade against Elpad Petrino. Seeing his dear friend treated like that, Levent's eyes blazed with anger. As the hood was slowly lifted, a soulless face was revealed. The one who committed the ultimate act of treason, Hana. She was completely unconscious, with a gem embedded in her forehead and her eyes like deep black pits. Because of that rebellion, Hana's personality was completely erased, and now she serves the gang as an eternal weapon. Yin covered his mouth, unable to hide his horror. Oh my god! The man twisted his head and pointed challengingly with a mocking tone. If Elgato is not a traitor, then kill this traitor Hana with your own two hands. All of his comrades burst into delighted laughter, anticipating the drama that was about to unfold. Levent couldn't restrain himself, his entire being consumed by fury. Hana's personality was completely erased, and now she serves the gang as an eternal weapon. Yin covered his mouth, unable to hide his horror. Oh my god! But after her family was wiped out, she was still exploited by the sister, just like my FS group. And yet, she was still willing to be a pillar of support for the children in the gang. Yet it was Hana, with that warm heart of hers, who carried out the gang's most cruel and heinous missions, taking the place of the children who were destined to become assassins. To her, the short-lived innocence of the kids in the gang was more precious than her own self. Weary of that kind of life, Hana always told me, as if reminding herself. The god Phelin, who loved humankind, bestowed upon them a right, a driving force to lead them through the uncertain future, the power to find an escape even in the deepest despair. He gave humanity the right to freedom, so you must never lose hope. Back in the present, Georgie clutched his throat and roared with laughter. That's the fate of a traitor, to lose even their free will. She's nothing but a puppet now, see? So what do you think? Isn't this worse than death? Then if you're not the traitor Elgato, kill this traitor Hermana with your own hands. Prove it, that you're not a traitor. While he was talking, a punch suddenly slammed right into his face. It was Levent who threw it. Even after taking a hit like that, the man was still smiling. Just as I thought. You are the traitor. Now, death isn't even an option for Elgato. Without a word, he grabbed the man by the hair. Only now did the guy realize what was happening. Wait, but unfortunately, it was too late. He was like a ferocious monster now. Everyone there who witnessed the scene was utterly startled. George irritably yelled, "What are you all standing around for? The traitor's true colors are already showing, aren't they? Attack!" Immediately, his men rushed forward into formation. Levent, while rummaging for something in his jacket pocket, said, "Betrayal?" He wiped out FS just to steal their technology. To the man who turned Hermana into this, I have no loyalty to offer. His voice grew harsher. In fact, I never had any to begin with. George wasn't about to be outdone and retorted, "You can't take those words back now. Elgato, you know damn well what happens to someone who betrays the gang, right? For a traitor, life is worthless. We'll start with the things you hold most dear. One by one, we will torture, destroy, and crush every single one. And when you have nothing precious left to lose, it'll finally be your turn to be tortured. You'll be begging for death." Levent, radiating a furious aura, said, "Bring it on. What do you think I have left to lose?" Hearing that, the man roared, "Of course we will. A traitor doesn't need his limbs. Anyway, to make sure he pays for his betrayal, capture him alive. Just keep his heart beating." As the words left his mouth, Yin took the full force of their attack. He gritted his teeth, struggling to fend them off. These guys are experienced fighters. We need to retreat now. But as the thought crossed his mind, he looked back at Levent. He's not going to listen to reason. Suddenly, George ordered Hermana to subdue El Gato. Hermana immediately obeyed, aiming her sword at Levent. He quickly cast an enhancement spell, while Yin struggled to dodge the relentless attacks. Yin clicked his tongue, thinking, "That's Hermana. She's definitely the strongest one here. If she joins the fight now, with us at a disadvantage, everything's over. It's him. That's the guy who gave Hermana the order. In that case, maybe I can stop her." Having decided, Yin charged directly at George. At that moment, George was also getting anxious. "Damn it, half of my brain is mush. My motor functions can't keep up." Yin pressed his sword against the man's neck, threatening, "Stop Hermana, or I'll kill you." The man retorted defiantly, "Kill me then. Even if everyone here dies, punishing a traitor is better for the gang." Hearing that, Yin broke out in a cold sweat. He's like one of those abyss zealots. These are the kind of people you can't reason with. If so, I can't hesitate. I'll at least take one of them down. As soon as he thought it, he slashed at the man. "This is fat. My motor functions can't keep up." Yin pressed his sword against the man's neck, threatening, "Stop Hermana, or I'll kill you." The man retorted defiantly, "Kill me then." The man continued, "And my siro, which has been cultivated through an intense diet, is the most dangerous poison in the world. I'm going to die, but you're also not getting away." Having said his piece, the man collapsed. Meanwhile, Yin sat in a corner, clutching his mouth in distress. Over on the other side, Hermana and Levent were locked in a fierce battle. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Damn it, Hermana, what in the world am I supposed to do with you?" Suddenly, a sword shot out, as a man appeared from nowhere to stab him from behind. Yin was also in agony. "I can't breathe." His expression was one of extreme exhaustion as the poison spread rapidly. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a stream of water gushed forth. Suab came surfing in on a board, looking completely panicked. "Everybody, get back! I've suddenly lost control of my magic." Yin quickly took in the scene. The once open, desolate area was now completely flooded. On a dry patch of ground, Suab leaped up from the sea of water, sighing in relief. "I really thought I was going to die. It's a good thing my magic returned, or I wouldn't have been able to save them. But why did it suddenly vanish like that? Could there be a mage nearby who's more skilled in sorcery than I am?" Yin sat up and said, "Thanks, Suab, you saved us." At that, she beamed. "You bet. See? You all would have been goners without me, right?" In the middle of her cheerful banter, she turned to see Levent walking away, which made her angry. Shouted, "Hey, Levent, how could you just walk away without even a thank you after I saved you?" He coldly replied, "I never asked you to save me." Hearing that, she got even more annoyed. "Why were you just captured? You were even tortured." Yin tried to calm her down. "Take it easy." Suddenly, her expression froze as she said, Your back is bleeding." Levent reached behind his back and said nonchalantly, "It's just a minor wound." Suddenly, a jolt of pain shot through his body. Suab looked at him in horror. "Are you insane? Did you burn the wound to stop the bleeding?" Yin then gently asked, "That person who was modified, you called her Hermana. She's very important to you, isn't she? If so, tell us everything in detail. We can help you." Levent said with a grim expression, "It's too late. The modifications on Hermana and the other assassins are FS technology. I know better than anyone that once a body has been modified, it can't be returned to normal. Especially when the brain has also been tampered with, it's impossible to avoid brain damage when trying to destroy those complex implants." His face grew dark. "It's just the implants." Specifically, his eyes suddenly lit up as if he remembered something, and he quickly rushed over to suggest, "What about the absolute removal tool? Couldn't it target and remove only the implants?" "The absolute removal tool is a magic that reduces the wavelength of matter or magic to 0, making it disappear. If I precisely target the wavelength of the implants, we should be able to remove them safely, right?" Levent hesitated. "That might be possible. But no matter how skilled you are, can you handle that level of complexity?" Yin immediately dispelled his hesitation. He smiled and said, "But that means there's still hope, right?" Seeing this, Levent was deeply moved, lowering his head to hide his emotions, and pleaded sincerely, "Then please, help me save Hermana." Yin replied confidently, "Of course, we were going to help even if you didn't ask, anyway." Then Levent suggested, "All right, I have a plan now. This is an underground water channel, right?" Suab immediately teased, "You were really expecting our help? weren't you? So the group stood there discussing for a moment, and it seemed the plan was well received. That sounds like fun. Yeah, you got the gist of it, right? Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, causing the tunnel to shake violently. Suab wondered, what was that? An earthquake? Magic? Yin and Levent quickly realized it was a bomb. Levent explained, they can't pinpoint our location, so they're planning to block all the exits. Hearing this, Suab was extremely worried. Are they really going to destroy their own base? Yin added, they're the type of people who would do anything. Let's run. We don't have time. As he ran, he recalled Georgie's words. My blood has been tempered through a strict diet, making it the world's most dangerous toxin. His anxiety kept rising. His time was running out, and Georgie's men were still unconscious. Ban was now standing there, trembling. That bastard, Georgie! The man covered his eyes as if trying to restrain his emotions. Elgato and those brats. He shouted in fury, blow up all their escape routes. Don't let them escape. Just as he finished speaking, an explosion went off right next to him. He snapped. Which idiot was that? What moron set off a bomb here instead of at the exits? As he turned to look, he froze for a moment. It was Suab, jumping out gleefully. That was us, you idiot. How does it feel to see me again? Happy, are ya? Ban was seething with rage. Saves us the trouble of looking for you. We'll deal with you first, then we'll make Elgato pay. Hearing that, she smirked. Looks like we don't have to go looking either. Levent, who had been silent until now, was holding an axe that was crackling with intense electricity. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed the axe into the ground with all his might. All of Ban's guards were simultaneously electrocuted, and he was no exception. In fact, he convulsed more painfully than the others. All of those scumbags were now writhing on the ground. Yin was extremely satisfied. All right, just as planned. Beside him, Suab sighed mockingly. And he's trying to look all cool again. Then Levent reached for some kind of bag. Without a second thought, he hurled its contents straight at them, creating a massive explosion. Afterwards, he swiftly smashed through a wall, then pointed outside and said, use your magic to bring the water in and wash those guys away. They'll fall to the bottom floor, she said excitedly. Awesome! Now it's my turn. I'll blast them all out to sea with a single attack. But her celebration was cut short as her smile vanished. The two guys noticed the delay and turned back to ask, what's wrong? Swab, hurry up. We still need to find Herman after this, she replied anxiously. Just like before, the natural elements aren't responding to me. It's as if some other creature is controlling the natural elements here. While the group was bewildered, from behind, a familiar silhouette appeared. Suab. So, what's going on? Herman slowly materialized in front of the three of them. Because of my threads, the very foundation of magic is also its very core. The number of threads, among other factors, is a sensitive matter for mages. Meanwhile, shamans borrow their power from nature, but threads are a crucial element for them as well. A shaman's threads connect them to nature, so the more threads they possess, the deeper their communion with it. At the highest point of the horizon lies the celestial ocean, home to the genius shaman Swabe of the celestial sea tribe, a possessor of 8 threads. Even a great Shah, man who has reached the human limit of 10 threads, can't avoid a battle with Suabe for control over nature. So there's no way that nature wouldn't respond to Suab. Impossible. There's only one way this could be happening. Something beyond human existence is dominating the nature in this area. Everyone finally noticed Herman's presence, and without a word, she lunged to attack. Seeing this, Levent became extremely anxious. Damn it, even Hun is. The plan is ruined. I wanted to create a one-on-one situation with Herman. Once the others regain consciousness, impossible. There's only one way this could be happening. Something beyond human existence is dominating the nature in this area. Just a second. Holding an item, he called out, all right, everyone get ready. His 2 teammates were completely baffled. Ready for what? What is he doing now? As he spoke, he threw the item. Get ready for an explosion. The moment it landed, a strange light emanated from Herman's body. Then, a terrifying explosion erupted. The force of the blast was so immense that it sent both Eugin and Suab flying. That lunatic Levent! A massive torrent of water rushed out. Suab used it to surf out on the surface of the water. She snapped, you psycho! Why did you just blow up the floor? Levent explained. Since you suddenly couldn't use your shamanism, I had to come up with a temporary solution. Suab, even though you can't use shamanism, you can still use ice magic, can't you? After all, you managed to pass the entrance exam. Eugin, get absolute dispel ready, he replied. Got it. And so, the 3 of them agreed to continue with the plan. Even though Herman has complex implants in her brain, they are all controlled by the gemstone embedded in her forehead. However, because of the complex layers of enchantments, the only thing that can remove it is his absolute dispel. Recalling their earlier discussion, Eugin was freaked out by Levent's plan. No, even though I suggested it, I don't have the skill to use that spell precisely in the heat of battle. I need time to focus, and its effective range is too short. I can't be sure I can hit the gemstone on Herman's forehead, someone whose close-quarters combat skills far surpass my own. He answered seriously, of course it will be difficult. Herman is a descendant of the ancient people who fought the Abyss alongside Lord Phelin and the 12 Apostles. She is stronger in every way than modern humanity, but she isn't invincible. If Suab and I combine our lightning and ice magic, we can obstruct her vision and create an opportunity for you to use Absolute Dispel. Suab's face turned pale at this. Huh? But wait, if I can't use my shamanism, I'm useless with magic. I'm not even half proficient with it. I barely passed the exam with the minimum score. Hearing this, Levent froze. What? In that moment of distraction, he took a direct hit from Herman. Seeing this, a horrified Eugin screamed Levent's name. Then he rushed forward, shouting, "Stop!" Herman raised her axe and swung it decisively down on him. A massive explosion echoed. In a flash, he was sent flying 100 meters. Damn it, my body. Seeing this, Levent could only click his tongue in annoyance. He cursed inwardly. Damn, there are too many unexpected variables. Why did the shamanism technique have to fail right now? The common factor in all the times the shamanism technique failed was the presence of Herman. Could this be related to Herman being an ancient one? I don't know the principle behind it, but that's not the main issue right now. I can handle this right now. The only way to create an opening for the Absolute Dispel spell is to clear my mind, he yelled out. Eugin, focus on the spell. I'll handle Herman and block her vision. Seeing his recklessness, she grew extremely worried. Levent, wait. This technique is the pinnacle of magic engineering. It's a spell that can turn even a toy sword into a magic sword by engraving a high-intensity rune on it. Without special body modifications, the limit is only 5 minutes. Using it when my body is this exhausted, I'll definitely collapse soon. After that, the most logical way to escape is to follow the water flow. And that is George, my blood essence, saturated with the quintessence of Ka, has reached 1024. Eugin and Suabe could only watch this terrifying battle from the sidelines. Suabe gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it, if only I could use my shamanism. Meanwhile, he cursed inwardly. Damn, there are too many unexpected variables. Why did the shamanism technique have to fail right now? The common factor in all the times the shamanism technique failed was the presence of Herman. Eugen's eyes were filled with determination. If my mind gets hazy, I have to force it back. If the poison spreads any further, I won't be able to maintain my concentration. Without special body modifications, the limit is only 5 minutes. Using it when my body is this exhausted, I'll definitely collapse soon. After that, Eugin and Suabe could only watch this terrifying battle from the sidelines. Suabe gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it, if only I could use my shamanism. Meanwhile, why is it now obeying a 1-second mage like Eugin? Suddenly, Herman stopped fighting Levent and turned in another direction. Eugen's expression was terrible. Damn it, I'm losing focus because of the poison. With that thought, he punched himself hard in the face. Suabe turned in alarm. Herman swung her hand, grabbing Suabe's arm and throwing her away violently. Seeing this, Eugin tried to gather his power quickly. Just a moment, just a little bit more. Suddenly, a surge of electricity erupted, striking Herman directly. She cried out in pain. Eugin looked at Levent with wide, surprised eyes, who quickly signaled that now was the time. Eugin understood and immediately got into position. His hands skillfully controlled the power, directing it all at Herman. The Absolute Dispel power was thus created. A sphere of light appeared between the two. Herman gradually returned to her original appearance. Eugin smiled with satisfaction. We did it. Her strength was completely depleted. Before she could even finish her sentence, she collapsed to the ground. Levent rushed to catch her. He had actually succeeded. Thank goodness. Suabe grimaced and spoke up. Damn it, my body is a wreck and my head is full of questions. Then she asked, so is she free from the control now? He replied, no. She only stopped because the control device was destroyed. We still have to remove all the remaining graphs. Hearing that, she looked around. Then we have to get out of here first. But how do we get out? Levent responded nonchalantly. We'll have to figure that out now. Seeing that, his two companions were startled. You acted without a plan? He said seriously. Regardless, we have to get out of here immediately. Thank goodness. Suabe grimaced and spoke up. Damn it, my body is a wreck and my head is full of questions. Then she asked, so is she free from the control now? He replied, no. She only stopped because the control device was destroyed. We still have to remove all the remaining graphs. I'm about to collapse too. When that happens, you and the others will have to drag me and Herman out. Suabe's annoyed voice snapped. You sure order people around casually? He used the last of his strength to tell the truth. Sorry, I was actually poisoned. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Poisoned? Levent immediately said, another explosion. Damn it, It looks like they've woken up. We can only hope they go the wrong way. Eugin was now exhausted and passed out on the spot. A figure loomed out of the smoke. Just as I thought, you're here, the traitor, and you annoying brats. The man's face became more and more grotesque. Thanks to the stimulating flavor you all provided, I have evolved to the next level. Suabe wondered. How did you find us? A giant man beside him answered. When you fall to the lowest level, Suabe, take care of Herman. I'll check his condition. Got it. Just as she finished speaking, another loud explosion rang out, and a thick cloud of smoke appeared before them. That means with an IQ of 512, I could easily deduce this. Seeing that, Eugen's face grew bewildered. How did you survive a fatal cut to your artery? What's this? The guy revealed that his blood vessels were filled with fat, and his blood sugar had turned into a viscous fluid like syrup. Thanks to an intense diet, he had been reborn as an immortal. Levin's face gradually turned pale. They had surpassed any limits of human body modification he had ever known. What the hell was going on at the headquarters? Suddenly, Eugin rashly drew his sword. He unleashed a flame slash, and a sea of fire instantly appeared before them. Gior remained calm and said, I'm counting on you, Levent thought as he unleashed all his power towards Herman. She quickly raised her hands to block the blow. It seemed their strengths were evenly matched. Of mine, you truly are a Fivia, despite your young age, but it's all useless. This time, I have a countermeasure for your flames. My blood, forged through an intense training regimen, has become a deadly poison. To be able to maintain your will and decisiveness even after being hit by my poison blood, I've already exhausted myself using my ultimate surprise attack, and Levin is calculating our next move. Neither of us can hold out much longer. The body of George will protect me. The three of us are still fighting together. Suab began to worry. Using your own comrades? You're insane. No better than them. You absolutely cannot stand against Herman. That means you only have 1 to 2 minutes left to gamble your life and buy us time. As long as we hold out, our absolute victory is guaranteed. Hearing this, Levin gritted his teeth in anger. This bastard. Eugin had already figured these guys out. They even knew Levin's weakness in this situation. He turned and proposed, Suab, can you perform the berserker ritual on me? As long as I have the power of a berserker, this poison will be nothing. Suab was startled. What? That's not something you can just do on a whim. It requires compatibility, and besides, our current situation doesn't allow for it. He insisted. It's fine. I'll definitely succeed. Trust me. I've done it before. She broke out in a cold sweat. You've done it before? Suddenly, Eugen's expression turned grim. Arcs of electricity shot through his body. We let our guard down. His whole body convulsed violently. Banda pulled off his mask and said smugly, Did you think I would overlook such an opening? You cursed brats. Eugin tried to endure the pain. The guy wasn't lying about his evolution. He was even more of a pain to deal with now. What should I do? My vision is getting blurry. Meanwhile, Levin was fighting off the guardian demons. Damn it, have they all been enhanced? My stamina has been severely drained by these damn injuries. Suddenly, a voice rang out. That's enough. It quickly drew everyone's attention as a giant hole suddenly appeared in the ceiling. Eugin was startled. Good heavens! How can there be a pit that goes all the way underground like this? Standing above was a faint, imposing figure. So, it's here. The man, holding a sword in his hand, spoke. Just as Onyx said, You really are a young master who never listens to anyone. Eugen's eyes lit up. That person was the first prince of Hebronia, Gaon Eliza. Without another word, Gaon flew down and unleashed a flame slash. Those bastards were quickly cornered by him. Seeing this, Eugin was dumbfounded. Is that a Desio flame slash, just like mine? The flame density is so high it looks like a beam of light. It's on a completely different level compared to my Desio. I can't believe someone at the Magic Academy can execute Desio to this extent. The prince approached him and called out, Eugin Fivia, yes, your highness. I made myself perfectly clear, didn't I? Don't draw too much attention. Can't you go 1 week without causing trouble? Eugin was taken aback and hurriedly tried to explain. A terrifying explosion erupted. The force of the blast was so immense that it sent both Eugin and Suab flying. That lunatic Levin. A massive torrent of water rushed out. The guy was driven into the ground by Gaon. Up above, Lavina complained, Your Highness, I can't hold on any longer. Lifting 7 floors at once is just too much. You've done very well. The guy was driven into the ground by Gaon. Up above, Lavina complained, Your Highness, I can't hold on any longer. Lifting 7 floors at once is just too much. You've done very well. I made myself perfectly clear, didn't I? Don't draw too much attention. Can't you go 1 week without causing trouble? Eugin was taken aback and hurriedly tried to explain. You're still alive after all that? Do Yil? I am, Yin quickly realized. Senior Anika, she said, radiating killing intent. Before you self-destruct? No, this is just. Before he could finish, Banda approached and demanded, What? Why are you here? Where do you think you are? In the blink of an eye, thankfully, a hand quickly came to support him. It's in him. It's okay now, we're here. He seemed to have lost his senses and asked who she was. She immediately turned and scolded. Don't you dare scare me like that. Those monsters appeared from behind. You bastards, still got a lot of nerve. None of you are getting out of here. I'll bury you all. Levin was startled by the sight as a brilliant light erupted. These bastards, are they trying to take us down with them? As soon as he said that, a terrifying explosion occurred, reporting no serious injuries, but he's disoriented from being poisoned. Yin wondered, who are you talking to? Suddenly, Banda opened his mouth wide and shouted, to avenge Cha and Danbo, I'll blow up and die right here. Before he could finish, his face froze. Huh? A sphere flew into the air, but that's impossible. The detonation speed of Cell's explosive is 20 times the speed of sound. A mage who can control something like that can't possibly exist in this world. The triple sword trio were all dumbfounded, and Banda's face began to contort. He finally realized his own powerlessness. That person, what is that? A monster like that, why? What in the world are you? A girl appeared and answered, Duel I am, the special task force of combat mages who fight against the abyss from the Magic Academy, absorbing all of his power. Levent was once again surprised. What is this? The direction of the explosion, it's converging on a single point. This is definitely magic. You'll pay the price for messing with my junior. Scene changed to a few days later. Yin was lying exhausted in a hospital bed. Duel I am. If they hadn't come, if Larosi, that timid kid, hadn't managed to escape through the sewers and run to Senior Annika, crying and begging her to save us, we would have definitely died there then. And to think I was the one who set out to save Larosi. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth, trying to control his emotions, then reached for the jacket beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to leave, making the doctor there worry. Where are you going? The after effects of that incident are still affecting you. Like that. Look, he was so scared he passed out, Gaon said calmly. Stop joking around and check on him. He doesn't look good at all. Suab quickly went over to find out. He glanced to his side. So, you want to join Duel I am? He answered without any hesitation. Yes, that's right. The man asked again. Do you know what Duel I am is? Faced with that question, he hesitated. Huh? Isn't it one of the combat magic departments? Gaon said slowly. You really don't know anything. Duel I am is the oldest and most prestigious combat mage group. The pinnacle of combat magic schools. Due to the long period of peace, real combat has become rare, and it's now mainly a training facility for combat mages. But even so, only the most exceptionally talented students are allowed to join Duel I am. Based on that condition, you don't qualify. Hearing this, he was extremely confused. What? Why? Is it because I'm just a single-strand mage? The man answered seriously. Of course, that's part of the reason, but don't you understand your own weaknesses best? Didn't we have to step in this time because of your recklessness? As a result, Annika had to take responsibility and is now detained under the vice principal's supervision, with her punishment even being extended. That's not fair, he was startled. Huh? That happened to Senior Annika? Why her? Inem added. If the news about the gang got out, of course, that's part of the reason, but don't you understand your own weaknesses best? Didn't we have to step in this time because of your recklessness? Gaon continued while sipping his tea. In any case, a foolish kid who only knows how to cause trouble can't get into Duel I am. If what you want is just to play fight, why not give up magic and go back to the Fivia territory? With your meager single-strand talent, you'd be a better fit there. And to think I was the one who set out to save Larosi. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth, trying to control his emotions, then reached for the jacket beside him. Can I prove my efforts to overcome the limits of a single-strand mage? As he spoke, he began to display his power for the man to see. Eugin was dumbfounded. Is that a Desio flame slash just like mine? The flame density is so high it looks like a beam of light. It's on a completely different level compared to my Desio. Faced with that attitude, Yin flinched. This killing intent, if I take one more step, I'll die. Inam quickly stepped in to mediate. Yin was so angry he was shaking. I've worked so hard, you know, to overcome my weakness, the limitation of a single-strand mage. Right here, though it was said in jest, the deep implications made him break out in a cold sweat. The atmosphere gradually became more relaxed. Here you go, Prince. What are you trying to turn me into? But before a few seconds had passed, Ga Onon once again spoke with sharp words. I'm not pathetic enough to be provoked by a patient who can't even... Having fighting spirit is good, but you should know who you're up against. Unlike Anika, we aren't magically restricted. If we slip up, we could actually kill you, wanting to kill a child who is still recovering. Don't speak as if I intentionally tried to kill him. But you're also hopeless, daring to fight a prince, even a deposed one. What were you thinking? Yin quickly knelt again. Your Highness, I didn't mean to threaten you. Gaon was utterly exasperated. I don't care and don't believe the words of that wicked woman. This isn't a power struggle I chose for myself because of you, Yin. I'm afraid Fivia will misunderstand. He looked up in confusion. Giving up the position of heir, stand steadily. And it was true. Yin was slumped on the floor, the poison still affecting him. Ini immediately went over to pull him up. Prince, your words are too harsh. Of a warrior to become stronger. But it doesn't have to be through Du Yim or even the Magic Academy, right? Here, you're just a B-rank student in the 12th grade. But if you studied swordsmanship in Fivia, you could receive better training and treatment, right? Yin lowered his head and explained. Ever since I was saved and able to stand on my own 2 feet thanks to Lady Phelin, I decided to become a mage like her and help children like me. Suddenly, he asked curiously. Now that you mention it, because of Yin? Just then, he calmly began to explain. At this point, even I'm curious why you're so desperate to join Du Yim. Of course, I understand the desire. Theory classes don't suit me at all. For someone like me to say I want to become a mage like Lady Phelin, it's easy to be mocked and called a fraud. In fact, my friends, who are pursuing their dreams, are probably much more like Lady Phelin than I am. Seeing him like this, Gaonan said helplessly. Are you feeling insecure? I didn't. Ask. So stop talking. It's annoying, Yin then firmly declared. I mean, I want to become someone who can protect everyone's dreams. I believe that's the path for me to become like Lady Phelin. The truth is, a one-strand mage like me has limits, but if all our dreams can be gathered together, if they can, be protected, won't we all be one step closer to being like Lady Phelin? Of course, my abilities are still lacking. If it weren't for my seniors' help, I couldn't have protected my friends. So to not repeat that mistake, and to have the strength to protect everyone's dreams, I want to join Du Yim. I remember you said something like that when you first enrolled. He began to open up. But as you said, I'm just a one-strand mage. My alchemy is terrible and the driven away keeps coming back again and again, he said with fiery passion. That's right, it's useless to try and get rid of me. Ini also chimed in. That's admirable. But even if you earnestly beg us to let you in, what can students like us do? This is something you should discuss with our professor, isn't it? Yin suddenly remembered. That's right. Where's the professor? Isn't he at the Magic Academy? So when will he return? We don't know either, Gon said. Our professor hasn't come to the Magic Academy for 2 years. That statement hit him like a lightning bolt. What? Du Yim? Is it really going to be okay? A while later, he stepped outside. As soon as he did, he saw Levent in a wheelchair. Oh, Yin, you recovered fast, didn't you? Your recovery ability is... Gon was stunned for a few seconds by his attitude. Then he smiled and replied, I get it. You're a young master who grew up in a flower garden, aren't you? The kind of person who even if... He smiled and said, the doctor is just overreacting. It's really no different than before. More importantly, look, Hermana's condition has finally stabilized. Yin's face suddenly grew anxious. Really? His whole body trembled. So now I can use the absolute removal device to deal with that implant and remove it, right? Seeing him like this, Levent asked. Ah, didn't the seniors tell you? He was completely baffled. The seniors? Recalling the intense conversation from earlier, he broke out in a sweat. The atmosphere then wasn't right for discussing other matters. Levent then explained, I see. It's nothing serious. Du Yim is handling Hermana's treatment. It seems the doctor in charge over at Du Yim is very skilled. After examining Hermana's implant, he said it's possible to remove it. Furthermore, it's also a good place to hide Hermana. Your method was good too, but we should consider the safer option, even if it takes more time. Truly incredible. He was surprised by his condition. But isn't your condition worse than before? You have to use a wheelchair now? Levent looked at him helplessly. I trusted him and almost caused a disaster. Suddenly, he turned his face away, lost in thought. But as Yin thought it over, something seemed very strange. For just a normal department, it had such great facilities and such a talented doctor. Even for a long-established and elite department, it was a bit much. Then, full of energy, he exclaimed, Suspicious! Very suspicious! There must be some huge secret, but since the professor isn't here right now, there's nothing I can do. But I will definitely join Du Wylam. At a glance, it might seem like just a normal department, but its true nature is a secret society. Meanwhile, Levent was completely fed up. Who knows? He cheerfully suggested to Levent, why don't you join too? Look how much Du Yilam is helping us. Maybe they value us more than we think. But Levent's answer was unexpected. Ah, actually, I'm sorry. I've already joined Du Wylam. Those words made him freeze. Huh? But they told me I couldn't join because the professor wasn't here. Yin, with tears in his eyes, quietly left the castle. Why me? Levent stood by the window, silently watching his retreating figure. Gaon glanced over and inquired. It seems that left quite an impression on him. Is it really okay not to tell him the truth? Levin retorted, his voice low. Gaon, if you reveal the past contract with the professor and how I ended up at this magic academy and in Duel, he said, breathing calmly. Who knows what he'll do? He loves to meddle in other people's business and acts too quickly. Ah, that's true. Gaon frowned, his voice heavy. And if possible, I don't want to get involved in this. The battles ahead will only get more dangerous. Meanwhile, in the hellish kitchen on the other side, Suab was barking orders, this one and that one too, do-e-lim. She said while looking at him, her voice tinged with sarcasm. I'm serious. You're perfectly suited to be a shaman. It seems that left quite an impression on him. Is it really okay not to tell him the truth? Levin retorted, his voice low. That's the innate talent of a shaman, Suab frowned, refusing to back down. A shaman needs a conduit to resonate and communicate with nature, but if nature actively follows you, then it doesn't matter if you have 10 conduits or just one. Yin smirked slightly. No, that was just a mistake made in a moment of urgency. The battles ahead will only get more dangerous. Meanwhile, in the hellish kitchen on the other side, Suab was barking orders, this one and that one too, do-e-lim. Nature still actively reaches out to you. The more she spoke, the more excited she got, slightly alarming the two people next to her. Wait, are you bragging about your talent right now? No, I don't even understand what you're talking about. Yin broke into a sweat and frowned. Anyway, I don't want to be a shaman. I just want to get into Du-Yilim. Du-Yilim asked cautiously, are you sure you can get in? Of course, even if there's a little trouble right now. Despite that, Yin smiled confidently, but I will definitely get in. So naive, right? Du-Yilim thought. That's so typical of Yin. The three of them, carrying bags and boxes, chattered non-stop. I also know Du-Yilim is the best. But I heard their professor has been missing for 2 years now. What are you going to do? That's why I have to dig this information out of Levin. He doesn't seem like he wants to talk, but I'll definitely find out the truth. The doors gradually opened, and a crowd of people swarmed in. Tamiya stood holding a sign to sell their goods. She yelled, "Grand opening! We're selling it!" People lined up, each holding a cup. The atmosphere was exciting. Yin rolled up his sleeves, looking confident. Business is booming today. Let's get this done. Dusk settled over the district. Suab hugged a bag of gold, her eyes glued to the pile of money, her face beaming. I'm rich. I'm rich. She jumped for joy, while Yin and Do-Yilim sighed in relief beside her. I'm filthy rich now. So tiring, we sold a ton of stuff. A cunning look flashed in Suab's eyes. With this money, I can even buy back my grandma's shaman kit that I pawned. You pawned your grandma's things? He stretched, relieved. So, how about we go visit Levent at the hospital? Du-Yilim said, worriedly. Levin, his injury is worse than I thought. They said it would heal in 1 week, but Suab was still engrossed in admiring a gold ring, unconcerned. Then to cheer him up, why don't we buy him a recovery gift? A pure gold ring should do it, right? Now I understand why. You're always broke. Why don't you let me hold your money for safekeeping? The three of them chatted away, unaware that a pair of eyes was quietly watching them from afar. What, are you afraid of thieves? Don't worry, who would dare touch our stuff after we crushed an entire gang? No, I'm not worried about thieves. I'm worried about your spending habits. As Suab was about to leave, a hand suddenly grabbed her leg tightly. She let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah, even if I spend it all, I can just earn it back. An old beggar clutched her leg and whispered, Excuse me, miss. Without waiting for him to say more, Suab furiously stomped on him repeatedly. Stomp, stomp. Yin rushed forward to stop her. Hey, you're gonna kill him! Let him die! The afternoon sun shone down on the small town. The old man, his face swollen, still tried to drag himself forward, begging in a hoarse voice. Please spare some change. Huh, old man, are you a beggar? Suab replied coldly. If you need money, don't beg for it. Go earn it like me, she said, sounding all high and mighty. The old man choked up. I rushed here from far away. I'm exhausted, and so hungry I can barely walk anymore. His words made Suab pause, her expression softening. How pitiful, but I've walked that same path before. She opened her bag of gold, intending to give him a few coins, but the bag was empty. Out of sympathy for a fellow sufferer, I'll spare you a coin or two to go buy some soup. Her face turned pale, her eyes wide. Suab snatched the bag up and saw a large hole cut in the bottom. Where did all my money go? She clutched the bag, her heart sinking. Could it be him? Rage exploded within her. Suab screamed, Where did he go? Hey, you're gonna kill him! Let him die! The afternoon sun shone down on the small town. The old man, his face swollen, still tried to drag himself forward, begging in a hoarse voice. He was right in front of you, Yin stammered awkwardly. Ah, you have a point. The three of them looked down the alley, but the old man had vanished as if he had never been there. That beggar must have stolen all my money, She turned to Yin, her voice urgent. Yin, did you see where he went? No, I didn't. How could you not see him? Still fuming, Suab grumbled as she walked. Damn it, my hard-earned money. Yin reassured her. Don't worry, we already reported it to the police. They'll find him soon. Yin knocked lightly on the hospital room door, still muttering to himself. Although the police aren't very reliable, if I get my hands on that guy, he pushed the door open. I'll beat him to a pulp. Levent and a strange man were in the room. You guys are here? Suab immediately recognized him. Levent didn't even get to finish his sentence. Let me introduce you all. This is... Suab exploded, clenching her fists. We meet again, you old beggar. Roy smirked faintly and replied, Thanks, young lady. I've eaten my fill. Levent frowned in confusion. Do you two know each other? But why are you calling him a beggar? I mean, he does look pretty ragged. But the thing is, Suab didn't let Levent finish. She roared and charged like a whirlwind. I'm going to kill you. The others panicked and rushed to stop her. He pushed the door open. I'll beat him to a pulp. Levent and a strange man were in the room. You guys are here? Suab immediately recognized him. The fire in her eyes gradually faded, her breathing heavy. Roy spoke calmly, his voice slow. You shouldn't cause a disturbance in a hospital room. Yin was stunned, silent, a single thought flashing through his mind. He can nullify spells. This person is just as I suspected. Levent stepped forward, looking serious. Hold on, I don't know what kind of misunderstanding is going on, but this man isn't a beggar. He's a professor from Du Yim. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Yin, Suab, and Duel Yim exclaimed in unison. What? The professor from Do Yim who's been missing for the last 2 years? Roy chuckled, stroking his chin with a smug look. Quite the surprise, isn't it? Yin stood frozen, a mess of conflicting emotions. Now he's resorting to petty theft like a beggar. His voice trembled, laced with a hint of despair. Please tell me this is just some kind of joke. I suddenly feel so guilty. A thick stack of papers was placed neatly on the desk. All right then, that's it for today's basic class. Iston announced. Finally, this week is the major experience week for new students. Each day, 2 of your regular classes will be replaced with tours of different departments to give you some hands-on experience. Hearing this, the entire class immediately focused as he continued, saying, Your entire life depends on this choice might be an exaggeration, but it will certainly have a huge impact on your immediate future. She stood up abruptly, her voice much more excited. I hope this time will help you all discover what you truly want to pursue. With that said, she hugged the stack of papers in her arms, waved goodbye, and said, Well, see you. See you all next class. Yes. Giovanna's face showed clear disappointment, her voice faltering as she spoke to Yin. I heard the professor is back, but why this place of all places? Havanatan replied nonchalantly. It's as if this was all part of the plan. I had a feeling this would happen. Yin glanced around, trying to keep his voice casual. Why this place, you ask? Because it's very prestigious and has many talented upperclassmen. That's true, Giovanna argued, her voice tinged with protest. But there are many other magic combat departments, like Lucina, which is part of the Royal Military Academy, or Megan, which is highly recognized in the security sector. Ein declared with conviction, but Duelim is still the strongest, isn't it? Suab beside them frowned, thinking that if it weren't for that thief or those similar incidents, the professor's return meant other choices weren't even on the table. Yin was briefly flustered, realizing Suab was also considering it, at least with the upperclassmen here, especially since, aside from the professors, Senior Gaon is the only one who can use Desio to its full potential. I have to get in there and learn from him. Havanatan's lips curled into a slight sneer, his voice laced with mockery. Are these guys clueless about that incident because they're from the boonies? Giovanna, curious, chimed in. Oh, so that's what it is. Yin couldn't contain himself, his eyes shining with eagerness. Incident? What incident? Havinatan narrowed his eyes, his face becoming grim and mysterious as he began. 2 years ago, there was an incident where members of Du Yim either left or disappeared from the Magic Academy. The air instantly grew thick with tension. Yin was shocked, his voice trembling. Disappeared? How could that even happen? Giovanna interjected, adding to the drama. No one knows why, since they all either left or vanished, and the surrounding rumors are too absurd to be believed. Since everyone involved has kept their mouths shut, we can only assume something happened that can't be spoken of. Every word seemed to hiss in his ear, leaving him both bewildered and intrigued. It's so suspicious that the professor who left due to a demotion right when those nasty rumors were spreading just happened to come back right as it's time to choose a major. Anyone can see how suspicious this is. The group fell silent for a moment. Then Yin suddenly burst out laughing, a hint of excitement in his voice. The more I hear, the more thrilling it sounds. I've made my decision. Havanatan's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze turning sharp for a moment. Well, there are always fools who have to learn their lessons the hard way. Do Yim, major trial class. Yin and Swab merged into the massive crowd in front of the classroom. There are so many people. I figured it wouldn't be this packed because of the nasty rumors. Only total cowards would be scared of some dumb ghost stories. A soft voice spoke up beside them. Even with bad rumors, it's only natural for people to be curious. After all, it's been 2 years since Du Yim last accepted students. Eri walked up, his eyes fixed on Eugin, a smile on his face that was both friendly and enigmatic. It doesn't cost anything to attend one class, and who knows, you might just get lucky and be accepted. After they spoke for a moment, he introduced himself. Hi, I'm Eri. I'm just here to observe. Oh, I see. Hello, I'm Eugene Fivia. Eri gave a small nod. Even with bad rumors, it's only natural for people to be curious. After all, it's been 2 years since Du Yim last accepted students. Eri walked up, his eyes fixed on Eugene, a smile on his face that was both friendly and enigmatic. It doesn't cost anything to attend one class, and who knows, you might just get lucky and be accepted. I thought it was hilarious enough watching Aces drag around some one-trick pony kid for laughs. But you actually have the nerve to show your face at Du Yim? You really don't know your place. Yin scowled and glanced back, his voice laced with irritation. Hey now. Beside him, Suab just curled her lip, her tone ice cold, and who is this empty barrel making so much noise? Eri, who was standing nearby, looked momentarily alarmed. You don't know him? That's Bento Bison, son of the Marquis Bison family, the Queen's maternal line. The Queen's maternal family. Bento just let out a derisive laugh at that, his eyes filled with contempt. A Fivia and a little barbarian shaman girl. What a perfect match. The Fivias are that tribe of half-barbarians from the border, right? His cronies erupted in raucous laughter, the sound tearing through the air. Suab trembled with rage, her eyes blazing with fury. What did you just say? You son of a bee, she bellowed, her voice thundering. Looking to die at the hands of a barbarian? A barbarian doesn't give a damn about your royal family or any of that crap. The tension in the air was palpable. At the front of the room, Roy glanced over, a corner of his mouth lifting in amusement. Well, at least they're feisty, that's good. He brought his hands together in a loud clap, making the entire class turn to look at him. All right, that's enough, Roy called out, causing Yin's group to freeze. You students bickering over there. He casually rested his arm on the lectern, his gaze calm yet authoritative. Argue later. The professor is here, so from now on, please be quiet. The students below murmured amongst themselves. They all looked at each other with curiosity. Professor, is that the one in charge of Du Yim? As soon as he saw him, Suab immediately screamed, Thief! Roy wasn't the least bit annoyed, and even laughed teasingly. Calling me a thief is a bit much. I'm a professor of this department. Roy, the professor of Du Yim. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Roy Sion, head of the Du Yim department. Suab refused to back down and kept demanding his money, but Roy acted as if he didn't hear a thing. Ah, but why are there so many of you here? Give me my money. What's so appealing about this world of risk and hardship to the nobility and middle class anyway? He placed his hand on the board and said, Now, since this is the first time we're meeting, let me give you a brief introduction to Du Yim. Then he scratched his head awkwardly. This is too much trouble. You probably know most of it already, right? Let's just jump into the real lesson. Shall we? His tone shifted, becoming much harsher. I'm sure no one here is unaware of what this place is for. Why repeat something everyone already knows? It's just boring. So if you came here just out of curiosity, you should leave, Roy emphasized. From now on, only those with the potential to become a member of Du Yim may remain. His words, sharp as a blade, made Pento and Talia smile smugly. They clearly understood the unspoken message was for them. To be perfectly clear, you can die during the test because Du Yim is a place for combat mages after all. Yin was a bit surprised. Is that it? The number of students in the hall began to thin out. Roy looked around pensively. Fewer people left than I expected. Was I not clear enough? He stressed in a low, sharp voice. Well then, let's have a little chat with those who remain. Why did you all choose this difficult path over other, easier ones? No matter how much it's kept under wraps, this is a place where you learn how to kill and be killed. The class was dead silent. Yin eagerly raised his hand. I am here to become stronger, to protect everyone. My life on the Western Fivia front and the things I experienced there taught me that even the most ordinary life requires strength to be protected. Roy just smiled, a look of both disdain and curiosity. Our little lord of Fivia is truly as innocent as a child. The whole class laughed, making Yin a little flustered. When it was Pento's turn, he sneered, his voice arrogant. Of course I am here to pursue honor. What else could possibly elevate a person's honor more than achieving glory on the front lines? Talia was even more arrogant. Do I need a reason to become strong? Eri timidly said shyly, I am here because I think I can become more confident. Suab was blunt, obviously to become the strongest. The answers rang out one after another in the heated and intense atmosphere. Everyone stated a clear objective. Me too, a student stammered. In response, Roy's expression instantly turned cold, his words like a blade. Our mages are truly unshakable, no matter what I say. Honor and strength. I guess that's fine since you're all young. But what about those smiles? Are you all that excited and happy? The atmosphere suddenly changed. Roy approached Eri, his voice a mix of questioning and sarcasm. And then what? Confidence? He mocked him in front of the crowd. Did everyone hear that? He said he came here to become more confident. It seems this kid thinks Duyim is a place for some kind of ordinary training. I did emphasize that those who aren't serious should leave, didn't I? Eri's voice was small, as if he was about to cry. I'm not. Roy's words grew heavier and heavier, showing no mercy. Why is someone like you still in this room? Suab and Yin immediately stood up to defend their friend. Wait. A minute! What's with the way you're talking, Professor? That's right. What right do you have to lecture my friend when all you know is how to squeeze money out of students? Roy cracked a smile. It was a smug smile. Why, you ask? He paused for a moment, then his voice suddenly turned as cold as ice. Because. And then, he used magic to incinerate Eri. The whole room fell silent. Everyone's jaw dropped, their faces turned pale, and they stood frozen in place, eyes wide in utter shock at the scene. Roy became more intense, his voice irrational and crazed. Looking at resentful, war-obsessed brats like you drives me so crazy I want to kill someone, and I can't hold it back. I know, and I understand. My temper is a problem. He aimed his words directly at the students, coldly declaring, All right, since I've crossed the line again, how about I give our naive little lord and the young lady here a lesson on the reality of war? Yin was frozen solid. Starting now, I will attack to kill you for the next 5 minutes. Pento let out a satisfied laugh. This professor is a real lunatic. Anyone who is still alive in this room after 5 minutes will be admitted into Do-Yim. Talia flashed a cunning smile. Roy emphasized. His voice held no mercy. If you're scared, you should run right now. I'm not kidding about this. 2 years ago, I dealt with pests just like you by doing the same thing and declared them missing. Those words weighed on Yin's chest like a boulder. He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with indignation and unease. Of course, no one came here to learn how to kill without being mentally prepared to die, right? His gaze locked onto Yin as if to confirm it, as if calling out the pampered rich kids. Yin gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his emotions. The entire class broke into chaos, with screams and panicked footsteps echoing everywhere. Run! The professor's gone crazy! Yin's brow furrowed tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. What kind of test is this? He screamed, as Roy's fist came flying at him. This is insane! Stop it! But Roy had no intention of stopping. Stop? Do you think this is a child's game? In that instant, Roy's punch shot forward, unbelievably fast, powerful, and ruthless. A series of consecutive punches intertwined, his fist seemed to multiply into many at once. His immense power rushed forward. That's the problem with you lot. The glass sword in Yin's hand cracked and flew apart, startling him. Was that magic just now? Talia's eyes widened in astonishment. Bento also turned pale, realizing the same thing. It's not magic, is it? Suab shouted from the side, her voice lost in the chaos. Roy's fist was smoking as he bellowed like thunder. At the military academy next door, even the 12-year-old kids who enroll know full well they're going to become soldiers. Compared to them, what the hell are you? Mages? Do you really understand what it means to become a battle mage? I can't stand those who want to be battle mages but lack even the most basic resolve, he roared, his voice threatening to shatter the room. Get out of my sight, or show some damn determination. Talia immediately responded with a spell. If that's what you want, Professor, I won't refuse. The Four Seasons magic circle was established. Not to be outdone, Bento's disdainful tone was all too clear. The competitive Swab lunged forward. Don't act so high and mighty. Living in the wild is a battle for survival in itself. A panicked Yin quickly tried to intervene. Wait, everyone! If they get dragged into this, Roy stood in the middle of the ruined room. The 4 students facing him were barely hanging on, but at least a few decent ones remained. The magic erupted in a distorted, sinister light that sent shivers down the spine. But he quietly thought, his eyes wide with terror. It's that magic again! Roy charged straight at Talia. That kind of mindset is just a prerequisite. You've never really fought against a real opponent, have you? Talia was stunned. What? Before she could even answer, her entire body was thrown into the air, slamming hard against the ceiling. He continued in a cold voice. Who would be slow enough to get hit by such a sluggish spell? Watching this, Yin's eyes suddenly lit up. I get it now. the multiple punches and the magic that made the professor suddenly disappear. Those two things are actually one and the same. He bent light with magic, making it so that even the eyes of a Fivia couldn't see clearly. It doesn't glow like normal threads, making it difficult to detect. But if you look closely, there's still a faint blur that looks like a black string. At first glance, it seems like a simple method, but it's how he moves to stay out of the enemy's line of sight. He switched his target to Bento, his speed like the wind, and that sharp, precise attack. He's using this simple magic with terrifying efficiency in actual combat. It's like watching a veteran swordmaster from my own clan, not a mage. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening, but that's exactly why I can block it. Yin lunged forward to block Roy's attack. Even if it's hard to see, I can still predict it. I faced plenty of strong opponents. Roy let out a dry laugh that echoed through the dust. A Fivia is indeed a little different. Bento gritted his teeth. You bastard! Who asked you to help me? Just then, Roy vanished, and a cold gust of wind shot past Bento's back. But if there's an opening, you should have stabbed me in the back. He appeared, his hand chopping down like a blade. Of course I wouldn't just stand there and take it, but even so, if you're all this soft-hearted, how can you protect your friends? Bento collapsed. Roy turned, his eyes locking onto Yin. Yin Fivia, Suab screamed. Yin, get ready. He heard the command and immediately agreed. Let's coordinate our attack. Suab cast her magic, her hands glowing brightly. That thieving bastard is acting all mysterious while beating up students. This is... Yin swung his sword, merging his mana with hers. He shouted, putting his all into a furious slash, not education, nor is it an exam. Can't you even tell the difference between a school and a battlefield? Roy smirked, his smile widening with amusement as the boy brandished his magic sword. The power concentrated, and a massive beam of icy light tore through the space. How foolish, Team Magic. Great ice sword. Smoke and dust billowed up, covering the entire classroom. The corners of his lips curled as he eyed his prey. Interesting. Did he just imitate my magic? I never thought a student would outsmart me. I intentionally used only student-level magic, but to have it copied instantly like this is genuinely surprising. Moreover, he even concealed his lack of magical skill by hiding within the smoke. This kid is a real genius. Please, Yin stammered, his voice choked with emotion. Stop this pointless game. If you keep this up, sir, then I'll have no other choice but to defeat you. The smoke made the man choke and cough. But this very weakness of yours is the problem. 4 seasons magic, iron thorns. It was like hundreds of metal spikes surrounded them. He peeked through the thorns with a sinister grin. You're angry, aren't you? Roy erupted like a provoked beast. Yes, that's it. He lunged forward like a tempest, his raspy voice escaping between heavy breaths. You need to have that kind of spirit. Just like a gorilla, Suab didn't reply, her hands drawing complex mana circles in the air. Vera, the moment she finished, a current of energy swirled around her. Tawa's bow, Eugin's spell. Okay, let's start, he quickly replied. Right. Holy waterfall. From behind, a sacred waterfall crashed down. Roy braced himself to block the attack. In Yin's hand, an ice orb glowed. An ice orb from high above, a volley of mana rained down like a hailstorm, a combo spell. Ice hailstorm. Yin rushed in, attacking from the rear. Stop! Talia laughed softly, her eyes gleaming. It's time. 4 seasons magic. Chains of frost. This jerk. Before Roy could even react, waves of relentless attacks descended upon him. He roared, channeling all his power into a straight punch towards Talia, the impact shaking the air. Everyone was stunned. The classroom felt as if it would explode under the flames and the shockwave that shook the entire castle. Thick dust and smoke filled the room, making it impossible to see. Amidst the chaos, Roy's voice was heard, half annoyed and half helpless. Damn it, what am I going to do? Another year with no salary? I instinctively blasted the kids away before I knew it. Bento collapsed amidst the wreckage, his voice raspy. I'm sorry, but my decision is final. You're all eliminated. He glanced aside, and then he strode over to grab Talia's bloodied body. I should probably dispose of this one now to prevent future problems. But right at that moment, he froze, a strange sensation crawling up his spine. I have a bad feeling about this. Yin pushed himself to his limit, charging forward with a trembling sword. Stop! He yelled, his voice hoarse. Don't kill anyone else. Roy paused, but his gaze was fierce, his face contorting like a demon's, a strange smile playing on his lips. You pass! Gaon walked in, his eyes surveying the rubble. A current of energy swirled around her. Tawa's bow, Eugin's spell. Okay, let's start, he quickly replied. Right. Holy waterfall. From behind, a sacred waterfall crashed down. His voice raspy. I'm sorry, but my decision is final. You're all eliminated. He glanced aside, and then he strode over to grab Talia's bloodied body. A current of energy swirled around her. Tawa's bow, Eugen's spell. Okay, let's start, he quickly replied. Right. Holy waterfall. From behind, a sacred waterfall crashed down. I should probably dispose of this one now to prevent future problems, but right at that moment, he froze, a strange sensation crawling up his spine. How can a person like you be a teacher at a school of magic? Roy just snorted with laughter. What's with you? What's so funny? At that moment, Aerie, the one who was scorched earlier, suddenly sat up and said nonchalantly, Hello. Eugen's eyes went wide and he nearly fell over. A zombie. In reality, Aerie pulled off her mask, and it turned out she was Lavina. She looked a little sheepish. Hi, it's actually me. Eugen was dumbfounded. A senior from the Yilim Guild? Why the disguise? Because I'm the youngest, so no matter how carried away the professor gets, he would never actually kill a student. I just needed to put on a little show for you to buy it. Roy cut in coldly. Like I said, the Academy's children understand that they are soldiers. Meanwhile, battle mages lack that sense of urgency. Gaon chimed in with a nod. Most mages begin as scholars, so you and your friend have a rather unique warrior-like disposition. Yin was shocked to hear that. Is that really the reason? But his killing intent at that moment, it felt like he genuinely wanted to kill me. Was I wrong? He was drenched in sweat, completely on edge. So the nasty rumors about the Yilim Society, about the missing students. Roy calmly replied, No, that part is true. What? His eyes darted around. The missing students. I either killed them, or I led them to their deaths. Gaon interjected, his face stern. He's still an outsider. Don't say such nonsense. All right, if you become a part of Yilim, you'll get to hear plenty of my ramblings. If you want to join, come see me later. Then right after that, he was led away by the guards. Now, I have to go investigate. And because I've shown such an ugly side of myself, I'm worried if it will affect recruitment. So I just want to say that Yilim can't promise you much, but at the very least, we can help you meet your enemy. That night, Eugin lay hugging his blanket, his thoughts drifting to the word enemy. They think I want to join Wylam for revenge after the Fivian invasion, he thought as he pulled the blanket up over himself. It's only natural for them to think that. It's strange that I'm still so uncertain after an event like that. A flicker of sadness crossed his face. But what do I really know? There's too much I don't know to make a firm decision. Eugin bit his lip, curling up under the blanket. Come to think of it, I don't really understand other people either. But I've already gotten involved in so many things, haven't I? And yet, I'm still not even sure about my own situation. If I join Yilim, I might have to fight my own uncle. He gripped the blanket tightly, telling himself to stop running from his problems and just face them. Early the next morning, Eugin, Suab, and Levent found themselves on a deserted mountain. Why would he call us to a place like this for the first lesson? Yeah, why a mountain? I'm not sure either. Maybe because the classroom was destroyed, Levent said. He probed further. Half-jokingly, he added, By the way, you actually came? I thought you wouldn't show up after losing faith in the professor. It might seem a bit extreme, but there are aspects I agree with, so... Suab stood frozen, looking behind them. Eugin makes sense, but what about the others? I get the one with the lip piercing because I saw her fight before. But you, who are you? I've never seen you before, the fellow classmate replied. Me? He smirked, his eyes full of confidence. I knew you wouldn't know. Unlike you, I understood the professor's intention behind the test and passed it. Suab was confused. What are you talking about? Eugin wondered. The professor's intention. That guy, he said, pointing. That's right. While you guys were clashing, I was quietly leaning in a corner, waiting for it to end. Suab said bluntly. Then why is someone like you here? The guy was still confident. He continued, You still don't get it. Ah, the condition to pass was to last for 5 minutes in the classroom. In other words, we were being tested on our survival skills. That sounds plausible, she snapped. What's plausible about that? I can't accept someone passing like that. Who are you to accept, or not accept it? Talia stood in a corner, her eyes filled with contempt. Pathetic insects. Suddenly, Roy appeared from the bushes, startling Suab. Hey, you coward over there. Keep it down. You're killing me with all that noise. Roy stepped out of the bushes, his tone relaxed. So you all made it? What a relief. Good. I was worried because it was hard to filter out the decent ones through the test, but it would have been a real problem if no one showed up. She was surprised. Professor! Eugin was startled. Why were you sleeping in a place like this? I was preparing for the lesson. Roy approached, his steps slow, his voice hesitant. But who are you? I don't remember passing you. See? The guy flinched and stepped back. Oh, Levent spoke up. He thought it was a survival test, so he secretly hid. Is that so? That's pretty unique. That's right. The guy was drenched in sweat as he explained. Among so many people, I was the only one who grasped the true intention. That it was about our survival skills and came up with the right answer, right? Roy moved in closer, questioning him. No, do you really think I would design a test? To select cowards who don't even fight and only know how to hide? Do you honestly think that? What is this? Then he looked at the guy thoughtfully for a moment. Roy suddenly became lenient. All right, fine, you pass. Hearing that, Suab exploded. What? She pointed at the guy, demanding an answer. Are you seriously passing this cowardly cheater? What? Is one cheater calling out another? Cheating. Roy stroked his chin. Normally, I would have kicked him out, but unfortunately, he's a perfect fit for the theme of today's class. What, just for that reason? Eugin tentatively asked. Calling us out to this remote forest for a lesson related to survival skills? Don't tell me. It is? His face suddenly darkened. It seems you've suspected something. That's right. Today's lesson is. Roy took out a small, folded piece of paper. A. Treasure hunt. The 5 of you will cooperate to find the treasure chest drawn on this map. Suab yelled. How are we supposed to find it with a drawing like that? Roy calmly said. That is the core of today's lesson. Your basic combat abilities have been confirmed, but what's more important than individual strength is your overall capability. Carrying out a mission. Ironically, any military force tries its best to resolve issues with minimal violence, and Yim is no exception. That's why, with just a tiny clue, you all must solve the problem presented to you, which is the first lesson. This is less than a hint. Roy clapped his hands dryly as a starting signal. And now, our new cadets, demonstrate your teamwork to find the hidden treasures of gold and silver that are hidden. Real treasure? Suab frowned, her expression a mix of disbelief. Gold and silver. The moment they heard about material wealth, they started getting restless, their eyes lighting up with excitement, while Yin was lost in thought. He said softly, I understand the objective, but what does a treasure hunt have to do with survival skills? Levent glanced towards Talia, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Something didn't add up. Yin and Suab held the map. The two of them frowned in thought. With a map like this, the image on the map was faint, and the crude drawings made them feel skeptical. Could we really find treasure in this vast forest with this? Levent turned to Talia and whispered, they wouldn't give us an impossible mission, right? First, let's try to think simply. If it's that Professor Vin, he might just be trying to mess with us. Levent pointed at the map. Wouldn't it make more sense to think that he drew an easily recognizable landmark on the map? Levent pointed to a mark on the map. Why don't we try to find similar terrain? Sounds good? Let's do it. Suab frowned, shielding her eyes as she gazed into the distance. It looks similar, but she perched on a rock, looking down. It might take all night to get there. Is it that far? Yin frowned, his expression filled with concern. So, what should we do? If it's going to take that long, should we find some food first? Is it time for the survival expert to step up? Talia stood to the side with her arms crossed, her voice teasing yet sharp as a blade. No, shouldn't we be a little suspicious right now? She glanced at Levent, a sly smile playing on her lips, her eyes both wary and malicious. Levent got in because of his connection to the professor, unlike us. The first-year valedictorian, Talia Nava, continued. How do we know he isn't colluding with that eccentric professor to set a trap for us? She and Levent exchanged sharp, low-toned words, and I have a gut feeling he's pretty good at betrayal, too. You being so blunt about it certainly makes things easier. Suab frowned. Conflict was already brewing. Yin stared intently at the map, frowning in thought. All right, maybe we were wrong. In that case, Talia, he held the map out to Talia. What do you think this drawing means? Talia sighed, her voice a mix of relief and annoyance. Fine, do whatever you want. I don't even understand why we're doing this ridiculous mission in the first place. Really? Yin's eyes lit up excitedly. In that case, let's go find food together, shall we? Talia frowned in annoyance. Are we here for a picnic? Yin held up a piece of fruit, his face beaming with excitement. Let's try some of this. The whole group gathered around, and bursts of laughter erupted. They seemed to be having fun. Ini watched silently from a distance, chuckling, how adorable. They have no idea what's waiting for them. What is that? Suddenly, a salamander looked up at the sky, its eyes wide with shock. A barrage of meteors came hurtling down, their fiery glow illuminating the entire forest. Yin and his two friends looked up in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. His face paled, his heart pounded, and the three of them panicked and scattered. Suab screamed, What? What is this? The meteors crashed into the ground like massive explosions, startling Talia and Levent too. Levent looked up, his eyes wide in disbelief, and shouted, Damn it! A figure appeared, dropping from the sky. The ground cracked and buckled beneath his feet. Nick smirked, his voice cold. Your disaster has arrived. Suab and the others were stunned. "Who is this?" Levent shouted, his voice a mix of fear and excitement. "That's Senior Nikan from Joim." He stands on par with Senior Gaon as the two wings of Do Yim. Nick scowled, grinding his teeth. This little punk. Before the words were even out, he launched a kick straight at Levent, growling, "How dare you steal my introduction?" Another explosion erupted, causing Talia's eyes to widen in surprise. Then she smirked smugly. "I knew it. They never intended for us to have a peaceful treasure hunt." Ein screamed in the chaos. "Levent, get across the water and dodge the meteor fragments that are hurtling down." Eugin gritted his teeth and looked back. "There's still someone else in the way?" Levent screamed. "Eugin, is this supposed to be a test?" He tried to calm himself down. "This is definitely a test about completing the mission despite interference from the upperclassmen. I'll buy some time, so you focus on the mission." Yin pursed his lips. "The mission." He lowered his head in thought for a moment, then jumped up and continued running with Suabe and their other friend. "Then I'm leaving it to you," Nick smirked coldly. "Buy time? You've got it all wrong." He threw off his cloak, his gaze slowly landing on Levent. "My target from the very beginning has been you, Levin. I can't stand that you're only here because of your connections, and your background disgusts me. I only accepted it because it was the will of our esteemed professor. But deep down, I still can't accept it." He began to cast his magic, streams of power swirling in the air. "These conflicting emotions, this mix of feelings has given me an answer," Nikan roared. Two currents of mana like giant bolts of lightning shot out in front of him. "If you can't even handle the first lesson and run away, then that's proof of your weakness." Levin stood opposite him, his eyes cold but firm. "I'm guessing you get told you're not very bright often, right?" Nikan was taken aback. "What?" The words were like a trigger. Nikan charged straight at Levent, growling, "I'll kill you." A terrifying collision echoed through the forest. The other three scattered and fled. Yin and his friend had to look back, utterly bewildered. What kind of fight is this intense? Yin immediately gave a signal. "Hush!" A barrage of meteors rained down around them. Explosions rang out everywhere. His friend screamed in terror. "That's right, all three of them are scrambling to escape. I know you told me to be quiet, but who would have thought they'd react to such a small sound? How could they possibly find us in this forest? That's the real mystery. They're tracking us through the dense woods and attacking with precise magic. I'm guessing you get told you're not very bright often, right?" Nikan was taken aback. "What?" The words were like a trigger. Nikan charged straight at Levent, growling. "That means they're close enough to hear us but are attacking from far away. That's highly unusual. Once we figure out the reason for this anomaly, we can overcome it." Irene leisurely sipped the tea in her hand, the steam warming her face. "I have to say, I'm really enjoying this." Irene softly smiled slyly, watching the rookies struggle like this. Beside her, Lavina screamed in despair over her mana. Nick lifted his leg high, his figure flashing like lightning as he lunged forward and slid a long way. He laughed loudly. "Take this!" The thick dust made Levent's face pale, and he silently cursed. "Damn, what kind of insane power is this?" Meanwhile, Talia, while setting up a 4 symbols barrier formation, snapped in irritation. "Damn it, this blasted golem. What kind of mage fights with his fists like a martial artist?" Nick spun to dodge the attack, his lips curling into a provocative smile, fast as a rat. "Just as I thought, I don't even need to be told to know whose dog you are." Levin gripped his sword tightly, his eyes filled with rage. He advanced step by step, pressing forward. "You know who I am, and you still dare to pick a fight? Looks like you aren't very smart after all." Hearing that, Nikan snapped back. "What did you just say?" "That bastard," Levent glared, raising his sword and growling. The city and the forest where darkness reigns even in broad daylight. He lowered his voice, each word as heavy as stone. "In this place, no matter who the opponent is, Levent's entire body emitted a fierce pressure that made the ground tremble. No one can defeat me." Nick raised an eyebrow, his voice tinged with excitement. "Interesting? Planning to ambush me by hiding in the shadows?" Then he too unleashed his power, his aura flaring like a blazing fire. "Fine. I'll play along, but don't dream of escaping my hunting instincts." However, Levent leaned back to dodge, looking bored. There's no need to react to such foolish provocations. In his mind, a calculation flashed. Just leave that brute behind. Let them deal with each other. At that moment, Nikan launched a powerful kick towards Talia, and a piercing scream rang out. "Over here? You made her scream, you idiot!" Monkey instincts. Right then, Levin seized the opportunity, thinking to himself, "I'll find Eugin and complete the mission." After that, he quickly leaped onto a tree branch and vanished in an instant. Before long, night had completely fallen. Hidden at the base of a deep tree, Yin clutched his stomach, writhing. "All this running back and forth is making me so hungry." Suabe, sitting next to him, frowned slightly. "Seriously, are they insane?" Yin sighed. How can they continuously cast spells all the way until sunset? It's like their mana is endless. Even though the area is sealed and can't be breached, they can still attack along a trajectory, in an arc, which means they're pretty far away. He frowned, his mind full of questions. But how are they tracking us? If it was magic, I should have noticed it sooner. After a moment's thought, Yin said, Suab, in this situation, we might have to use your passage technique to break through their encirclement. She frowned in protest. Are you trying to drain all my mana and kill me? Suab said sternly. Besides, foolish actions like that will weaken the power of the technique. It's just pointless destruction of nature. Yin nodded. I thought it was stronger than magic, but it seems to have its own limits. Just then, their companion returned with a bunch of food. Hey everyone, I brought some food. Yin was surprised. Really? How did you get it? He replied cheerfully. I found some berries nearby and picked them. Eugen's eyes lit up. He really was a survival expert. The three of them sat down to eat peacefully in the quiet surroundings. Eugen said softly, Let's eat then. We'll set out when it gets completely dark. Their friend's eyes widened. Huh? Yin calmly explained. The seniors can't possibly keep watch for 24 hours straight. We'll sneak out when their guard is down. Afterwards, the three of them began to sneak away in the middle of the dark night. Not long after, both Yin and Suab turned pale. Seeing this, their friend asked worriedly, Why do you look like that? Are you not feeling well? She tried to cover her mouth. My stomach. A second later, she retched violently. He panicked. Hey, what are you doing? Yin immediately became alert, his sharp instincts telling him something was wrong. Suddenly, an attack came flying at them, but he reacted in time to put up a shield. He shouted, Get behind the tree! Their friend quickly took cover. Suab swiftly hid as well. Yin tilted his head and asked urgently, Suab, what's wrong? She stammered. Those wild berries. My stomach has been feeling weird. Hearing that, their friend turned to argue. Are you saying it's my fault? No way. We all ate them. Maybe you ate the most, so that's why you have a stomachache. Yin cut him off. Stop. We'll deal with that later. He took a deep breath and shouted for help. Professor, seniors, we have a sick person here. We need to stop the class and treat her first. But at that same moment, someone attacked them again. He panicked. Can't they hear us? Cold sweat trickled down Yin's back. They had reacted to sound before, so it's not that they can't hear. Could it be they want us to overcome this on our own? No, even so, they couldn't be that heartless. In that moment, he realized, that means they can hear us, but they don't understand what we're saying. Yin was certain, if that's the case then. Suddenly he froze. Huh? Deep in the forest, countless glowing red eyes followed their every breath. He was terrified. Why aren't the wild animals running away despite all this commotion? No way. Could they be controlling animals to watch us? But is that even possible? Maybe they're just attracted by the noise. I'm not sure anymore. Yin suddenly remembered. That's right! In his train of thought, he recalled Havanatan. Before, Havanatan had used summoning magic to control animals. Back then, Havanatan had said, I don't know for sure, but these little creatures can't talk anyway. And if this is a type of magic similar to the one that controlled BU, then that would explain why they can hear our words but not understand them. With that, he quickly figured out a way to escape. If so, there's a way out. The three of them immediately covered themselves with leaves to hide. Suab was skeptical. Will this really work? Who would believe that something moving is actually standing still? Yin replied softly, This isn't to fool humans, it's to fool the beasts. He explained seamlessly, I believe the ones watching us are probably the animals in this forest, he said with a tone full of conviction. I've seen similar magic before, and there's a limit to the information they can transmit through animals, he continued as he walked. So, if we disguise ourselves like this and confuse the animals even a little, it will disrupt the person who is tracking us. Suab was still doubtful. You really think so? Elsewhere, In was observing through a projection spell. Not bad. In the midst of chaos, to piece together clues and experience and turn them into decisive action isn't as easy as it looks. Roy, standing beside her, chuckled softly. Good judgment, decisiveness, and even leadership. If he's honed properly, he could become not just a warrior, but your right-hand man. She smiled faintly, but it's still too early to call it a day. Everything again. Should we show them a world far beyond what they've ever imagined? Roy sighed. They're just freshmen. Go easy on them. Ina. He fell silent for a moment, then looked up. But did that guy have to be so blunt? This could be very dangerous. What are we supposed to do now? Roy chuckled softly. Come on. It'll all work out somehow. You can rest now. Lavina slumped down, exhausted. Yes, thank you so much. He stood up and stretched. Well then, it's time for me to get ready. At the same time, Eugin, Suab, and their friend had followed the path through the forest and saw something up ahead. A house at the base of a cliff. He shouted, bursting with joy. We finally found it. It's really here. We did it. Suab's eyes widened. wide, treasure. He glanced at the dilapidated house, which looked more like a haunted house than a place with treasure. Eugin suddenly turned his head, his eyes lighting up. Senior Gaon. Immediately, Gaon's voice echoed from the shadows. So you finally arrived? Looking at your condition, I'm guessing this trip wasn't easy, huh? Eugin sighed in relief. Now that you've appeared, Senior, this is all about to be over, right? Gaon nodded slowly. That's right, this place is the final stop. For you. He took out a vial from his cloak. First, have the mage drink this pill. She's showing signs of being poisoned. Eugin was stunned. What? Poisoned? Poisoned? Swab, his face pale, tried to explain. I've never had food poisoning. Well, no, except for that time I ate month-old dried horse meat with poisonous mushrooms. Eugin was dumbfounded. Seriously? What in the world did you eat? Gaon raised an eyebrow and smirked. But at least if you're that tough, then I don't need to worry. Anymore. In that case, I'll continue with the lesson. Eugin panicked. What? Didn't you say this was the final destination? Gaon drew a long dagger, the cold steel, gleaming. That's right. What you're looking for is behind this door. You have to get past the gatekeeper to complete your mission. Eugin was still confused. But we have a patient here. Gaon's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, the mage getting food poisoning was outside of my calculations. Then he charged, forward like the wind. So, to be fair, your side must also take a penalty, Eugin stammered. A penalty, Gaon said coldly. I'll only use 1 second, just like you. Eugin was frozen to the spot, his jaw dropped, unable to believe his ears. His face clearly showed his confusion. What did you just say? Faced with Gaon's decision to fight using only 1 second, Gaon, Eugin grew angry. This is a blatant provocation. Are you mocking me for being a 1-second mage? Or do you actually believe that? You can fight and take me down in just 1 second? Gaon stood firm by his decision. Win or lose. But without this kind of penalty, the match wouldn't be fair anymore. The moment he finished speaking, Eugin began to cast Fire Slash. Witnessing him manipulate the magic, Gaon was incredibly surprised. It was hard to. Anymore. In that case, I'll continue with the lesson. Eugin panicked. What? Didn't you say this was the final destination? Gaon drew a long dagger, the cold steel. Of the Fire Slash, Gaon calmly countered with a small flame. Such an incredible waste. Unsurprisingly, he was defeated, to the shock of everyone. There, that massive flame was just put out by that tiny speck of fire. It was completely overwhelming, but of course, it couldn't end that easily. You can fight and take me down in just 1 second? Gaon stood firm by his decision. Win or lose. But without this kind of penalty, the match. Believe this power was coming from a 1-second mage. Nevertheless, he showed no sign of faltering, but across from him, Eugin was still maneuvering the flames. Of 4 seconds to cast a spell. But if you only have 1 second, you need to slash 3 times to generate 4 seconds. He knew that by limiting myself to just power. However, a 1-second mage still has a weakness even when using Deo. With at least 2 seconds, a single slash is enough to reach the minimum. Of fire, he immediately got behind me. This means that after I provoked him by saying I would only use 1 second, he instantly decided to use that very spell. As bait. Faced with the kid's divine calculations, Gaon had to tip his hat in admiration, hiding cold calculations behind a facade of anger, truly respectable. However, no matter how good a plan is, there are always flaws. You managed to block an attack from my blind spot, but if you think you're going to win this match by having a sword fight with me, 1 second. Even though I actually have 4 seconds, his sudden use of Deo in that way would prevent me from adapting in time. So, as soon as he launched the slash, I succeeded, didn't I? At this point, Gaon was speechless. You. Amidst the joyful cheers of the kids, he looked at Yin's hand and pointed out, your ice sword is melting. You aren't even worthy of crossing swords with me. After getting his butt handed to him, he belatedly realized the amount of heat Gaon had accumulated far surpassed his own level. Then you're dead wrong. Outside, a spectator witnessing the fight cried out in alarm. No way, Yin is actually losing the fight. Is like a trick, creating temporary strings by cutting existing ones. Once the strings are cut, they become uncontrollable. Senior Gaon should have faced that same problem. So how was he still able to coat his sword in heat? Seeing his bewildered expression, Gaon had no choice but to explain, it seems you still don't understand the difference. A million questions popped into his head. Why was it so different when they both used it for 1 second? Why was Gaon's Deo so different from his own? He started racking his brain. Deo, the element of precise timing. Even with relentless training, it's not easy to master. Yin flashed a confident smile. No, I feel like, to use Deo, that wave will manifest in the real world exactly as it is. All my calculations boil down to a single point, so if we cut at the exact moment, this string reaches its equilibrium point at that very instant. That's how you can focus all the energy into this small sword. It was only at this moment that the kid, between you and me, huh? It's not that hard to explain. Simply put, it's rhythm and timing. Hearing this, Yin, a total newbie, stammered in response. He continued to explain it to him. Desio itself is already a difficult technique to master, considered a separate art form, and on top of that, you have to add, had an epiphany, so that's how it works. In that case, I can probably do it too. Faced with such an inexperienced youth, Gaon could only force a smile, easier said than done. I can do it right now. Facing this overconfident hotshot, Gaon said helplessly, "Don't get cocky. I acknowledge your talent, but it took me 3 years to figure that out and be able to do it. Do you really think that's an easy state to achieve?" However, the one thing the kid didn't lack was confidence, so he still insisted he could do it. The gears in his head started turning, recalling everything he had learned from everyone so far. The Grand Prince of Hebrona's technique, Gaon Eliza's style. If I can apply that, and the Fivia family's technique, Gaon Eliza's style. No sooner said than done. In a flash, he simultaneously combined the attack techniques of Dio and Fire Slash. Without a moment's delay, Gaon also rushed in to fight back. The scene unfolding before them stunned Suab. The heat was so intense that the moisture in the forest evaporated in an instant. What on earth did he just do? After executing 49 steps, Yin joyfully exclaimed, "How about that? Rhythm?" Faced with the boy's astonishment, Gaon didn't hold back. The strings are endlessly oscillating waves. If you cut along this tiny wave, away. Huh? Ow, it's so hot. Gaon still couldn't believe the boy's success. Yin, how did you succeed on your very first try? Did you already know something about this? With the tables turned, an excited Yin shared, Actually, while I was training for my duel with Senior Anika, I practiced something similar, which was arranging the strings parallel to each other. I just applied that a little. Impossible. If all it took was using something similar, then a royal chef would be no different from a master swordsman. In terms of learning ability alone, he possesses a talent on par with mages, as extraordinary as Lavina and Anik. Could it be that him being a 1-second mage is just a limitation, similar to theirs? Amidst the kids' celebration, a sword fight with a mage? Yin, you must not have heard. Even your older brother has never bested me in swordsmanship. With your level of Dio, me, the gatekeeper, you must first overcome that flimsy ice sword, a weapon too fragile to withstand the heat of Deo. His declaration left the kids utterly disappointed. They complained in frustration. What? That's not fair. Shouldn't a true senior acknowledge their junior's growth and let them pass? Gaon, angered by his embarrassment, quickly tried to turn the tables. But it's not over yet, is it? The success of the mission depends on infiltrating this house. To get past his sentence, he turned back to the door and suddenly exclaimed, "Huh!" Levin was standing there proudly. "It seems we've passed the test, Senior Gaon." Yin couldn't hide his shock. "Levin, how did you do that?" Levin enthusiastically held up a key. "I picked the lock while you two were fighting. Since you were both distracted, well, for once, do you really want to beat newbies like us? You're looking better now." Gaon started to walk away, about to pull a fast one. But then, before he could finish, "You guys won! We won! We won!" Suddenly, laughter came from inside the house. Mr. Roy cheerfully said, "I was wondering what all the commotion was." That probably wasn't too hard. Instantly, his emotions nearly burst forth. "This is awesome!" Gaon had no choice but to declare, "There's no room for any more excuses." "Were you just slacking off in there by yourself?" he joyfully replied to the children. "Of course not. I was preparing for the lesson. Come on in." It's time for today's final lesson. At the house where Mr. Roy's class was held, the children followed him into a pitch-black cave. The sight made Suab exclaim, "This place is so creepy. It's just like the abyss lair I've seen before." Seeing that she was right, the teacher seemed quite surprised. "Oh, you noticed. Did you? Huh? So this really is? No need to wonder any longer. That's right, this is the lair of the abyss worshippers. We've already wiped them out and are now using this place for mental training." Mental training, huh? What made Suab even more curious was, wait a minute, what about the treasure? At this, the teacher said mysteriously, if you're talking about treasure, isn't it right here? A boy, a spy, was suddenly brought out to kneel before everyone. Exposed so suddenly, he looked utterly panicked. All the kids were in shock. Suab cried out, "Are you crazy, teacher? I wouldn't even take this guy for free, let alone as a reward. There's no way they'd use him as a prize." "What's going on, teacher?" Mr. Roy didn't see it that way. He calmly explained, saying, "Actually, he is the treasure, because what treasure is more valuable than finding a spy who has infiltrated our ranks?" The kid's jaws dropped in astonishment. A spy. Just then, he approached the boy and asked, "Why did you poison the food?" The kids went from one shock to another. "Poison? No way. So my stomach ache was because of..." "That's not it," the boy quickly clarified. "If it was poison, then why are both me and Yin fine?" We both ate the same food. That's true. Levent, who had been listening, said doubtfully, if it was poison, does that mean you really did sneak something in? Mr. Roy asked him again. What did you add? Anyway? A little strawberry syrup for a surprise? It's not like that. It's clear you're being used without even knowing it. If you tell us who ordered you to do this, we'll give you a reward. Hearing this, the boy softened and confessed, I'm telling you, I didn't even think it was poison, because the person who gave it to me is a professor at the Magic Academy. What? A professor at the Magic Academy? At this, Mr. Roy completely lost it, grabbing the boy by the collar and yelling, Who is that bastard? Spit it out. Yes, the boy hadn't even finished speaking when he spat out syrup. That person's name is Monster. Abby suddenly appeared, roaring, Shut up! Why would you reveal that, you idiot? Do you have a death wish? Or something? Immediately, Levin ran over to check the situation. Oh, he's dead. From the inside out. Yin looked at the newly appeared monster, asking in shock, What is that monster? Only then did it notice him, a huge question mark appearing in its mind. Eugin Fivia, why was he completely unharmed by the drug? I need to capture him, but in this situation, I have no choice. An enraged Mr. Roy charged forward, grabbing the monster by the throat to interrogate it. Who are you? Who sent you? Here. Threatened by the chokehold, it showed no fear, remaining defiant. You think I'm going to tell you? You fool. Do you think gathering a bunch of kids to play make-believe will? Out, and are now using this place for mental training. Mental training, huh? What made Suab even more curious was, wait a minute, what about the treasure? Accept the blessing of the plague god. With those final words, its body self-destructed. Yin was annoyed as the liquid splattered on his face, feeling utterly irritated. What is this stuff? Then he suddenly realized it was an Archduke of the Abyss. He wasn't afraid at all and declared boldly, It's useless. I won't be fooled by you. A demonic voice echoed in his head. Witness this, child of Phelin. Although this wasn't the first time, it still made him freeze up completely. And then, it was that scene again. My past life, or many past lives. That voice had no intention of letting him go. Again, everyone was writhing. In agony. Remember this as your original sin. Don't even think about escaping the fate I have arranged for you. He felt extremely unsettled. This is nauseating. What is this? It looks like he had no way out and chose to self-destruct. What worried the professor the most right now was a serious one. The professor looked at the kids and asked with concern, Hey, is everyone all right? How is this all right? You call this a lesson? Looks like you're still fine. Just then, a serious one. The professor looked at the kids and asked with concern, Hey, is everyone all right? How is this all right? You call this a lesson? Looks like you're still fine. Just then, Gown spoke up anxiously. There are no serious problems, but since it's related to the god of plagues, we can't be too sure. Right. We have to report this too. In agony. Remember this as your original sin. Don't even think about escaping the fate I have arranged for you. He felt extremely unsettled. Active, right? I'll have to check to find out. Levin noticed Eugene didn't look well and rushed over to check on him. He wasn't in his right mind, muttering nonsense. No, no, he called out worriedly. Eugene, wake up! Professor Roy was startled and asked, What's wrong? I'm not sure. I saw he was quiet, so I went to check on him. Are still training hard despite this weather. So, what do you think? Do you believe she's improving? Gown answered as if it were a matter of course. I've never seen anything like it, so I'm not sure. But if he stays in that unstable state, he's going to explode. Meanwhile, Eugene suddenly screamed, No! Everyone panicked as the explosion actually happened. Suddenly, Professor Eisen appeared just in time to stop the blast. She issued a warning. To him, this is the second time, Eugene. Just one more time, and after 3 times, everything will be over. After Aniki stopped the explosion, she warned him. This is the second time, Eugene. If it happens a 3rd time, I won't be able to keep my promise to you anymore. Senior, what am I, really? She didn't answer his question, but instead offered counsel. Don't let the illusions from the abyss enchant you and pull you into despair. You are simply Eugene Fivia. At this, he looked bitter. So angry he was losing his color. Stop lying to me. I know everything. I've seen the truth behind this twisted and horrifying life, the mystery that has existed since the beginning of time. It is the source of this cruel cycle. She came to his side, comforting and soothing him. Forget all the memories of your past life. I can't speak clearly, but instead offered counsel. Don't let the illusions from the abyss enchant you and pull you into despair. You are simply Eugene Fivia. At this, he looked bitter. Hearing this, his spirit calmed down, and he said sorrowfully, But I can't even fight against the power of the abyss. Seeing him so lacking in confidence, she encouraged him wholeheartedly. The abyss craves your fall, but more than that, Doesn't this world also want to protect you? To his surprise, she confidently told him he had yet to realize his true talent. The power of this world will never yield to the abyss. I will teach you how to unlock your true power, your real strength. Professor Roy's voice came from a distance as he ran over, full of doubt. Aniki, there was clearly an explosion. Don't tell me it was you. That's right. I stopped it. At that moment, she also made an official announcement, and from now on, I will be the one to teach Eugin. Her sudden decision left Professor Roy stunned, appearing so suddenly and saying that, "What do you mean?" Even Eugin himself found it hard to believe. Really? However, she also presented a condition in return. Until I say you're ready, you are not to go anywhere. Scene change to the Magic Academy? Professor Roy sighed as he walked. It's been a while since I've experienced a summer in my hometown. It's so hot. Hearing you say that, anyone would think you'd lived in the north for 10 years. Professor Roy stood up high, observing the training grounds. Those people. Until I say you're ready, you are not to go anywhere. Scene change to the Magic Academy? Professor Roy sighed as he walked. It's been a while since I've experienced stunned, appearing so suddenly and saying that, "What do you mean?" Even Eugin himself found it hard to believe. Really? However, she also presented a condition in return. Reached a level where she can use it in combat within a month. This is clearly where she belongs. Just as he finished speaking, from the training platform below, the sound of, she encouraged him wholeheartedly. The abyss craves your fall. But more than that, doesn't this world also want to protect you? To his surprise, she confidently are still training hard despite this weather. So, what do you think? Do you believe she's improving? Gown answered as if it were a matter of course. Performing a ritual dance, aligning the flow of the string with the trajectory of your movement. Finally, he expressed his frustration. It's been a month, and the success rate of stunned, appearing so suddenly and saying that, "What do you mean?" Even Eugin himself found it hard to believe. Really? However, she also presented a condition in return. After hearing the argument, Gown sighed, seemingly still not satisfied. He turned back to continue defending his point. But considering that very few people can use Desio, and that it's a combination of swordsmanship and magic, this rate of progress is still truly astonishing. Of course, there are always geniuses, people who can imitate high-level techniques just by seeing them once. He explained what he just said by stating that Desio is still too underdeveloped. After hearing the argument, Gown sighed, seemingly still not satisfied. He turned back to continue defending his point. Just then, he remembered Eugin, and he curiously asked about his situation. Speaking of which, how has Eugin been lately? Is there still no news from Annik's magic tower? He felt hopeless, not knowing what to say. Don't even mention it. There's been absolutely no news. Making up excuses every day has become a habit for me now. I can't guess what she's thinking, keeping him under such tight wraps. Gon was genuinely skeptical of her teaching methods. For Annik to be so dedicated to teaching someone to this extent, it's truly surprising. I admit he's very talented, but how can he overcome the limits of a mage who only possesses a single string? Teacher Roy was completely taken aback by his level. Just one string? It's truly something to ponder, he wondered, recalling the incident that happened. What I saw that day, could it really have been just the power of a single string? And I also can't comprehend Anika's actions, making such a terrifying explosion vanish as if it never existed. How is that possible? She must have broken many limits and will soon have to face even stricter constraints. This will be a critical variable in capturing him. Why would someone who is warier of the abyss than anyone else act like that? The two's train of thought was cut short when Lavina's panicked voice called out, "Professor, I finally found you." "Lavina, what's wrong?" she said while panting heavily. "It's an emergency. Come to the infirmary on the 3rd floor quickly." The two were stunned and quickly asked, "The 3rd floor? What do you mean the 3rd floor infirmary?" Scene changed to the outskirts, IM's workshop. Levent sat alone, focused on his training, his body creaking as he infused a potion into his arm. "The biggest weakness in my battles so far has been that I can't maintain overdrive for a long time. Even the previous F, who had perfected overdrive with an overwhelming innate physique and body modification, was still defeated by a vulnerability. Body modification during the growth process causes lethal side effects, so I've always had to hold back. But if I continue to be this complacent, I won't be able to kill him." As he was lost in thought, a sound came from outside the door. Right after, Suab suddenly appeared. She didn't forget to complain. "Every time I come here, there's something new. They must have used the entire budget on this place. What in the world are you doing in here all day?" "Huh?" Levent quickly put on his shirt and said calmly, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. This guy always acts so high and mighty." She showed her displeasure and retorted, "A combat mage hold up in here all day? If you keep tinkering with machines all day, can your body even take it? Go get some exercise." He paid no attention to her words, just wondering, what did you come here for, just to nag? Oh right, I almost forgot, this is very urgent. Only then did she remember her original purpose. The professor told me to take you to the infirmary immediately. Where was it? Room 308, I think. 308. Scene changed to the infirmary, and retorted, a combat mage hold up in here all day? If you keep tinkering with machines all day, can your body even take it? Go get some exercise. We are not your enemies. In fact, it would be more accurate to say we are your allies. Allies who share a common enemy, an enemy named Zorban. While running, Levent was still worried and thinking about Hamana. When he learned that Hamana had woken up, from behind, Suab hurriedly ran after him and loudly shouted, hey, calm down, what's the rush? While running, Levent suddenly stopped. At that moment he noticed a horse-drawn carriage appearing beside him. Seeing this, Levent hurried over to the carriage driver who was sitting there and asked, excuse me, is this carriage heading to the capital? The man was surprised to see him, and then asked, sir, are the mage Levent, right? Hearing the carriage driver say that, he was utterly surprised. How do you know? After that question, Levent wondered to himself, this man, he knows me? So he was waiting for me. Wait, this is... He suddenly realized something was off, and when he quickly turned back, he saw an armed man running fast towards Levent and screaming, die, you bastard! If I kill you, my debt! Watching the man, foaming at the mouth, rush to attack him, Levent thought to himself, those scars, it can't be. While he was still lost in thought, Suab appeared from behind, landed a powerful punch on the man's face, and asked, a robber? Suab turned to Levent and said, you should pick your targets more wisely. You idiot. Do you really plan on making a living like this? As she was speaking, a crowd of people approached them, weapons in hand, startling Suab into shouting, what is this? What a surprise. Why are robbers swarming this carriage? Then, that man joined the group and aimed his weapon at Suab. She looked at the crowd and asked, why are they all gathered at this desolate rest stop? Well, it doesn't matter, since I can take them all down. As she spoke, an excited Suab prepared to fight. Levent suddenly spoke up, stopping her. Wait, Suab, these people are civilians. Angrily pointing at the crowd, Suab yelled, nonsense, can't you see? The moment. A robber? Suab turned to Levent and said, you should pick your targets more wisely. You idiot. Do you really plan on making a living like this? As she was speaking, a crowd of people, own will, they're in debt. Debts that must be paid with zero. As he said this, the image of a gently smiling, golden-haired person flashed through his mind. Just then, that young man suddenly appeared behind Levent, laughing with great interest as he said, as expected, Elgato's intuition is incredibly sharp. Yes, rest stop? Well, it doesn't matter, since I can take them all down. As she spoke, an excited Suab prepared to fight. Levent suddenly spoke up, stopping her, one of the 5 heirs of Silo. Looking at Levent, he said, using your brain when you lack strength is your only charming quality. Isn't that right, Elgato? Levent looked towards Vertega, his eyes narrowing with a mixture of anger and fear. Looking at her, Levent growled. Hermana agreed and added, we know that too. He's the head of the largest criminal organization in Horizon Cell, and also a... Just then, that young man suddenly appeared behind Levent, laughing with great interest as he said, as expected, Elgato's intuition is incredibly sharp. Yes, one of the 5 heirs of Silo. Looking at Levent, he said, using your brain when you lack strength is your only charming quality. Isn't that right, Elgato? To eliminate him before he gets in any deeper. What I want to know are more specific details. Suddenly, Hana interrupted Roy, saying, no, you don't understand the importance of the pact between Sower and the Abyss. Even I didn't expect it. But on second thought, it was inevitable. Thinking of that man, Sower, Hermana mused. The Abyss feeds on human suffering and despair, growing from the darkness of humanity. And Soher is the king who rules that darkness, a merchant of death. Thinking back, he is. She clutched her head in fear, then screamed in anger. The perfect candidate capable of making the greatest pact with the Abyss. He sold children to the Abyss, making an unthinkable deal to swallow this world whole, starting from the north, its first target. The Abyss feeds on human suffering and despair, growing from the darkness of humanity. And Soher is the king who rules that darkness, a merchant of death. Of the pact between Soher and the Abyss, even I didn't expect it. But on second thought, it was inevitable. Thinking of that man, Sower, Hermana mused. Defend against them safely. There's no need to try and kill me in such a cowardly way. Vertega rested her chin on her hand, a small smile playing on her lips as she spoke. Kill a family member? No, I'm just giving our debtors a chance, while also curing my boredom. But this isn't fun. He sold children to the Abyss, making an unthinkable deal to swallow this world whole, starting from the north, its first target. Thinking back, He is. She clutched her head in fear, then screamed in anger. The perfect candidate capable of making the greatest pact with the abyss. Rolled up her sleeves. I doubt that. It's simply not possible. Immediately, cuts appeared on her arm, and in the same instant, identical cuts appeared on that man's body. Such a terrible curse. Suddenly, Vitega appeared in front of Suab, saying with amusement, "Amazing. To think there's a mage even in a place like this? Kill a family member? No, I'm just giving our debtors a chance, while also curing my boredom, but this isn't fun." Thinking back, he is. She clutched her head in fear, then screamed in anger. The perfect candidate capable of making the greatest pact with the abyss. Something like this, she thought as she reached her hand forward. Suab immediately regained her composure, swung her arm forcefully towards Vitega, and thought again. Should not exist in this world. Seeing Suab about to attack Vitega, Levent, who was standing beside her, quickly spoke up. Stop, don't harm Vitega, that's what he wants. She landed a powerful punch on Vitega's face. Suab looked bewildered and shocked as she saw the wound on her own body. Seeing her fall, Levent rushed over. He ran over and called out Suab's name, while Vitega burst out laughing, saying, "How amusing." Levent glared at Vitega angrily and asked, "So, what's your purpose? Did you come here for such frivolous antics?" Vitega looked away, scratching his head as he asked, "That's a bit harsh. I was the one who got attacked first. Why are you so sweet to your new friend? Is she your girlfriend? Is that it?" Levent reached into his coat to draw his weapon and turned to say, "Answer me, you bastard." While waiting for Vitega's answer, he thought to himself, it's no small matter if this monster is getting involved directly. Could my betrayal have been discovered? Even if I'm suspected, there's no concrete evidence to prove my betrayal. Hearing the question, Vitega seemed uninterested. He then said, "Man, this is boring. You ask why I came all this way? It's not actually that far." Hearing that, Levent looked surprised. Seeing his reaction, Vitega continued, "Sower recently acquired a new territory for a new business venture." Levent's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What?" The man shrugged. He then said, "So, we need a lot of help here and there. It seems Sewer has a mission for you, and asked me to bring you to him." Levent looked at Vitega with suspicion. If that's the case, I understand the reason, but territories near the capital are reserved for high-ranking nobles like the royal family. This is an overly aggressive move. What is he plotting, by the way? As Levent was thinking, Vitega suddenly grabbed his weapon and said, "And since we've done that, I also need to hear the story of how you eliminated the Sicarios." Zzz. An electric current surrounded the orb, emitting a blue glow. Yin shouted, "I'm almost done." He thrashed around on the floor. "What is all this for, anyway? I really don't understand the purpose of this training." "Senior, it's completely different from what we learned at the Magic Academy," Anika replied nonchalantly. "Then forget what you know, because I'm right, and the Academy is wrong." Such absolute confidence. Modern mages are often obsessed with the magic circles they possess. Although this originates from the teachings of Antara, one of the 10 founding disciples of the Magic Academy, but its essence is merely to make magic more accessible, not its core. To me, this is no different from focusing too much on the multiplication table while forgetting the actual principle of multiplication. Anyway, as a mage who only possesses a single magic circle, you don't need to follow modern doctrines that offer you no benefit. Yin was confused and asked, "But didn't you yourself, Senior Anika, also study at the academy? Even with all this high-level talk, I still don't understand the point of repeatedly restoring something that's been shattered over and over again. Besides, you even sealed my already weak magical power," Anika replied. "This type of training can't be explained with words. You have to feel it for yourself. As for the seal, I'll tell you after you pass the test." Hearing this, Yin got annoyed. "So in the end, you're still not going to tell me anything right now?" He said sadly, "I want to see my friends again. I wonder how they're doing. I bet Tia is causing a ruckus again, huh?" Suddenly, he started flailing his arms and legs wildly. He screamed, "I want to get out of here so bad. Because of this training, I've been stuck in the magic tower for a whole month, and I don't even understand what's going on." Anika, witnessing this scene, felt helpless and could only comfort him softly. "Just endure it a little longer. You're almost at the standard now." Hearing that, Yin shot up. "Really? You're not kidding, are you, Senior? But in what way am I almost there?" Anika explained. "You can't feel it because I sealed it." But suddenly, a piercing bell rang out, cutting her off. Yin guessed, "An emergency alarm." Anika added, "It's from the dorm." Ina reported via telepathy that a large-scale massacre occurred near Levent's workshop. "Do you know what's happening, sir?" Upon receiving the news, Roy asked in surprise, "At Levin's workshop?" At the same time, Gan also heard the announcement. "A massacre?" Ina Hermana panicked. "Levent, It can't be. Is Levent there? Without hesitation, Roy quickly made a decision. I'll go check it out myself, and contact Anik too. She's closer to the workshop. A sense of anxiety welled up inside Roy. I have a bad feeling about this timing. If Cell is targeting Levent, our entire plan will fall apart. Elsewhere, Vertega gave a sinister smile and said, So what will you do, Levent? Will you come with me? Levent thought to himself, this is definitely Cher's scheme. He's suspected my betrayal for a while now. It's clear that if I go now, there might be no turning back. Then the entire plan to assassinate Sower will be ruined. Should I fight back with my current upgrades? No. That would be the stupidest decision. This guy is theoretically third in rank, but the way he speaks is no different from an ultimatum. If I refuse, the kill order will be issued immediately. Moreover, right now, Levent glanced down at the injured Subi in his arms. It's not just my life that's on the line. With that thought, he had to compromise. All right, I'll go with you. Vertega gave a satisfied smile. Soher will surely be pleased. Levent stated a condition. But first, I have to get this person to safety. Vertega looked displeased. How troublesome. Might as well just kill her and get it over with. As soon as she finished speaking, she used a spell to attack Subi. Levent was horrified. What? Wait! Just then, Eugin appeared in the nick of time, blocking her with a slash. Vertega was stunned by the surprise attack. Levent was just as surprised. Eugin said angrily. So you're the one who caused all this? He was suddenly surprised to see blood flowing from his own body. He was clearly the one who got slashed. So why am I? Vertega looked intrigued. What an interesting friend. Who are you? A suffocating feeling filled the air, making Eugin unable to suppress his fear. This evil aura, Levent suddenly shouted. Be careful, Eugin! Vertega was also taken aback. What? Who suddenly summoned a monster? The death dragon's binding chains? However, in just a moment, she managed to stop the dragon god. She said calmly, That was close. You're Eugin Fivia? I never would have thought. It's obvious there's a kill order out for Eugin Fivia, so why do you two seem to know each other? Levent retorted. Isn't it ridiculous to have a kill order? Vertega laughed loudly. No need to make excuses. Levent, I was just about to say this is a stroke of luck, especially since that red-robed psycho from the Eternal Society warned us not to touch him. If you actually kill him, we'll have to go to war with that lunatic. Eugin asked doubtfully. Are you talking about Uncle Yidia? She shrugged. I have no reason to tell you. If you're curious, come to our territory and find out for yourself. That psycho is there with us. Hearing that, Eugin was stunned. What? Vertega continued. Besides, this place has gotten too noisy. Others will be drawn here, so let's hurry back, Levent. Eugin was surprised. Go back? What is he talking about? Levent looked down and said, Take care of Subi. Eugin still didn't understand. Are you really? Levent, where do you think you're going? Vertega said cheerfully. Everyone's been waiting for you after all this time. Well then, farewell, Eugin Fivia. Eugin refused to stand by and watch Levent leave. He used his special move, Newton's third law, absolute erasure. He shouted, Stop right there, Vertega sneered. How cute! You think a tiny spell like that can do anything? I can't believe you failed to kill a guy like this. Weren't you just slacking off because we weren't watching? Levent said contemptuously. You fool, look closely. She was surprised. Huh? Levent continued. That's the magic of one of the 12 disciples. Vertega was intrigued. What an interesting person. Eugin wondered. Did he just say the cartel's territory? And Uncle Yidia is there too? Looking at the scene before him, Roy was stunned. As Eugin helped Subi up, he said quietly, Sir, you're too late. At Doyum's base, Roy reported in a calm voice. His name is Vertega, a ruthless individual with a bounty of over 300 million, wanted in many northern nations. He's considered the organization's ultimate weapon, Hermana analyzed. Vertega and Sower have never acted alone. So the news about Sower appearing near the capital's territory can't be false. Gaon added, If it's near the capital, then that must be the Bison Marquisate. Rumor has it the family head recently abdicated due to a sudden illness, but with a young heir taking his place, there's too much suspicion surrounding the whole affair. Furthermore, while investigating the plague spread by the god of pestilence's minions, we discovered a similar epidemic is also spreading around the Bison Marquisate. Lavina widened her eyes and asked in astonishment, Isn't the Bison Marquisate the crown prince's maternal family? If such a powerful house is colluding with the organization. Gaon frowned, resting his chin on his hand. But the risk of this infiltration is too great. For someone as cunning as Cher, this move seems too reckless. Roy chuckled softly, his tone filled with confidence as if he'd already seen through the enemy's weakness. If that's the case, then that very recklessness is our opportunity. Do Yilim will infiltrate the Bison Marquisate? It's been a while since we've had a mission to carry out. We have two main objectives. First, investigate Cher's plans in the Bison Marquisate and gather evidence to launch a military campaign. Second, Establish contact with potential forces that could oppose the new Marquis Bison and the organization within their territory. Prepare quickly, don't give them any time to react. The door suddenly burst open. Eugin stormed into the room, his voice filled with determination. Master, I want to go to the Bison Marquis 8 too. I'm a part of Duel as well. Roy bluntly refused. Don't be foolish. We're not so short-staffed that we need to send a rookie on a field mission. His cold words left Eugin stunned. What? He slid his hands into his pockets and continued. Besides, you haven't even passed Onyx training yet, have you? If you want to participate, at least complete that first. Eugin angrily questioned him. Levent has been captured, and what's more, pay attention. The one who burned down Fivia is there too. And you're telling me to just sit back and train? Roy looked him straight in the eye, his presence overwhelming. That's precisely why you can't participate. Our objective isn't to storm in, rescue the princess, and get revenge. This is an infiltration mission to gather intelligence. It requires patience, not blind hatred. If you act impulsively just because your emotions get the better of you, all of us will be in danger. You've already thrown yourself into deadly situations multiple times just by getting swept up in your emotions. If you truly have a sense of responsibility, you can't deny that. Eugin lowered his head and said hesitantly, That's true. But at the same time, Roy turned to leave, his voice calm but firm. If you understand, then leave this mission to your seniors and focus on your training. Don't worry, there's no need to rush. When the real time for revenge comes, you won't be left behind. At Eugein's house, the door to his room suddenly burst open. Tae rushed into the room like a gust of wind, calling out loudly, Young master! He grabbed Eugein's shoulders, shaking him repeatedly. It's been too long. What kind of class keeps you for a whole month? And your arm? His body kept swaying with every word from Tae. He tried to speak during training, but was cut off by him. They call this training? It's way too dangerous, Eugin said hesitantly. Tae, but I have to go back to the Mage Tower for a bit. Hearing that, Tae couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? You're leaving again? Eugin glanced away, scratching his head as he spoke haltingly. No, it's nothing. I didn't say anything. Tae's eyes lit up, his face beaming. Thank goodness, I thought you were leaving again. I was worried sick. Meanwhile, Eugin thought to himself, I can't tell him. Tae suddenly remembered. Oh, that's right, young master. Take a look at this pile of letters that stacked up while you were away. Everyone was so worried about you. Seeing the pile of letters in front of him made Eugin incredibly excited. This many letters? Is this from the entire 12th class? Oh, this one's from LaRossi, Tae added cheerfully. Professor Est sent the most. She compiled all the lecture notes from before. What a respectable professor. As soon as he heard that, Eugin's excitement vanished, his eyes going blank. So all of these are just summaries? A particular letter caught his attention. It was a letter with a seal from a noble house. Tae was a bit surprised. I've never seen this one before. It must have arrived recently. Eugin picked up the letter to examine it. Let's see. The sender is the Bison Marquisate. Tae seemed thrilled. An invitation from the Marquis of Bison himself. But Eugin felt uneasy. Why would it be sent to me? Suddenly, a series of rapid knocks echoed, accompanied by an urgent call that made Eugin's heart nearly jump out of his chest. Suab, why aren't you resting at the hospital? Suab said hurriedly. That's not important. Did you get one of these too? Eugin was surprised. You received one too? In another room, the team had already arrived at the Bison Marquisate. Bison. Taya placed her luggage on the table, looking intrigued by the place. So this is the territory of the esteemed Marquis Bison? It has quite an atmosphere. But Suab looked disgusted. What atmosphere? This place reeks of a disgusting evil aura, Taya snapped. How ridiculous. Someone who hasn't even reached level 50 gets an invitation just for being a classmate. Yin reminded her. Don't be so hostile, Suab. We're here to congratulate the new Marquis Bison. His every word filled Taya with admiration. Goodness, you speak just like a true nobleman, young master, he continued. Anyway, Taya, we have something to do, so we'll be heading out for a little while. Let's go, Suab. Suab immediately understood. Got it. The two left, leaving Taya completely bewildered. We just got here. Where could they be going? As they walked, Suab grumbled irritably. Is this new Marquis Bison an idiot? Where does he get the nerve to throw a party and send out invitations while the organization is still running rampant everywhere? Yin, however, was calm. Well, thanks to him, we were able to come here separately from our seniors. She smirked sinisterly. You're right, that does have its benefits. I'll repay him by cursing that scumbag organization. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Standing aside, Yin felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at her terrifying expression. So that's the reason you came here. Suab's expression turned serious. Of course, finding Levent is still the top priority, but how are we supposed to approach him? He's an heir, so he won't be easy to get close to, Yin suggested. We have to gather clues from the organization first, Suab asked with a look of weary frustration. But where would we even find them? I doubt they're just wandering around in public. Yin's eyes were firm as he said with conviction, I have an idea about where they might appear. In a lavish and dazzling place, Suab's eyes widened in amazement. It's so sparkly, my gosh, what is this place? There's so much money changing hands, and everyone's dressed in such fancy clothes. Are all the invited nobles here? Ignoring Suab's unconcealed look of desire, Yin spoke up. There's no place more fitting for the organization than a casino. They're definitely here, he thought to himself. If we gather information about the organization's leaders here, we might find out something about Levent, and perhaps even information about my uncle, who is also supposed to be here. Soho's smug voice echoed through the quiet night. It's no exaggeration to say that in this one city, half of the descendants of royalty and nobility from the entire kingdom have gathered. Who could possibly refuse an invitation from the new marquis? Clinging to power is the secret for those high and mighty nobles to maintain their precious bloodlines, Yidia said impatiently. I have no interest in your opinions on the aristocracy. Is everything ready? Soho replied confidently. Ah, of course. You can look forward to it. The so-called respectable nobles, consumed by their rotten desires and tainting their own precious bloodlines, will soon raise the curtain on a festival of sin. People in the casino were astonished. Another blackjack? Good heavens, how many is that in a row? At first, he was only playing with just 10 chips. In the distance, a nobleman gritted his teeth, his face a mask of despair and resentment. I've lost everything, and yet he gains it all. Yin glanced around, forcing a smile as he thought, this situation is getting out of hand. He went to the restroom, washed his hands, and sighed, I have a bad feeling about this. It feels like I'm cheating, though of course, I'm just predicting how they're going to cheat. Regardless, I've definitely caught their attention now. If I can just lure out one of the organization's operators and get information on Levent and my uncle. Lost in thought, he was startled to see Anika appear in the mirror in front of him, causing him to cry out in surprise. She said sarcastically, well, isn't this lovely? Everyone is dressed to the nines and seems to be having fun. Yin was still in shock. Anika? What are you? Anika rested her chin on her hand and explained, you hadn't returned to the magic tower for days, so I used a tracking spell. It's obvious you were secretly sneaking around. It didn't take long to find you, but I never expected to see you enjoying yourself in a casino. Her expression suddenly became serious. Don't you understand the danger you're in with the Shadow Duke still after you? Are you being this careless just because I'm always here to handle everything for you? I'm sorry, but I'm bound to the magic tower, so I can't help you from this far away. Yin lowered his head penitently. I'm sorry, but I had an important reason for coming here. Anika shrugged nonchalantly and said, well, it's not like I could have stopped you anyway. Since things are like this now, you should hurry and meet up with. Go to Roy. Roy is the only one who can help you when the Duke comes for you. Yin felt helpless. How could his sister mention a professor's name so casually? Ignoring his pointless complaint, she continued with a stern expression, and in the worst-case scenario, I will permit you to release the first seal. He was surprised, a hint of excitement in his voice. But you always said I wasn't allowed to. She replied reluctantly, there's no other way. Even if it's a bit forced, it will still be useful. But remember, once the seal is released, the Abyss will also become aware of your existence. So only release the seal. Anika shrugged nonchalantly and said, well, it's not like I could have stopped you anyway. Since things are like this now, you should hurry and meet up with. As if something is about to happen at any moment, Anika warned. The invasion has begun. This place is about to become their territory. As soon as she finished speaking, she used a spell. He was surprised, a hint of excitement in his voice. But you always said I wasn't allowed to. She replied reluctantly, there's no other way. When you have no other choice. Your top priority is to meet Roy first. He quickly sensed the danger and asked his sister suspiciously, you seem to be in a hurry. Let's postpone the plan and find Duwai Lim first. Suab turned around, her face twisted and beaded with sweat, stammering, something's wrong. In the darkness, he froze, speechless. The Abyss? He quickly ran to find Suab. Suab, we have to get out of here now. Something is very wrong here. Yin, please lend me some money. He looked at her in disbelief. Money for gambling? Now is not the time for that. Suab pleaded. Please, I'm really going to die. She clutched her head in fear. I finally understand why everyone gets scammed by that gang. It's not just about being subdued by force. It's also a contract. If I can't pay off my debt, I'll definitely die. But Yin didn't realize the gravity of the situation. Calm down. I can't stop, she said, which made him panic. Suab, what's going on? Suab rushed over and grabbed his shirt hem, looking just like a true gambling addict, and nearly uncontrollable laugh, saying, "This is absolutely insane. We just need to deal with the worms who can't pay their debts. Thanks to them, business has become much more convenient." The man beside her spoke up. "The order from Petrino for the heirs is to harvest the souls of nobles to serve the congregation." That man was, nicknamed Capitan, the head of casino security. Killing them is fine, but bleeding them dry while they're alive is more profitable, so just kill them in moderation. The woman clicked her tongue and shrugged. So what? I've already had countless souls mortgaged to me anyway. The service staff stood at attention on both sides, bowing their heads in greeting to the woman. "Welcome, El Conjo." El Conjo replied excitedly. "Hello, everyone. Business is booming, I hope." She was El Conjo, the casino owner and one of the five. Losing money doesn't mean you're going to die, right? A chilling slash sound cut through his final words. A woman burst out laughing, a crazed, "What the?" The staff screamed in panic. "Lady El Conjo." Capitan stepped in to stop them. "Don't make a scene, you fools." Yin suddenly froze. My body, what's happening to it? Meanwhile, El Conjo stood with her arms crossed, smirking. Too bad. There's a rule against harming the proprietor. But who is that guy? Explain why he's heirs of the gang. Yin shot forward, furiously confronting her. How can you treat human lives like they're worthless? He attacked with a spell, slightly startling El Conjo. Did you two already play against him? They barely managed to say, yes, before she declared, then die. Witnessing this, Yin was both horrified and furious. Hey, what are you doing? Are you crazy? In contrast, she just smiled calmly and said, they were in debt, weren't they? Anyone who incurs debt here must mortgage their very soul to me. As the proprietor, that is the law. Heirs of the gang. Yin shot forward, furiously confronting her. How can you treat human lives like they're worthless? He attacked with a spell, slightly startling El Conjo. You must be very rich, huh? There are plenty of people in this world who would trade their lives for money. Yin, holding a handful of chips, said, this is absurd. A rule that forces debtors to mortgage their souls? He threw the chips toward her. Fine, I'll play with you, scum. Here's my proposal. I will. Walking around so freely? A female staff member answered, trembling with fear. That's him. He's the only one who's ever won at the casino. El Conjo seemed displeased. Is that so? Yin couldn't believe what he was hearing. Betting your life just for money? El Conjo's voice was full of sarcasm. Oh, just for money, you say. The contract Suab mentioned must be this monster from the abyss. In a way, this actually works in my favor. If these guys are acting as the referees, then they also have to abide by the rules. And she's definitely one of the high-ranking leaders of this gang. She must know about Levent and Uncle. Pay off all of their debts. In return, I want the right to challenge you. El Conjo burst out laughing. This guy's really crazy. You know, once a bet is placed, it can't be taken back. You have to join this game yourself. Don't pawn it off on your underlings. El Conjo smirked smugly. Fine, I'll play with you. However, the one in power gets to make the rules. Soho watched the casino from afar, rambling on with his philosophies. This world runs on the basis of exchanges. So, who holds the rules? They are the one who dominates all. Watch carefully on this night where I rule over everything. This is what I want to pass on to you. Pay off all of their debts. In return, I want the right to challenge you. El Conjo burst out laughing. This guy's really crazy. You know, once a bet is placed, it can't be taken back. I have no intention of being the heir, El Conjo said excitedly. The death execution game. Collecting the victim's body parts based on the cards that are drawn. You win if the card drawn on your turn makes the sacrifice die. 10 fingers, 4 hands and feet, 4 arms and legs, a pair of eyes, and a pair of ears, and 1 hidden head card for an instant victory. A total of 23 cards. It's an incredibly simple game. If you win, I will release the souls of the debtors who are collateralized to me here. But if I win, you'll have to pay me double. Yin yelled in anger. Bullcrap! You think I'm going to play this senseless killing game? She replied, I already told you. El Conjo grew excited, cackling as she said, there is no backing out. The monster with sharp claws behind him whispered in his ear, you should have been more careful with what you say. Yin gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, these chains, they look oddly familiar. They're like the absolute command of the Archduke of the Abyss, an unbreakable bond. I can't resist. This must be what Senior Anik was trying to warn me about. Is this the effect of the Abyss's veil spreading over the city? I will defeat her no matter what. Yin's eyes filled with firmness and determination. He stared directly at El Conjo and said, I don't care. I have no intention of backing down. The soul collecting at this casino must be part of that plan. I have to stop them. Even though he knew his chances of winning were incredibly low, he bit his lip in frustration. All right, I'll play this game. A pact with the Abyss is unbreakable once the rules have been established. He yelled out his demand, but on the condition that any cheating whatsoever results in an instant defeat. El Conjo covered her mouth and chuckled. I don't have to agree to that, but very well. She sat down casually, saying, well then, let's pick a sacrifice from my pool of debtors. Who would be the most fitting choice? Then El Conjo turned, grabbed Suab by the chin, and said with a smile, oh yes, this one will do nicely, your friend. Yin stuttered in panic. Suab! Trembling, she called out his name. Yin! She crossed her legs and said nonchalantly, an arm card has already been drawn? Oh well, I guess that's that. Then she commanded, execute. The monster swallowed one of Suab's arms. She screamed in terror, Yin, what's going on? I can't see or hear anything, and I can't even feel any pain. El Conjo casually remarked, with an arm already taken, nearly half the finger cards are now useless. That lessens the agony and the suspense of the game somewhat, since you're supposed to start with the smaller cards. Ah well, what can you do? This game's sacrifice is just plain unlucky. She slammed the cards onto the table and yelled, now it's your turn. Idiot, I was too arrogant. I never imagined Suab would be the sacrifice. How am I supposed to keep my composure in a situation like this? She sat with her legs crossed, tilting her chin up with a provoking tone. Where did that courageous hero from earlier go? All I see now is a pitiful, trembling little deer. You're from the Infolia clan, right? Looks like you charged in here counting on just those eyes of yours. But sorry, I'm not cheating in the slightest, and all the rules are completely fair. You won't find anything to exploit, even with those eyes of yours. He anxiously bit his fingernails, staring at her with fear, and gritted his teeth. Nonsense. There's no way scum like you isn't cheating. El Conjo chuckled, amused, thinking to herself, you've completely fallen. Devoured by the demon of doubt. Fine. Since I'm the one who made the rules, it's only natural for you to suspect cheating. But there's no trickery here because it isn't necessary. Of course, it would be great if I win, but it doesn't matter if I lose either. Because my real goal is to destroy your soul. The head! Jin was utterly terrified, stammering. Why the head? El Conzo thought with amusement. Can you bear the guilt of destroying your own comrade's body and soul with your very own hands? The Eternal Order, they ordered the death of Eugin Fivia, but for some reason, they suddenly changed their plans, turning him into a fallen one instead of killing him, betting on the limitless power of the Prophet's second apostle. It doesn't matter to me, but this is certainly more interesting. She laughed out loud. Did I lose? What should I do? Ah, I think I'll completely break your will and destroy you. Then she yelled, You've won, Felicia! Why the long face? You're the hero today. You went head-to-head with the villain and saved dozens of souls, right? Come on, look at everyone cheering. You're everybody's hero. She leaned in and whispered in his ear. Then let's witness it together, she shouted. The heroic moment when you destroy your own comrade and free the souls of the gamblers, Jin shouted, cutting her off. Wait, El Conzo asked. Huh? She thought to herself. How will you respond? Are you going to struggle to avoid killing your comrade? What do you want to say? Or are you going to throw a tantrum and say this game doesn't count? Whatever your reaction is, hurry up, quick, he shouted. I won't kill Suab. This ridiculous game was absurd from the very beginning. Hearing this, she grinned with a horrifying smile, thinking, this is it. Then she yelled, there's nothing absurd about it. The rules are set by the one in power. If you don't like it, you should have watched your mouth from the start. Now you're changing your mind just because your comrade is about to die after you played the hero? But now you only have two choices. Accept your victory and kill your comrade to free the souls of the gamblers, or surrender, saving your comrade but forfeiting your soul. Haven't you already won? Why are you still hesitating? What's there to think about? Just follow the rules and end it all by offering up the sacrifice. He realized in horror. Was this her plan? She continued. Do you understand now? No matter which you choose, all that remains is a hopeless and painful situation. He frowned, his gaze firm as he looked at her, but then he pointed at her and said, That's right, that's exactly what doesn't make sense. What I bet was the entire debt of all the debtors here. And Suab is also one of the debtors. If I win, I can't kill Suab because he would no longer be in debt. Her face tensed, but she replied with a slight smile, trying to play with words. Sorry, but the victory condition of this game is the death of the sacrifice. Unless the sacrifice dies, the debt will remain. Jin replied, No, you said it yourself. Drawing the head means an immediate victory. The victory condition isn't the death of the sacrifice, but simply drawing the head card. In a normal bet, this would just be wordplay, but not this time, right? Furthermore, this isn't your own power, is it? Since the head card has been drawn, I demand you immediately release all the debtors' souls. She was speechless, but in her mind, she thought, You little brat, so you want to play it this way? Looks like you know a thing or two about pacts with the Abyss. Once a rule is set, even the slightest oversight means their power can no longer be used. Then she said softly, "All right, it seems there's a problem." Jin asked in surprise. "You admit it?" In her heart, she thought, "But you've underestimated me. You dare ruin my game with just a few tricky words?" Then she said, "You're right. Using a debtor as the sacrifice is indeed problematic. However, I do not accept that you can end the game just by drawing the head card without killing the sacrifice. That's just wordplay. You know full well that wasn't the true meaning." He panicked. "What did you just say?" She continued. "However, I will respect your point, so I will declare this game null and void, and we will start a new round," he said in fear. "What does that mean?" She continued. "As you suggested, we'll make the same bet as last time, so I'll return your friend's soul. There might be some scars left, psychological trauma, but recovery is possible." Yin wondered, "Really? Is it true she can recover?" Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the collar and yelled, "Are you crazy? Are you trying to play again? Is your friend's life the only one that matters? We just barely survived, and now you're going to throw it all away?" He was confused and terrified. "What are these people saying?" the man continued. "Why would you void a clear victory like this, just because of some unreasonable words? Everyone could have been saved." He clutched his head, his eyes wide. "From the very beginning, I never needed to make such a choice. So why is the crowd ganging up on me? You just had to give up one thing and it would be over." El Conzo thought smugly. "That's right, you won the game, but public opinion is always more foolish. Fall into depravity, Eugin, Fivia, and see just how selfish the humans you tried to save truly are." He was bewildered and terrified, his thoughts in chaos. Why are these people so disgusting? Really? Yin was slowly consumed by rage, muttering, "How can they be so rude and selfish? Why?" He suddenly grabbed the guy's hand, slammed him down, and broke his arm. His arm, shouting furiously, "How can you value your own lives so much, yet treat others' lives like they're worthless? Why is it that as long as you get to live, you just had to give up one thing and it would be over?" El Conzo thought smugly. "That's right, you won the game, but public opinion is always more foolish. Fall into depravity." He gasped and covered his mouth, frightened and confused. "What am I thinking? I'm trying to save everyone. What am I thinking? I'm trying to save everyone." El Conzo laughed with delight. "So you were just pretending to be a noble all this time? Even you can't control yourself in the face of the debtor's selfishness." "Eugin Fivia!" he shrieked. "That's right. Scream your lungs out and fall into hell. It's not as bad as you think. I'll even let you kill these scumbags for free." Yin trembled, covering his ears, and yelled furiously, "Shut up!" The nobleman he had thrown down screamed in pain. "You bastard! Who are you to lecture me? You were also betting other people's lives for some woman you know nothing about. Besides, do you have any idea who we are? You should be saving us, not that woman. Even if you're a Fivia, do you think you can oppose us and get away with it?" That last sentence completely enraged him. "I'm trying to save these people and Suab." El Conzo smiled with a horrifying expression, saying gleefully, "Exactly." Suddenly, someone's injured hand tapped his shoulder. A familiar voice spoke up, "Why are you making such a big deal?" Yin looked around in confusion for the speaker. To his surprise, it was Suab. "If you go crazy like that, how am I supposed to pretend to be weak to make them let their guard down?" He was stunned and then called out, "Suab." El Conzo was confused, thinking how the shock of being swallowed by the abyss should have made anyone completely helpless. And even if her soul did return, she couldn't have recovered so quickly. The sound of clapping cut through the tense atmosphere, and a voice drew everyone's attention. "Excellent." Everyone's eyes turned to the figure of a man sitting in a chair in the distance. Gon said calmly, "As for the rest of you, you should watch carefully and shut your mouths." She couldn't have recovered so quickly. The sound of clapping cut through the tense atmosphere, and a voice drew everyone's attention. "Excellent." Witnessing this, he thought to himself, "I don't know why he's here, but I need to sort out the situation first. I bet the souls of all the debtors belonging to the casino and the game." She couldn't have recovered so quickly. The sound of clapping cut through the tense atmosphere, and a voice drew everyone's attention. "Excellent." Witnessing this, he thought to himself, "I don't know why he's here, but I need to sort out the situation first. I bet the souls of all the debtors belonging to the casino and the game." The winning condition was to draw the sacrifice's head card in one turn, so I won. At that moment, and both Suab and everyone else were saved. Of course, this was just exploiting a loophole in the terminology, so I thought it would be better to just start over instead of facing the Game Master's judgment. Then looked directly at El Conzo and said, "The Abyss controls this game, and the true Game Master has already ruled that I am the winner." His thoughts were now crystal clear. He was stunned and then called out, "Suab." El Conzo was confused, thinking how the shock of being swallowed by the abyss should have made anyone completely helpless. And even if her soul did return, "Your promise and release everyone's souls," he continued to think. "Instead of giving in to the urge to kill, I'm going to save everyone." It was as if he had her cornered. She crossed her arms, bit her lip, and said, "So this is the end game, huh?" Then with a calm expression, she declared, "Fine, I will set them free." And just like that, time. The fun and games are over. As she said this, she removed her blindfold, revealing an eye with 3 crimson pupils. She screamed, "Time to get back to reality." "Binding summon!" Yin's jaw dropped in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. Everything changed. A blood-red moon appeared, and the furious woman stood atop the monster. She said furiously, "This is the price for ending the game. I'll teach you what awaits after a fair and fun wager. Is an incredibly unfair reality." Yin yelled as he ran. "What is that thing?" Gaon, carrying Suab and running ahead, answered, "Ah, it's an abyss-binding summon. Those who are bound to the abyss can borrow its power. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes." He ran for his life, yelling, "This isn't the time to be analyzing this slowly." Then he suddenly stopped to face the monster, saying, "I'll buy some time. You get Suab to safety, Gaon." Hearing that, Gaon was startled and muttered, "How did you already figure out my identity? Did you see through it with your Folivian eyes?" Suab reached out and took off Gaon's mask, saying in surprise, "What do you mean? By that, you were actually wearing a disguise to fool people?" He said calmly. "Never mind. Don't do anything stupid. Just follow me." Yin looked at him, confused. "Huh?" Gaon continued. "That's one ridiculous monster, but we have a monster on our side somewhere too." Meanwhile, In and Lavina were bewildered. Lavina said in a panic, "Oh my god, what's happening?" In said calmly, "I don't get why the new students are caught up in this." Lavina asked, shocked, "Is that Yin and Suab?" In pointed to a glowing dot on his map and said, "I've got their coordinates. If you escape using route number 3, you can avoid its line of sight and hide in the alley up ahead." In the alley, Gaon yelled, "This way, roger that, we've arrived." Hearing this, In said, "Okay, blow it to smithereens." Lavina replied, "Understood." With that, Lavina began casting with both hands. Elsewhere, El Conjo cursed the little rats. Standing atop the monster's head, she fumed. Where did they run off to? It'll be a problem if the other heirs notice and come flocking. Damn it! Even though I hate wasting souls on this. She used the eye spell, Head her son. Release, unleashing numerous wailing souls. She screamed, "I can't let my prey fall into someone else's hands." She observed everything through her eye with 3 red pupils, whatever the wailing souls saw. She also saw. She said smugly, "Good, I have a panoramic view of the city now. You can't escape my 14,000 souls, my 28,000 eyes. Of mine!" Suddenly, a ray of light like a meteor came crashing down. She panicked. Ultimate grand magic, urban disaster. Gaon, Yin, and Suab were hiding in a corner. Yin said, "Good grief, isn't this overkill? A spell with such a huge range will affect the civilians." Gaon calmly replied, "There are no civilians here, only guild members and invited nobles. And even if they are nobles, we don't have the luxury of caring about them." Yin looked at him, confused. "What do you mean? Then the people of Bisona, they're not?" Gaon continued, "I don't know the specifics. We're still investigating, but given the situation, your suspicion is probably correct. They were likely sacrificed to the abyss." Yin was horrified. How could an entire city just, Gaon thought with a grim expression. Exactly. That's the mystery. A conspiracy. To sacrifice an entire metropolis. The scale is terrifying. I don't know what their goal is, but if we don't stop them, it will become an unprecedented disaster. The massive explosion caught Vertega's attention. She leaned on the railing and said nonchalantly, "An explosion from the casino. Is the Marquis faction finally making a move?" Beside her, Eri thought with a hint of fear, "That's Senior Lavina's ultimate magic, so Yin must be involved, right? But why are they attracting so much attention?" Right at this moment, this was a place where the magic of the abyss was maximized. Vertega was one of the 5 heirs. Elobo recalled her saying as a child, "I'm tired of waiting for the mad doctor and Soho to perform. The ritual. I'm so bored. This is the perfect time." Bento, another one of the 5 heirs, Elobo replied, "Watch your mouth. Father is making a deal with the abyss for our own benefit." Sel, another of the 5 heirs, chimed in, "And in the meantime, we're supposed to be protecting this place, by order of Father. So, should we just kill them all? The heirs of Shera, those who are bound to the abyss." Meanwhile, El Conjo, who had been buried under a pile of rubble, burst out and roared in anger, "Hiss! I'll kill them!" And El Conjo was also one of the 5 heirs. El Conjo, no different from an apostle of the abyss. The 2 people watching from above couldn't help but comment on the chaos below. In was a bit apprehensive. "This is absurd. That giant fortress-like monster took a direct hit and is completely unharmed." Seeing this, Yin was bewildered. Is something like this even Could that really happen? She stood there, lost in thought. Of course, according to the natural laws of the horizon, it should be impossible, although nothing was surprising anymore. But now it was clear. The monster with sharp claws, they were trying to awaken the Abyss Archduke. Inside the room, the sounds of discussing battle strategies were buzzing with plans to tear open the horizon established by Lord Phelin and his 12 disciples. They needed an existence that could rival them. Yin asked in shock. You mean that existence is the Abyss Archduke? Gaon rested his chin on his hand and said calmly, That's highly likely. He pictured the grave situation before them. The death dragon that Vertega had bonded with was just as dangerous as the Archduke. It was considered a calamity in the north. The sounds of discussing battle strategies were buzzing with plans to tear open the horizon established by Lord Phelin and his 12 disciples. They needed an existence that could rival them. And now at least 5 of those creatures were gathering to sacrifice an entire city to the Abyss. What she said left Yin bewildered. The fact that they didn't mention the Abyss Archduke's name was the strange part. But even if they sacrificed the whole city, awakening the Abyss Archduke should still be impossible. He trembled thinking about the coming battle, the Eternal Order. If it was them, they could do it. They had even secretly awakened a giant abyss monster in Fivia once before. Yin shouted urgently, We have to stop them right now. Where's the professor? Ini turned to him helplessly and asked, We're more curious about why you're here. Since this is urgent, we'll postpone the questions and just explain the situation briefly. She began to recount the situation. Soheo and most of the heirs never leave the palace unless it's a special situation. It seems the ritual is taking place right inside the palace, and of course the citizens being sacrificed are also in the palace. But the risk of infiltrating the palace is too great, so we're monitoring the casino run by El Canero, the only heir who operates outside. Then this incident happened. Ini continued. As for Professor Roy, he specializes in infiltration magic, so he is currently infiltrating the palace alone. Yin asked frantically, Professor Roy is alone? She was about to add, Don't worry, when a voice cut her off. A sarcastic voice said, A whole pack of rats has snuck in. Ini spun around, startled. What is this? Everyone was stunned by the command. All of them, wipe them out. Numerous chains with skull-tipped tendrils shot towards Yin. Gaon's expression didn't change as he drew his knife to fight. Yin also acted. He drew his dagger, Fireblade. They fought amidst a raging sea of fire. Yin saw the situation was grim and shouted to his comrades. The professor's position has been exposed. We have to go help him. Ini struggled to fend off the attacks and told him, No, the professor has already infiltrated deep inside Bizona Castle. Yin couldn't believe his ears. What? She explained further. It's literally the enemy's den. Helping him is impossible. He stubbornly argued while fighting. No. We can help! They haven't completely mastered the power of the Abyss, Ini said angrily. Even without that power, with just their physical strength, we're no match for them, Yin yelled. Forget that. The only way to stop this crisis is to prevent their human sacrifice ritual, right? No matter what, we have to strike at the enemy's den to end this. As Ini was too exasperated to explain, Gaon, who had been standing there thoughtfully, cut her off and walked over to pat Yin's shoulder. All right, in that case, Yin and I will charge straight into the palace. Yin was startled and confused. Senior Gaon? Ini yelled helplessly at them. Do you have any idea how insane that is? It's too dangerous, Gaon explained. I know, but Yin's point makes a lot of sense. He gave her a myriad of reasons to convince her. We're in disarray, but so are the enemies. Perhaps this very moment is our advantage. After speaking, he glanced at Yin. Besides, Yin wasn't just sitting idle in the tower for the past month. Being called out made Yin jump. Ini rested her chin on her hand and thought, Indeed, Anik wouldn't have let him go without training him properly. Seizing the opportunity, Yin added, Yes, that's right. That's exactly it. Finally, Ini decided, All right, then we'll go find the Bison Knight commander. Lavina insisted. I'm going too. Ini stopped her. You can't. We'll join the uprising and draw as much of the heir's attention as possible. She added a careful warning. And remember that I can't spread. A change of plans mid-battle. After they left, she came back. So Yin and the rest will fight. Let's go. Yin and Gano ran off. We're counting on you, seniors. Kaneho was furious that her plan had failed. She screamed, This is so annoying. My souls, do they have any idea how hard I worked to collect them? Kuvo appeared and called down. Shut your mouth, Kaneho. Aren't you a warrior? You're supposed to fight. She seethed with anger. Kuvo observed the losing situation. A few rats had managed to slip in. They were trying to ruin Kuvo's ritual, she said nonchalantly. This has become a big problem. She calmly said, Is that all? She couldn't believe her ears. What? Another object appeared in the sky, descending upon her. Again? Kuvo didn't panic at all. She drew her weapon to fight. A chaotic battle erupted, the dazzling colors of various weapons flashing across the sky. Black crows danced. Kuvo also felt uneasy and cautious. That mage is seriously strong. I've never seen magic like this before. Yin was stunned. It got cut down? Yin felt the pressure. This sword pressure is on par with a squad commander of the Holy Guard. A commander of the Holy Guard, and she's so young, an incredible achievement even after receiving power from the Abyss. Although she called herself a Holy Guard, she didn't use the term paladin, but squad commander, which is essentially the same thing. Yin thought of a way to deal with it. He smirked. We're in trouble if we don't have a squad commander on our side. Kaneho felt a sense of dread and screamed up at Kuvo. Kuvo, she yelled. A warning, behind you. She instinctively turned to see the knight commander. Nahum furiously brought his hammer down on her. Have you abandoned your humanity? Then turn into stardust. Stardust wound. The descending hammer flashed with a blinding light. Yin was drawn to the sight. He was amazed. It was incredible. Yin had never seen anything like it before, and was curious. What is that? Gano, who was up ahead, explained. That's Sir Nahum Sava, the knight commander leading Bison's anti-cell faction. He added, he's a former Holy Guard who lost an eye and retired, but he was once the strongest Holy Guard and one of the 11 squad commanders ranked just below the Sword Saint. He is one of our most powerful warriors. Yin was impressed hearing that. A squad commander, I've heard of them, Gano said while running. Indeed, all the squad commanders are formidable. Even in Fivia, only a handful can stand against them. With support from Yinim and Levina, they should be able to hold them off. Hearing this, Yin was baffled by the enemy's strength. What? That powerful warrior can only hold them off? So what about the professor, the one who's surrounded by enemies? Gano was not pleased with his line of thinking. Don't worry about Professor Roy. Yin and Gano stood by the wall, looking down. It's beautiful. As you know, Levent is a cautious man. Even someone like him, who understands Cell's power better than anyone, placed his bet on Yin. It's simply because he's confident that Professor Roy can defeat Cell. Professor Roy stood defiantly opposite Iceland's subordinate. So, can't you give up your despicable nature? Now you have to cling to the abyss as well? He sneered. Well, adding abysses to your filthy name won't make it any dirtier, I guess. So, Iceland's subordinate spoke up. Hey Roy, it's an honor to meet the legendary mercenary here. Were you hired to take my head? Professor Roy felt the pressure. Damn it, just dealing with So is a big enough pain. Suddenly, a voice cut in. So, make sure the ritual is not interrupted. But even wife Olivia is here too. Professor Roy looked at Kuvo, lying motionless in the wreckage, frowning in confusion. Kuovo was completely drained, yet they gave someone like this the title of noble heir, only to turn her into a sacrificial pawn. What in the world is Sofa planning with these kids? Seeing this, he became determined to fight. Whatever, I'll just kill the rest of them. A sound from behind made Roy turn around. Kuvo had suddenly appeared behind him. What? She said regretfully. I couldn't kill you. The professor's expression remained unchanged as he calmly asked, self-destruction? His eyes were filled with resolve. Roy quickly drew his weapon and slashed at her. Kuvo was unharmed and countered his attack. She managed to wound the professor. He was shocked and furious. What the hell are you? You're not alone. She replied calmly. Impossible. There is only one Kuvo. That person continued, and as one vanished, another explosion went off in front of the professor, and another one had just been. On the contrary, she counterattacked him. She had managed to injure the professor. He was bewildered and angry. What the hell are you? You're not alone. Kuvo calmly replied. Impossible. There is only one Kuvo. That person continued. As one person disappeared, another explosion appeared before the professor's eyes. Another person had just was born. The explosion erupted right in front of him, its force so powerful he couldn't even stay on his feet. Quavo continued. Until Father's dream is realized, I will live forever. The power of immortality. Professor Roy asked in confusion. What did you sacrifice to gain that power? She was more than willing to answer. I'm transferring to a new body to save data. My mind gets a little dull, but that's a trivial matter. In any case, Quavo's calmness had pushed him to the peak of his rage. Stop your nonsense. I'm asking about the number of innocent souls sacrificed for that despicable power. Her attitude remained very calm. Oh, is that it? I really don't know. Quavo added. That's right. I need about 100 souls for each resurrection. They said to use them sparingly. Was that it? Roy was enraged by her attitude, veins popping on his face. He charged forward madly. I will put an end to that despicable immortality of yours. Meanwhile, Eni called out loudly, Knight Commander, Knight Commander. She looked down at the chaos below, her worry palpable. Damn it, he's completely lost his mind, she thought to herself. Her resurrection ability is unbelievable. Even though Knight Commander Bison has many tactical advantages, Professor Roy is still madly fighting Quavo's cloning technique alone. He can't possibly block every single one of her suicidal critical attacks. Eni clutched her head, trying to get her thoughts straight. Besides, This enemy self-destructs without a second thought. He can't let his emotions get the better of him, even if she can just resurrect. She worriedly thought, down below, a monster with immense power has been summoned. This is the worst-case scenario. She slumped to the ground. Is the fireworks show over already? The villainess clutched her head and laughed wildly. My darlings, you'd all best get ready now. Lavina's mana had also run out. Lavina said worriedly. My mana. But that was to be expected after confronting a monster like that head-on. Eni thought about their forces, including Professor Roy and Gaon. She couldn't help but worry. Our support capabilities depend on a frontline fighter, but with the Knight Commander in his current state, she felt their side was at a disadvantage. It's crucial for Eugin and Gaon to regroup with Professor Roy and strike the enemy's stronghold. If we fall here, they'll be completely surrounded. At this rate, our chances of victory are 0. Someone walked up and asked, Is this it? Both Eni and Lavina turned around, shocked at Suab's appearance. Suab asked, So this is what we need to beat, right? Eni yelled at her. I told you to rest. Just because you can move doesn't mean you aren't injured. Suab yelled back. Shut up! You think I trained for a whole month just to sit around like a burden? She was enraged by the critical scene before her. To stand idly by when I can still move my limbs is more humiliating than death to me. The villainess was delighted to see another arrival. Well, look who it is. Isn't it our little sacrificial lamb? Even though I spared you, you think I trained for a whole month just to sit around like a burden? She was enraged by the critical scene before her. To stand idly by when I can still move my limbs is more humiliating than death to me. Because I've wanted to punch you for a long time. Eni didn't have time to stop her. Wait, before she could finish her sentence, Suab had already landed. That's dangerous. Suab leaped down, landing squarely on one of the skull-adorned chain tentacles. She charged forward maniacally. Eni and Lavina couldn't stop worrying. Oh my god, you're still determined to die? Suab laughed heartily. I'm actually thrilled that you're my opponent. With that, she leaped from the rampart down towards Kaneho. You hit it with your magic. We're going to blast a path through. Lavina was taken aback by the sudden plan. What? All right. Meanwhile, Suab was still eagerly charging in, fighting with all her might. She stood confidently before Kaneho, threatening her, ready to get pulverized. Kaneho was surprised and scared by her resolve. This kid, isn't she scared? She thought and replied, Of course I'm scared. The pain of having your soul torn out while you're alive, it leaves a scar on my soul forever. But what's even more terrifying, she said as she lunged forward, is being too scared to do anything at all. Let the threads of nature flow. Surrender your body to the form of nature. She remembered back when she was recovering, Nikon Kan had taught her, even a fool can understand this. If you can fill your fists with mana and the power of nature, can you imagine how infinite that strength would be? She looked down at her hands in amazement. Myself. But I'm already doing that, he said. Not at all. What you're doing is just child's play. Then he demonstrated for her the power of properly utilizing both hands. This is true mastery. At the ultimate level, the grandeur of nature itself blooms in my hands. This is a realm that even outdated techniques like Desio cannot imitate. Nikan didn't miss the chance to mock her, which wasn't something you should say to a person who hasn't even mastered the basics. Suab scowled in anger. That damn Nikon always looks down on people. She stood confidently, spreading her arms to receive. I am Suab, the genius shaman of the Sky Sea tribe. The great nature is my life. It is my very being. Suab was confident. If I just set my mind to it, I can do things like this as often as I want. The other woman stood there, watching in anger. She raised her hand to block. You think I'll just stand here and take this? Lying down? Block it, you foolish spirits. Suab rushed towards her and landed a heavy punch right in her face. Sky Sea tribe Suab style, unity of heaven and man. Flow of the Sky Sea. She was taken aback by Suab. Damn it! El Conzo lay collapsed amidst the rubble. Suab stood tall in the middle of the ash and dust, her body covered in scratches, but she was the victor. She grinned triumphantly. I won! Before she could even finish the words, she staggered and collapsed. Fortunately, Lavina and Inem rushed over just in time to catch her. Suab, NM thought in admiration. What an incredible girl to have grown so much under these circumstances. No, rather, it was these very circumstances that forged her. In just 1 month, she had reached the level of Master Nikan, and considering her innate talent with the 8 strings, it could be said that she had even surpassed Nikon in terms of pure destructive power. El Conzo struggled, pushing herself up on her hands and slowly raising her head. She whispered, Infilia, where did that guy go? Inem shot back defiantly. You think we're going to answer you just because you asked? Suab also spoke up, sarcastically. Still not dead? You're annoyingly persistent. El Conzo shrewdly grasped the key point. It seems he isn't here, in a situation. Like this, that meddlesome young master would have surely acted. He's gone to stop the ritual. Cuervo, stop throwing your life away. Return to the castle immediately. There's an intruder inside, and there are 2 others breaking through the gate. Get back immediately and relay the message. Cuervo was battling Na in the sky. Upon receiving the message, he showed a look of surprise. Oh, is that so? But he immediately followed the order to retreat to the castle. Understood. Na cursed furiously. You damn brat! He decisively landed on the ground right in front of Elconzo. He grabbed Elconzo by the throat, lifting her off the ground with one hand, and spat out a single, furious word. You! Elconzo showed no fear, instead looking defiant. You want to kill me? Go ahead and try. But if you do, the 12,000 lives of the bison people will all fall into the hands of that madman. He is a demon of pleasure and gambling, a being who toys with human souls. If you kill me, you will realize that I was a surprisingly courteous and pleasant debtor. In a fit of rage, he slammed her to the ground with a curse. Damn it! Inim hurriedly ran over to stop him. Commander, calm down. I understand your anxiety for the people, but we have to keep a cool head if we want to save anyone else. He slightly closed his eyes, his voice heavy with emotion. I know, but every time I recall the past, my heart fills with nothing but regret. Suddenly, he coughed up blood, making Inim panic. Commander, Suab also rushed over in concern. If you're coughing up syrup, your lungs must be damaged. He ignored his own condition and continued. Looking back, everything was because of my indecisiveness. Inem asked, confused. What do you mean? Is there something else you haven't been telling us? He spoke, his voice deep and hoarse, as if carrying a burden that had been buried for years. This is a story I had intended to take to my grave, but if revealing the truth can lessen I must speak of the casualties. Everyone must be wondering why this happened in Bison, but it was all foretold. The Lord of Bison is a worshipper of the Abyss, serving the evil god of pestilence. Hearing this, the 3 girls were all shocked. What? It all began when the ruins of the evil god of pestilence were discovered in the Bison territory. The House of Marquis Bison was originally just an ordinary family. They used the power borrowed from the ruins of the evil god of pestilence to silently climb to the highest ranks of the royal family. I discovered this truth when I returned to my hometown after completing my holy war duties, but I wasn't enough. The courage to expose my own lord, because I knew better than anyone that if this truth spread among the ranks of the crusade, all of Bison would be purged beneath their blades of light. Therefore, I received a pledge of repentance from the Lord and helped with all my power to erase every trace of the abyss. However, I couldn't destroy the remains of the plague evil god, a thing that defied all the laws of reality. So, the best measure at the time, we buried it deep underground, in the deepest and most inviolable part of the castle. From the perspective of the abyss worshippers, that must have been an act that was unforgivable. Ainai interrupted him. Wait, if that's the case, does that mean they're sacrificing this entire city to resurrect the plague evil god Nran? His voice rang out, filled with bitterness. There can be no other reason. The Grand Duke of the Abyss, the plague evil god Noran, once pushed the humanity of Horizon to the brink of extinction and was the ultimate enemy of the god Phelin and the 12 apostles. If he is reborn now without them, there will be no hope left. Elsewhere, Yidia stood high above, sighing as he looked at the spirits reaching their arms toward him. He turned his head to look down at the 2 fighting below, his voice laced with impatience. Too noisy. So Heyo replied with a smirk, My apologies for the recent commotion. After all, I'm not exactly the calm and collected type. Roy took off his coat and tossed it aside, as if he was just now starting to get serious. Truly, just as expected from an arms dealer, you've brought quite a collection of bizarre artifacts. Sohio smiled and said, I hope you're pleased, because they cost me a fortune. Roy thought to himself, Don't tell me. All of these are ancient weapons? Each of these weapons is powerful enough to change the tide of battle. It seems his claim of taking over this nation wasn't just an empty boast. Even so, I at least have to. Roy's eyes burned with fighting spirit, but Sohio's smug voice cut through his train of thought. All right, since our dear Master Fivia just made a suggestion, let's end this here. Sohio snapped his fingers, creating bubbles of light that acted like searchlights in the space. The resolve to destroy, Sohio ignited in Roy's mind. No, I must take him down at all costs. The beams of light rushed towards Roy. He moved swiftly. The beams of light collided, creating a thunderous explosion. Sohio spoke as if everything was going according to his plan, teleporting just as I predicted. You're such a pain. The 2 charged at each other, a vortex of light forming between their fists. Another of Sohio's arms reached for a gun, but it was severed by Roy. Before he could even understand what happened, Roy informed him, teleportation? No, it's spatial distortion. The two, wreathed in immense power, continued to clash at close range. So Hyo was sent flying, and Roy looked at the man lying on the cold ground and explained, "Normally, spatial magic requires immense computational power, so it's not for a commoner like me. That kind of magic is born for geniuses, beings whose very existence defies common sense. As for me, an ordinary man, the answer I found is the natural restorative force of space. It will naturally try to return to its original form, and in doing so, it pushes back in the opposite direction of the distortion. By cleverly utilizing this repulsive force, even a small distortion is enough to traverse space in the blink of an eye." Ah, here's a question from the professor. "What is the best way to fully harness the restorative force of space?" So Hyo sneered. "You sound like you've spent too much time in academia." The mercenary shot back, "Well, apologies, professor. I was never the diligent type of student." So Hyo continued to cast spells to counterattack. But sometime during the exchange, Roy had grabbed his shoulder, stopping his attack. A sphere appeared in his other palm. The answer is to create a perfect sphere of nothingness. In a spherical shape, the restorative force of space acts from all directions, and when that force, coming from every direction, converges on a single point and collides, the energy generated at that moment becomes the cube of the original restorative force. Now be buried and die with me in this tomb." So Hyo burst into laughter. Raging void impact. Meanwhile, Gaon and Yin also heard the sound of Roy's finishing move. Yin quickly recognized that familiar aura belonged to the professor. As soon as the tremor subsided, he immediately realized something was wrong. If the professor had wanted to, he could have completely hidden his presence. Using magic. No one detected it, yet now we're forced to fight. This means he has a compelling reason to make his move. Realizing this, Gaon panicked and fled. "Hurry up!" Hearing this, Yin quickly gave chase. All right. Vertega, who had been observing them, flashed a cunning smile and in an instant appeared before them, blocking their path. As Vertega laughed loudly, the surrounding walls collapsed. He turned his head slightly, looking at them with excitement. Well, impressive. I didn't expect you guys to be able to react to this." At this point, Vertega hesitated slightly, especially the commander. "You're more than I've heard." Hearing this, Gaon asked suspiciously, "More than what you've heard? What do you mean by that?" He looked at them with a mocking gaze and explained, "This power should be enough to compensate for me being forced to stay cooped up in here. All right, the healer god will deal with him." The healer god, approaching from a distance, added, "The power granted by the abyss is not for your cheap entertainment." He looked at them curiously. "Anyway, are these the intruders Kuvo mentioned? Were you the ones causing the commotion earlier?" When he saw Pento, his face turned pale. "Pento Beeson, has it really come to this?" But Pento only whimpered with a terrified expression. Not long after, "To stay cooped up in here. All right, the healer god will deal with him." The healer god, approaching from a distance, added, "The power granted by the abyss is not for Lord B, you piece of trash. Where is that lowly mage from all those years ago?" Yin was utterly shocked to hear this. "That noble from the entrance exam. How did you end up like this?" "Over here." Gaon's face darkened as he growled, "Pento, you fool. He's extremely agitated right now. How will you pay the price for dishonoring the family name?" Pento panicked a little. Hiding behind the healer god, he shouted his command, "Healer god, kill that bastard! That son of a concubine! Dared to barge into my palace and even threaten me. It's a capital offense. Execute him immediately." The healer god received the order with a cold, emotionless face. "As you command." The very next second, a flame appeared in the healer god's hand. "On behalf of Lord Pento Bison, the rightful heir of the Bison family, I shall pass judgment on the trespasser." As he finished speaking, a red mist and strange weapons enveloped them. The judgment of the abyss, the guillotine of Adele. He recognized the terrifying power from the abyss. On the other side, the healer god began to read the verdict. "This trial is presided over by Adele, the judge of the abyss. Although your crimes are already clear, as humans, you are still granted the right given by Phelin, the right to defend yourselves." As he spoke, red chains began to appear on the hands of Gaon and Vertega. "Prove your innocence in a one-on-one deathmatch." He gave him a cunning smile. "Now you have nowhere to run." At this moment, Gaon still didn't understand what was happening. "What is this? Shackles?" Just then, the healer god's cold voice rang out. "The criminals cannot escape this duel, and the distance between the two combatants cannot exceed 15 meters. He frowned slightly and continued to explain the rules. "The deathmatch will only end when one side admits their guilt and offers their soul, or when one of the two dies." To confirm, the healer god asked carefully, "Do you fully understand the rules?" Gaon glanced at his mocking, emotionless expression. How thoughtful of you, explaining it so thoroughly as if it were your duty. He now realized, it seemed this was a power meant more for governance than for combat. And yet, they insisted on forcing a one-on-one deathmatch with this ability. At this moment, a hint of annoyance could be heard in the man's voice. There's nothing you need to know. Regardless, if Phelin is truly just, victory will be granted to the righteous. Pento was now incredibly smug. It's over, Gaon. He showered him with praise. That one has never known defeat. At the same time, over here, Gaon stared at Vertega with a murderous gaze. Vertega. Soon after, past memories flooded his mind. The one you must be most wary of is Vertega. In him, the ancient bloodline runs even deeper than in me. Hamana's words kept echoing in Gaon's mind. That's the reason. Though he looks young, he has lived for over 100 years, and for most of that long life, he has endured baseless curses and hatred from humanity, and the power granted by the abyss is proportional to the suffering one bears. His power is something no human with a lifespan of less than 100 years could possibly handle. He is the strongest spearhead of Catel. Thinking of this, he seemed a little intrigued. A corrupted ancient being who has lived for over 100 years. How interesting. In a flash, a flame, a blazing red aura enveloped Gaon. If that's the case, you are worthy of being my opponent. But at this moment, Yin was startled and realized, wait a minute, if this is the binding of a duel to the death, while he was hesitating, then who is my opponent? Then a voice came through, it's me. Yin flinched and turned around. Levent looked at him coldly and said, I am your opponent. When Yin saw him, his voice began to tremble. Levent Vega approached from a distance, a smug look on his face. Welcome, Levent. Seeing that everyone was present, Eaton also stepped forward to declare, all right, both of the outstanding warriors are here. The next second, he started the match. The trial by combat begins. Seeing Levent get into a fighting stance, he frantically shouted to stop him. Levent, wait, but he had absolutely no intention of stopping. Abyssal fusion. In the blink of an eye, Levent's combat form changed. The Philistine armor was stunned. That form, the quiet sky was enveloped by a zero-red hue. Not long after, a bolt of lightning flashed, breaking the silence. Lightning art, he launched a kick that sent him flying. At this moment, Levent couldn't help but be a little surprised. You can withstand this? Yin gritted his teeth and endured. Then, Levent shouted with a furious face, You sold your soul to the abyss? What about your pride as a mage? Yin angrily questioned him. Your father and your entire group were slaughtered by Soho right before your eyes. Aren't you ashamed? He shouted as he launched an attack. Answer me, you fool! But as he was about to strike, Levent grabbed his hand tightly. He actually recognized the item in Yin's hand. This is the legacy of FS. Hearing these words, he was a bit stunned. What? Yin gritted his teeth in indignation. Don't you dare try to cover it up with such half-baked excuses. Face it properly. But Levent beside him calmly pulled his shirt. Let's switch places first. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge explosion occurred in the sky. 3 cannon blasts. Seeing this, Vertega remarked, Things are getting intense over there, huh? She smiled brightly and turned back. Then let's get started too. But Gaon on this side had already attacked. Vertega nimbly dodged. She laughed mockingly. Didn't your friends tell you? You know what happens if you dare to hit me with a blow this painful, right? At this moment, Vertega was still very smug. It will come back to haunt you many times over because of that curse, and it's extremely painful. But he was very calm. It seems you haven't heard the full story about me, Gaon said hesitantly. It would be great if my junior was watching. Hearing these words, Vertega was a bit confused. At this moment, he looked at her and warned, Let me show him what true ultimate magic swordsmanship is. At this moment, Vertega couldn't hide her panic. I've been cut, but he clearly didn't cut me. Even the curse didn't activate. The rules of reality have contradicted themselves. Now she realized in a panic, wait, true ultimate magic swordsmanship? The ultimate swordsmanship is a magic swordsmanship from the primordial era when the ancient world was not yet complete. To use the true ultimate magic swordsmanship, there is only one condition. Vertega gritted her teeth angrily. How dare you? She was silent for a moment, then burst into maniacal laughter. You dare to aspire to something beyond you? Prince, that is not something a degenerate human like you can handle. Your brain will explode before you can even comprehend it. Gaon's body was also completely exhausted, just as expected. Don't worry, it will all be over before that happens. At this very moment, he could confirm that, it seems I've hit her weak spot. At the same time, a massive explosion outside shook the surrounding space, then a beam of light shot past and fell straight to the ground. Levent finally breathed a sigh of relief. He observed his surroundings and hesitantly began to speak. All right, this distance should be enough. Before Levent could finish speaking, he threw a punch straight at his face. Yin, I have something to tell you. Yin cursed angrily. Damn it, Levent, what the hell happened to you? He tried to calm him down. Hold on. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he growled out the question. Don't tell me everything you've said up until now has been a lie. Levent looked on and recognized it with fear. Enraged, the berserker Yin immediately lunged forward to attack, and a massive explosion erupted just a second later. He dodged while trying to calm him down. Calm down! Yin, this armor, Levent fearfully explained. It's my father's, a relic he left behind. Hearing this, he finally calmed down. What? He asked, his face a mask of panic. What do you mean? He explained as he recalled. So suspected I would betray him, so to pull me over to his side, he used this to make a deal. At that moment, Levent also began to directly explain the reason. This is the Philip Tai armor, and it was also the final wish of the previous Lord FS. As he spoke, his face contorted in pain. As you know, the magic of the FS has deadly side effects and cannot be used for long periods. A special procedure is needed to overcome it. But even that procedure carries fatal risks. My father researched a way to minimize those risks, and it was finally perfected in this form. After hearing the entire story, Eugin was stunned. How is that possible? Didn't you say your father was burned alive? Len frowned and hesitated before replying. Yes, he was. The magic of the FS has deadly side effects and cannot be used for long periods. A special procedure is needed to overcome it. But even that procedure carries fatal risks. My father researched a way to minimize those risks, and it was finally perfected in this form. After hearing, so you were just pretending to obey So Hyo? Before Eugin could finish, he was cut off. That's what So Hyo wants me to believe. I guess that makes sense. Things other than life. But even if that's the case, it doesn't matter. He looked absolutely enraged now. Thanks to this armor, I can use forbidden techniques that I couldn't before. If my father's relic can grant me the power to kill So Hyo, then temporarily feigning submission to him is a very small price to pay. After hearing this, the attitude of Eugin changed instantly. Levent? So you didn't betray us? Levent confirmed with confidence. Of course not. In my current position, I can't help you openly, but I've made preparations. Saying this, he handed him a notebook. This is the intel I've gathered up to now. I trusted that Ilim would come for this news. I'll explain everything in detail, so take me to the professor. It was only then that he realized with a jolt, thank you, the professor is. That's right, the professor. We came here to save the professor, who already snuck inside. Do you know where the sacrificial ritual is taking place? Hearing this, Levent was also stunned. What? The professor infiltrated the place? He carefully glanced around. Well, I memorized the route to the ceremony site just in case, but even the air is forbidden from getting close. It will be a huge hassle if I'm discovered. In the next moment, Levent made a proposal. Even so, we have no other choice. I'll head there, so we should part ways here. You need to deliver that. I can probably sneak in while there's chaos outside. Without arousing suspicion, Yin grinned foolishly. Okay, got it. The moment he finished speaking, the two immediately went their separate ways. I'm counting on you then. But just a second later, chains materialized on their hands. They were both abruptly pulled back. Stunned, the two looked back at the chains on their wrists. Only then did they realize with a start. Right, can't we get this thing off? No, it can't be taken off. He carefully explained. The power of Azel is the core of this plan. It is the power used to identify a lord's subjects. It has no attack power and must borrow the lord's authority, but its binding force is absolute, according to the law. Levent's expression was tense as he explained this. However, if we look for it, there has to be a way. But the guy next to him was getting agitated. We don't have time to waste on that. After a moment, Yin suggested, at this rate, let's just go together. Levent was stunned to hear that. He swore under his breath as they walked. Damn it, I have no idea if this is the right move. Levent was incredibly anxious now, thinking that if they both snuck in and got caught, they would all be done for. Yin, walking behind him, said with some irritation, we have no choice. There's a massive fight going on over there, and if we get dragged into it, we'll miss the window to save the professor. To put him at ease, he also proposed a solution. Besides, if hiding is all it takes, then I'll make sure to hide really well. Don't worry. But Levent completely shot that down, finding it utterly unbelievable. At the same time, he was in turmoil. Seriously, I'm really not sure. Is this really the right move? Eugin's berserker bloodline is boiling. The events unfolding here are likely stoking his rage. The thought terrified him even more. In this unstable state, he's nothing but a ticking time bomb. Is it really okay to let him face the one performing the ritual? Scene change. Over here, he was frantically throwing punches at Suho. Get buried and die with me in this grave. Ha! The man laughed maniacally. He yelled, what a complete lunatic. Not long after, The surrounding space split apart, and Yidia finally spoke up, "So you finally stopped." A bewildered expression. "My magic has vanished. It's not that simple." At this moment, he also realized something was wrong. This feeling and the corroding space, the surrounding area is completely warped. Reality itself is being distorted. He looked around and spoke coldly. Finally, the heart of the plague god has begun to beat. The professor turned back in a panic. "What did you say?" Suho suddenly shoved his head down from behind. "You tried your best, but it's a shame it was all useless, Professor." At that moment, the man couldn't help but exclaim, "What a sickening and unsettling space." "So is it all over?" Yidia calmly explained. "Not yet. The most crucial piece is still missing. In this state, it's only a semi-corporeal entity, capable only of existing within a space connected to the horizon." The professor looked at Yidia in fear, thinking to himself, "Don't tell me you intend to release it from Bion into the outside world?" The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. If something like that were to be unleashed, calling it a catastrophe would be an understatement. The entire order of the world would collapse, leading to a state of utter chaos. Suho sighed in frustration. What a troublesome god. What else does it need? The man who had been silent until now finally spoke up. Humanity has already done all that it can. At this, Yidia slowly turned her head. The only thing left is the guidance of destiny. Meanwhile, over here, Yin looked terrified. He looked at the distorted space around him and shouted in confusion, "What the hell is this?" Levent now realized it too. The space was suddenly collapsing, and the connection to the abyss was growing stronger. He looked around in a panic. Could this be the effect of the sacrificial ritual? At this rate, I don't even know which way to go. Just then, Yin suddenly spoke up, stopping him. "Wait, your eyes are practically glowing right now. I think I know where to go." Levent glanced at the boy. "Come here, Yin. It's time to break Phelin's curse, the chains of reincarnation. The 10/demonic sword art, originating from the Genesis era. To put it simply, this is an ancient demonic sword art created by and for humanity in its nascent stages. In the modern era, hardly anyone can use even the most basic level of the 10/. The reason is obvious. It's due to the superiority of the ancient people, but the core of it lies in their sensory perception. During the era of creation, when the physical laws of the horizon had not yet fully formed, magic was still chaotic, indistinguishable from reality, and not bound by any laws. Because of that, it held infinite potential, but that achievement didn't come from dry theories like today's, but from sharp sensory perception. His eyes flashed as he realized, therefore, the beings of that era must have possessed an absolute sense for the threads. So, if one could revive that atrophied sense, if one could see through the realm of chaos hidden behind the veil of reality, the potential of magic would be endlessly unleashed. And when that sense, because of that, it held infinite potential, but that achievement didn't come from dry theories like today's, but from sharp sensory perception. Honed to its absolute limit, is combined with the 10/, it can even challenge causality itself and create miracles. That is the demonic sword art of the Genesis era. Since there's no causal link, your curse doesn't affect me. Veta roared, "How dare you, a devolved human." Gaon looked at the sword in his hand, thinking to himself, "That's right, this is just a cheap trick. The overwhelming difference in swordsmanship experience, the difference in species and the connection to the death dragon. I can't possibly close the absolute power gap against Veta." A light flashed in Gaon's eyes as he silently steeled his resolve. "However, if there's even a single glimmer of hope," she laughed maniacally, "you'll pay the price for coveting a power that doesn't belong to you. You lowly human." Veta thought to herself about this guy's damn arrogance. Red flames enveloped her entire body as dark shadows slowly rose from the ground. Veta's eyes glowed red. She declared, "I will make you taste a hell more terrible than death itself, human." Gaon thought coolly, "I anticipated that the moment I unleashed the true 10/, she would go all out in a direct confrontation to prove the difference between our species. In theory, the potential of the 10/ is infinite, but like everything else, it has been specialized and limited by the very experiences I've gone through." Levent probably thought I could face Veta with the uniqueness of the 10/, something I developed while surviving alone during the royal struggle, clan. Therefore, Levent probably goaded Verte, igniting his competitive spirit against me, then orchestrated a completely isolated one-on-one situation, and then separated himself. He smirked, internally remarking what a brilliant strategist Levent was. Gaon mused that if there was one regret, it was that this ancient magic was too much for modern people to bear. It eats away at the user's life force. I wish I could have used it in front of Eugin, he corrected himself internally. Still, I can't just ignore the effort my junior put into this whole plan. Specks of blue light flared up around Gaon, like curtains fluttering in the wind. His sword became more flexible. Gaon exclaimed, "How arrogant! Do you really believe that a fallen one like you can stand against the ancient magic of the true protectors of the horizon? He thought to himself, even if I have my own regrets. Vitega took a stance. She shouted, "You're being overpowered and still talking big? You'd better not die before I punch a hole in your throat. I'll make sure that even in death you won't find peace." Gon replied with a demonic grin. "Don't worry, I can't die here. Not after we've just welcomed so many new juniors." Just as he finished speaking, cubes displaying scenes from various dimensions floated up. Yin asked in astonishment, "What is this?" Levent exclaimed in shock. "Chaos," he said worriedly. "Reality is collapsing. This absurd phenomenon. Could it be that the Grand Duke of the Abyss has been resurrected?" Yin thought to himself, "The power of the Grand Duke of the Abyss is clashing with the horizon, returning us to the chaotic state of the creation era. That must be the only explanation." Levent called out worriedly, "Eugin, we have no other choice. Let's go back. This place is beyond our comprehension. The closer we get to the center, the more terrifying the chaos will become." Yin remained silent, a light flashing in his eyes. Yin replied, "No." His eyes lit up as Eugin stepped forward and said, "I can feel it." Levent was alarmed. He fell into deep thought, the training to restore something broken to its original state. At first, I didn't understand what it meant, but now I do. Yin spread his arms, and the cubes stacked on top of each other, stretching with his movements to gradually form the shape of a ship. Yin realized that a broken ship and a shattered world are fundamentally no different. By observing the shape of the fragments, I can deduce their original form. He mused, if my experience and intuition are visualized and combined with the eyes of the House of Fivia. Eugin reached his hand towards the writhing chaos. A golden light radiated out, enveloping the chaotic cubes. Yin thought, then even in this realm of chaos, I can find order. Levent stared at the scene in astonishment before him. He asked, "You did this? How?" Yin clutched his head in pain. He wondered, is this what Senior Anik was talking about? Magic that isn't bound by threads. He seemed to realize that in random chaos, shape can change based on an individual's perception. A slight bias stemming from the instinct to find order in a disorderly mess. That is the true foundation of magic. Waves of pain assaulted his head. Yin thought with difficulty, but I also understand why it evolved into modern magic. It feels like my head is about to explode. Using this is no different from suicide. He looked at him clutching his head in pain and wondered, since when did you learn something like this? Creating order from chaos, just like the creators of the primordial era. Eugin staggered away and said, "Let's go, Levent. We'll talk later." He lamented, "Being thrown into an uncertain situation like this really isn't my cup of tea." Levent watched his retreating back and mused. Normally, stepping into a place where anything could happen is just plain crazy. But if it's him, even in the midst of this chaos, I have a feeling he'll still find a way. Walking through a piece of a memory, Yin's voice rang out. "As expected, you always exceed my expectations, Yin. Though I had heard that fate would lead you here," Levent said worriedly. "This voice." Yin walked over as it said, "You don't know how afraid I was to let you step into this realm of chaos." The man approached with a smile on his face and said, "And it's only because I believed that more than anyone, you would rise above the petty worries I've tried to endure all this time." Levent thought to himself, Yidia Fivia. He wondered, what does that mean? Was Eugin coming here part of a plan? Why? Isn't Yidia Fivia supposed to be protecting Eugin? Levent had a realization. Or is this a kidnapping? But if it is a kidnapping, why bring him to this dangerous realm of chaos? He suddenly cried out, "The color of the space!" Levent yelled, "Calm down, Eugin. You can't waver. This is the realm of chaos, where the power of the abyss lies hidden," he thought while looking at the enraged Eugin. Even the smallest negative emotion will become reality. Levent said, as his body was dissolving into cubes, "Don't fall for his provocations." He said, "Don't." Yidia waved his hand, complaining, "So noisy. I'll just toss him aside for now." He knelt on one knee before Yin, telling him not to worry. "Yin, I've only temporarily sent your friend somewhere else." Yidia rolled his eyes and continued, "Although saying this now will only make you angrier." Levent yelled, "Calm down, Eugin. You can't waver. This is the realm of chaos, where the power of the abyss lies hidden," he thought while looking at the enraged Eugin. If there's even a shred of sincerity in your words, he thrust his dagger, but Yidia raised a hand to block it. Yin screamed, "Then die right here." He sneered, roaring in anger, "So you don't want to die either, huh? In the end, you're just a hypocrite who's always making excuses for yourself." "I was such a fool, wasting weeks wondering what to do with you," Yidia replied calmly. "I have no attachment to this life, but there are still things I must accomplish," he explained. "After you collapsed from a strange illness, I poured everything I had into finding a cure for you. I became a physician, resorting to any means or methods to find a cure, but in the end, I still couldn't find a fundamental cure. As time passed, I finally discovered the root of your illness, something that rendered all my past efforts meaningless. Yidia said, "It wasn't a physical ailment, but a curse engraved deep into your soul." He thought, "It's the soul binding that Phelin placed upon you." Yin was shocked and asked, "What?" He yelled, "Nonsense! The one who saved me was Lord Phelin, not you. I'm not in pain anymore. Don't try to confuse me with your nonsense." Yidia suddenly leaned in close. He suddenly asked, "You say you're not in pain anymore, but do you really think you've escaped the curse?" He became serious. Yidia continued to ask, "Think again. The plague was just a secondary issue. Do you think the Grand Duke of the Abyss has given up on you?" Yin pondered. "The Grand Duke of the Abyss is targeting me? Is he about to say the same thing that Senior Anik said?" He said, "Unless Phelin removes the binding placed on you, the Grand Duke of the Abyss will continue to pursue you even if your soul is reincarnated. The binding on you is absolute, transcending even reincarnation," he repeated in confusion. "The reincarnation of my soul?" Yin thought. "So just like how my past life and this life are connected, my suffering was predetermined from the start?" Yidia spoke up. "So you've begun to suspect it. I have dedicated everything to change your cruel fate, trapped and bound between absolute beings," he said, seriously. "And that has led me to this point. All that remains is one final step." Yidia's hand gripping the hilt of his sword startled Yin. He said, "When all of this ends today, you can cut me down, kill me as you please. No, rather, I wish for it." Yidia pointed the dagger at his own neck, giving a tired, pleading smile. "Once everything is over, please end this miserable life of mine. With your own hands." Yin gritted his teeth, looking at the man before him. "To sever the eternally intertwined threads of fate." Yidia's hand gripping the hilt of his sword startled Yin. He said, "When all of this ends today, you can cut me down, kill me as you please. No, rather, that is the only reason that has kept me going until now." Yidia raised a hand, his words meant to persuade. "In this chaos, where the abyss and the power of Lord Phelin balance each other, come with me, Yin." He frowned, looking at him hesitantly. Yin pressed his lips together, his expression incredibly grim. Even deep within this vision of chaos, the indelible memories remained, etched deep like scars. No, perhaps there was a moment when everything could have been reversed. He turned his head to look into the distance, saying, "When I was able to stand up again, just being able to get back on my feet, wasn't that enough to be satisfied? Why did it have to continue?" Yidia maintained his stance, saying, "I've told you, you are still bound by the chains of fate. Fate is inescapable, countless hardships. I was waiting for you." He looked down, his face filled with turmoil. "After everything that's happened, you're only telling me this now? You burned Fivia, and yet, when you offered Bona to the flames as a sacrifice, did you think I would willingly follow you?" Yidia also replied in a low voice, "I don't expect to be forgiven. However, I have witnessed with my own eyes, through countless cycles of reincarnation, throughout a period that can only be called an eternity, your soul enduring endless suffering. You understand that better than anyone, don't you?" Yin's brows furrowed, his eyes gazing into nothingness. "I think I understand now, the dark childhood of this life, and the life before, along with the countless lives that came before it. If all that suffering was just a curse echoing from a distant past, then now I have understood the reason for all that suffering. This destiny is truly cruel, but even so I raise my hand. So what?" A glint appeared in his eyes, a dazzling light. "What if I choose to accept that destiny?" Yidia was immediately displeased. "Eugin, you don't understand what that fate truly means. Horizon is closing. The Creator has abandoned us, and soon, the abyss will tear open the veil. In a reality like this, your fate is to bear all the hatred of the abyss and all the original sins of Horizon, merely a sacrifice to temporarily appease the wrath of the abyss." He stood up, loudly affirming his own ideals. "That is the filthy fate Phelin assigned to you long ago, and yet you intend to once again accept that disgusting fate?" The more he spoke, the more frantic his expression became. "I have never forced you to bow before the abyss. After today, your shackles will be removed, and you will be able to live a normal life. Just give me a little more time. Once this ritual is over, there might not be another chance left." Senior also said something similar, that my fate was placed on a scale. Perhaps he hoped I would escape the scales of destiny so I could live in peace, no longer bound by it. But now, as the abyss awakens and the scales begin to tremble, the one most heavily affected in this life is me. This life is like a gift I finally earned after enduring countless painful reincarnations. But if the price of that gift is the revival of the abyss, then my choice is. Yin had made up his mind. He held up his palm with the golden seal. "I accept it." The moment he spoke, a miraculous light spread from it, illuminating the entire area. he said resolutely, if the only way to escape my destiny is to trade it for the lives of others, then I will no longer evade my destiny. I will face it head on, even if everything you've said is true. Sir, there is no other choice for me, because my own fate cannot possibly outweigh the lives of everyone in this city. Even Yidia was truly surprised by his decisive words and actions. He faced the light from Eugin's hand as it prepared to surge towards him. Eugin, you really don't hesitate, not even for a moment. Yidia said in a low voice, Eugin, I truly don't want to hurt you. He stared intently at him. But there isn't enough time to convince you to change your mind. I will not ask for forgiveness. His zero quickly solidified like ice, forming sharp spikes to attack Eugin. The battle now truly began. Yidia remained on the offensive with his power to control blood. Yin gritted his teeth, trying to hold his ground. His ability to freely regenerate and transform his own zero might sound simple, but it was incredibly powerful and held limitless potential. Furthermore, the one using it was the same warrior who had inflicted unprecedented losses on Fivia. Under normal circumstances, victory is completely impossible, but I can feel it. Yin's eyes flashed with light. In this place, right here, I have transcended the very laws of magic. He used his magic to propel boulders toward Yidia. Yidia smiled in satisfaction, saying, so this is the power you were always meant to possess. Who can possibly stand against you now, and who can still see? The child who once grieved over his flawed talent? The boulders suddenly shattered in midair. However, his blood spikes. With just that one technique, the sharp points completely shattered Yin's attack. He laughed maniacally, losing control and saying, you truly are extraordinary, Yin, but that is precisely why the curse binds you. The brighter your light shines, the denser and more powerful the darkness becomes. The threads of fate will only tighten further around your neck. After Yidia spoke, blood thorns shot towards him. At that moment, he was severely injured and clutching his chest. My body can't handle this power. Yin gritted his teeth, trying to endure. This horrifying sensation felt like thorns stabbing directly into my eyes. My senses were overwhelmed by the flow of chaos, gradually going numb and throbbing with pain. This is the price for using magic far beyond my limits. But I still will. Yin clenched his jaw. That doesn't matter. The day Lord Phelin saved me, I made a promise. If I was ever given a real chance to live, I would dedicate myself to saving everyone. He mustered all his strength once more, activating the magic in his palm, preparing to strike down. Yidia stared in shock at the blinding light before him as Yin continued, if the destiny that Lord Phelin has given me is to face the deepest abyss, then I will embrace it without hesitation. With that, from above, his hand grasped a terrifying power of light. His target was Yidia, Yin declared firmly, because only then can I achieve absolute destruction and save even those who are trapped. In that deepest abyss, the man stared blankly as a thought crossed his mind. Phelin, you have placed a terrible chain upon him. Yidia's body was immediately split in two by Yin's immense power. Yin gritted his teeth, struggling to say, if only you hadn't caused all of this. Someday, perhaps I could have forgiven you for everything, because at least I can understand you. Yin was suddenly shocked as he could still hear Yidia's voice, saying, that makes me happy. But now I understand Phelin has brainwashed me, so your words won't be able to change me. A second later, the body, that should have been split in two, simply merged back together and said, in that case, I won't waste any more time. Yin stared in disbelief, asking, how? I clearly erased your very existence. Yidia, still standing firm, explained, a part of my Zero has vanished, but it was only a part. Did you think you were the only one who wields power in this realm of chaos? Light and darkness, chaos and order, two sides of the same scale beating in unison. With that last attack, the Grand Duke of the Plague Abyss, he laughed more maniacally than ever. Negron has finally awakened. He raised both hands to the sky, shouting loudly. At the same time, a black tendril from the void wrapped itself tightly around Levent's arm as he struggled to break free. He slumped down helplessly, confused. Damn it! I can't move at all. Am I trapped in this space? This is absurd. How is Yin able to move so freely in this realm of chaos? I guess anything bizarre can happen in the midst of chaos. But to be able to do that, he must have used some kind of method. Suddenly, a face split into multiple cubes appeared. Hey! Levent jumped and screamed. Seeing his reaction, Suho burst out laughing. Mocking him, why so shocked? Look at your face, Levent angrily shot back. I get sucked into this bizarre place out of nowhere. Who wouldn't be startled? When you suddenly appear like that? How did you even do it? The man answered nonchalantly. This? I just thought about it, and it became reality. Actually, this place isn't as bad as it first seemed. What? Surprised by Suho's ability, Levent's eyes widened in thought. Could it be that Suho also was accepted by the chaos? You can do that just by thinking? Just like Yin? He pointed at the tendril binding him and asked, then why? Can't I do the same? I only ended up like this because I was dragged into the chaos while fighting the invaders. Looking at your hand, it seems. And it became reality. Actually, this place isn't as bad as it first seemed. What? Surprised by Suho's ability, Levin's eyes widened in thought. Could it be that Suho also? He really was a big fish. You've probably heard of him, right? Was he also swallowed up by this chaos? His words made Levent a little worried. I hope the professor managed to get out. That's right. The professor is no pushover. Suho continued to taunt him. Oh, what a shame. If only you could have seen it. It would have been quite a sight. Levin was bound, listening helplessly. Damn it, he's testing me. He tried to remain calm and probe for information. I don't care about any of that. More importantly, does this chaos mean Necron's resurrection ritual is complete? Zoho looked at the hand inside his fist, where countless arms were flailing helplessly, and said, of course, and that's not all. When he loosened his grip, those arms, drenched in Ciro, fell out. Thanks to that fool, Yidia leaving at just the right moment, I was able to seize this. Levin's expression turned grim. Seizing a god? He angrily questioned him. How is that possible? No. First of all, you've betrayed the Eternal Order. Why on earth would you do that? Zoho ignored him, laughing casually. Such pointless questions don't suit you at all, my boy. And said with a dark, calculating expression, because it benefits me more, of course. Do I need any other reason? Realizing the terrible thing he had done, Levin gritted his teeth and cursed, you're insane, you bastard. The man continued to reveal his crazed intentions. Anyway, now that I have this, I've become curious about something in this vague and formless realm of chaos. What do you think would happen if I devoured this god whole? This revelation horrified Levin. Don't be ridiculous, devouring a god? The worst-case scenarios raced through his mind. It was a power far beyond human reach, and tampering with it was like gambling with one's life. But what if, even with near-zero odds, he could use this chaos to overcome that slim probability, and seize the power of the Grand Duke of the Abyss? If that truly happens, then mark my words. Humanity would be better off perishing from the terrible plague unleashed by the god of pestilence, which is why I must kill him right now. A powerful beam of light appeared, shooting toward that man, a three-burst attack, the Annihilation cannon. Debris flew everywhere as he slowly appeared, swinging his sword. His eyes filled with rage as he charged. Fivia Desio sword style. The man stood his ground, summoning a sword of Ciro, Fivia basic sword style. 24 forms. And then, with one hand, he swung his sword to parry the attack, shattering the ground. First, form downward slash, centrifugal slash, fire slash. The force of the attack tore through the space, yet he remained standing firm. Only Yin was sent flying with the debris. His skill as a swordsman was on a completely different level. Eugin's memories resurfaced, especially of the basic forms that his uncle had polished to perfection. There wasn't a single opening. Born to my father, a rare genius in Fivia's history, and my eldest brother, an outstanding genius of his generation. Meanwhile, my uncle was mocked and treated like a talentless fool. All he was ever taught were the family's basic forms. Just how much did he have to train to reach this level with only those basic forms? It must have required a dedication and effort that is beyond imagination. Seeing his uncle bravely overcome the scorn of his family, those who had branded him as incompetent, the man extended his hand and said coldly, "It's over. You're still lost in those old memories. Back when I was naive, I admired you." And with a satisfied, respectful smile, he continued, "Thinking back now, uncle, you overcame it all, didn't you?" The man remained silent, looking confused. Yin suddenly grabbed his collar in surprise. "You became a swordsman who surpassed grandfather's contempt. I used to believe it too. I used to believe that through sheer strength and effort, through arduous training, one could overcome the limits of a first-tier being. It's over. You're still lost in those old memories. Back when I was naive, I admired you. From a plane to a polyhedron, and from a polyhedron to a dimension beyond even that. A hyperspace polyhedron, a chaos tesseract, far surpassing mere planes, something that could erase entire dimensions, an absolute reality. Suddenly, space itself began to crack, and black fissures tore it apart." Yin exclaimed in confusion. "What?" He then realized and yelled angrily, "Soho, you damn fool, what are you trying to pull?" The man calmly confessed. "Regardless, what happens next is no concern of mine. The scales of fate have already begun to tip. Let's go." Huh. Before he could act, a black tendril suddenly dragged him away. The power of Audio Yidia couldn't stop it, and he screamed helplessly. Yin raged. "Damn it, space is distorting so much that I can't keep up with him." A demon with countless eyes and a ferocious mouth taunted him from behind. How unfortunate. Fivia, perhaps the reunion and your precious grandson will have to be delayed a bit. He angrily turned back, glaring and asking, Iceland, what is the meaning of this? He chuckled with amusement, stroking his chin and replying, You should know by now, everything is going according to the prophet's will. Realizing his own powerlessness, he grew somber, understanding everything. I see. The prophet foresaw that Soheo would betray us when the time was right and intentionally led me here, knowing full well that I would prioritize Yin over the great work of the Abyss. In the end, we are all just puppets in the prophet's hands. Meanwhile, Levent and Eugin were sucked into the same dimension, bumping their heads together as they stepped toward their foretold destiny, the end of creation. He quickly realized this, observing the surrounding space. Eugin, wait. This is the same hallway from before. Could it be that Azel's chains reactivated after space returned to normal? Eugin, however, was only concerned about the painful lump on his head. My head! He clutched his head and asked about the situation. Levent, what's happening? The chaos suddenly vanished. Was that you? He denied it. No way. Eugin became serious, trying to confirm, was it Soheo? Levent's grim expression gradually confirmed the answer. I clearly saw it with my own eyes, but I still can't bring myself to believe it. An unbelievable sight. The entire sky formed a blazing red pillar of waves. Soheo had devoured Nakran, the god of plague. From a human perspective, the terrifying amount of power held by a great duke of the abyss feels distant and rather abstract. If the great duke of plague were to be reborn, a plague that would claim more lives than any war would spread without end, and his followers would attain a source of power incomparable to what they had before. But that's all it was. The threat of the plague and the abyss followers had always existed. This was nothing more than a repeat of that. Even from a broader perspective, the rebirth of a great duke of the abyss marked a turning point towards humanity's downfall, yet humanity itself couldn't feel or recognize it. Therefore, the only thing capable of truly driving humanity to despair was none other than their own kind. After absorbing Nakran, Soheo's form transformed, his entire body now made of many arms, and he laughed with glee. This is incredible. Arms of all sizes sprouted up like mushrooms. This feeling of omnipotence, it feels like the whole world is in the palm of my hand. This boring world. A giant hand tore through the night sky, opening a new space. Below, the students witnessed a tower built of human arms. Along with a horrifying vow, I will remake this world completely, starting again from zero. Sue stared in terror at the apocalyptic sky. What is that thing? It's tearing the sky apart. Is it trying to break through the horizon? Vitega smiled with satisfaction. You finally did it. Arms of all sizes sprouted up like mushrooms. This feeling of omnipotence, it feels like the whole world is in the palm of my hand. It's tearing the sky apart. Is it trying to break through the horizon? Vitega smiled with satisfaction. You finally did it. Eugene's entire hand was covered in blood, but he ignored it, insisting, Don't worry about me. Stopping Soheo now is more important than my body. Seeing his indifference, Levent grew more frantic. How can I not worry? In your state, what do you think you can possibly do? This is definitely the recoil from the spell you used before. High-level magic spells directly harm the brain. If you keep this up, you could suffer irreparable damage. Seeing the future of humanity at stake, Eugin couldn't accept it. If we just sit here and do nothing, the one who suffers irreparable damage won't be me. It will be the entire world. Besides, right now, I'm the only one who can stop him. Faced with this huge problem, Levent was at a loss, but he still grabbed Eugene's arm, holding him back. Levent, a palm strike was unleashed, knocking away a stranger who had just closed in on them. Eugin stammered in fear. Was that an assassination attempt just now? Levent explained, one of the heirs of the KVO Corporation. If we just sit here and do nothing, the one who suffers irreparable damage won't be me. It will be the entire world. Besides, right now, I'm the only one who can stop him. Levent, he replied. Were we ever close enough to Shara for you to talk about betrayal? That bastard wiped out my family and kidnapped me. If we just sit here and do nothing, the one who suffers irreparable damage won't be me. It will be the entire world. Besides, right now, I'm the only one who can stop him. Past. You never once considered us your new family. Having another obstacle to deal with just annoyed Levent. This is such a pain. She was already tough enough to handle, what with the immortality and all, but now that she's swapped into an assassin's body, she's going to be twice as difficult. Suddenly, a hand landed on Kato's shoulder. Suab stood behind her, excited. Hey again, long time no see. She slammed her hands down, pinning her hard, laughing as she found a way to deal with her. So if I hold you like this, you can't die and respawn, can you? You damn zombie? The two people below were surprised to see Kato couldn't move, pinned tightly to the ground, which made her grind her teeth in anger. A green explosion erupted, smoke billowing, designed so that she could die without leaving any evidence in any situation. Not anticipating that she could self-destruct, Suab cursed, "These crazy bastards. Just how far can they abandon their humanity?" Levent stood and explained, "No, perhaps it's the opposite. They're the most human. The followers of the Abyss committed evil acts out of faith and despair at reality. But So's corporation thrives by profiting from the ugly nature of humanity." Yin grew serious, voicing his thoughts. If that So guy leaves the horizon with the power of the Great Abyss, who knows what will happen next? Levent agreed. One thing's for sure, we absolutely cannot let him escape, but he's all the way up there, so how do we get to him? Heh. Learning the cause of the situation, Suab shouted in alarm. "So did that thing. I just got here, so I don't know what's going on." Something huge, rising from the ground, shocked her even more. Tentacles? Yin confirmed worriedly. That's right. He grabbed onto the massive coiling thing and came up with an idea. Let's use this to climb up. These stems are all converging in one place. So's real body must be there. Suab's eyes widened at this idea. Are you crazy? What the hell are you talking about? Give me some kind of explanation. But with no other choice, they had to jump on and, he explained, the Great Abyss was reborn at the end of the ritual, but then So devoured it. We have to stop him before he leaves Bisona. Good grief, what is even happening here? Yin turned back and asked Suab, what about the others? Have you seen the professor? She answered fearfully, clinging tightly to the vine. The seniors headed straight for another battlefield. As for the professor, weren't you two supposed to go find him? Maybe he's with Senior Gaon. Still, I'm not sure about the professor. He might have gotten caught up in the chaos during the battle with So. Cell appeared beside them, angry. There you are. I was just wondering. Looking at the three ascending towards the sky, she remarked, you guys are truly insane. Then, she launched slashes of sword energy towards Yin. Fine by me, though. Makes the hunt easier. He couldn't defend, and could only watch helplessly as the attack rushed towards him. Wait, in this condition, ice swords, shards, along with ice magic shot forward. Yin took the full brunt of the attack, answered fearfully, clinging tightly to the vine. The seniors headed straight for another battlefield. As for the professor, weren't you two supposed to go find? Leaned back and complained. You could have put me down more gently, Levent urged hastily. There's no time for that. After entering the main stem, it started to slow down, but that also makes it easier for her to chase us. Wait, hold on. Let's clarify a few things first. Suab asked worriedly. Yin, you couldn't even block that simple attack just now. Are you even in any condition to fight? Of course, he wasn't in a state to fight normally, but there was no other choice. Levent helped him up, explaining, the only one who can damage him is, he explained, the Great Abyss was reborn at the end of the ritual, but then So devoured it. We have to stop him before he can't even use your specialty. Ice magic? I know, but I have to continue. He placed a hand on his chest, sincerely. At least I'm not dead yet. Past. You never once considered us your new family. Having another obstacle to deal with just annoyed Levent. This is such a pain. Don't just get angrier and start yelling. Are you insane? If you use it now, you'll really die. On top of that, past. You never once considered us your new family. Having another obstacle to deal with just annoyed Levent. This is such a pain. It wasn't clear what happened. Only that smoke filled the battlefield as silent footsteps approached. Katil looked toward the site of the attack with slow contempt. Yin with his magic. Suab flared up, trying to stop them. What kind of magic do you think you can use when your condition is so bad that you... She never expected they were still alive after that blow, and even countered with sharp slashes. The cuts were so clean and deep that Katil was sliced into pieces without even realizing it. The emotions of Kuovo had been eliminated to complete the mission. Suabe and Levent watched in stunned silence as the surrounding space was being destroyed. Wasn't he unable to use Magic in that berserk state? An unconscious fear surfaced, and Levent broke into a sweat. It felt more primal than magic. Yin with his magic. Suab flared up, trying to stop them. What kind of magic do you think you can use when your condition is so bad that you... Levent was dragged away mid-sentence. That's right, everything had been chaotic from the start. The one named So noticed someone approaching and paid attention. The emotions of Kuovo had been eliminated to complete the mission. Suabe and Levent watched in stunned silence as the surrounding space was being destroyed. Wasn't he unable to use Magic in that berserk state? Eugin Fivia. So stared into those endlessly deep eyes, full of doubt. How could this brat possess the power of a god? He recalled the warning from his comrade. Maybe his chaos endurance skill is turning his insane rage into reality, she asked again, still confused, but suddenly red threads appeared and bound him. Chaos. What do you mean? Levin was dragged away mid-sentence. That's right, everything had been chaotic from the start. The one named So noticed someone approaching and paid attention. Eugin Fivia. So stared into those endlessly deep eyes, full of doubt. How could this brat possess the power of a god? He recalled the warning from his comrade. Behold your own ugly reflection. Each mirror shard was a memory, an obsession from his life, like a monster staring into a mirror and going mad in your own darkness. Eugin Fivia. So stared into those endlessly deep eyes, full of doubt. How could this brat possess the power of a god? He recalled the warning from his comrade. Now I understand why the Apostle Iceland was so obsessed with him, even if this is an environment overflowing with power that allows a mere brat to reach the realm of the gods. His other selves never had such a choice. Even if he could communicate with his past selves, his reincarnations, they were people from different worlds, from separate timelines. In a sense, they were strangers, even more distant to him than anyone from the horizon. After countless reincarnations, miracle after miracle, they finally converged, and an opportunity to eliminate this cruel curse finally presented itself. But in his stubborn self-righteousness, to save even a single soul that had fallen into the abyss, he might have condemned countless other lives to suffer. Another eternity in this cruel curse, this thought had surfaced deep within his consciousness. Iceland watched from the side. When I said that Eugin Fivia must die, the prophet told me not to worry about Eugin Fivia. His body was now pierced by countless spikes. Looking back now, those words might have meant that no matter what I did, that brat would still overcome it and stand here. To think he had prepared so thoroughly beforehand, his arrangements truly astonish me. Yidia asked him, "So what is your objective here? Why imprison me? Even going so far as to use several of your split selves?" He laughed and revealed, "It's not something that could harm you. I was just keeping you busy, since I figured you'd resist anyway." What? Iceland rested his chin on his hand and stated his true plot. "I will defeat Eugin Fivia. That is my goal." Hearing this, Y couldn't help but be shocked. He continued, "You aid to explain the reason. He possesses a heart as pure as a star, but the abyss of darkness he has accumulated through countless reincarnation loops is so deep that the abyss itself feels short in comparison. A fall from one deep pit to another. Just imagine what would happen if that star were to collapse into the abyss." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, laughing loudly. Perhaps we will witness the birth of a new ruler of the abyss. But it seemed Y didn't care, instead showing his trust in Yin. "I was worried you were scheming something, weren't I? Turns out you were just wasting your time." He was confused by that composure. Yidia calmly exposed his plan. "Obviously, you planned to corrupt him by forcing him to confront the darkness from his past life, right? That's useless. He's a stubborn child. Once he's made up his mind, he doesn't know how to back down. Yes, this is the fate I have chosen for myself. Without looking away, I will face my past life head-on. I will embrace my countless reincarnations. And as for all this despair, I will turn it into rage. Rage is the power that the madmen from the frozen lands choose to confront despair and the fear of the abyss." Lag Roy, such a trivial mental attack, I can withstand it easily. Levin watched it all, amazed and unable to look away. Just a moment ago, he seemed to be unconscious, and then suddenly, he fell back into a defensive stance. More importantly, even with body reinforcement, all I can do is barely keep up. This feeling is just like, that's right, it's as if the god of plague is afraid of him. He frantically tried to flee while Yin leaped up, refusing to give up. Damn it, I don't know why, but I have to get out of here first. At the last moment, he reached out his hand as if wanting someone to grab it. That's right, if I can just leave this place, I will become a true god. Levin panicked, trying to stop him. No, I'm too late. At this rate, he's going to escape. Yin gathered all his willpower. I finally managed to control my consciousness again, but it's still difficult to gather enough focus for a powerful magic spell. If there's a powerful long-range attack that can be used even in a state of rage, there's only one that I know. The sword began to glow brilliantly, hovering in his hand. Yin grabbed the hilt, preparing to launch it with all his might. "I won't let you escape." A brilliant light shot towards him, Paradise Island. Its massive body now had a hole punched through it, its arms beginning to fall off. The blade shot forth, tearing through the clouds. It was another horrifying sight that made Levin gasp. Good heavens, he reached out in regret. He was just one step away. Levin rushed forward to catch him, mocking the monster. "You've got a pretty ugly appearance there. So Hio, it's as if you're not even human anymore. What a fitting end for someone like you. Did you abandon your own humanity?" From somewhere, Vitiga appeared, smiling and saying, "No," as she flapped her wings and took the shattered body of Sohio. This is only the beginning. Sacred Dragon Fusion, Vitiga. Eugin was shocked to see her, Vitiga. Levent thought it was all over, but he never expected that form. Vitiga embraced Soheo, flying towards the brilliant light in the sky. Let's go. From beyond the veil, a voice woke him up. Can you see it? Soheo. Below, the soldiers stared up in fear at that mysterious light. These fools don't realize they're no different from moths drawn to a flame. Vitiga brought him to a large mouth, and they gathered again in massive numbers. The Bisona reinforcements from the Hebronia kingdom. A total of 27,000 soldiers, all of them assembled. So, Hio, though exhausted, managed a weak smile at this comeback. Below, a giant creature with massive fingers advanced on the crowd. So Hio transformed into another entity, laughing heartily. I have finally broken my chains, free to step into this world. His body was colossal, standing before thousands of soldiers who looked like mere ants. Hooked chains were launched into the sky, wrapping tightly around Hio's arm. The order was given, and the soldiers pulled with all their might, tightening the chains to capture that monster from the abyss, shouted the commander of Hebronia's armored division. If Bona falls, the imperial capital will immediately be engulfed in a sea of flames. We must destroy this monster here at all costs. So Hio looked down coldly. A single swing of his arm sent the entire legion scattering. You think you can resist me? He and his minions gloated, looking down on the mere mortals. The sacrifices are offering themselves up before I even have to enter the imperial capital. How ridiculous, the wench Vitiga declared triumphantly. With this many lives, even immortality is within my grasp. So Hio waved his hand, and a giant machine appeared, aimed at the crowd. Very well, since you've prepared such a lavish feast for me, he said sinisterly. I shall also, so I'll respond with the sword I've kept hidden all this time. Wait, the commander of Hebrovia's magic division saw this and immediately recognized the danger of that item. That magic weapon, it's connected to ancient grand magic. In the sky, not just one, but hundreds of weapons were armed and aimed at the legions. How could a mere human possibly control enough ancient weapons to fill the entire sky? He urgently gave the order. The entire army must intercept them at all costs, and absolutely must not let them hit the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, the artillery on the ground fired in unison toward the sky. Don't let a single one get through. Seeing them resist in vain, he smirked with delight. It seems there's at least one person with a sharp eye, but those pathetic relics won't help you. With just a single wave of his hand, the weapons in the sky fired down, because these are the primordial weapons. Hebronia's mage division was completely wiped out, and the commanders were all horrified by this absolute power. A creature of such a level had never appeared, not even on the western front of Folivia. Ario Folivia, the commander of the 3rd Regiment of the Hebrovia Kingdom's army. This is no different from a Grand Duke of the Abyss, something I've only heard of in legends. I will grant you eternal rest. He shouted his name loudly. So Ho was drawn by the call and glanced down. There, Eugin and Levent stood on a levitating rock, coming to a stop. Their eyes met, and another battle was about to erupt. That Folivia kid and Levent, they flew all the way up here on that piece of debris. Without levitation magic, that's definitely beyond the capabilities of a single-strand mage. Below, a female mage was using all her strength to support them, so a formidable foe has joined the fray down there. Please, Lavina, the super-heavy class levitation mage of Joim. Looking at the enemy, she desperately hoped for victory. Everyone must stop them at all costs. Seeing this, Vitiga angrily flew over to interfere. You little insects still want to try? Suddenly, a beam of light flew toward him to hold him back, but with a single wave of his hand, Soho blocked the attack. Saving him, are we? The mage commander ordered. Don't give him a single opening. Mages, a single small movement from that bastard could wipe out hundreds or thousands of lives in an instant. He bravely rallied the other mages. Everyone's lives depend on us. Give it everything you've got, even if you have to drain every last drop of mana. To Ho, he was utterly dismissive. What annoying flies. Levent looked down below, amazed. We've only been in the castle for less than half a day, yet in such a short time, the kingdom's army has managed to gather in such large numbers. Below, various divisions crowded the battlefield, and a hypothesis came to his mind. Don't tell me time flows differently here. It must be because the energy density in Bisona is different from the outside. But even if Soho betrayed them and stole the resurrection of the Grand Duke of the Abyss, could the Eternal Order have really not anticipated this? If Soho stole the resurrection of the Grand Duke of the Abyss from the hands of the Eternal Order, Levent looked down below, amazed. We've only been in the castle for less than half a day, yet in such a short time, then letting Soho consume the Grand Duke of the Abyss to annihilate the entire kingdom's army. If all of that was just a play, orchestrated by the Eternal Order for a higher purpose, Then what on earth are they trying to summon by using Soho and the Grand Duke as sacrifices? No way. The memories came back, forming pieces that connected to solve everything. You don't understand how terrified I was to let you step into chaos, and only because I believed that you, of all people, would rise above my petty worries. I gritted my teeth and endured it until now. What do you mean? Was Eugene's arrival also part of the plan? Why does that have anything to do with Eugene's power? Eugene Fivia. How could this kid possibly touch the power of a god? Levent realized something and warned him, Eugene, don't use that power from before again. Confused, he asked back, What? What do you mean? Explaining would take too much time. If Soho isn't the end of all this, you could be in danger. That power you just used, without it, can you still win? I already anticipated that. Eugene rushed forward in a flash, his eyes slowly turning a shimmering gold. Then, with my own power, he appeared before Soho in an instant. No matter the cost, I will destroy him. His body was sliced in two, but he still managed to curse. Brat, you've got a lot of nerve. Guns emerged from the void, all aimed at him. Die and become ash. Levent stared at the weapons in shock. Those were Fels' weapons. How did he get his hands on those? How are they still functional? Shaking off the distraction, he calmed himself and prepared a spell. No, this isn't the time for questions. No matter what happens, I can't afford to be surprised again. The only thing I need to do is focus on victory. If those weapons were truly crafted with the Genesis technology that Fels protected, then wouldn't the threads that have now seized control of the weapons naturally respond to a descendant of Fels? Levent stared at him and declared, these weapons were forged from the Genesis technology that Fels preserved. Naturally, the one who can control them better is me, not you. He became even more enraged and roared. Levent, you traitor. Yin unleashed his full power, a cube materializing on his arm as he struck. 32-fold variation. Correct! This is your end. So Hio, a single cube won't be enough. Then I'll just stack another one on top of it. Another cube on top of it. It's a cheap trick, but I have to use it because I'm still not fully accustomed to this chaos-controlling Genesis magic. But it doesn't matter. To overcome my own unique limits, I've always done whatever it takes, whether it's honorable or despicable. A palm strike slammed right into his face, distorting his features. This is my magic! He cried out in pain as he was sucked into the cube, unable to comprehend how he was being defeated. How can this be, when you haven't even used the power of a god? Vertega saw his comrade get taken down and screamed Soheho's name in despair. All of Yin's anger and rage were poured into this one attack. Face the judgment for your sins. The third stigma of Enhit. Levent added his support, firing a volley of shots. Seizing control, the Forgotten Armory. Fire, a terrifying energy beam shot down, piercing through everything in its path. An absolute annihilation, a complete bombardment. Sohio was hit, screaming in agony and despair as he began to disintegrate. His very last cells were burned away along with his will. The shot struck the ground, creating an explosion with aftershocks powerful enough to destroy an entire region. The shockwave rushed out, engulfing everything. Io looked at her soldiers in a panic after the blast. 3rd Regiment, is everyone all right? We're okay. We were just knocked down by the shockwave. Thick smoke and dust billowed, filled with a palpable sense of fear. They weren't even hit directly. Yet just the aftershock was enough to throw our formation into disarray. This level of destructive power is unbelievable. In front of them was a massive crater left by the explosion. This must be the magic of the gods from the dawn of time. That bastard Soheo still hadn't given up. He was like a talking pile of slime, trying to crawl away. No, he hadn't abandoned his ambition, but he was suddenly riddled with bullets. It can't end like this. Levent appeared from behind to pass judgment. How pathetic. Even your will is incomplete. After taking that much damage, he was still alive, filled with resentful blame. Levent, how dare you betray me? I gave you everything, even the right of succession. Levent calmly and sternly replied to those ridiculous claims. You stole everything from me and forced burdens I never wanted onto my shoulders. Even the favors you bestowed were only because you needed the knowledge of Fels to control the armory of the creators, sealed behind the veil of chaos. Am I wrong? To be blunt, you were simply using me. Sensing his life was on the line, he began to plead in fear. Wait, leaving Eugene Fivia, he tried to use his words to persuade them. You don't understand anything about the reason. I was forced to do this, but Levent paid no attention to his fallacies. The man acted pathetic, trying to buy time with his questions. We have been abandoned by the creators. Do you have any idea why those weapons were sealed behind the veil of chaos? Yin, despite his exhaustion, managed to ask. Abandoned? Remembering Yidia's words, he thought to himself, my uncle said the same thing, that the creators abandoned us. Could this be related to the current actions of the Eternal Order? What do you mean the creators abandoned us? Levent, full of distrust, cut in. Don't believe a word he says. He's the kind of man who can twist a sliver of truth into a colossal lie. We should just kill him now. Vertega flew in, flapping his wings, transforming his arm into a giant weapon and charged forward in a rage. Levent! A punch shattered the very ground. He swiftly dodged and blocked the cursed fist, but was instantly hit by a counterattack of sharp slashes. It was a curse of resentment, capable of reflecting the pain an enemy inflicts right back at them. But that power was much weaker now. Perhaps it was because the source of Vertega's curse was severely weakened after the fusion. Even so, attacking someone capable of a counterattack was still extremely dangerous. He was worried he couldn't afford any distractions. Anyway, her goal was obvious, to rescue Seo Ha. If she were allowed to escape with those wings, it would be incredibly troublesome. In that case, I just need to kill Seo Ha first. After putting in so much effort to push her to the brink of death, if she escaped and recovered, there would be no hope left. Levent looked at his opponent and asked, "Why did you cancel the fusion now? Have you given up on escaping?" Vertega embraced Seo Ha's charred body, a pitiful expression on her face. Even if she used her own body to shield him, it wouldn't change anything, not even buy him a little more time. The army you tried to destroy is still standing, and they'll surround you soon. Considering the crimes you've committed, maybe dying right now is a better fate for you. She suddenly gave a bitter smile. How ridiculous, crimes! If you were to add up all the sins humanity has committed against me, then even the act of exterminating your entire species wouldn't be enough atonement. Yin and Levent listened, stunned, and yet you dare speak of my sins, and even try to destroy the last thing I have left. How deep must that resentment run? As if sensing that anguish, Yin felt a pang of that same pain. What could she have possibly endured to harbor such a terrifying resentment? Seo Ha whispered to her, "It's okay, nothing matters anymore. Vertega, it's all over. At least I'm comforted that you're by my side. Vertega, as the rightful heir, accept the inheritance that has been yours since birth." Vertega raised her hand, piercing through the chest of the one she was holding. It was another shocking event that left Yin and Levent staring in horror. A blinding light erupted from the core, heralding an apocalypse upon the world. Yin forced his eyes open to assess the situation, a terrifying disaster that made him break out in a cold sweat. Good heavens, giant blades appeared in the sky, encircling everything, a world-purifying weapon, the radiant Annihilation. In the face of this destruction, it seemed that no one knew of its existence. There was another weapon hidden in the arsenal of the Supreme Being. This weapon didn't even appear in all of FS's records. Radiant Annihilation. Now that my vision and intuition have transcended the limits of reality, the true nature and purpose of this weapon are finally clear. Could this be the true meaning of the collapsing scales? The moment that mechanism activates, everything, stretching to the horizon, will instantly vanish. A weapon created with only a single purpose. The collapse of the scales doesn't just mean that the power of chaos is growing stronger. It also means the power barrier, which protected this fragile realm known as the horizon, along with the weak humans living within it from transcendent beings, is slowly shattering. I understand now, but I still can't figure out why our ancestors would create a weapon that could erase this entire world along with all of humanity. Before such divine power, Yin collapsed in utter helplessness. Levent lunged forward to grab Vertega by the collar, trying to stop this madness. "If you continue, you'll die with us." "Vertega, stop it," she replied listlessly, "just as I thought. You never truly saw me clearly. After all that has happened, do you really think I still want to live?" With a smile that accepted death along with the destruction of everything. The only reason I existed. Now, all that remains in me is hatred, just like you. Levent froze in confusion. What? Vertega had no intention of stopping, and she spoke about the giant sword in the sky. "By the way, do you know what this weapon is exactly? The ancients believed that humanity would sooner or later fall into the abyss. Therefore, they created a weapon capable of wiping out all of humankind. Before the worst-case scenario occurred, it's called the Radiant Annihilation. However, because it was such an extreme weapon, it was sealed and can only be activated when all the ancient bloodlines agree in the most dire of situations. And as of today, the only one left who possesses that very bloodline is me. It's ironic, isn't it? A weapon created to fight the abyss has now fallen into the hands of the one chosen by the abyss. The final piece of the puzzle has been found. The ancients believed that humanity would sooner or later fall into the abyss. Therefore, they created a weapon capable of wiping out all of humankind, be activated when all the ancient bloodlines agree in the most dire of situations. And as of today, the only one left who possesses that very bloodline is me. Despite facing that truth, she calmly accepted it. "You talk like such a child. In this world, everyone uses and is used. What's important is respect. Yet for the past 100 years, I've only been used without receiving a shred of dignity. Now, the only place that ever respected me is gone. After explaining, VGA snapped her fingers to activate the weapon. My life has no meaning anymore. Looking up at the bright sky, but the outcome was so bleak. The swords gradually pierced the sky, firing beams of energy. This is the end. Yin gradually lost his will, sinking into despair. If this is truly the will of the ancestors, then what have we been fighting for all this time? Errol called out from behind. Young Master Yin. Why is the young master of the main family here? He turned in surprise toward the voice. Errol. She was horrified by the current scene. What? What is that? And everyone else was there too. But thanks to her, he gradually regained his will, punching himself in reproach. Idiot. I'm always overthinking things. Get it together. Don't let your mind wander again. Remembering the promise that gave him strength, Yin created his cube, ready to fight. Didn't I promise myself I would save everyone? Then just do it. 32-layer hyperspace cube variant. Beams of energy shot down. Yin stood his ground, deciding to first protect the people right in front of him. Need's third proof, absolute nothingness. Veda exclaimed in horror. It stopped. Everyone looked toward the blue light that enveloped everything. The weapon of the gods is terrifying. It's super high-temperature plasma that can melt anything, yet he is confronting it head-on with Neit's absolute law of nothingness. Yin fell to his knees, holding back the energy beams. I can hold on for a while like this, but the beams of light aren't stopping. If this continues as a pure contest of strength, there's no way I can withstand that immense power alone. Damn it, think, before all my strength is depleted, I need a way to overcome this moment. If I can't find it in my current power, I'll search through the countless memories from my past lives. The speed of digging through past life memories is too fast. My brain feels like it's about to boil. It's just like the moment before death. Survival instincts are tearing through all my brain's limits. Finding a way to live will definitely have side effects. But I'll deal with that later. If I can reach my most primal memory, I'll find a way to save everyone. A girl appeared, reaching out a hand to gently touch him and said, Sorry, I'm revoking permission to enter Phase 2. The stream of memories returned to Eugin, and he momentarily called out, Senior Anik. When he realized everything around him had frozen, with only him still in the flow, he knew time had stopped. Anik appeared and repeated, I'm revoking permission for Phase 2. Even Phase 1 was too risky for you. She slowly approached Eugin. That weapon is too dangerous. I never imagined that the children who were left behind could create something like that. They must have lived in immense fear ever since we left. Senior Anik. Yin turned to look at her. Senior. Just now, in the deepest layer of my past life's memories, I saw you. But she replied coldly, Forget it. Then she gently came closer and told him, Remember that you are a destiny hanging in the balance between the stars and the abyss. That memory could become the final weight that causes everything to collapse. The final weight. After speaking, she turned and walked toward the danger. So this time, leave everything to your senior. You don't need to sacrifice yourself in this life, Yin. You are the youngest star among the 12, those who descended in the darkest of ages, forever beloved. No matter how many millennia pass, our precious youngest brother, you have already sacrificed too much for us. He watched her go, his heart filled with anxiety. Let these painful and harsh burdens. Yin hurriedly ran after her, not wanting her to face the fight, but her voice continued to echo. Be shouldered by your senior from now on. Giant hands reached out to catch the swords. Our pitiful but immensely precious youngest brother. Even after countless painful eons, you still shine so brightly. I pray that this second life, after a grueling cycle of reincarnation, will finally be free from all pain and filled with happiness. Observing from the side, Iceland recognized this magic with fear. Could those be the 12 disciples of Phelin? Unwilling to accept this outcome, he furiously cursed, You damn watchers, you dare show up at a time like this to interfere? A voice from behind calmed him. Calm down. We bring a message from the oracle. The threads of fate are drawing near to their prophesied end. Even if the 12 disciples interfere, that's right, the final curtain of fate will fall upon the imperial capital and it will be triggered by Fivia. That's all for this video. If you guys enjoyed it, please hit that like button to support Go. Thanks for watching, and goodbye everyone.